The Upanishads Part 1. By F. Max Muller. Dedication. To the Right Honourable the Marquis of Salisbury, K.G. Chancellor of the University of Oxford, lately Secretary of State for India, Sir Henry J. S. Maine, K.Os.I. Member of the Council of India, and the Very Rev. H. G. Liddell, D.D. Dean of Christ Church, to whose kind interest and exertions this attempt to make known to the English people the sacred books of the East is so largely indebted, I now dedicate these volumes with sincere respect and gratitude. F. Max Muller. The general inclinations which are naturally implanted in my soul to some religion, it is impossible for me to shift off, but there being such a multiplicity of religions in the world, I desire now seriously to consider with myself which of them all to restrain these my general inclinations to. And the reason of this my inquiry is not, that I am in the least dissatisfied with that religion I have already embraced, but because 'tis natural for all men to have an overbearing opinion and esteem for that particular religion they are born and bred up in. That, therefore, I may not seem biased by the prejudice of education, I am resolved to prove and examine them all, that I may see and hold fast to that which is best. Indeed there was never any religion so barbarous and diabolical, but it was preferred before all other religions whatsoever, by them that did profess it, otherwise they would not have professed it. And why, say they, may not you be mistaken as well as we? Especially when there is, at least, 6 to 1 against your Christian religion, all of which think they serve God aright, and expect happiness thereby as well as you. And hence it is that in my looking out for the truest religion, being conscious to myself how great an ascendant Christianity holds over me beyond the rest, as being that religion whereinto I was born and baptized, that which the supreme authority has enjoined and my parents educated me in, that which every one I meet withal highly approves of, and which I myself have, by a long continued profession, made almost natural to me, I am resolved to be more jealous and suspicious of this religion, than of the rest, and be sure not to entertain it any longer without being convinced by solid and substantial arguments, of the truth and certainty of it. That, therefore, I may make diligent and impartial inquiry into all religions and so be sure to find out the best, I shall for a time, look upon myself as one not at all interested in any particular religion whatsoever, much less in the Christian religion, but only as one who desires, in general, to serve and obey him that made me, in a right manner, and thereby to be made partaker of that happiness my nature is capable of. Bishop Beveridge, 1636–1707. Private Thoughts on Religion, Part 1, Article 2. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Preface to the Sacred Books of the East. I must begin this series of translations of the sacred books of the East with 3 cautions, the first, referring to the character of the original texts here translated. The second, with regard to the difficulties in making a proper use of translations. The third, showing what is possible and what is impossible in rendering ancient thought into modern speech. Readers who have been led to believe that the Vedas of the ancient Brahmins, the Avesta of the Zoroastrians, the Tripitaka of the Buddhists, the Kings of Confucius, or the Quran of Muhammad are books full of primeval wisdom and religious enthusiasm, or at least of sound and simple moral teaching, will be disappointed on consulting these volumes. Looking at many of the books that have lately been published on the religions of the ancient world, I do not wonder that such a belief should have been raised. But I have long felt that it was high time to dispel such illusions, and to place the study of the ancient religions of the world on a more real and sound, on a more truly historical basis. It is but natural that those who write on ancient religions, and who have studied them from translations only, not from original documents, should have had eyes for their bright rather than for their dark sides. The former absorb all the attention of the student, the latter, as they teach nothing, seem hardly to deserve any notice. Scholars also who have devoted their life either to the editing of the original texts or to the careful interpretation of some of the sacred books, are more inclined, After they have disinterred from a heap of rubbish some solitary fragments of pure gold, to exhibit these treasures only than to display all the refuse from which they had to extract them. I do not blame them for this, perhaps I should feel that I was open to the same blame myself. For it is but natural that scholars in their joy at finding one or two fragrant fruits or flowers should gladly forget the brambles and thorns that had to be thrown aside in the course of their search. But whether I am myself one of the guilty or not, I cannot help calling attention to the real mischief that has been done and is still being done by the enthusiasm of those pioneers who have opened the first avenues through the bewildering forest of the sacred literature of the East. They have raised expectations that cannot be fulfilled, fears also that, as will be easily seen, are unfounded. Anyhow, they have removed the study of religion from that wholesome and matter-of-fact atmosphere in which alone it can produce valuable and permanent results. The time has come when the study of the ancient religions of mankind must be approached in a different, in a less enthusiastic, and more discriminating, in fact, in a more scholar-like spirit. Not that I object to dilettanti, if they only are what by their name they profess to be, devoted lovers, and not mere amateurs. The religions of antiquity must always be approached in a loving spirit, and the dry and cold-blooded scholar is likely to do here as much mischief as the enthusiastic sciolist. But true love does not ignore all faults and failings, on the contrary, it scans them keenly, though only in order to be able to understand, to explain, and thus to excuse them. To watch in the sacred books of the East the dawn of the religious consciousness of man, must always remain one of the most inspiring and hallowing sights in the whole history of the world. And he whose heart cannot quiver with the first quivering rays of human thought and human faith, as revealed in those ancient documents, is, in his own way, as unfit for these studies as, from another side, the man who shrinks from copying and collating ancient MSS. Or toiling through volumes of tedious commentary. What we want here, as everywhere else, is the truth, and the whole truth. And if the whole truth must be told, it is that, however radiant the dawn of religious thought, it is not without its dark clouds, its chilling colds, its noxious vapors. Whoever does not know these, or would hide them from his own sight and from the sight of others, does not know and can never understand the real toil and travail of the human heart in its first religious aspirations. And not knowing its toil and travail, can never know the intensity of its triumphs and its joys. In order to have a solid foundation for a comparative study of the religions of the East, we must have before all things complete and thoroughly faithful translations of their sacred books. Extracts will no longer suffice. We do not know Germany, if we know the Rhine, nor Rome, when we have admired St. Peter's. No one who collects and publishes such extracts can resist, no one at all events, so far as I know, has ever resisted, the temptation of giving what is beautiful, or it may be what is strange and startling, and leaving out what is commonplace, tedious, or it may be repulsive, or, lastly, what is difficult to construe and to understand. We must face the problem in its completeness, and I confess it has been for many years a problem to me, and to a great extent is so still, how the sacred books of the East should, by the side of so much that is fresh, natural, simple, beautiful, and true, contain so much that is not only unmeaning, artificial, and silly, but even hideous and repellent. This is a fact, and must be accounted for in some way or other. To some minds this problem may seem to be no problem at all. To those, and I do not speak of Christians only, who look upon the sacred books of all religions except their own as necessarily the outcome of human or superhuman ignorance and depravity, the mixed nature of their contents may seem to be exactly what it ought to be, what they expected it would be. But there are other and more reverent minds who can feel a divine afflatus in the sacred books, not only of their own, but of other religions also. And to them the mixed character of some of the ancient sacred canons must always be extremely perplexing. I can account for it to a certain extent, though not entirely to my own satisfaction. Most of the ancient sacred books have been handed down by oral tradition for many generations before they were consigned to writing. In an age when there was nothing corresponding to what we call literature, every saying, every proverb, every story handed down from father to son, received very soon a kind of hallowed character. They became sacred heirlooms, sacred, because they came from an unknown source, from a distant age. There was a stage in the development of human thought, when the distance that separated the living generation from their grandfathers or great-grandfathers was as yet the nearest approach to a conception of eternity. And when the name of grandfather and great-grandfather seemed the nearest expression of God one. Hence, what had been said by these half-human, half-divine ancestors, if it was preserved at all, was soon looked upon as a more than human utterance. It was received with reverence, it was never questioned and criticized. Some of these ancient sayings were preserved because they were so true and so striking that they could not be forgotten. They contained eternal truths, expressed for the first time in human language. Of such oracles of truth it was said in India that they had been heard, Sruta, and from it arose the word Sriti, the recognized term for divine revelation in Sanskrit. But besides those utterances which had a vitality of their own, strong enough to defy the power of time, there were others which might have struck the minds of the listeners with great force under the peculiar circumstances that evoked them. But which, when these circumstances were forgotten, became trivial and almost unintelligible. A few verses sung by warriors on the eve of a great battle would, if that battle ended in victory, assume a charm quite independent of their poetic merit. They would be repeated in memory of the heroes who conquered, and of the gods who granted victory. But when the heroes, and the gods, and the victory were all forgotten, the song of victory and thanksgiving would often survive as a relic of the past, though almost unintelligible to later generations. Even a single ceremonial act, performed at the time of a famine or an inundation, and apparently attended with a sudden and almost miraculous success, might often be preserved in the liturgical code of a family or a tribe with a superstitious awe entirely beyond our understanding. It might be repeated for some time on similar emergencies, till when it had failed again and again it survived only as a superstitious custom in the memory of priests and poets. Further, it should be remembered that in ancient as in modern times, the utterances of men who had once gained a certain prestige, would often receive attention far beyond their merits. So that in many a family or tribe the sayings and teachings of one man, who had once in his youth or manhood uttered words of inspired wisdom, would all be handed down together, without any attempt to separate the grain from the chaff. Nor must we forget that though oral tradition, when once brought under proper discipline, is a most faithful guardian, it is not without its dangers in its incipient stages. Many a word may have been misunderstood, many a sentence confused, as it was told by father to son, before it became fixed in the tradition of a village community, and then resisted by its very sacredness all attempts at emendation. Lastly, we must remember that those who handed down the ancestral treasures of ancient wisdom, would often feel inclined to add what seemed useful to themselves, and what they knew could be preserved in one way only, namely, if it was allowed to form part of the tradition that had to be handed down, as a sacred trust, from generation to generation. The priestly influence was at work, even before there were priests by profession, and when the priesthood had once become professional. Its influence may account for much that would otherwise seem inexplicable in the sacred codes of the ancient world. These are some of the considerations which may help to explain how, mixed up with real treasures of thought, we meet in the sacred books with so many passages and whole chapters which either never had any life or meaning at all, or if they have, in the form in which they have come down to us, completely lost it. We must try to imagine what the Old Testament would have been, if it had not been kept distinct from the Talmud. Or the New Testament, if it had been mixed up not only with the spurious Gospels, but with the records of the wranglings of the early councils, if we wish to understand, to some extent at least, the wild confusion of sublime truth with vulgar stupidity that meets us in the pages of the Veda, the Avesta, and the Tripitaka. The idea of keeping the original and genuine tradition separate from apocryphal accretions was an idea of later growth, that could spring up only after the earlier tendency of preserving whatever could be preserved of sacred or half-sacred lore had done its work, and wrought its own destruction. In using, what may seem to some of my fellow workers, this very strong and almost irreverent language with regard to the ancient sacred books of the East, I have not neglected to make full allowance for that very important intellectual parallax which, no doubt, renders it most difficult for a Western observer to see things and thoughts under exactly the same angle and in the same light as they would appear to an Eastern eye. There are Western expressions which offend Eastern taste as much as Eastern expressions are apt to offend Western taste. A symphony of Beethoven's would be mere noise to an Indian ear, an Indian sagta seems to us without melody, harmony, or rhythm. All this I fully admit, yet after making every allowance for national taste and traditions, I still confidently appeal to the best Oriental scholars, who have not entirely forgotten that there is a world outside the four walls of their study. Whether they think that my condemnation is too severe, or that Eastern nations themselves would tolerate, in any of their classical literary compositions, such violations of the simplest rules of taste as they have accustomed themselves to tolerate, if not to admire, in their sacred books. But then it might no doubt be objected that books of such a character hardly deserve the honor of being translated into English, and that the sooner they are forgotten, the better. Such opinions have of late been freely expressed by some eminent writers, and supported by arguments worthy of the Caliph Omar himself. In these days of anthropological research, when no custom is too disgusting to be recorded, no rules of intermarriage too complicated to be disentangled, it may seem strange that the few genuine relics of ancient religion which, as by a miracle, have been preserved to us, should thus have been judged from a purely aesthetic, and not from an historical point of view. There was some excuse for this in the days of Sir William Jones and Colebrooke. The latter, as is well known, considered the Vedas as too voluminous for a complete translation of the whole, adding that, what they contained would hardly reward the labor of the reader, much less that of the translator too. The former went still further in the condemnation which he pronounced on Enkidu-Dupuran's translation of the Zendavesta. Sir W. Jones, we must remember, was not only a scholar, but also a man of taste, and the man of taste sometimes gained a victory over the scholar. His controversy with Enkidu-Dupuran, the discoverer of the Zendavesta, is well known. It was carried on by Sir W. Jones apparently with great success, and yet in the end the victor has proved to be the vanquished. It was easy, no doubt, to pick out from Enkidu-Dupuran's translation of the sacred writings of Zoroaster hundreds of passages which were or seemed to be utterly unmeaning or absurd. This arose partly, but partly only, from the imperfections of the translation. Much, however, of what Sir W. Jones represented as ridiculous, and therefore unworthy of Zoroaster, and therefore unworthy of being translated, forms an integral part of the sacred code of the Zoroastrians. Sir W. Jones smiles at those who think obscurity sublime and venerable, like that of ancient cloisters and temples, shedding, as Milton expresses it, a dim religious light. 3. On Possidate Deja, he writes in his letter addressed to Enkidu-Dupuran, and composed in very good and sparkling French, plusieurs traits attribués à Zardusht ou Zarathustre, traduits en persan moderne. De prétendues conférences de ces législateurs avec Ormazd, de prières, de dogmes, de lois religieuses. Quelques savants, que ont lu ces traductions, nous ont assuré que les originaux étaient de la plus haute antiquité, parce qu'ils renfermaient beaucoup de platitudes, de bévues, et de contradictions, mais nous avons conclu par les mêmes raisons. Qu'ils étaient très modernes, ou bien qu'ils n'étaient pas d'un homme d'esprit, et d'un philosophe, tel que Zoroaster est peint par nos historiens. Votre nouvelle traduction, monsieur, nous confirme dans ce jugement, tout le collège de Guibers aurait beau nous l'assure. Nous n'y croirons jamais que le charlatan le moins habile ait pu écrire les fidèses dont vos deux derniers volumes sont remplis for. He at last sums up his argument in the following words: O Zoroaster n'avait pas le sens commun, ou il n'écrivait pas le livre que vous lui attribuez, s'il n'avait pas le sens commun il fallait le laisser dans la foulée, et dans l'obscurité. S'il n'écrivait pas ce livre il était impudent de le publier sous son nom. Ainsi, vous avez insulte le gout du public en lui présentant de sottises, vous l'avez trompé en lui donnant de faussettes, et de chaque côté vous méritez son mépris. 5. This alternative holds good no longer. The sacred code of Zoroaster or of any other of the founders of religions may appear to us to be full of absurdities, or may in fact really be so, and it may yet be the duty of the scholar to publish, to translate, and carefully to examine those codes as memorials of the past, as the only trustworthy documents in which to study the growth and decay of religion. It does not answer to say that if Zoroaster was what we believe him to have been, a wise man, in our sense of the word, he could not have written the rubbish which we find in the Avesta. If we are once satisfied that the text of the Avesta, or the Veda, or the Tripitaka is old and genuine, and that this text formed the foundation on which, during many centuries, the religious belief of millions of human beings was based, it becomes our duty, both as historians and philosophers, to study these books, to try to understand how they could have arisen, and how they could have exercised for ages an influence over human beings who in all other respects were not inferior to ourselves, nay, whom we are accustomed to look up to on many points as patterns of wisdom, of virtue, and of taste. The facts, such as they are, must be faced, if the study of the ancient religions of the world is ever to assume a really historical character. And having myself grudged no praise to what to my mind is really beautiful or sublime in the early revelations of religious truth, I feel the less hesitation in fulfilling the duty of the true scholar, and placing before historians and philosophers accurate, complete, and unembellished versions of some of the sacred books of the East. Such versions alone will enable them to form a true and just estimate of the real development of early religious thought, so far as we can still gain a sight of it in literary records to which the highest human or even divine authority has been ascribed by the followers of the great religions of antiquity. It often requires an effort to spoil a beautiful sentence by a few words which might so easily be suppressed, but which are there in the original, and must be taken into account quite as much as the pointed ears in the beautiful faun of the capital. We want to know the ancient religions such as they really were, not such as we wish they should have been. We want to know, not their wisdom only, but their folly also. And while we must learn to look up to their highest points where they seem to rise nearer to heaven than anything we were acquainted with before, we must not shrink from looking down into their stony tracts, their dark abysses, their muddy moraines, in order to comprehend both the height and the depth of the human mind in its searchings after the infinite. I can answer for myself and for those who have worked with me, that our translations are truthful, that we have suppressed nothing, that we have varnished nothing, however hard it seems sometimes even to write it down. There is only one exception. There are in ancient books, and particularly in religious books, frequent allusions to the sexual aspects of nature, which, though perfectly harmless and innocent in themselves, cannot be rendered in modern language without the appearance of coarseness. We may regret that it should be so, but tradition is too strong on this point, and I have therefore felt obliged to leave certain passages untranslated, and to give the original, when necessary, in a note. But this has been done in extreme cases only, and many things which we should feel inclined to suppress have been left in all their outspoken simplicity, because those who want to study ancient man, must learn to study him as he really was. An animal, with all the strength and weaknesses of an animal, though an animal that was to rise above himself, and in the end discover his true self, after many struggles and many defeats. After this first caution, which I thought was due to those who might expect to find in these volumes nothing but gems, I feel I owe another to those who may approach these translations under the impression that they have only to read them in order to gain an insight into the nature and character of the religions of mankind. There are philosophers who have accustomed themselves to look upon religions as things that can be studied as they study the manners and customs of savage tribes, by glancing at the entertaining accounts of travelers or missionaries, and then classing each religion under such wide categories as fetishism, polytheism, monotheism, and the rest. That is not the case. Translations can do much, but they can never take the place of the originals, and if the originals require not only to be read, but to be read again and again, translations of sacred books require to be studied with much greater care, before we can hope to gain a real understanding of the intentions of their authors or venture on general assertions. Such general assertions, if once made, are difficult to extirpate. It has been stated, for instance, that the religious notion of sin is wanting altogether in the hymns of the Rig Veda, and some important conclusions have been based on this supposed fact. Yet the gradual growth of the concept of guilt is one of the most interesting lessons which certain passages of these ancient hymns can teach us. 6. It has been asserted that in the Rigveda Agni, fire, was adored essentially as earthly sacrificial fire, and not as an elemental force. How greatly such an assertion has to be qualified, may be seen from a more careful examination of the translations of the Vedic hymns now accessible. 7. In many parts of the Avesta fire is no doubt spoken of with great reverence, but those who speak of the Zoroastrians as fire worshippers, should know that the true followers of Zoroaster abhor that very name. Again, there are certainly many passages in the Vedic writings which prohibit the promiscuous communication of the Veda, but those who maintain that the Brahmins, like Roman Catholic priests, keep their sacred books from the people, must have forgotten the many passages in the Brahmanas, the Sutras, and even in the laws of Manu, where the duty of learning the Veda by heart is inculcated for every Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, that is, for every man except a Sudra. These are a few specimens only to show how dangerous it is to generalize even where there exist complete translations of certain sacred books. It is far easier to misapprehend, or even totally to misunderstand, a translation than the original. And it should not be supposed, because a sentence or a whole chapter seems at first sight unintelligible in a translation, that therefore they are indeed devoid of all meaning. What can be more perplexing than the beginning of the Khandogya-Upanishad? Let a man meditate, we read, or, as others translate it, let a man worship the syllable Om. It may seem impossible at first sight to elicit any definite meaning from these words and from much that follows after. But it would be a mistake, nevertheless, to conclude that we have here vox id praeterea nihil. Meditation on the syllable Om consisted in a long continued repetition of that syllable with a view of drawing the thoughts away from all other subjects, and thus concentrating them on some higher object of thought of which that syllable was made to be the symbol. This concentration of thought, ekagrata or one-pointedness, as the Hindus called it, is something to us almost unknown. Our minds are like kaleidoscopes of thoughts in constant motion. And to shut our mental eyes to everything else, while dwelling on one thought only, has become to most of us almost as impossible as to apprehend one musical note without harmonics. With the life we are leading now, with telegrams, letters, newspapers, reviews, pamphlets, and books ever breaking in upon us, it has become impossible, or almost impossible, ever to arrive at that intensity of thought which the Hindus meant by ekagrata, and the attainment of which was to them the indispensable condition of all philosophical and religious speculation. The loss may not be altogether on our side, yet a loss it is, and if we see the Hindus, even in their comparatively monotonous life, adopting all kinds of contrivances in order to assist them in drawing away their thoughts from all disturbing impressions and to fix them on one subject only, we must not be satisfied with smiling at their simplicity, but try to appreciate the object they had in view. When by means of repeating the syllable Om, which originally seems to have meant that, or yes, they had arrived at a certain degree of mental tranquility, the question arose what was meant by this Om. And to this question the most various answers were given, according as the mind was to be led up to higher and higher objects. Thus in one passage we are told at first that Om is the beginning of the Veda, or, as we have to deal with an Upanishad of the Samaveda, the beginning of the Samaveda, so that he who meditates on Om may be supposed to be meditating on the whole of the Samaveda. But that is not enough. Om is said to be the essence of the Samaveda, which, being almost entirely taken from the Rig Veda, may itself be called the essence of the Rig Veda. And more than that. The Rig Veda stands for all speech, the Samaveda for all breath or life, so that Om may be conceived again as the symbol of all speech and all life. Om thus becomes the name, not only of all our physical and mental powers, but especially of the living principle, the prana or spirit. This is explained by the parable in the 2nd chapter, while in the 3rd chapter, that spirit within us is identified with the spirit in the sun. He therefore who meditates on Om, meditates on the spirit in man as identical with the spirit in nature, or in the sun. And thus the lesson that is meant to be taught in the beginning of the Khandogya-Upanishad is really this, that none of the Vedas with their sacrifices and ceremonies could ever secure the salvation of the worshipper, i.e., that sacred works, performed according to the rules of the Vedas, are of no avail in the end, but that meditation on Om alone, or that knowledge of what is meant by Om alone, can procure true salvation, or true immortality. Thus the pupil is led on step by step to what is the highest object of the Upanishads, viz. the recognition of the self in man as identical with the highest self or Brahman. The lessons which are to lead up to that highest conception of the universe, both subjective and objective, are no doubt mixed up with much that is superstitious and absurd, still the main object is never lost sight of. Thus, when we come to the 8th chapter, the discussion, though it begins with Om or the Ujjhata, ends with the question of the origin of the world. And though the final answer, namely, that Om means ether, akasa, and that ether is the origin of all things, may still sound to us more physical than metaphysical, still the description given of ether or akasa shows that more is meant by it than the physical ether, and that ether is in fact one of the earlier and less perfect names of the infinite, of Brahman, the universal self. This, at least, is the lesson which the Brahmins themselves read in this chapter 8. And if we look at the ancient language of the Upanishads as representing mere attempts at finding expression for what their language could hardly express as yet, we shall, I think, be less inclined to disagree with the interpretation put on those ancient oracles by the later Vedanta philosophers 9, or, at all events, we shall hesitate before we reject what is difficult to interpret, as altogether devoid of meaning. This is but one instance to show that even behind the fantastic and whimsical phraseology of the sacred writings of the Hindus and other Eastern nations, there may be sometimes aspirations after truth which deserve careful consideration from the student of the psychological development and the historical growth of early religious thought, and that after careful sifting, treasures may be found in what at first we may feel inclined to throw away as utterly worthless. And now I come to the third caution. Let it not be supposed that a text, 3,000 years old, or, even if of more modern date, still widely distant from our own sphere of thought, can be translated in the same manner as a book written a few years ago in French or German. Those who know French and German well enough, know how difficult, nay, how impossible it is, to render justice to certain touches of genius which the true artist knows how to give to a sentence. Many poets have translated Heine into English or Tennyson into German, many painters have copied the Madonna di San Sisto or the so-called portrait of Beatrice Cenci. But the greater the excellence of these translators, the more frank has been their avowal, that the original is beyond their reach. And what is a translation of modern German into modern English compared with a translation of ancient Sanskrit or Zend or Chinese into any modern language? It is an undertaking which, from its very nature, admits of the most partial success only, and a more intimate knowledge of the ancient language, so far from facilitating the task of the translator, renders it only more hopeless. Modern words are round, ancient words are square, and we may as well hope to solve the quadrature of the circle, as to express adequately the ancient thoughts of the Veda in modern English. We must not expect therefore that a translation of the sacred books of the ancients can ever be more than an approximation of our language to theirs, of our thoughts to theirs. The translator, however, if he has once gained the conviction that it is impossible to translate old thought into modern speech, without doing some violence either to the one or to the other, will hardly hesitate in his choice between two evils. He will prefer to do some violence to language rather than to misrepresent old thoughts by clothing them in words which do not fit them. If therefore the reader finds some of these translations rather rugged, if he meets with expressions which sound foreign, with combinations of nouns and adjectives such as he has never seen before, with sentences that seem too long or too abrupt, let him feel sure that the translator has had to deal with a choice of evils, and that when the choice lay between sacrificing idiom or truth, he has chosen the smaller evil of the two. I do not claim, of course, either for myself or for my fellow workers, that we have always sacrificed as little as was possible of truth or idiom, and that here and there a happier rendering of certain passages may not be suggested by those who come after us. I only wish to warn the reader once more not to expect too much from a translation, and to bear in mind that, easy as it might be to render word by word, it is difficult, sometimes impossible, to render thought by thought. I shall give one instance only from my own translation of the Upanishads. One of the most important words in the ancient philosophy of the Brahmins is Atman, Nam. Sing. Atma. It is rendered in our dictionaries by breath, soul, the principle of life and sensation, the individual soul, the self, the abstract individual, self, oneself, the reflexive pronoun, the natural temperament or disposition, essence, nature. Character, peculiarity, the person or the whole body, the understanding, intellect, the mind, the faculty of thought and reason, the thinking faculty, the highest principle of life, Brahma, the supreme deity or soul of the universe, care. Effort, pains, firmness, the sun, fire, wind, air, a sun. This will give classical scholars an idea of the chaotic state from which, thanks to the excellent work done by Boetlink, Roth, and others, Sanskrit lexicology is only just emerging. Some of the meanings here mentioned ought certainly not to be ascribed to Atman. It never means, for instance, the understanding, nor could it ever by itself be translated by sun, fire, wind, air, pains or firmness. But after deducting such surplusage, there still remains a large variety of meanings which may, under certain circumstances, be ascribed to Atman. When Atman occurs in philosophical treatises, such as the Upanishads and the Vedanta system which is based on them, it has generally been translated by soul, mind, or spirit. I tried myself to use one or other of these words, but the oftener I employed them, the more I felt their inadequacy, and was driven at last to adopt self and self as the least liable to misunderstanding. No doubt in many passages it sounds strange in English to use self, and in the plural selves instead of selves. But that very strangeness is useful, for while such words as soul and mind and spirit pass over us unrealized, self and selves will always ruffle the surface of the mind, and stir up some reflection in the reader. In English to speak even of the I and the non-I, was till lately considered harsh, it may still be called a foreign philosophical idiom. In German the ich and nicht ich have, since the time of Fichte, become recognized, and almost familiar, not only as philosophical terms, but as legitimate expressions in the literary language of the day. But while the ich with Fichte expressed the highest abstraction of personal existence, the corresponding word in Sanskrit, the aham or ahakra, was always looked upon as a secondary development only and as by no means free from all purely phenomenal ingredients. Beyond the aham or ego, with all its accidents and limitations, such as sex, sense, language, country, and religion, the ancient sages of India perceived, from a very early time, the Atman or the self, independent of all such accidents. The individual Atman or self, however, was with the Brahmins a phase or phenomenal modification only of the highest self, and that highest self was to them the last point which could be reached by philosophical speculation. It was to them what in other systems of philosophy has been called by various names, Tao Nu, the divine, the absolute. The highest aim of all thought and study with the Brahman of the Upanishads was to recognize his own self as a mere limited reflection of the highest self, to know his self in the highest self, and through that knowledge to return to it, and regain his identity with it. Here to know was to know the Atman was to be the Atman, and the reward of that highest knowledge after death was freedom from new births, or immortality. That highest self which had become to the ancient Brahmins the goal of all their mental efforts, was looked upon at the same time as the starting point of all phenomenal existence, the root of the world. The only thing that could truly be said to be real and true. As the root of all that exists, the Atman was identified with the Brahman, which in Sanskrit is both masculine and neuter, and with the Sat, which is neuter only, that which is, or Satya, the true, the real. It alone exists in the beginning and forever, it has no second. Whatever else is said to exist, derives its real being from the Saturday. How the one Sat became many, how what we call the creation, what they call emanation, Pyro-Omicron Delta-Omicron, constantly proceeds and returns to it, has been explained in various more or less fanciful ways by ancient prophets and poets. But what they all agree in is this, that the whole creation, the visible and invisible world, all plants, all animals, all men are due to the one Sat, are upheld by it, and will return to it. If we translate Atman by soul, mind, or spirit, we commit, first of all, that fundamental mistake of using words which may be predicated, in place of a word which is a subject only, and can never become a predicate. We may say in English that man possesses a soul, that a man is out of his mind, that man has or even that man is a spirit, but we could never predicate Atman, or self, of anything else. Spirit, if it means breath or life. Mind, if it means the organ of perception and conception. Soul, if, like Chaitanya, it means intelligence in general. All these may be predicated of the Atman, as manifested in the phenomenal world. But they are never subjects in the sense in which the Atman is, they have no independent being, apart from Atman. Thus to translate the beginning of the Aitareya-Upanishad, Atma va idam eka avagra asit, by, this, world, verily was before, the creation of the world, soul alone, roar. Or, originally this, universe, was indeed soul only, Colebrooke, would give us a totally false idea. M. Regnaud in his Matériaux pour servir à l'histoire de la philosophie de l'Inde, Volume 2, p. 24, has evidently felt this, and has kept the word Atman untranslated, au commencement cet univers n'était qu'l Atman. But while in French it would seem impossible to find any equivalent for Atman, I have ventured to translate in English, as I should have done in German, verily, in the beginning all this was self, one only. Thus again when we read in Sanskrit, know the self by the self, Atmanam Atmanapasya, tempting as it may seem, it would be entirely wrong to render it by the Greek gamma theta iota sigma epsilon alpha upsilon tau nu. The Brahman called upon his young pupil to know not himself, but his self, that is, to know his individual self as a merely temporary reflex of the eternal self. Were we to translate this so-called Atmavidya, this self-knowledge, by knowledge of the soul, we should not be altogether wrong, but we should nevertheless lose all that distinguishes Indian from Greek thought. It may not be good English to say to know his self, still less to know ourselves, but it would be bad Sanskrit to say to know himself, to know ourselves. Or, at all events, such a rendering would deprive us of the greatest advantage in the study of Indian philosophy, the opportunity of seeing in how many different ways man has tried to solve the riddles of the world and of his soul. I have thought it best therefore to keep as close as possible to the Sanskrit original, and where I could not find an adequate term in English, I have often retained the Sanskrit word rather than use a misleading substitute in English. It is impossible, for instance, to find an English equivalent for so simple a word as sat, tau nu. We cannot render the Greek tau nu and tau mu nu by being or not being, for both are abstract nouns. Nor by the being, for this would almost always convey a wrong impression. In German it is easy to distinguish between das Sein, i.e. being, in the abstract, and das Seiend, tau nu. In the same way the Sanskrit sat can easily be rendered in Greek by tau nu, in German by das Seiend, but in English, unless we say that which is, we are driven to retain the original Saturday. From this sat was derived in Sanskrit satya, meaning originally, endowed with being, then, true. This is an adjective, but the same word, as a neuter, is also used in the sense of truth, as an abstract. And in translating it is very necessary always to distinguish between satyam, the true, frequently the same as sat, tau nu, and satyam, truth, veracity. One example will suffice to show how much the clearness of a translation depends on the right rendering of such words as Atman, sat, and satyam. In a dialogue between Attalaka and his son Svetaketu, in which the father tries to open his son's mind, and to make him see man's true relation to the highest self, Khandogya-Upanishad 6. The father first explains how the sat produced what we should call the three elements 10, viz. Fire, water, and earth, which he calls heat, water, and food. Having produced them, 6, 2, 4, the sat entered into them, but not with its real nature, but only with its living self, 6, 3, which is a reflection, abhasamatram, of the real sat, as the sun in the water is a reflection of the real sun. By this apparent union of the sat with the three elements, every form, rupa, and every name, Naman, in the world was produced. And therefore he who knows the three elements is supposed to know everything in this world, nearly in the same manner in which the Greeks imagined that through a knowledge of the elements everything else became known. 6, for 7. The same three elements are shown to be also the constituent elements of man. 6, 5. Food or the earthy element is supposed to produce not only flesh, but also mind, water, not only blood, but also breath, heat, not only bone, but also speech. This is more or less fanciful. The important point, however, is this, that, from the Brahmanic point of view, breath, speech, and mind are purely elemental, or external instruments, and require the support of the living self, the Givatman, before they can act. Having explained how the sat produces progressively heat, how heat leads to water, water to earth, and how, by a peculiar mixture of the three, speech, breath, and mind are produced, the teacher afterwards shows how in death speech returns to mind, mind to breath, breath to heat, and heat to the sat. 6, 8, 6. This sat, the root of everything, is called Paradevata, the highest deity, not in the ordinary sense of the word deity, but as expressing the highest abstraction of the human mind. We must therefore translate it by the highest being, in the same manner as we translate Devata, when applied to heat, water, and earth, not by deity, but by substance or element. The same sat, as the root or highest essence of all material existence, is called Animan, from anu, small, subtle, infinitesimal, atom. It is an abstract word, and I have translated it by subtle essence. The father then goes on explaining in various ways that this sat is underlying all existence, and that we must learn to recognize it as the root, not only of all the objective, but likewise of our own subjective existence. Bring the fruit of a Nyagroda tree, he says, break it, and what do you find? The seeds, the son replies, almost infinitesimal. Break one of them, and tell me what you see. Nothing, the son replies. Then the father continues, my son, that subtle essence which you do not see there, of that very essence this great Nyagroda tree exists. After that follows this sentence, Etadatmyam idam sarvam, tat satyam, sa atma, tat tvam aci svetakitu. This sentence has been rendered by Rajendra Maitra in the following way, all this universe has the supreme deity for its life. That deity is truth. He is the universal soul. Thou art he, O Svetakitu 11. This translation is quite correct, as far as the words go, but I doubt whether we can connect any definite thoughts with these words. In spite of the division adopted in the text, I believe it will be necessary to join this sentence with the last words of the preceding paragraph. This is clear from the commentary, and from later paragraphs, where this sentence is repeated, 6, 9, 4, and k. The division in the printed text, 6, 8, 6, is wrong, and 6, 8, 7 should begin with Esaya Esho Nima, i.e. that which is the subtle essence. The question then is, what is further to be said about this subtle essence? I have ventured to translate the passage in the following way. That which is the subtle essence, the sat, the root of everything, in it all that exists has itself, or more literally, its selfhood. It is the true, not the truth in the abstract, but that which truly and really exists. It is the self, i.e. the sat is what is called the self of everything. 12. Lastly, he sums up, and tells Svetakita that, not only the whole world, but he too himself is that self, that satya, that Saturday. No doubt this translation sounds strange to English ears, but as the thoughts contained in the Upanishads are strange, it would be wrong to smooth down their strangeness by clothing them in language familiar to us, which, because it is familiar, will fail to startle us, and because it fails to startle us, will fail also to set us thinking. To know oneself to be the sat, to know that all that is real and eternal in us is the sat, that all came from it and will, through knowledge, return to it, requires an independent effort of speculative thought. We must realize, as well as we can, the thoughts of the ancient rishis, before we can hope to translate them. It is not enough simply to read the half-religious, half-philosophical utterances which we find in the sacred books of the East and to say that they are strange, or obscure, or mystic. Plato is strange, till we know him. Berkeley is mystic, till for a time we have identified ourselves with him. So it is with these ancient sages, who have become the founders of the great religions of antiquity. They can never be judged from without, they must be judged from within. We need not become Brahmins or Buddhists or Tasha altogether, but we must for a time, if we wish to understand, and still more, if we are bold enough to undertake to translate their doctrines. Whoever shrinks from that effort, will see hardly anything in these sacred books or their translations but matter to wonder at or to laugh at, possibly something to make him thankful that he is not as other men. But to the patient reader these same books will, in spite of many drawbacks, open a new view of the history of the human race, of that one race to which we all belong, with all the fibers of our flesh, with all the fears and hopes of our soul. We cannot separate ourselves from those who believed in these sacred books. There is no specific difference between ourselves and the Brahmins, the Buddhists, the Zoroastrians, or the Tasha. Our powers of perceiving, of reasoning, and of believing may be more highly developed, but we cannot claim the possession of any verifying power or of any power of belief which they did not possess as well. Shall we say then that they were forsaken of God, while we are his chosen people? God forbid. There is much, no doubt, in their sacred books which we should tolerate no longer, though we must not forget that there are portions in our own sacred books, too, which many of us would wish to be absent, which, from the earliest ages of Christianity, have been regretted by theologians of undoubted piety, and which often prove a stumbling block to those who have been won over by our missionaries to the simple faith of Christ. But that is not the question. The question is, whether there is or whether there is not, hidden in every one of the sacred books, something that could lift up the human heart from this earth to a higher world. Something that could make man feel the omnipresence of a higher power, something that could make him shrink from evil and incline to good, something to sustain him in the short journey through life, with its bright moments of happiness, and its long hours of terrible distress. If some of those who read and mark these translations learn how to discover some such precious grains in the sacred books of other nations, though hidden under heaps of rubbish, our labor will not have been in vain. For there is no lesson which at the present time seems more important than to learn that in every religion there are such precious grains. That we must draw in every religion a broad distinction between what is essential and what is not, between the eternal and the temporary, between the divine and the human. And that though the non-essential may fill many volumes, the essential can often be comprehended in a few words, but words on which hang all the law and the prophets. Program of a translation of the sacred books of the East. I here subjoin the program in which I first put forward the idea of a translation of the sacred books of the East, and through which I invited the cooperation of Oriental scholars in this undertaking. The difficulty of finding translators, both willing and competent to take a part in it, proved far greater than I had anticipated. Even when I had secured the assistance of a number of excellent scholars, and had received their promises of prompt cooperation, illness, domestic affliction, and even death asserted their control over all human affairs. Professor Childers, who had shown the warmest interest in our work, and on whom I chiefly depended for the Pali literature of the Buddhists, was taken from us, an irreparable loss to Oriental scholarship in general, and to our undertaking in particular. Among native scholars, whose cooperation I had been particularly desired to secure, Rajendralal Maitra, who had promised a translation of the Vayu Purana, was prevented by serious illness from fulfilling his engagement. In other cases sorrow and sickness have caused, at all events, serious delay in the translation of the very books which were to have inaugurated this series. However, new offers of assistance have come, and I hope that more may still come from Oriental scholars both in India and England, so that the limit of time which had been originally assigned to the publication of 24 volumes may not, I hope, be much exceeded. Apart from the interest which the sacred books of all religions possess in the eyes of the theologian, and, more particularly, of the missionary, to whom an accurate knowledge of them is as indispensable as a knowledge of the enemy's country is to a general, these works have of late assumed a new importance, as viewed in the character of ancient historical documents. In every country where sacred books have been preserved, whether by oral tradition or by writing, they are the oldest records, and mark the beginning of what may be called documentary, in opposition to purely traditional, history. There is nothing more ancient in India than the Vedas. And, if we accept the Vedas and the literature connected with them, there is again no literary work in India which, so far as we know at present, can with certainty be referred to an earlier date than that of the sacred canon of the Buddhists. Whatever age we may assign to the various portions of the Avesta and to their final arrangement, there is no book in the Persian language of greater antiquity than the sacred books of the followers of Zarathustra, nay, even than their translation in Pahlavi. There may have been an extensive ancient literature in China long before Kung Fu-zi and Lao-zi, but among all that was rescued and preserved of it, the 5 King and the 4 Shu claim again the highest antiquity. As to the Quran, it is known to be the fountainhead both of the religion and of the literature of the Arabs. This being the case, it was but natural that the attention of the historian should of late have been more strongly attracted by these sacred books, as likely to afford most valuable information, not only on the religion, but also on the moral sentiments, the social institutions, the legal maxims of some of the most important nations of antiquity. There are not many nations that have preserved sacred writings, and many of those that have been preserved have but lately become accessible to us in their original form, through the rapid advance of Oriental scholarship in Europe. Neither Greeks, nor Romans, nor Germans, nor Celts, nor slaves have left us anything that deserves the name of sacred books. The Homeric poems are national epics, like the Ramayana, and the Nibelung. And the Homeric hymns have never received that general recognition or sanction which alone can impart to the poetical effusions of personal piety the sacred or canonical character which is the distinguishing feature of the Vedic hymns. The sacred literature of the early inhabitants of Italy seems to have been of a liturgical rather than of a purely religious kind, and whatever the Celts, the Germans, the slaves may have possessed of sacred traditions about their gods and heroes, having been handed down by oral tradition chiefly, has perished beyond all hope of recovery. Some portions of the Eddas alone give us an idea of what the religious and heroic poetry of the Scandinavians may have been. The Egyptians possessed sacred books, and some of them, such as the Book of the Dead, have come down to us in various forms. There is a translation of the Book of the Dead by Dr. Birch, published in the 5th volume of Bunsen's Egypt, and a new edition and translation of this important work may be expected from the combined labors of Birch, Chabas, Lepsius, and Neville, in Babylon and Assyria, too. Important fragments of what may be called a sacred literature have lately come to light. The interpretation, however, of these hieroglyphic and cuneiform texts is as yet so difficult that, for the present, they are of interest to the scholar only, and hardly available for historical purposes. Leaving out of consideration the Jewish and Christian scriptures, it appears that the only great and original religions which profess to be founded on sacred books 13, and have preserved them in manuscript, are 1. The religion of the Brahmins. 2. The religion of the followers of Buddha. 3. The religion of the followers of Zarathustra. 4. The religion of the followers of Kung Fu-zi. 5. The religion of the followers of Lao-zi. 6. The religion of the followers of Muhammad. A desire for a trustworthy translation of the sacred books of these 6 Eastern religions has often been expressed. Several have been translated into English, French, German, or Latin, but in some cases these translations are difficult to procure, in others they are loaded with notes and commentaries, which are intended for students by profession only. Oriental scholars have been blamed for not having as yet supplied a want so generally felt, and so frequently expressed, as a complete, trustworthy, and readable translation of the principal sacred books of the Eastern religions. The reasons, however, why hitherto they have shrunk from such an undertaking are clear enough. The difficulties in many cases of giving complete translations, and not selections only, are very great. There is still much work to be done in a critical restoration of the original texts, in an examination of their grammar and meters, and in determining the exact meaning of many words and passages. That kind of work is naturally far more attractive to scholars than a mere translation, particularly when they cannot but feel that, with the progress of our knowledge, many a passage which now seems clear and easy, may, on being re-examined, assume a new import. Thus while scholars who are most competent to undertake a translation, prefer to devote their time to more special researches, the work of a complete translation is deferred to the future. And historians are left under the impression that Oriental scholarship is still in so unsatisfactory a state as to make any reliance on translations of the Veda, the Avesta, or the Tao Te King extremely hazardous. It is clear, therefore, that a translation of the principal sacred books of the East can be carried out only at a certain sacrifice. Scholars must leave for a time their own special researches in order to render the general results already obtained accessible to the public at large. And even then, really useful results can be achieved viribus unitis only. If 4 of the best Egyptologists have to combine in order to produce a satisfactory edition and translation of one of the sacred books of ancient Egypt, a much larger number of Oriental scholars will be required for translating the sacred books of the Brahmins, the Buddhists, the Zoroastrians, the followers of Confucius, Laozi, and Muhammad. Lastly, there was the most serious difficulty of all, a difficulty which no scholar could remove, viz. the difficulty of finding the funds necessary for carrying out so large an undertaking. No doubt there exists at present a very keen interest in questions connected with the origin, the growth, and decay of religion. But much of that interest is theoretic rather than historical. How people might or could or should have elaborated religious ideas, is a topic most warmly discussed among psychologists and theologians, but a study of the documents, in which alone the actual growth of religious thought can be traced, is much neglected. A faithful, unvarnished prose translation of the sacred books of India, Persia, China, and Arabia, though it may interest careful students, will never, I fear, excite a widespread interest, or command a circulation large enough to make it a matter of private enterprise and commercial speculation. No doubt there is much in these old books that is startling by its very simplicity and truth, much that is elevated and elevating, much that is beautiful and sublime. But people who have vague ideas of primeval wisdom and the splendor of Eastern poetry will soon find themselves grievously disappointed. It cannot be too strongly stated, that the chief, and, in many cases, the only interest of the sacred books of the East is historical, that much in them is extremely childish, tedious, if not repulsive. And that no one but the historian will be able to understand the important lessons which they teach. It would have been impossible to undertake a translation even of the most important only of the sacred books of the East, without the support of an academy or a university which recognizes the necessity of rendering these works more generally accessible, on the same grounds on which it recognizes the duty of collecting and exhibiting in museums the petrifactions of bygone ages, little concerned whether the public admires the beauty of fossilized plants and broken skeletons. As long as hard-working students find there some light for reading once more the darker pages in the history of the earth. Having been so fortunate as to secure that support, having also received promises of assistance from some of the best Oriental scholars in England and India, I hope I shall be able, after the necessary preparations are completed, to publish about 3 volumes of translations every year, selecting from the stores of the 6 so-called book religions those works which at present can be translated, and which are most likely to prove useful. All translations will be made from the original texts, and where good translations exist already, they will be carefully revised by competent scholars. Such is the bulk of the religious literature of the Brahmins and the Buddhists, that to attempt a complete translation would be far beyond the powers of one generation of scholars. Still, if the interest in the work itself should continue, there is no reason why this series of translations should not be carried on, even after those who commenced it shall have ceased from their labors. What I contemplate at present, and I am afraid at my time of life even this may seem too sanguine, is no more than a series of 24 volumes, the publication of which will probably extend over 8 years. In this series I hope to comprehend the following books, though I do not pledge myself to adhere strictly to this outline. 1. From among the sacred books of the Brahmins I hope to give a translation of the hymns of the Rig Veda. While I shall continue my translation of selected hymns of that Veda, a traduction raisonné which is intended for Sanskrit scholars only, on the same principles which I have followed in the first volume 14. Explaining every word and sentence that seems to require elucidation, and carefully examining the opinions of previous commentators, both native and European, I intend to contribute a freer translation of the hymns to this series. With a few explanatory notes only, such as are absolutely necessary to enable readers who are unacquainted with Sanskrit to understand the thoughts of the Vedic poets. The translation of perhaps another Samhita, one or two of the Brahmanas, or portions of them, will have to be included in our series, as well as the principal Upanishads, theosophic treatises of great interest and beauty. There is every prospect of an early appearance of a translation of the Bhagavad Gita, of the most important among the sacred law books, and of one at least of the Puranas. I should have wished to include a translation of some of the Gain books, of the Granth of the Sikhs, and of similar works illustrative of the later developments of religion in India, but there is hardly room for them at present. 2. The sacred books of the Buddhists will be translated chiefly from the two original collections, the southern in Pali, the northern in Sanskrit. Here the selection will, no doubt, be most difficult. Among the first books to be published will be, I hope, sutras from the Daya Nikaya, a part of the Vinaya Pitaka, the Dhammapada, the Divyavadana, the Lalita Vistara, or legendary life of Buddha. 3. The sacred books of the Zoroastrians lie within a smaller compass, but they will require fuller notes and commentaries in order to make a translation intelligible and useful. 4. The books which enjoy the highest authority with the followers of Kung Fu Zi are the King and the Shu. Of the former the Shu King or Book of History. The Odes of the Temple and the Altar, and other pieces illustrating the ancient religious views and practices of the Chinese, in the Shi King or Book of Poetry, the Yi King, the Li Qi, and the Xiao King or Classic of Filial Piety, will all be given, it is hoped, entire. Of the latter, the series will contain the Kung Yung or Doctrine of the Mean, the Ta Sayo or Great Learning. All Confucius utterances in the Luen Yu or Confucian Analects, which are of a religious nature, and refer to the principles of his moral system, and Meng Zi's doctrine of the goodness of human nature. 5. For the system of Lao Zi we require only a translation of the Tao Te King with some of its commentaries, and, it may be, an authoritative work to illustrate the actual operation of its principles. 6. For Islam, all that is essential is a trustworthy translation of the Quran. It will be my endeavor to divide the 24 volumes which are contemplated in this series as equally as possible among the 6 religions. But much must depend on the assistance which I receive from Oriental scholars, and also on the interest and the wishes of the public. F. Max Muller. Oxford, October, 1876. The following distinguished scholars, all of them occupying the foremost rank in their own special departments of Oriental literature, are at present engaged in preparing translations of some of the sacred books of the East: S. Beale, R.G. Bundarkar, G. Buehler, Burnell, E. B. Cowell, J. Darmesteter, T. W. Rhys-Davids, J. Egeling, V. Fossbull, H. Jacobi, J. Jolly, H. Kern, F. Keelhorn, J. Legg, H. Oldenburg, E. H. Palmer, R. Piskel, K. T. Telung, E. W. West. The works which for the present have been selected for translation are the following. I. Ancient Vedic Religion. Hymns of the Rig Veda. The Svetâsvatara-Brâhmana. The Upanishads. The Griya Sutras of Hiranyakasan and others. 2. Law books in prose. The Sutras of Apastamba, Gautama, Bodhayana, Vasishtha, Vishnu, and 3. Law books in verse. The Laws of Manu, Yagnavalkya, and 4. Later Brahmanism. The Bhagavad Gita. The Vayupurana. V. Buddhism. 1. Pali documents. The Mahaparinibbana Sutta, the Tavigga Sutta, the Mahasuddasana Sutta, the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta, the Satanapada, the Mahavagga, the Kulavagga, and the Padamaka. 2. Sanskrit documents. The Divyavadana and Sadharma Pundarika. 3. Chinese documents. The Fuyao King, or Life of Buddha. 4. Prakrit-Gyana documents. The Krga Sutra, Dasavikalika Sutra, Strakritka, and Uttaradhyayana Sutra. 6. Parsi religion. 1. Zen documents. The Vendidad. 2. Pahlavi and Parsi documents. The Bundahis, Baman Yasht, Shayast La Shayast, Dadistani Dini, Mainua Card. 7. Mohammedanism. The Quran. 8. Chinese religion. 1. Confucianism. The Shu King, Shi King, Xiao King, Yi King, Li Qi, Luan Yu, and Meng Zi. 2. Taoism. The Taote King, Kuang Zi, and Kening Fien. Transliteration of Oriental alphabets. The system of transcribing Oriental words with Roman types, adopted by the translators of the sacred books of the East, is, on the whole, the same which I first laid down in my proposals for a missionary alphabet, 1854, and which afterwards I shortly described in my lectures on the science of language, 2nd series, p. 169, 9th edition. That system allows of great freedom in its application to different languages, and has, therefore, recommended itself to many scholars, even if they had long been accustomed to use their own system of transliteration. It rests in fact on a few principles only, which may be applied to individual languages according to the views which each student has formed for himself of the character and the pronunciation of the vowels and consonants of any given alphabet. It does not differ essentially from the standard alphabet proposed by Professor Lepsius. It only endeavors to realize, by means of the ordinary types which are found in every printing office, what my learned friend has been enabled to achieve, it may be in a more perfect manner, by means of a number of new types with diacritical marks, cast expressly for him by the Berlin Academy. The general principles of what, on account of its easy application to all languages, I have called the missionary alphabet, are these. 1. No letters are to be used which do not exist in ordinary founts. 2. The same Roman type is always to represent the same foreign letter, and the same foreign letter is always to be represented by the same Roman type. 3. Simple letters are, as a rule, to be represented by simple, compound by compound types. 4. It is not attempted to indicate the pronunciation of foreign languages, but only to represent foreign letters by Roman types, leaving the pronunciation to be learnt, as it is now, from grammars or from conversation with natives. 5. The foundation of every system of transliteration must consist of a classification of the typical sounds of human speech. Such classification may be more or less perfect, more or less minute, according to the objects in view. For ordinary purposes the classification in vowels and consonants, and of consonants again in gutturals, dentals, and labials suffices. In these three classes we distinguish hard, not voiced, and sonant, voiced, consonants, each being liable to aspiration, nasals, sibilants, and semivowels, some of these also, being either voiced or not voiced. 6. After having settled the typical sounds, we assign to them, as much as possible, the ordinary Roman types of the first class. 7. We then arrange in every language which possesses a richer alphabet, all remaining letters, according to their affinities, as modifications of the nearest typical letters, or as letters of the second and third class. Thus linguals in Sanskrit are treated as nearest to dentals, palatals to gutturals. 8. The manner of expressing such modifications is uniform throughout. While all typical letters of the first class are expressed by Roman types, modified letters of the second class are expressed by italics, modified letters of the third class by small capitals. Only in extreme cases, where another class of modified types is wanted, are we compelled to have recourse either to diacritical marks, or to a different fount of types. 9. Which letters in each language are to be considered as primary, secondary, or tertiary may, to a certain extent, be left to the discretion of individual scholars. 10. As it has been found quite impossible to devise any practical alphabet that should accurately represent the pronunciation of words, the missionary alphabet, by not attempting to indicate minute shades of pronunciation. Has at all events the advantage of not misleading readers in their pronunciation of foreign words. An italic T, for instance, or a small capital T, serves simply as a warning that this is not the ordinary T, though it has some affinity with it. How it is to be pronounced must be learnt for each language, as it now is, from a grammar or otherwise. Thus T in Sanskrit is the lingual T. How that is to be pronounced, we must learn from the Pradesakvas, or from the mouth of a highly educated Srotriya. We shall then learn that its pronunciation is really that of what we call the ordinary dental T, as in town, while the ordinary dental T in Sanskrit has a pronunciation of its own, extremely difficult to acquire for Europeans. 11. Words or sentences which used to be printed in italics are spaced. Introduction to the Upanishads. First translation of the Upanishads. Dara Shukho, Enquetil Duparan, Schopenhauer. The ancient Vedic literature, the foundation of the whole literature of India, which has been handed down in that country in an unbroken succession from the earliest times within the recollection of man to the present day, became known for the first time beyond the frontiers of India through the Upanishads. The Upanishads were translated from Sanskrit into Persian by, or, it may be, for Dara Shukho, the eldest son of Shah Jahan, an enlightened prince, who openly professed the liberal religious tenets of the great Emperor Akbar, and even wrote a book intended to reconcile the religious doctrines of Hindus and Mohammedans. He seems first to have heard of the Upanishads during his stay in Kashmir in 1640. He afterwards invited several pundits from Benares to Delhi, who were to assist him in the work of translation. The translation was finished in 1657. 3 years after the accomplishment of this work, in 1659, the prince was put to death by his brother Aurangzeb 15, in reality, no doubt, because he was the eldest son and legitimate successor of Shah Jahan, but under the pretext that he was an infidel, and dangerous to the established religion of the empire. When the Upanishads had once been translated from Sanskrit into Persian, at that time the most widely read language of the East and understood likewise by many European scholars, they became generally accessible to all who took an interest in the religious literature of India. It is true that under Akbar's reign, 1556 to 1586, similar translations have been prepared 16, but neither those nor the translations of Dara Shukho attracted the attention of European scholars till the year 1775. In that year Enquetil Duparan, the famous traveller and discoverer of the Zendavesta, received 1 ms of the Persian translation of the Upanishads, sent to him by M. Gentil, the French resident at the court of Shuja-ud-Dawla, and brought to France by M. Bernier. After receiving another ms, Enquetil Duparan collated the two, and translated the Persian translation 17 into French, not published, and into Latin. That Latin translation was published in 1801 and 1802, under the title of Booknek hat, id est, secretum tegendum, opus ipsa in India rarissimum, continens antiquum et arcanum, seu theologicum et philosophicum doctrinum. E quatuor sacris indorum libris rac bide, jeger bide, sam bide, atherban bide excerptam. Ad verbum, e persico idiomate, Sancreticis vocabulus intermixto, in Latinum conversum, dissertationibus edi annotationibus de faciliora explanantibus, illustratum, studio et opera Enquetil Duparan, indicoplusti. Argentarati, types et impensis fratrum levralt, Volume 1, 1801, Volume 2, 1802-18. This translation, though it attracted considerable interest among scholars, was written in so utterly unintelligible a style, that it required the lynx-like perspicacity of an intrepid philosopher, such as Schopenhauer, to discover a thread through such a labyrinth. Schopenhauer, however, not only found and followed such a thread, but he had the courage to proclaim to an incredulous age the vast treasures of thought which were lying buried beneath that fearful jargon. As Enquetil Duparan's volumes have become scarce, I shall here give a short specimen of his translation, which corresponds to the first sentences of my translation of the Khandogya-Upanishad, p. 1 aum hoc verbum, esse, adkit ut siveris, sic tau mashguli fac, de co meditare, quod ipsum hoc verbum adquid est, propter illud quod hoc, verbum, aum, in sam bade, cum voci alta, cum harmonia pronunciatum fiat. Adquit poro cremer, optimum, selectissimum, est, quam admittum ex, prae, omni quieto, non moto, edi moto, pulvis, terra, cremer, optimum, est, edi, prae, terra aqua cremer est, edi ex aqua, commodendum, victus, cremer est. E commodendo, cum dens cremer est, cum dente, loquila, id quod dissiter, cremer est, edi loquila, iat tau omicron bade, edi ex iat, tau siam, id est, cum harmonia, pronunciatum, edi sam, tau adquit, cremer est. Id est, aum, voci alta, cum harmonia pronunciar, eacit, cremer cremerum, optimum optimorum, est major, ex, prae, adquit, cremer alter non est. Schopenhauer not only read this translation carefully, but he makes no secret of it, that his own philosophy is powerfully impregnated by the fundamental doctrines of the Upanishads. He dwells on it again and again, and it seems both fair to Schopenhauer's memory and highly important for a true appreciation of the philosophical value of the Upanishads. To put together what that vigorous thinker has written on those ancient rhapsodies of truth. In his Welt als will und voorstellen, he writes, in the preface to the first edition, p. 13. If the reader has also received the benefit of the Vedas, the access to which by means of the Upanishads is in my eyes the greatest privilege which this still young century, 1818, may claim before all previous centuries. For I anticipate that the influence of Sanskrit literature will not be less profound than the revival of Greek in the 14th century, if then the reader, I say, has received his initiation in primeval Indian wisdom, and received it with an open heart, he will be prepared in the very best way for hearing what I have to tell him. It will not sound to him strange, as to many others, much less disagreeable. For I might, if it did not sound conceited, contend that every one of the detached statements which constitute the Upanishads, may be deduced as a necessary result from the fundamental thoughts which I have to enunciate. Though those deductions themselves are by no means to be found there. And again 19. If I consider how difficult it is, even with the assistance of the best and carefully educated teachers, and with all the excellent philological appliances collected in the course of this century, to arrive at a really correct, accurate, and living understanding of Greek and Roman authors, whose language was after all the language of our own predecessors in Europe, and the mother of our own, while Sanskrit, on the contrary, was spoken thousands of years ago in distant India, and can be learnt only with appliances which are as yet very imperfect. If I add to this the impression which the translations of Sanskrit works by European scholars, with very few exceptions, produce on my mind, I cannot resist a certain suspicion that our Sanskrit scholars do not understand their texts much better than the higher class of schoolboys their Greek. Of course, as they are not boys, but men of knowledge and understanding, they put together, out of what they do understand, something like what the general meaning may have been, but much probably creeps in ex ingenio. It is still worse with the Chinese of our European sinologues. If then I consider, on the other hand, that Sultan Muhammad Darashukoh, the brother of Aurangzeb, was born and bred in India, was a learned, thoughtful, and inquiring man, and therefore probably understood his Sanskrit about as well as we our Latin, that moreover he was assisted by a number of the most learned pundits. All this together gives me at once a very high opinion of his translation of the Vedic Upanishads into Persian. If, besides this, I see with what profound and quite appropriate reverence Enquetil Duparan has treated that Persian translation, rendering it in Latin word by word, retaining, in spite of Latin grammar, the Persian syntax, and all the Sanskrit words which the Sultan himself had left untranslated, though explaining them in a glossary, I feel the most perfect confidence in reading that translation, and that confidence soon receives its most perfect justification. For how entirely does the Upanishad breathe throughout the Holy Spirit of the Vedas? How is every one who by a diligent study of its Persian Latin has become familiar with that incomparable book, stirred by that spirit to the very depth of his soul? How does every line display its firm, definite, and throughout harmonious meaning? From every sentence deep, original, and sublime thoughts arise, and the whole is pervaded by a high and holy and earnest spirit. Indian air surrounds us, and original thoughts of kindred spirits. And oh, how thoroughly is the mind here washed clean of all early engrafted Jewish superstitions, and of all philosophy that cringes before those superstitions. In the whole world there is no study, except that of the originals, so beneficial and so elevating as that of the Upanishad. It has been the solace of my life, it will be the solace of my death. Though 20 I feel the highest regard for the religious and philosophical works of Sanskrit literature, I have not been able to derive much pleasure from their poetical compositions. Nay, they seem to me sometimes as tasteless and monstrous as the sculpture of India. In 21 most of the pagan philosophical writers of the first Christian centuries we see the Jewish theism, which, as Christianity, was soon to become the faith of the people, shining through. Much as at present we may perceive shining through in the writings of the learned, the native pantheism of India, which is destined sooner or later to become the faith of the people. Ex orient lux. This may seem strong language, and, in some respects, too strong. But I thought it right to quote it here, because, whatever may be urged against Schopenhauer, he was a thoroughly honest thinker and honest speaker. And no one would suspect him of any predilection for what has been so readily called Indian mysticism. That Schelling and his school should use rapturous language about the Upanishads, might carry little weight with that large class of philosophers by whom everything beyond the clouds of their own horizon is labeled mysticism. But that Schopenhauer should have spoken of the Upanishads as products of the highest wisdom, Ausgeburt der höchsten Weisheit, 22, that he should have placed the pantheism there taught high above the pantheism of Bruno, Malebranche, Spinoza, and Scotus Erigena, as brought to light again at Oxford in 1681-23, may perhaps secure a more considerate reception for these relics of ancient wisdom than anything that I could say in their favor. Rammohun Roy. Greater, however, than the influence exercised on the philosophical thought of modern Europe, has been the impulse which these same Upanishads have imparted to the religious life of modern India. In about the same year, 1774 or 1775, when the first MS of the Persian translation of the Upanishads was received by Enkidu Duparan, Rammohun Roy 24 was born in India, the reformer and reviver of the ancient religion of the Brahmins. A man who in his youth could write a book against the idolatry of all religions. And who afterwards expressed in so many exact words his belief in the divine authority of Christ 25, was not likely to retain anything of the sacred literature of his own religion, unless he had perceived in it the same divine authority which he recognized in the teaching of Christ. He rejected the Puranas, he would not have been swayed in his convictions by the authority of the laws of Manu, or even by the sacredness of the Vedas. He was above all that. But he discovered in the Upanishads and in the so-called Vedanta something different from all the rest, something that ought not to be thrown away, something that, if rightly understood, might supply the right native soil in which alone the seeds of true religion, of true Christianity, might spring up again and prosper in India, as they had once sprung up and prospered from out the philosophies of Origen or Synesius. European scholars have often wondered that Rammohun Roy, in his defense of the Veda, should have put aside the Samhitas and the Brahmanas, and laid his finger on the Upanishads only, as the true kernel of the whole Veda. Historically, no doubt, he was wrong, for the Upanishads presuppose both the hymns and the liturgical books of the Veda. But as the ancient philosophers distinguished in the Veda between the Karmakanda and the Jnanakanda, between works and knowledge, as they themselves pointed to the learning of the sacred hymns and the performance of sacrifices as a preparation only for that enlightenment which was reserved as the highest reward for the faithful performance of all previous duties 26. Rammohun Roy, like Buddha and other enlightened men before him, perceived that the time for insisting on all that previous discipline with its minute prescriptions and superstitious observances was gone. While the knowledge conveyed in the Upanishads or the Vedanta, enveloped though it may be in strange coverings, should henceforth form the foundation of a new religious life 27. He would tolerate nothing idolatrous, not even in his mother, poor woman, who after joining his most bitter opponents, confessed to her son, before she set out on her last pilgrimage to Juggernaut, where she died, that he was right. But that she was a weak woman, and grown too old to give up the observances which were a comfort to her. It was not therefore from any regard of their antiquity or their sacred character that Rammohun Roy clung to the Upanishads, that he translated them into Bengali, Hindi, and English, and published them at his own expense. It was because he recognized in them seeds of eternal truth, and was bold enough to distinguish between what was essential in them and what was not, a distinction, as he often remarked with great perplexity, which Christian teachers seemed either unable or unwilling to make. 28. The death of that really great and good man during his stay in England in 1833, was one of the severest blows that have fallen on the prospects of India. But his work has not been in vain. Like a tree whose first shoot has been killed by one winter frost, it has broken out again in a number of new and more vigorous shoots, for whatever the outward differences may be between the Adi Brahmo Samaj of Debendranath Tagore, or the Brahmo Samaj of India of Keshub Chunder Sen, or the Sadharan Brahmo Samaj, the common root of them all is the work done, once for all, by Rammohun Roy. That work may have disappeared from sight for a time, and its present manifestations may seem to many observers who are too near, not very promising. But in one form or another, under one name or another, I feel convinced that work will live. In India, Schopenhauer writes, our religion will now and never strike root, the primitive wisdom of the human race will never be pushed aside there by the events of Galilee. On the contrary, Indian wisdom will flow back upon Europe, and produce a thorough change in our knowing and thinking. Here, again, the great philosopher seems to me to have allowed himself to be carried away too far by his enthusiasm for the less known. He is blind for the dark sides of the Upanishads, and he willfully shuts his eyes against the bright rays of eternal truth in the Gospels, which even Rammohun Roy was quick enough to perceive behind the mists and clouds of tradition that gather so quickly round the sunrise of every religion. Position of the Upanishads in Vedic literature. If now we ask what has been thought of the Upanishads by Sanskrit scholars or by Oriental scholars in general, it must be confessed that hitherto they have not received at their hands that treatment which in the eyes of philosophers and theologians they seem so fully to deserve. When the first enthusiasm for such works as Sakuntala and Gita Govinda had somewhat subsided, and Sanskrit scholars had recognized that a truly scholarlike study of Indian literature must begin with the beginning, the exclusively historical interest prevailed to so large an extent that the hymns of the Veda, the Brahmanas, and the Sutras absorbed all interest, while the Upanishads were put aside for a time as of doubtful antiquity, and therefore of minor importance. My real love for Sanskrit literature was first kindled by the Upanishads. It was in the year 1844, when attending Schelling's lectures at Berlin, that my attention was drawn to those ancient theosophic treatises, and I still possess my collations of the Sanskrit MSS, which had then just arrived at Berlin, the Chambers collection, and my copies of commentaries, and commentaries on commentaries, which I made at that time. Some of my translations which I left with Schelling, I have never been able to recover, though to judge from others which I still possess, the loss of them is of small consequence. Soon after leaving Berlin, when continuing my Sanskrit studies at Paris under Burnouf, I put aside the Upanishads, convinced that for a true appreciation of them it was necessary to study, first of all, the earlier periods of Vedic literature, as represented by the hymns and the Brahmanas of the Vedas. In returning, after more than 30 years, to these favorite studies, I find that my interest in them, though it has changed in character, has by no means diminished. It is true, no doubt, that the stratum of literature which contains the Upanishads is later than the Samhitas, and later than the Brahmanas, but the first germs of Upanishad doctrines go back at least as far as the Mantra period, which provisionally has been fixed between 1800 B.C. Conceptions corresponding to the general teaching of the Upanishads occur in certain hymns of the Rigveda Samhita, they must have existed therefore before that collection was finally closed. One hymn in the Samhita of the Rigveda, I. 191, was designated by Katyayana, the author of the Sarvanakramanika, as an Upanishad. Here, however, Upanishad means rather a secret charm than a philosophical doctrine. Verses of the hymns have often been incorporated in the Upanishads, and among the Upanishads translated into Persian by Dara Shuko we actually find the Purusha Sukta, the 90th hymn of the 10th book of the Rig Veda 29. Forming the greater portion of the Brihadâranyaka. In the Samhita of the Yagur Veda, however, in the Vagasaneyi-samhitâ-upanishad, we meet with a real Upanishad, the famous Isa or Isa-Upanishad, while the Siva-Sankalpa, too, forms part of its 34th book 30. In the Brahmanas several Upanishads occur, even in portions which are not classed as Aranyaka, as, for instance, the well-known Kena or Talavakâra-upanishad. The recognized place, however, for the ancient Upanishads is in the Aranyaka, or forest books, which, as a rule, form an appendix to the Brahmanas, but are sometimes included also under the general name of Brahmana. Brahmana, in fact, meaning originally the sayings of Brahmins, whether in the general sense of priests, or in the more special of Brahman priest, is a name applicable not only to the books, properly so called, but to all old prose traditions. Whether contained in the Samhitas, such as the Taittirîyaka-Samhita, the Brahmanas, the Aranyaka, the Upanishads, and even, in certain cases, in the Sutras. We shall see in the introduction to the Aitareya-Aranyaka, that Aranyaka is in the beginning of Brahmana, a mere continuation of the Aitareya-Brahmana, explaining the Mahavrata ceremony. While its last book contains the sutras or short technical rules explaining the same ceremony which in the first book had been treated in the style peculiar to the Brahmanas. In the same Aitareya-Aranyaka, 3:2-6, a passage of the Upanishad is spoken of as a Brahmana, possibly as something like a Brahmana, while something very like an Upanishad occurs in the Apastamba Sutras. And might be quoted therefore as a Sutra 31. At all events the Upanishads, like the Aranyaka, belong to what Hindu theologians call Sriti, or revealed literature, in opposition to Smriti, or traditional literature, which is supposed to be founded on the former. And allowed to claim a secondary authority only. And the earliest of these philosophical treatises will always, I believe, maintain a place in the literature of the world, among the most astounding productions of the human mind in any age and in any country. Different classes of Upanishads. The ancient Upanishads, i.e. those which occupy a place in the Samhitas, Brahmanas, and Aranyaka, must be, if we follow the chronology which at present is commonly, though, it may be, provisionally only, received by Sanskrit scholars, older than 600 BC, i.e. anterior to the rise of Buddhism. As to other Upanishads, and their number is very large, which either stand by themselves, or which are ascribed to the Atharva Veda, it is extremely difficult to fix their age. Some of them are, no doubt, quite modern, for mention is made even of an Ala Upanishad, but others may claim a far higher antiquity than is generally assigned to them on internal evidence. I shall only mention that the name of Atharvasairas, an Upanishad generally assigned to a very modern date, is quoted in the Sutras of Gautama and Bodhayana 32. That the Svetâsvatara-upanishad, or the Svetâsvatara-upanishad, though bearing many notes of later periods of thought, is quoted by Sakara in his commentary on the Vedanta Sutras 33. While the Nrisimhadarata-upanishad forms part of the 12 Upanishads explained by Vidyaranya in his Sarvapanishadarthanabuddhi Prakasa. The Upanishads comprehended in that work are 1. Aitareya-Upanishad 2. Taittirîyaka-upanishad 3. Khandogya-upanishad 4. Mundaka-upanishad 5. Prasna-upanishad 6. Kaushitaki-upanishad 7. Maitrâyana-upanishad 8. Katha-upanishad 9. Svetâsvatara-upanishad 10. Brihadâranyaka-upanishad 11. Talavakâra-Upanishad 12. Nrisimhadarata-upanishad 34. The number of Upanishads translated by Dara Shuko amounts to 50, their number, as given in the Mahavakyamukta and in the Mundaka-upanishad, is 108:35. Professor Weber thinks that their number, so far as we know at present, may be reckoned at 235:36. In order, however, to arrive at so high a number, every title of an Upanishad would have to be counted separately, while in several cases it is clearly the same Upanishad which is quoted under different names. In an alphabetical list which I published in 1855, Zeitschrift der Deutschen Morgenländischen Gesellschaft 19, 137-158, the number of real Upanishads reached 149. To that number Dr. Bernal 37 in his catalogue, p. 59, added 5, Professor Haug, Brahma und die Brahmanen, 16, making a sum total of 170. New names, however, are constantly being added in the catalogues of MSS. Published by Muller, Kielhorn, Bernal, Rajendralal Mitra, and others, and I shall reserve therefore a more complete list of Upanishads for a later volume. Though it is easy to see that these Upanishads belong to very different periods of Indian thought, any attempt to fix their relative age seems to me for the present almost hopeless. No one can doubt that the Upanishads which have had a place assigned to them in the Samhitas, Brahmanas, and Aranyaka are the oldest. Next to these we can draw a line to include the Upanishads clearly referred to in the Vedanta Sutras, or explained and quoted by Sakara, by Sayana, and other more modern commentators. We can distinguish Upanishads in prose from Upanishads in mixed prose and verse, and again Upanishads in archaic verse from Upanishads in regular and continuous Anushtubh slokas. We can also class them according to their subjects, and, at last, according to the sects to which they belong. But beyond this it is hardly safe to venture at present. Attempts have been made by Professor Weber and M. Regnaud to fix in each class the relative age of certain Upanishads, and I do not deny to their arguments, even where they conflict with each other, considerable weight in forming a preliminary judgment. But I know of hardly any argument which is really convincing, or which could not be met by counter-arguments equally strong. Simplicity may be a sign of antiquity, but it is not so always, for what seems simple, may be the result of abbreviation. One Upanishad may give the correct, another an evidently corrupt reading, yet it does not follow that the correct reading may not be the result of an emendation. It is quite clear that a large mass of traditional Upanishads must have existed before they assumed their present form. Where 2 or 3 or 4 Upanishads contain the same story, told almost in the same words, they are not always copied from one another, but they have been settled independently, in different localities, by different teachers, it may be, for different purposes. Lastly, the influence of sakas or schools may have told more or less on certain Upanishads. Thus the Maitrâyana-Upanishad, as we now possess it, shows a number of irregular forms which even the commentator can account for only as peculiarities of the Maitrâyana-Saka 38. That Upanishad, as it has come down to us, is full of what we should call clear indications of a modern and corrupt age. It contains in 6:37, a sloka from the Manavadharma Sastra, which startled even the commentator, but is explained away by him as possibly found in another Saka, and borrowed from there by Manu. It contains corruptions of easy words which one would have thought must have been familiar to every student. Thus instead of the passage as found in the Khandogya-Upanishad 8:7-1, Ya Atmapahada Papma Vigaro Vimritya Visoko Vigagatso Pipasa, and the text of the Maitrâyana-Upanishad 7:7 reads, Atmapahada Papma Vigaro Vimritya Visoko Vikikitso Vipasa. But here again the commentator explains that another Saka reads Vigagatsa, and that avipasa is to be explained by means of a change of letters as apipasa. Corruptions, therefore, or modern elements which are found in one Upanishad, as handed down in one Saka, do not prove that the same existed in other Sakas, or that they were found in the original text. All these questions have to be taken into account before we can venture to give a final judgment on the relative age of Upanishads which belong to one and the same class. I know of no problem which offers so many similarities with the one before us as that of the relative age of the 4 Gospels. All the difficulties which occur in the Upanishads occur here, and no critical student who knows the difficulties that have to be encountered in determining the relative age of the 4 Gospels, will feel inclined, in the present state of Vedic scholarship, to speak with confidence on the relative age of the ancient Upanishads. Critical treatment of the text of the Upanishads. With regard to a critical restoration of the text of the Upanishads, I have but seldom relied on the authority of new MSS. But have endeavored throughout to follow that text which is presupposed by the commentaries, whether they are the work of the old Sakarkriya, or of the more modern Sakarnanda, or Sayana, or others. Though there still prevails some uncertainty as to the date of Sakarkriya, commonly assigned to the 8th century AD, yet I doubt whether any Mizas of the Upanishads could now be found prior to 1000 AD. The text, therefore, which Sakara had before his eyes, or, it may be, his ears, commands, I think, a higher authority than that of any Mizas likely to be recovered at present. It may be objected that Sakara's text belonged to one locality only, and that different readings and different recensions may have existed in other parts of India. That is perfectly true. We possess various recensions of several Upanishads, as handed down in different sakas of different Vedas, and we know of various readings recorded by the commentators. These, where they are of importance for our purposes, have been carefully taken into account. It has also been supposed that Sakara, who, in writing his commentaries on the Upanishad, was chiefly guided by philosophical considerations, his chief object being to use the Upanishads as a sacred foundation for the Vedanta philosophy, may now and then have taken liberties with the text. That may be so, but no stringent proof of it has as yet been brought forward, and I therefore hold that when we succeed in establishing throughout that text which served as the basis of Sakara's commentaries, we have done enough for the present, and have fulfilled at all events the first and indispensable task in a critical treatment of the text of the Upanishads. But in the same manner as it is easy to see that the text of the Rig Veda, which is presupposed by Sayana's commentary and even by earlier works, is in many places palpably corrupt, we cannot resist the same conviction with regard to the text of the Upanishads. In some cases the meter, in others grammar, in others again the collation of analogous passages enable us to detect errors, and probably very ancient errors, that had crept into the text long before Sakara composed his commentaries. Some questions connected with the meters of the Upanishads have been very learnedly treated by Professor Gildemeister in his essay, Zur Theorie des Sloka. The lesson to be derived from that essay, and from a study of the Upanishads, is certainly to abstain for the present from conjectural emendations. In the old Upanishads the same metrical freedom prevails as in the hymns. In the later Upanishads, much may be tolerated as the result of conscious or unconscious imitation. The metrical emendations that suggest themselves are generally so easy and so obvious that, for that very reason, we should hesitate before correcting what native scholars would have corrected long ago, if they had thought that there was any real necessity for correction. It is easy to suggest, for instance, that in the Vagasaneyi-Samhitâ-Upanishad, verse 5, instead of tad enter asya sarvasya, tadu sarvasya bhayata, the original text may have been tad enter asya sarvasya tadu sarvasya bhayata. Yet Sakara evidently read sarvasya, and as the same reading is found in the text of the Vagasaneyi-Samhita, who would venture to correct so old a mistake? Again, if in verse 8, we left out Yathadathyata, we should get a much more regular meter. Kavar manishi parabu svayambu. Arthan vyadahak kosvatibiyai samabaya. Here vyata forms one syllable by what I have proposed to call synesis 39, which is allowed in the Upanishads as well as in the hymns. All would then seem right, except that it is difficult to explain how so rare a word as Yathadathyata could have been introduced into the text. In verse 10 one feels tempted to propose the omission of eva in enyata her avijaya, while in verse 11, an eva inserted after vidyam ka would certainly improve the meter. In verse 15 the expression satyat harmia drishte is archaic, but perfectly legitimate in the sense of, that we may see the nature of the true, or, that we see him whose nature is true. When this verse is repeated in the Maitra. Up. 6:35, we find instead, Satyat Harmya Vishnav, for the true Vishnu. But here, again, no sound critic would venture to correct a mistake, intentional or unintentional, which is sanctioned both by the mizas of the text and by the commentary. Such instances, where every reader feels tempted at once to correct the textus receptus, occur again and again, and when they seem of any interest they have been mentioned in the notes. It may happen, however, that the correction, though at first sight plausible, has to be surrendered on more mature consideration. Thus in the Vagasaneyi-Samhitâ-Upanishad, verse 2, one feels certainly inclined to write evam tvi nanyathido sti, instead of evam tvaithi nanyathido sti. But tvi, if it were used here, would probably itself have to be pronounced disyllabically, while tvaithi, though it never occurs in the Rig Veda, may well keep its place here, in the last book of the Vagasaneyi-Samhita. Provided we pronounce it by synesis, i.e., as one syllable. Attempts have been made sometimes to go beyond Sakara, and to restore the text, as it ought to have been originally, but as it was no longer in Sakara's time. It is one thing to decline to follow Sakara in every one of his interpretations, it is quite another to decline to accept the text which he interprets. The former is inevitable, the latter is always very precarious. Thus I see, for instance, that M. Regnod, in the errata to the second volume of his excellent work on the Upanishads, Matériaux pour servir à l'histoire de la philosophie de l'Inde, 1878, proposes to read in the Brihadâranyaka-Upanishad 4, 3, 1-8, Samanina Vidishya iti. Instead of sa mean na Vidishya iti. Sakara adopted the latter reading, and explained accordingly, that Yajnavalkya went to King Ganaka, but made up his mind not to speak. M. Regnod, reading Samanina Vidishya iti, takes the very opposite view, namely, that Yajnavalkya went to King Ganaka, having made up his mind to have a conversation with him. As M. Regnod does not rest this emendation on the authority of any new Mizas, we may examine it as an ingenious conjecture. But in that case it seems to me clear that, if we adopted it, we should have at the same time to omit the whole sentence which follows. Sakara saw clearly that what had to be accounted or explained was why the king should address the Brahman first, Samrad eva purvam papraka. Whereas if Yajnavalkya had come with the intention of having a conversation with the king, he, the Brahman, should have spoken first. This irregularity is explained by the intervening sentence, in which we are reminded that on a former occasion, when Ganaka and Yajnavalkya had a disputation on the Agnihotra, Yajnavalkya granted Ganaka a boon to choose. And he chose as his boon the right of asking questions according to his pleasure. Having received that boon, Ganaka was at liberty to question Yajnavalkya, even though he did not like it, and hence Ganaka is introduced here as the first to ask a question. All this hangs well together, while if we assume that Yajnavalkya came for the purpose of having a conversation with Ganaka, the whole sentence from Atha ha yag Ganaka's ka to Purvam papraka would be useless. Nor would there be any excuse for Ganaka beginning the conversation, when Yajnavalkya came himself on purpose to question him. It is necessary, even when we feel obliged to reject an interpretation of Sakara without at the same time altering the text, to remember that Sakara, where he is not blinded by philosophical predilections, commands the highest respect as an interpreter. I cannot help thinking therefore that M. Regnod, Volume 1, page 59, was right in translating the passage in the Khândogya-Upanishad. V. 3, 7, Tasmadhu Sarveshu Lokshu Kshatrasayeva Prasasanamabhat, by K. Lukshatriya Sul La Nsani Don 2 Les Mons. For when he proposes in the Hirata to translate instead, Cest pourquoi l'empire don tous les mondes fut attribué au kshatriya seulement, he forgets that such an idea is foreign to the ordinary atmosphere in which the Upanishads move. It is not on account of the philosophical knowledge possessed by a few kshatriyas, such as Ganaka or Pravahana, that the privilege of government belongs everywhere to the second class. That rests on a totally different basis. Such exceptional knowledge, as is displayed by a few kings, might be an excuse for their claiming the privileges belonging to the Brahmins, but it would never, in the eyes of the ancient Indian Aryas, be considered as an argument for their claiming kingly power. Therefore, although I am well aware that prasas is most frequently used in the sense of ruling, I have no doubt that Sakara likewise was fully aware of that. And that if he nevertheless explained prasasana here in the sense of prasastritvam sashayanam, he did so because this meaning too was admissible, particularly here, where we may actually translate it by proclaiming, while the other meaning, that of ruling, would simply be impossible in the concatenation of ideas, which is placed before us in the Upanishad. It seems, no doubt, extremely strange that neither the last redactors of the text of the Upanishads, nor the commentators, who probably knew the principal Upanishads by heart, should have perceived how certain passages in one Upanishad represented the same or nearly the same text which is found in another Upanishad, only occasionally with the most palpable corruptions. Thus when the ceremony of offering a mantha or mash is described, we read in the Khandogya-Upanishad v. 2:6, that it is to be accompanied by certain words which on the whole are intelligible. But when the same passage occurs again in the Brihadâranyaka, those words have been changed to such a degree, and in two different ways in the Tasakas of the Madhyandinas and Kanvas, that, though the commentator explains them, they are almost unintelligible. I shall place the three passages together in three parallel lines. 1. Khandogya-Upanishad v. 2:6. 2. Brihadâranyaka, Madhyandina-saka, 14:9, 3:10. 3. Brihadâranyaka-upanishad, Kanvasaka, 6:3-5. I. Amo namazi ama hi te sarvam idam sa hi gayeshta. 2. Amo sy amam hi te mai sa hi. 3. Amamzi amam hi te mahi sa hi. I. Sreshto ragad hipati sa ma jayashthiam sre. 2. Rajasano dipati sa ma rajasano. 3. Rajasano. I. Shtayam ragyam at hipadiam gamayatvaham evdam. 2. Dipadim karat viti. 3. Dipadim karat viti. I. Sarvam asaniti. 2. 3. The text in the Khandogya-Upanishad yields a certain sense, viz. Thou art Amma by name, for all this together exists in thee. He is the oldest and best, the king, the sovereign. May he make me the oldest, the best, the king, the sovereign. May I be all this. This, according to the commentator, is addressed to prana, and Amma, though a purely artificial word, is used in the sense of prana, or breath, in another passage also, viz. Brihadâranyaka. I. 3:22. If therefore we accept this meaning of Amma, the rest is easy and intelligible. But if we proceed to the Brihadâranyaka, in the Madhyandina Saka, we find the commentator proposing the following interpretation: O Mantha, thou art a full knower, complete knowledge of me belongs to thee. This meaning is obtained by deriving Amma from a plus man, in the sense of knower, and then taking Ammam, as a neuter, in the sense of knowledge, derivations which are simply impossible. Lastly, if we come to the text of the Kanvasaka, the grammatical interpretation becomes bolder still. Sakara does not explain the passage at all, which is strange, but Anandajari interprets Amamsi Tvam by, thou knowest, all, and Amamhai te mahi, by, we know thy great, shape, which are again impossible forms. But although there can be little doubt here that the reading of the Khandogya-Upanishad gives us the original text, or a text nearest to the original, no sound critic would venture to correct the readings of the Brihadâranyaka. They are corruptions, but even as corruptions they possess authority, at all events up to a certain point, and it is the fixing of those certain points or chronological limits, which alone can impart a scientific character to our criticism of ancient texts. In the Kaushitaki-BrAhmana-Upanishad Professor Cowell has pointed out a passage to me, where we must go beyond the text as it stood when commented on by Thesakarnanda. In the beginning of the fourth Adhyaya all MSS. Of the text read Savasan, and this is the reading which the commentator seems anxious to explain, though not very successfully. I thought that possibly the commentator might have had before him the reading Sa Vasan, or So Vasan, but both would be very unusual. Professor Cowell in his various readings, p. 12, conjectured Samvasan, which would be liable to the same objection. He now, however, informs me that, as B has Samvan, and C, Satvan, he believes the original text to have been Sattvamatsyeshu. This seems to me quite convincing, and is borne out by the reading of the Berlin MS, so far as it can be made out from Professor Weber's essay on the Upanishads, in Dich Studien I, page 419. I see that Boatlink and Roth in their Sanskrit dictionary, S.V. Satvat, suggest the same emendation. The more we study the nature of Sanskrit MSS, the more, I believe, we shall feel convinced that their proper arrangement is one by locality rather than by time. I have frequently dwelt on this subject in the introductions to the successive volumes of my edition of the Rig Veda and its commentary by Sayanacharya, and my convictions on this point have become stronger ever since. AMS. However modern, from the south of India or from the north, is more important as a check on the textus receptus of any Sanskrit work, as prevalent in Bengal or Bombay, than ever so many misas, even if of greater antiquity, from the same locality. When therefore I was informed by my friend Dr. Muller that he had discovered in Kashmir a MS of the Aitareya-Upanishad, I certainly expected some real help from such a treasure. The MS is described by its discoverer in the last number of the Journal of the Bombay Asiatic Society, page 3440, and has since been sent to me by the Indian government. It is written on birch bark, burga, and in the alphabet commonly called sarada. The leaves are very much injured on the margin and it is almost impossible to handle them without some injury. In many places the bark has shrunk, probably on being moistened, and the letters have become illegible. Apart from these drawbacks, there remain the difficulties inherent in the Sarada alphabet which, owing to its numerous combinations, is extremely difficult to read, and very trying to eyes which are growing weak. However, I collated the Upanishad from the Aitareya-âranyaka, which turned out to be the last portion only, viz. The Samhita-Upanishad, 8. AR. 3, 1-2, or, as it is called here, Samhita-Rania, and I am sorry to say my expectations have been disappointed. The MS shows certain graphic peculiarities which Dr. Muller has pointed out. It is particularly careful in the use of the sibilants, replacing the Visarga by sibilants, writing S plus S and S plus S instead of H plus S and H plus S, distinguishing also the Givamulia and Upadmania. If therefore the MS writes Antastha, we may be sure that it really meant to write so, and not Antastha, or, as it would have written, Antastha. It shows equal care in the use of the nasals, and generally carries on the sandhi between different paragraphs. Here and there I met with better readings than those given in Rajendralal Mitra's edition, but in most cases the commentary would have been sufficient to restore the right reading. A few various readings, which seem to deserve being mentioned, will be found in the notes. The MS, though carefully written, is not free from the ordinary blunders. At first one feels inclined to attribute some importance to every peculiarity of a new MS, but very soon one finds out that what seems peculiar, is in reality carelessness. Thus 8. AR. 3, I, 5, 2, the Kashmir MS. Has Purvam Aksharam Rupam, instead of what alone can be right, Pravarapan. Instead of Pragaya Pasubhi it writes repeatedly Pragaya Pasubhi, which is impossible. In 3, 2, 2, it leaves out again and again Manomaya between Kandamaya and Vmaya. But that this is a mere accident we learn later on, where in the same sentence Manomeo is found in its right place. Such cases reduce this MS to its proper level, and make us look with suspicion on any accidental variations, such as I have noticed in my translation. The additional paragraph, noticed by Dr. Muller, is very indistinct and contains, so far as I am able to find out, sandhi verses only. I have no doubt that the discovery of new MSS of the Upanishads and their commentaries will throw new light on the very numerous difficulties with which a translator of the Upanishads, particularly in attempting a complete and faithful translation, has at present to grapple. Some of the difficulties, which existed 30 years ago, have been removed since by the general progress of Vedic scholarship, and by the additions of texts and commentaries and translations of Upanishads, many of which were known at that time in manuscript only. But I fully agree with M. Regnaud as to the difficulties considerables K. Les Miller's traductions laissent subsister, and which can be solved only by a continued study of the Upanishads, the Aranyaka, the Brahmanas, and the Vedanta Sutras. Meaning of the word Upanishad. How Upanishad became the recognized name of the philosophical treatises contained in the Veda is difficult to explain. Most European scholars are agreed in deriving Upanishad from the root sad, to sit down, preceded by the two prepositions ni, down, and upa, near, so that it would express the idea of session, or assembly of pupils sitting down near their teacher to listen to his instruction. In the Trikanda-sesha, Upanishad is explained by Samipasadana, sitting down near a person 41. Such a word, however, would have been applicable, it would seem, to any other portion of the Veda as well as to the chapters called Upanishad, and it has never been explained how its meaning came thus to be restricted. It is still more strange that Upanishad, in the sense of session or assembly, has never, so far as I am aware, been met with. Whenever the word occurs, it has the meaning of doctrine, secret doctrine, or is simply used as the title of the philosophic treatises which constitute the Nanakanda, the knowledge portion, as opposed to the Karmakanda, the work or ceremonial portion, of the Veda. Native philosophers seem never to have thought of deriving Upanishad from sad, to sit down. They derive it either from the root sad, in the sense of destruction, supposing these ancient treatises to have received their name because they were intended to destroy passion and ignorance by means of divine revelation 42, or from the root sad, in the sense of approaching, because a knowledge of Brahman comes near to us by means of the Upanishads, or because we approach Brahman by their help. Another explanation proposed by Sankara in his commentary on the Taittirîyaka-upanishad 2:9, is that the highest bliss is contained in the Upanishad, Param Shreyo Shyam Nishanam. These explanations seem so willfully perverse that it is difficult to understand the unanimity of native scholars. We ought to take into account, however, that very general tendency among half-educated people, to acquiesce in any etymology which accounts for the most prevalent meaning of a word. The Aranyaka abound in such etymologies, which probably were never intended as real etymologies, in our sense of the word, but simply as plays on words, helping to account somehow for their meaning. The Upanishads, no doubt, were meant to destroy ignorance and passion, and nothing seemed more natural therefore than that their etymological meaning should be that of destroyers 43. The history and the genius of the Sanskrit language leave little doubt that Upanishad meant originally session, particularly a session consisting of pupils, assembled at a respectful distance round their teacher. With UPA alone, sad occurs as early as the hymns of the Rig Veda, in the sense of approaching respectfully 44. Rig Veda 9:11, 6. Namasa it UPA Siddhata, approach him with praise. See also Rig Veda X, 73, 2, I, 65, I. In the Khandogya-upanishad 6:13, I, a teacher says to his pupil, Atha ma Maitrâyana-brâhmana-upanishad, come to me, for advice, tomorrow morning. In the same Upanishad 7:8, I, a distinction is made between those who serve their teachers, Parakarita, and those who are admitted to their more intimate society, Upasada, Kam Samipaga, and Taraga, Priya. Again, in the Khandogya-upanishad 7, we read of a pupil approaching his teacher, Upasasada or Upasasada, and of the teacher telling him to approach with what he knows, i.e., to tell him first what he has learnt already, Yadveta Tenam Apasada 45. In the sutras, Gabali-Agriya Sutra 2:10-38, Upasad is the recognized term for the position assumed by a pupil with his hands folded and his eyes looking up to the teacher who is to instruct him. It should be stated, however, that no passage has yet been met with in which Upanishad is used in the sense of pupils approaching and listening to their teacher. In the only passage in which Upanishasada occurs, 8. AR 2:2:1, it is used of Indra sitting down by the side of Visvamitra, and it is curious to observe that both Mizas and commentaries give here Upanishasada, an entirely irregular form. The same is the case with two other roots which are used almost synonymously with sad, viz. As and Viscount. We find UPA plus as used to express the position which the pupil occupies when listening to his teacher, e.g. Pan. 3, 4, 72, Upasito Gurum Bhavan, thou hast approached the Guru, or Upasito Gurur Bhavata, the Guru has been approached by thee. We find pari plus UPA plus as used with regard to relations assembled round the bed of a dying friend, Khand. Up. 6, 15. Or of hungry children sitting round their mother, and likened to people performing the Agnihotra sacrifice, Khand. Up. V. 24, 5. But I have never met with UPNIS in that sense. We likewise find UPAvis used in the sense of sitting down to a discussion, Khand. Up. I. 8, 2, but I have never found UPA plus NI plus vis as applied to a pupil listening to his teacher. The two prepositions UPA and NI occur, however, with pat, to fly, in the sense of flying down and settling near a person, Khand. Up. 4, 7, 2, 4, 8, 2. And the same prepositions joined to the verb sri, impart to it the meaning of sitting down beneath a person, so as to show him respect, bri. Ar. I. 4, 2. Although a king is exalted, he sits down at the end of the sacrifice below the Brahman, Brahmavantara-upanishad. Sad, with UPA and NI, occurs in Upanishad and only, and has there the meaning of subject, e.g. Satap. Brahm. 9, 4, 3, 3, Kshatriya tad visamat hastad Upanishadanam karoti, he thus makes the vis, citizen, below, subject to the Kshatriya. Sometimes Nishad is used by the side of Upanishad, and so far as we can judge, without any difference of meaning 46. All we can say therefore, for the present, is that Upanishad, besides being the recognized title of certain philosophical treatises, occurs also in the sense of doctrine and of secret doctrine. And that it seems to have assumed this meaning from having been used originally in the sense of session or assembly in which one or more pupils receive instruction from a teacher. Thus we find the word Upanishad used in the Upanishads themselves in the following meanings. 1. Secret or esoteric explanation, whether true or false. 2. Knowledge derived from such explanation. 3. Special rules or observances incumbent on those who have received such knowledge. 4. Title of the books containing such knowledge. I. 8. Ar. 3, 1, 6, 3. For this Upanishad, i.e. in order to obtain the information about the true meaning of Samhita, Tarukshya served as a cowherd for a whole year. Tate. Up. 1, 3. We shall now explain the Upanishad of the Samhita. 8. Ar. 3, 2, 5, 1. Next follows this Upanishad of the whole speech. True, all these are Upanishads of the whole speech, but this they declare especially. Talav. Up. 4, 7. As you have asked me to tell you the Upanishad has now been told you. We have told you the Brahmi-Upanishad, i.e. the true meaning of Brahman. In the Khand. Up. 3, 2, 3, after the meaning of Brahman has been explained, the text says, to him who thus knows this Brahma-Upanishad, the secret doctrine of Brahman, the sun does not rise and does not set. In the next paragraph Brahma itself is used, meaning either Brahman as the object taught in the Upanishad, or, by a slight change of meaning, the Upanishad itself. Khand. Up. I. 13, 4. Speech yields its milk to him who knows this Upanishad, secret doctrine, of the Samans in this wise. Khand. Up. 8, 8, 4. When Indra and Virakana had both misunderstood the teaching of Prajapati, he says, they both go away without having perceived and without having known the self, and whoever of these two, whether Devas or Asuras, will follow this doctrine, Upanishad, will perish. 2. In the Khand. Up. I. After the deeper meaning of the Ujjatha or Om has been described, the advantage of knowing that deeper meaning is put forward, and it is said that the sacrifice which a man performs with knowledge, with faith, and with the Upanishad, i.e., with an understanding of its deeper meaning, is more powerful. 3. In the Taittirîyaka-upanishad, at the end of the second chapter, called the Brahmananda Valley, and again at the end of the 10th chapter, the text itself says, Aitareya-Upanishad, this is the Upanishad, the true doctrine. 4. In the Kaushitaki-Upanishad 2, we read, let him not beg, this is the Upanishad for him who knows this. Here Upanishad stands for Vrata or Rahasya-vrata, rule. Works on the Upanishads. Anquetil Duparan, Upnekhat, 1801-1802. See page Cly. Rammohun Roy, translation of several principal books, passages, and texts of the Veds. 2nd edition. London, 1832. Translation of the Mundaka-upanishad of the Atharva Ved, page 23. Translation of the Kena-Upanishad, one of the chapters of the Samaveda, page 41. Translation of the Katha-upanishad of the Yajurveda, page 55. Translation of the Isa-Upanishad, one of the chapters of the Yajurveda, page 81. H. T. Colebrook, Miscellaneous Essays, in 3 volumes, 1873. K. J. H. Windishman, Die Philosophie im Vorgang der Weltgeschichte, 1827-34. F. W. Windishman, Sankara, Seu de Theologianis Vedanticorum, 1833. E. Rohr, the Taittirîya, Aitareya, Svetâsvatara, Kena-Upanishad, Katha, Mundaka, and Khandogya-Upanishads translated, Bibliotheca, Indica. Calcutta, 1853. Rajendra Mitra, the Khandogya-Upanishad, with extracts from the commentary of Sakara, Bibliotheca Indica. Calcutta, 1862. E. B. Cowell, the Kaushitaki-BrAhmana-Upanishad, edited with an English translation, Bibliotheca Indica. Calcutta, 1861. E. B. Cowell, the Maitrâyana-Upanishad, edited with an English translation, Bibliotheca Indica. Calcutta, 1870. A. Weber, Die Vagasuki de Asvagosha. Berlin, 1860. A. Weber, Die Ramatapaniya-Upanishad. Berlin, 1864. A. Weber, Analyse der in Anquetil du Perons Übersetzung in Thalten Upanishad, in Dich Studien, Volume 1, page 247 each seek. A. E. Goff, The Philosophy of the Upanishads, Calcutta Review, CXXXI. P. Regnaud, Matériaux pour servir à l'histoire de la philosophique de l'Inde. Paris, 1876. Editions of the Upanishads, their commentaries and glosses have been published in the Tatvabodhini Patrika, and by Poli, who has also translated several Upanishads into French, by Rohr, Cowell, Rajendra Mitra, Harikandra Vidyabhushan, Visvanatha Sastri, Ramamaya Tarkaratna, and others. For fuller titles see Gildemeister, Bibliotheca Sanskrita, and E. Haas, Catalogue of Sanskrit and Pali Books in the British Museum, S.V. Upanishads. I. The Khandogya-Upanishad. The Khandogya-Upanishad belongs to the Samaveda. Together with the Brihadâranyaka, which belongs to the Yajurveda, it has contributed the most important materials to what may be called the orthodox philosophy of India, the Vedanta 47, i.e. the end, the purpose, the highest object of the Veda. It consists of 8 adhyayas or lectures, and formed part of a Khandogya-Brahmana, in which it was preceded by 2 other adhyayas. While missas of the Khandogya-Upanishad and its commentary are frequent, no MSS of the whole Brahmana has been met with in Europe. Several scholars had actually doubted its existence, but Rajendra Mitra 48, in the introduction to his translation of the Khandogya-Upanishad, states that in India, MSS of the work are easily available, though as yet he has seen no commentary attached to the Brahmana portion of any one of them. According to general acceptation, he adds, the work embraces 10 chapters, of which the first 2 are reckoned to be the Brahmana, and the rest is known under the name of Khandogya-Upanishad. In their arrangement and style the two portions differ greatly, and judged by them they appear to be productions of very different ages, though both are evidently relics of pretty remote antiquity. Of the two chapters of the Khandogya-Brahmana 49, the first includes 8 suktas, hymns, on the ceremony of marriage, and the rites necessary to be observed at the birth of a child. The first suktas is intended to be recited when offering an oblation to Agni on the occasion of a marriage, and its object is to pray for prosperity in behalf of the married couple. The second prays for long life, kind relatives, and a numerous progeny. The third is the marriage pledge by which the contracting parties bind themselves to each other. Its spirit may be guessed from a single verse. In talking of the unanimity with which they will dwell, the bridegroom addresses his bride, "That heart of thine shall be mine, and this heart of mine shall be thine." 50. The fourth and the fifth invoke Agni, Vayu, Chandramas, and Surya to bless the couple and ensure healthful progeny. The sixth is a mantra for offering an oblation on the birth of a child. And the seventh and the eighth are prayers for its being healthy, wealthy, and powerful, not weak, poor, or mute, and to ensure a profusion of wealth and milch cows. The first sukta of the second chapter is addressed to the earth, Agni, and Indra, with a prayer for wealth, health, and prosperity. The second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth are mantras for offering oblations to cattle, the manes, Surya, and diverse minor deities. The seventh is a curse upon worms, insects, flies, and other nuisances, and the last, the concluding mantra of the marriage ceremony, in which a general blessing is invoked for all concerned. After this statement there can be but little doubt that this Upanishad originally formed part of a Brahmana. This may have been called either by a general name, the Brahmana of the Khandogyas, the followers of the Samaveda, or, on account of the prominent place occupied in it by the Upanishad, the Upanishad Brahmana 51. In that case it would be one of the 8 Brahmanas of the Samaveda, enumerated by Kumarila Bhatta and others 52, and called simply Upanishad, Sil. Brahmana. The text of the Upanishad with the commentary of Sakara and the gloss of Anandajari has been published in the Bibliotheca Indica. The edition can only claim the character of a manuscript, and of a manuscript not always very correctly read. A translation of the Upanishad was published, likewise in the Bibliotheca Indica, by Rajendralal Mitra. It is one of the Upanishads that was translated into Persian under the auspices of Darashuko 53, and from Persian into French by Enquidal Duperan, in his Aupnikat, i.e. Secretum Tugendum. Portions of it were translated into English by Colebrooke in his Miscellaneous Essays, into Latin and German by F. W. Windishman, in his Sakara, Seu de Theologumanis Vedanticorum. Bonn, 1833, and in a work published by his father, K. J. H. Windishman, Die Philosophie im Fortgang der Weltgeschichte, Bonn, 1827-34. Professor A. Weber has treated of this Upanishad in his Indisch-Studien I, 254, likewise M. P. Regnaud in his Matériaux pour servir à l'histoire d'ici la philosophie de l'Inde, Paris, 1876, and Mr. Goff in several articles on the philosophy of the Upanishads, in the Calcutta Review, No. XXI. I have consulted my predecessors whenever there was a serious difficulty to solve in the translation of these ancient texts. These difficulties are very numerous, as those know best who have attempted to give complete translations of these ancient texts. It will be seen that my translation differs sometimes very considerably from those of my predecessors. Though I have but seldom entered into any controversy with them, they may rest assured that I have not deviated from them without careful reflection. 2. The Talavakâra-upanishad. This Upanishad is best known by the name of Kena-Upanishad, from its first word. The name of Brahma-Upanishad, 4:7, can hardly be considered as a title. It means, the teaching of Brahman, and is used with reference to other Upanishads also 54. Sakara, in his commentary, tells us that this Upanishad forms the 9th adhyaya of a Brahmana, or, if we take his words quite literally, he says, the beginning of the 9th adhyaya is the Upanishad beginning with the words Kaneshyatam. And treating of the highest Brahman has to be taught. In the 8 preceding Adhyayas, he tells us, all the sacred rites or sacrifices had been fully explained, and likewise the meditations, upasana, on the prana, vital breath, which belongs to all these sacrifices. And those meditations also which have reference to the 5-fold and 7-fold samans. After that followed Gayatri Saman and the Vamsa, the genealogical list. All this would naturally form the subject of a Samaveda Brahmana, and we find portions corresponding to the description given by Sakara in Khandogya-Upanishad, e.g. the 5-fold Saman, 2:2, the 7-fold Saman, 2:8, the Gayatri Saman, 3:12, I. Anandagnana tells us that our Upanishad belonged to the Saka of the Talavakaras. All this had formerly to be taken on trust, because no Brahmana was known containing the Upanishad. Dr. Burnell, however, has lately discovered a Brahmana of the Samaveda which comes very near the description given by Sakara. In a letter dated Tanjore, December 8, 1878, he writes, "It appears to me that you would be glad to know the following about the Kena-Upanishad, as it occurs in my MS of the Talavakara-Brahmana. The last book but one of this Brahmana is termed Upanishad Brahmana. It consists of 145 khandas treating of the Gayatri Saman, and the 134th is a Vamsa. The Kena-Upanishad comprises the 135 to 145 khandas, or the 10th Anyavaka of a chapter. The 139th section begins, Asa va idam agra asit, and My MS of the Talavakara-Brahmana agrees, as regards the contents, exactly with what Sakara says, but not in the divisions. He says that the Kena-Upanishad begins the 9th Adhyaya, but that is not so in my MS. Neither the beginning nor the end of this Upanishad is noticed particularly. The last book of this Brahmana is the Arshiya Brahmana, which I printed last February. Among the teachers quoted in the Brahmana I have noticed both Tandya and Satyayani. I should not be surprised to find in it the difficult quotations which are incorrectly given in the Mizas of Sayana's commentary on the Rig Veda. The story of Apala, quoted by Sayana in his commentary on the Rig Veda, 880, as from the Satyayānaka, is found word for word, except some trivial var. Lections, in sections 220 to 221 of the Agnishtoma book of the Talavakara-Brahmana. The Satyayanan seem to be closely connected with the Talavakara-Saka. From a communication made by Dr. Burnell to the Academy, February 1. 79, I gather that this Talavakara-Brahmana is called by those who study it, Giminya Brahmana, after the Saka of the Samaveda which they follow. The account given in the Academy differs on some particulars slightly from that given in Dr. Burnell's letter to me. He writes, the largest part of the Brahmana treats of the sacrifices and the samans used at them. The first chapter is on the Agnihotra, and the Agnishtoma and other rites follow at great length. Then comes a book termed Upanishad Brahmana. This contains 145 sections in 4 chapters. It begins with speculations on the Gayatri Saman, followed by a Vamsa, next, some similar matter and another Vamsa. Then, sections 135 through 138, comes the Kena-Upanishad, Talavakara. The last book is the Arshiya. The Upanishad forms the 10th Anyavaka of the 4th chapter, not the beginning of a 9th chapter, as Sakara remarks. The Kena-Upanishad has been frequently published and translated. It forms part of Dara Shukoa's Persian, and Anquetil Duperon's Latin translations. It was several times published in English by Rammohun Roy, translations of several principal books, passages, and texts of the Veda, London, 1832, page 41, in German by Windishman, Poli, and others. It has been more or less fully discussed by Colebrook, Windishman, Poli, Weber, Rohr, Goff, and Regnaud in the books mentioned before. Besides the text of this Upanishad contained in the Brahmana of the Samaveda, there is another text. Slightly differing, belonging to the Atharva Veda, and there are commentaries on both texts, Colebrook, Miscellaneous Essays, 1873, 2, page 80. 3. The Aitareya-Aranyaka. In giving a translation of the Aitareya-Upanishad, I found it necessary to give at the same time a translation of that portion of the Aitareya-Aranyaka which precedes the Upanishad. The Aranyaka seem to have been from the beginning the proper repositories of the ancient Upanishads, though it is difficult at first sight to find out in what relation the Upanishads stood to the Aranyaka. The Aranyaka are to be read and studied, not in the village, Graham, but in the forest, and so are the Upanishads. But the subjects treated in the Upanishads belong to a very different order from those treated in the other portions of the Aranyaka, the former being philosophical, the latter liturgical. The liturgical chapters of the Aranyaka might quite as well have formed part of the Brahmanas, and but for the restriction that they are to be read in the forest, it is difficult to distinguish between them and the Brahmanas. The first chapter of the Aitareya-Aranyaka is a mere continuation of the Aitareya-Brahmana, and gives the description of the Mahavrata, the last day but one of the Gavamayana, a satra or sacrifice which is supposed to last a whole year. The duties which are to be performed by the Khatri priests are described in the Aitareya-Aranyaka, not all, however, but those only which are peculiar to the Mahavrata day. The general rules for the performance of the Mahavrata are to be taken over from other sacrifices, such as the Visvajit, Katarvimsa, and which form the type, Prakriti, of the Mahavrata. Thus the two sastras or recitations, called Agyapraga, are taken over from the Visvajit, the sastras of the Hotrakas from the Katarvimsa. The Mahavrata is treated here as belonging to the Gavamayana Satra, which is described in a different Saka, see Taittirîyaka-Samhita 7, 5, 8, and partly in other Vedas. It is the day preceding the Udayaniya, the last day of the Satra. It can be celebrated, however, by itself also, as an Ekaha or Ahina sacrifice, and in the latter case it is the 10th day of the Ekadasaratra, 11-night sacrifice, called Pundarika. Sayana does not hesitate to speak of the Aitareya-Aranyaka as a part of the Brahmana 55. And a still earlier authority, Sakara, by calling the Aitareya-Upanishad by the name of Bhavrika-brâhmana-upanishad 56, seems to imply that both the Upanishad and the Aranyaka may be classed as Brahmana. The Aitareya-Aranyaka appears at first sight a miscellaneous work, consisting of liturgical treatises in the first, fourth, and fifth Aranyaka, and of 3 Upanishads, in the second and third Aranyaka. This, however, is not the case. The first Aranyaka is purely liturgical, giving a description of the Mahavrata, so far as it concerns the Khatri priest. It is written in the ordinary Brahmana style. Then follows the first Upanishad, Aranyaka 2, 1-3, showing how certain portions of the Mahavrata, as described in the first Aranyaka, can be made to suggest a deeper meaning, and ought to lead the mind of the sacrificer away from the purely outward ceremonial to meditation on higher subjects. Without a knowledge of the first Aranyaka, therefore, the first Upanishad would be almost unintelligible, and though its translation was extremely tedious, it could not well have been omitted. The second and third Upanishads are not connected with the ceremonial of the Mahavrata, but in the fourth and fifth Aranyaka the Mahavrata forms again the principal subject, treated, however, not as before in the style of the Brahmanas, but in the style of sutras. The fourth Aranyaka contains nothing but a list of the Mahanamni hymns 57, but the fifth describes the Mahavrata again, so that if the first Aranyaka may be looked upon as a portion of the Aitareya Brahmanas, the fifth could best be classed with the sutras of Asvalayana. To a certain extent this fact, the composite character of the Aitareya-Aranyaka, is recognized even by native scholars, who generally do not trouble themselves much on such questions. They look both on the Aitareya-Brahmana and on the greater portion of Aitareya-Aranyaka as the works of an inspired rishi, Mahadasa Aitareya 58, but they consider the fourth and fifth books of the Aranyaka as contributed by purely human authors, such as Asvalayana and Saunaka, who, like other Sutrakaras, took in verses belonging to other Sakas, and did not confine their rules to their own Saka only. There are many legends about Mahadasa, the reputed author of the Aitareya-Brahmana and Aranyaka. He is quoted several times as Mahadasa Aitareya in the Aranyaka itself, though not in the Brahmana. We also meet his name in the Khandogya-Upanishad, 3, 16, 7, where we are told that he lived to an age of 116 years 59. All this, however, would only prove that, at the time of the composition or collection of these Aranyaka and Upanishads, a sage was known of the name of Mahadasa Aitareya, descended possibly from Itara or Itara. And that one text of the Brahmanas and the Aranyaka of the Bhavrikas was handed down in the family of the Aitareans. Not content with this apparently very obvious explanation, later theologians tried to discover their own reasons for the name of Aitareya. Thus Sayana, in his introduction to the Aitareya-Brahmana 60, tells us that there was once a rishi who had many wives. One of them was called Atara, and she had a son called Mahadasa. His father preferred the sons of his other wives to Mahadasa, and once he insulted him in the sacrificial hall, by placing his other sons on his lap, but not Mahadasa. Mahadasa's mother, seeing her son with tears in his eyes, prayed to her tutelary goddess, the earth, Svayakula Devata Bhumi, and the goddess in her heavenly form appeared in the midst of the assembly, placed Mahadasa on a throne. And on account of his learning, gave him the gift of knowing the Brahmana, consisting of 40 Adhyayas, and, as Sayana calls it, another Brahmana, treating of the Aranyaka duties, Aranyaka-vrtarapam-brahmanam. Without attaching much value to the legend of Atara, we see at all events that Sayana considered what we call the Aitareya-Aranyaka as a kind of Brahmana, not however the whole of it, but only the first, second, and third Aranyaka, Atha Mahavratam Idioticam Akarya Idyantam. How easy it was for Hindu theologians to invent such legends we see from another account of Mahadasa, given by Anandatirtha in his notes on the Aitareya-Upanishad. He, as Colebrook was the first to point out, takes Mahadasa to be an incarnation of Narayana, proceeding from Visala, son of Abga, and he adds, that on the sudden appearance of this deity at a solemn celebration, the whole assembly of gods and priests, Suraviprasaga, fainted, but at the intercession of Brahma, they were revived, and after making their obeisance, they were instructed in holy science. This avatara was called Mahadasa, because those venerable personages, Mahin, declared themselves to be his slaves, Dasa, 61. In order properly to understand this legend, we must remember that Anandatirtha, or rather Visvesvaratirtha, whose commentary he explains, treated the whole of the Aitareya-Upanishad from a Vaishnava point of view. And that his object was to identify Mahadasa with Narayana. He therefore represents Narayana or Hari as the avatara of Visala, the son of Brahman, Abgasudha, who appeared at a sacrifice, as described before, who received then and there the name of Mahadasa, or Mahadasa, and who taught this Upanishad. Any other person besides Mahadasa would have been identified with the same ease by Visvesvaratirtha with Vishnu or Bhagavath. A third legend has been made up out of these two by European scholars who represent Mahadasa as the son of Visala and Nitara, two persons who probably never met before. For even the Vaishnava commentator does not attempt to take liberties with the name of Aitareya, but simply states that the Upanishad was called Aitareya, from Aitareya. Leaving these legends for what they are worth, we may at all events retain the fact that, whoever was the author of the Aitareya-Brahmana and the first 3 books of the Aitareya-Aranyaka, was not the author of the 2 concluding Aranyaka. And this is confirmed in different ways. Sayana, when quoting in his commentary on the Rig Veda from the last books, constantly calls it a sutra of Saunaka, while the 4th Aranyaka is specially ascribed to Asvalayana, the pupil and successor of Saunaka 62. These 2 names of Saunaka and Asvalayana are frequently intermixed. If, however, in certain MSS, the whole of the Aitareya-Aranyaka is sometimes ascribed either to Asvalayana or Saunaka. This is more probably due to the colophon of the 4th and 5th Aranyaka having been mistaken for the title of the whole work than to the fact that such MSS represent the text of the Aranyaka, as adopted by the school of Asvalayana. The Aitareya-Aranyaka consists of the following 5 Aranyaka. The first Aranyaka has 5 Adhyayas. 1. First Adhyaya, Atha Mahavratam, has 4 Khandas, 1-4. 2. Second Adhyaya, Aitareya-Ratham, has 4 Khandas, 5-8. 3. Third Adhyaya, Hikrina, has 863 Khandas, 9-16. 4. Fourth Adhyaya, Atha Sudadoha, has 3 Khandas, 17-19. 5. Fifth Adhyaya, Vasam Samsati, has 3 khandas, 20 to 22. The second Aranyaka has 7 adhyayas. 6. First adhyaya, Isha-pantha, has 8 khandas, 1 to 8. 7. Second adhyaya, Isha-imam lokam, has 4 khandas, 9 to 12. 8. Third adhyaya, Yo-ha-va-atmanam, has 8, not 3, khandas, 13 to 20. 9. Fourth adhyaya, Atma-va-idam, has 3 khandas, 21 to 23. 10. Fifth adhyaya, Purish-ha-va, has 1 khanda, 24. 11. Sixth adhyaya, Ko-yam-atmiti, has 1 khanda, 25. 12. Seventh adhyaya, Va with circumflex mi manasi, has 1 khanda, 26. The third Aranyaka has 2 adhyayas. 13. First adhyaya, Aitareya-Samhitâ-upanishad, has 6 khandas, 1 to 6. 14. Second adhyaya, Prano-vamsa iti stavara-sakalaya, has 6 khandas, 7 to 12. The fourth Aranyaka has 1 adhyaya. 15. First adhyaya, Veda-magavan, has 1 khanda, the Mahanamniyas. The fifth Aranyaka has 3 adhyayas. 16. First adhyaya, Mahavrateja-pankavimsatim, has 6 khandas, 1 to 6. 17. Second adhyaya, Griva, Yasidam, has 5 khandas, 7 to 11. 18. Third adhyaya, Uru, Indragni, has 4 khandas, 11 to 14. 9 to 11 are labeled Aitareya-Upanishad and 6 to 14 are labeled Bhavrika-Upanishad by vertical brackets in the original. With regard to the Upanishad, we must distinguish between the Aitareya-Upanishad, properly so called, which fills the 4th, 5th, and 6th adhyayas of the second Aranyaka, and the Maitrâyana-Upanishad 64, also called by a more general name Bhavrika-Upanishad, which comprises the whole of the second and third Aranyaka. No explanation has ever been given why the Aitareya-Upanishad should have been called Sarvasara, which Professor Weber thinks was corrupted into Sarbsar. At all events the Aitareya-Upanishad is not the Sarvasara-Upanishad, the Upnekhat Sarb, more correctly called Sarvopanishadsara, and ascribed either to the Taittirîyaka or to the Atharvaveda 65. The Aitareya-Upanishad, properly so called, has been edited and translated in the Bibliotheca Indica by Dr. Rohr. The whole of the Aitareya-Aranyaka with Sayana's commentary was published in the same series by Rajendralal Mitra. Though I have had several missas of the text and commentary at my disposal, I have derived little aid from them, but have throughout endeavored to restore that text which Sakra, the pupil of Govinda, and Sayana had before them. Sayana, for the Upanishad portion, follows Sakara's commentary, of which we have a gloss by Anandagnana. Colebrook in his Essays, Volume 2, p. 42, says that he possessed one gloss by Narayanendra on Sakara's commentary, and another by Anandatirtha on a different gloss for the entire Upanishad. The gloss by Narayanendra 66, however, is, so Dr. Rost informs me, the same as that of Anandagnana, while, so far as I can see, the gloss contained in MSE, I.H. 2386, also MS. Wilson 401, to which Colebrook refers, is not a gloss by Anandatirtha at all, but a gloss by Visvesvaratirtha on a commentary by Anandatirthabhagavat-Padakarya, also called Purnapragnakarya, who explained the whole of the Mahaitareya-Upanishad from a Vaishnava point of view. 4. The Kaushitaki-brâhmana-upanishad. The Kaushitaki-Upanishad, or, as it is more properly called, the Kaushitaki-brâhmana-upanishad, belongs, like the Aitareya-Upanishad, to the followers of the Rig Veda. It was translated into Persian under the title of Kokank, and has been published in the Bibliotheca Indica, with Sakananda's commentary and an excellent translation by Professor Cowell. Though it is called the Kaushitaki-Brahmana-Upanishad, it does not form part of the Kaushitaki-Brahmana in 30 adhyayas which we possess, and we must therefore account for its name by admitting that the Aranyaka, of which it formed a portion, could be reckoned as part of the Brahmana literature of the Rig Veda. See Aitareya-Aranyaka, Introduction, p. 92, and that hence the Upanishad might be called the Upanishad of the Brahmana of the Kaushîtakins 67. From a commentary discovered by Professor Cowell it appears that the 4 adhyas of this Upanishad were followed by 5 other adhyas, answering, so far as we can judge from a few extracts, to some of the adhyas of the Aitareya-Aranyaka. While an imperfect MS. Of an Aranyaka in the Royal Library at Berlin, Weber, Catalogue, page 20, begins, like the Aitareya-Aranyaka, with a description of the Mahavrata, followed by discussions on the Uktha in the 2nd adhyaya. And then proceeds in the 3rd adhyaya to give the story of Chitragayani in the same words as the Kaushitaki-Upanishad in the 1st adhyaya. Other Mizas again adopt different divisions. In 1 ms of the commentary, ms. A, the 4 adhyas of the Upanishad are counted as 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, ending with Idiaraniak Navamo, Dhyaya, in another, ms. P, the 3rd and 4th adhyas of the Upanishad are quoted as the 5th and 6th of the Kaushitaki-Aranyaka, possibly agreeing therefore, to a certain extent, with the Berlin ms. In a ms. Of the Skjana-Aranyaka in the Royal Library at Berlin, there are 15 adhyas, 1 and 2 corresponding to 8. Ar. 1 and 5, 3 to 6 containing the Kaushitaki-Upanishad, 7 and 8 corresponding to 8. Ar. 368. Poli seems to have known a ms. In which the 4 adhyas of the Upanishad formed the 1st, 7th, 8th, and 9th adhyas of a Kaushitaki-Brahmana. As there were various recensions of the Kaushitaki-Brahmana, the Skjana, Kauthama, and K. The Upanishad also exists in at least 2 texts. The commentator, in some of its Mizas, refers to the various readings of the Sakas, explaining them, whenever there seems to be occasion for it. I have generally followed the text which is presupposed by Sakarnanda S. Deepika, and contained in Mizas F. G. Cowell, Preface, P. V., so far as regards the 3rd and 4th adhyas. According to Professor Cowell, Vidyaranya in his Sarvopanishad-artanabhuta-prakasa followed the text of the commentary, while Sankaracharya, if we may trust to extracts in his commentary on the Vedanta Sutras, followed the other text, contained in ms. A. Cowell, Preface, P. V. The style of the commentator differs in so marked a manner from that of Sakarya, that even without the fact that the author of the commentary on the Kaushitaki-Upanishad is called Sakarnanda, it would have been difficult to ascribe it, as has been done by some scholars, to the famous Sakarnanda. Sakarnanda is called the teacher of Madhvacharya, Hall, Index, page 98, and the disciple of Anandatma Muni, Hall, Index, page 116. I have had the great advantage of being able to consult for the Kaushitaki-Upanishad, not only the text and commentary as edited by Professor Cowell, but also his excellent translation. If I differ from him in some points, this is but natural, considering the character of the text and the many difficulties that have still to be solved, before we can hope to arrive at a full understanding of these ancient philosophical treatises. V. The Vagasaneyi-Samhitâ-Upanishad. The Vagasaneyi-Samhitâ-Upanishad, commonly called from its beginning, Isa or Isavasya, forms the 40th and concluding chapter of the Samhita of the White Yajurveda. If the Samhitas are presupposed by the Brahmanas, at least in that form in which we possess them, then this Upanishad, being the only one that forms part of a Samhita, might claim a very early age. The Samhita of the White Yajurveda, however, is acknowledged to be of modern origin, as compared with the Samhita of the Black Yajurveda. And it would not be safe therefore to ascribe to this Upanishad a much higher antiquity than to those which have found a place in the older Brahmanas and Aranyaka. There are differences between the text, as contained in the Yajurveda Samhita, and the text of the Upanishad by itself. Those which are of some interest have been mentioned in the notes. In some notes appended to the translation of this Upanishad I have called attention to what seems to me its peculiar character, namely, the recognition of the necessity of works as a preparation for the reception of the highest knowledge. This agrees well with the position occupied by this Upanishad at the end of the Samhita, in which the sacrificial works and the hymns that are to accompany them are contained. The doctrine that the moment a man is enlightened, he becomes free, as taught in other Upanishads, led to a rejection of all discipline and a condemnation of all sacrifices. which could hardly have been tolerated in the last chapter of the Yajurveda Samhita, the liturgical Veda par excellence. Other peculiarities of this Upanishad are the name is, Lord, a far more personal name for the highest being than Brahman, the Asurya, demoniacal, or Asurya, sunless, worlds to which all go who have lost their self. Matarisman, used in the sense of prana or spirit, Asnavaram, without muscles, in the sense of incorporeal, and the distinction between Sambhuti and Asambhuti in verses 12 to 14. The additions of the text, commentaries, and glosses, and the earlier translations may be seen in the works quoted before, page 84. Khandogya-Upanishad. First Prapathaka. First Khanda 69. 1. Let a man meditate on the syllable 70 Om, called the Ujjhatha, for the Ujjhatha, a portion of the Samaveda, is sung, beginning with Om. The full account, however, of Om is this. 2. The essence 71 of all beings is the earth, the essence of the earth is water, the essence of water the plants, the essence of plants man, the essence of man speech, the essence of speech the Rigveda, the essence of the Rigveda the Samaveda 72. The essence of the Samaveda the Ujjhatha, which is Om. 3. That Ujjhatha, Om, is the best of all essences, the highest, deserving the highest place 73, the 8th. 4. What then is the Rik? What is the Saman? What is the Ujjhatha? This is the question. 5. The Rik indeed is speech, Saman is breath, the Ujjhatha is the syllable Om. Now speech and breath, or Rik and Saman, form one couple. 6. And that couple is joined together in the syllable Om. When two people come together, they fulfill each other's desire. 7. Thus he who knowing this, meditates on the syllable, Om, the Ujjhatha, becomes indeed a fulfiller of desires. 8. That syllable is a syllable of permission, for whenever we permit anything, we say Om, yes. Now permission is gratification. He who knowing this meditates on the syllable, Om, the Ujjhatha, becomes indeed a gratifier of desires. 9. By that syllable does the threefold knowledge, the sacrifice, more particularly the Soma sacrifice, as founded on the three Vedas, proceed. When the Advarya priest gives an order, he says Om. When the Khatri priest recites, he says Om. When the Udgatri priest sings, he says Om, all for the glory of that syllable. The threefold knowledge, the sacrifice, proceeds by the greatness of that syllable, the vital breaths, and by its essence, the oblations, 74. 10. Now therefore it would seem to follow, that both he who knows this, the true meaning of the syllable Om, and he who does not, perform the same sacrifice 75. But this is not so, for knowledge and ignorance are different. The sacrifice which a man performs with knowledge, faith, and the Upanishad 76 is more powerful. This is the full account of the syllable Om. Second Khanda 77. 1. When the Devas and Asuras 78 struggled together, both of the race of Prajapati, the Devas took the Ujjhatha 79, Om, thinking they would vanquish the Asuras with it. 2. They meditated on the Ujjhatha, Om, as the breath, scent, in the nose 80, but the Asuras pierced it, the breath, with evil. Therefore we smell by the breath in the nose both what is good smelling and what is bad smelling. For the breath was pierced by evil. 3. Then they meditated on the Ujjhatha, Om, as speech, but the Asuras pierced it with evil. Therefore we speak both truth and falsehood. For speech is pierced by evil. 4. Then they meditated on the Ujjhatha, Om, as the eye, but the Asuras pierced it with evil. Therefore we see both what is sightly and unsightly. For the eye is pierced by evil. 5. Then they meditated on the Ujjhatha, Om, as the ear, but the Asuras pierced it with evil. Therefore we hear both what should be heard and what should not be heard. For the car is pierced by evil. 6. Then they meditated on the Ujjhatha, Om, as the mind, but the Asuras pierced it with evil. Therefore we conceive both what should be conceived and what should not be conceived. For the mind is pierced by evil. 7. Then comes this breath, of life, in the mouth. 81. They meditated on the Ujjatha, as that breath. When the Asuras came to it, they were scattered, as a ball of earth would be scattered when hitting a solid stone. 8. Thus, as a ball of earth is scattered when hitting on a solid stone, will he be scattered who wishes evil to one who knows this, or who persecutes him, for he is a solid stone. 9. By it, the breath in the mouth, he distinguishes neither what is good nor what is bad smelling, for that breath is free from evil. What we eat and drink with it supports the other vital breaths, i.e. the senses, such as smell, and when at the time of death he 82 does not find that breath, in the mouth, through which he eats and drinks and lives, then he departs. He opens the mouth at the time of death, as if wishing to eat. 10. Ajras 83 meditated on the Ujjatha, as that breath, and people hold it to be Ajras, i.e. the essence of the members, Anganam Reza. 11. Therefore Brihaspati meditated on Ujjatha, as that breath, and people hold it to be Brihaspati, for speech is Brihadi, and he, that breath, is the Lord, Pati, of speech. 12. Therefore Ayasya meditated on the Ujjatha, as that breath, and people hold it to be Ayasya, because it comes, Ayati, from the mouth, Asya. 13. Therefore Vakadalbhya knew it. He was the Udgatri, singer, of the Namashiya sacrificers, and by singing he obtained for them their wishes. 14. He who knows this, and meditates on the syllable the imperishable Ujjatha, as the breath of life in the mouth, he obtains all wishes by singing. So much for the Ujjatha, as meditated on with reference to the body. 84. Third Khanda. Now follows the meditation on the Ujjatha with reference to the gods. Let a man meditate on the Ujjatha, as he who sends warmth, the sun in the sky. When the sun rises it sings as Udgatri for the sake of all creatures. When it rises it destroys the fear of darkness. He who knows this, is able to destroy the fear of darkness, ignorance. 2. This, the breath in the mouth, and that, the sun, are the same. This is hot and that is hot. This they call svara, sound, and that they call pratyasvara. 85, reflected sound. Therefore let a man meditate on the Ujjatha, as this and that, as breath and as sun. 3. Then let a man meditate on the Ujjatha, as Vyana indeed. If we breathe up, that is prana, the up-breathing. If we breathe down, that is apana, the down-breathing. The combination of prana and apana is Vyana, back-breathing or holding in of the breath. This Vyana is speech. Therefore when we utter speech, we neither breathe up nor down. For, speech is rik, and therefore when a man utters a rik verse he neither breathes up nor down. Rik is saman, and therefore when a man utters a saman verse he neither breathes up nor down. Saman is Ujjatha, and therefore when a man sings, the Ujjatha, he neither breathes up nor down. 5. And other works also which require strength, such as the production of fire by rubbing, running a race, stringing a strong bow, are performed without breathing up or down. Therefore let a man meditate on the Ujjatha, as Vyana. 6. Let a man meditate on the syllables of the Ujjatha, i.e. of the word Ujjatha. Ud is breath, prana, for by means of breath a man rises, Adhistheti. Gi is speech, for speeches are called Gyra. The is food, for by means of food all subsists, Sthita. 7. Ud is heaven, Gi the sky, the earth. Ud is the sun, Gi the air, the fire. Ud is the Samaveda, Gi the Yajurveda, the Rigveda. 86. Speech yields the milk, which is the milk of speech itself. 87, to him who thus knowing meditates on those syllables of the name of Ujjatha, he becomes rich in food and able to eat food. 8. Next follows the fulfillment of prayers. Let a man thus meditate on the Upasaranas, i.e. the objects which have to be approached by meditation, let him, the Udgatri, quickly reflect on the Saman with which he is going to praise. 9. Let him quickly reflect on the Rik in which that Saman occurs, on the Rishi, poet, by whom it was seen or composed, on the Devata, object, which he is going to praise. 10. On the meter in which he is going to praise. On the tune with which he is going to sing for himself. 11. On the quarter of the world which he is going to praise. Lastly, having approached himself, his name, family, and by meditation, let him sing the hymn of praise, reflecting on his desire, and avoiding all mistakes in pronunciation, and quickly 88 will the desire be then fulfilled to him, for the sake of which he may have offered his hymn of praise, for which he may have offered his hymn of praise 89. Fourth Khanda. 1. Let a man meditate on the syllable Om, for the Ujjatha is sung beginning with Om. And this is the full account of the syllable Om. 2. The Devas, being afraid of death, entered upon the performance of the sacrifice prescribed in the threefold knowledge, the three Vedas. They covered themselves with the metrical hymns. Because they covered, themselves with the hymns, therefore the hymns are called Khandas. 3. Then, as a fisherman might observe a fish in the water, Death observed the Devas in the Rik, Yagas, and Saman sacrifices. And the Devas seeing this, rose from the Rik, Yagas, and Saman sacrifices, and entered the Svara 90, i.e. the Om, they meditated on the Om. 4. When a man has mastered the Rig Veda, he says quite loud Om. The same, when he has mastered the Saman and the Yagas. This Svara is the imperishable, syllable, the immortal, free from fear. Because the Devas entered it, therefore they became immortal, and free from fear. 5. He who knowing this loudly pronounces, Pranati, 91, that syllable, enters the same, imperishable, syllable, the Svara, the immortal, free from fear, and having entered it, becomes immortal, as the Devas are immortal. Fifth Khanda. 1. The Ujjatha is the Pranav 92, the Pranav is the Ujjatha. And as the Ujjatha is the sun 93, so is the Pranav, for he, the sun, goes sounding Om. 2. Him I sang praises to, therefore art thou my only one, thus said Kaushitaki to his son. Do thou revolve his rays, then thou wilt have many sons. So much in reference to the Devas. 3. Now with reference to the body. Let a man meditate on the Ujjatha as the breath, in the mouth, for he goes sounding Om 94. 4. Him I sang praises to, therefore art thou my only son, thus said Kaushitaki to his son. Do thou therefore sing praises to the breath as manifold, if thou wishest to have many sons. 5. He who knows that the Ujjatha is the Pranav, and the Pranav the Ujjatha, rectifies from the seat of the Hatri priest any mistake committed by the Udgatri priest in performing the Ujjatha, in performing the Ujjatha. Sixth Khanda. 1. The Rik, Veda, is this earth, the Saman, Veda, is fire. This Saman, fire, rests on that Rik, earth, 95. Therefore the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is this earth, Ama is fire, and that makes Sama. 2. The Rik is the sky, the Saman air. This Saman, air, rests on that Rik, sky. Therefore the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the sky, Ama the air, and that makes Sama. 3. Rik is heaven, Saman the sun. This Saman, sun, rests on that Rik, heaven. Therefore the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is heaven, Ama the sun, and that makes Sama. 4. Rik is the stars, Saman the moon. This Saman, moon, rests on that Rik, stars. Therefore the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the stars, Ama the moon, and that makes Sama. 5. Rik is the white light of the sun, Saman the blue exceeding darkness 96, in the sun. This Saman, darkness, rests on that Rik, brightness. Therefore the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. 6. Sa is the white light of the sun, Ama the blue exceeding darkness, and that makes Sama. Now that golden 97 person, who is seen within the sun, with golden beard and golden hair, golden altogether to the very tips of his nails. 7. Whose eyes are like blue lotuses 98, his name is Ut, for he has risen, Udita, above all evil. He also who knows this, rises above all evil. 8. Rik and Saman are his joints, and therefore he is Ajitha. And therefore he who praises him, the Ut, is called the Udigatri 99, the outsinger. He, the golden person, called Ut, is Lord of the worlds beyond that, sun, and of all the wishes of the Devas, inhabiting those worlds. So much with reference to the Devas. 7th Khanda. 1. Now with reference to the body. Rik is speech, Saman breath 100. This Saman, breath, rests on that Rik, speech. Therefore the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is speech, Ama is breath, and that makes Sama. 2. Rik is the eye, Saman the self 101. This Saman, shadow, rests on that Rik, eye. Therefore the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the eye, Ama the self, and that makes Sama. 3. Rik is the ear, Saman the mind. This Saman, mind, rests on that Rik, ear. Therefore the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the ear, Ama the mind, and that makes Sama. 4. Rik is the white light of the eye, Saman the blue exceeding darkness. This Saman, darkness, rests on the Rik, brightness. Therefore the Saman is sung as resting on the Rik. Sa is the white light of the eye, Ama the blue exceeding darkness, and that makes Sama. 5. Now the person who is seen in the eye, he is Rik, he is Saman, Uktha 102, Yagas, Brahman. The form of that person, in the eye, is the same 103 as the form of the other person, in the sun, the joints of the one, Rik and Saman, are the joints of the other, the name of the one, Ut, is the name of the other. 6. He is Lord of the worlds beneath that, the self in the eye, and of all the wishes of men. Therefore all who sing to the Veena, lyre, sing him, and from him also they obtain wealth. 7. He who knowing this sings a Saman, sings to both, the Adhidavada and Adhyatma self, the person in the sun and the person in the eye, as one and the same person. He obtains through the one, he obtains the worlds beyond that, and the wishes of the Devas. 8. And he obtains through the other the worlds beneath that, and the wishes of men. Therefore an Udgatri priest who knows this, may say, to the sacrificer for whom he officiates. 9. What wish shall I obtain for you by my songs? For he who knowing this sings a Saman is able to obtain wishes through his song, through his song. 8th Khanda. 1. There were once 3 men, well versed in Ajitha 104, Salaka-Salavatya, Kaikatayana-Dalbhya, and Pravahana-Gevali. They said, we are well versed in Ajitha. Let us have a discussion on Ajitha. 2. They all agreed and sat down. Then Pravahana-Gevali 105 said, Sirs, do you both speak first, for I wish to hear what 2 Brahmanas 106 have to say. 3. Then Salaka-Salavatya said to Kaikatayana-Dalbhya, let me ask you. Ask, he replied. 4. What is the origin of the Saman? Tone, Svara, he replied. What is the origin of tone? Breath, he replied. What is the origin of breath? Food, he replied. What is the origin of food? Water, he replied. 5. What is the origin of water? That world, heaven, he replied. And what is the origin of that world? He replied, let no man carry the Saman beyond the world of Svarga, heaven. We place, recognize, the Saman in the world of Svarga, for the Saman is extolled as Svarga, heaven. 6. Then said Salaka-Salavatya to Kaikatayana-Dalbhya, O Dalbhya, thy saman is not firmly established. And if any one were to say, your head shall fall off, if you be wrong, surely your head would now fall. 7. Well then, let me know this from you, sir, said Dalbhya. Know it, replied Salaka-Salavatya. What is the origin of that world, heaven? This world, he replied. And what is the origin of this world? He replied, let no man carry the saman beyond this world as its rest. We place the saman in this world as its rest, for the saman is extolled as rest. 8. Then said Pravahana Givali to Salaka-Salavatya, your saman, the earth, O Salavatya, has an end. And if any one were to say, your head shall fall off, if you be wrong, surely your head would now fall. Well then, let me know this from you, sir, said Salavatya. Know it, replied Givali. 9th Khanda. 1. What is the origin of this world? Ether 107, he replied. For all these beings take their rise from the ether, and return into the ether. Ether is older than these, ether is their rest. 2. He is indeed the Ajitha, Om equals Brahman, greater than great, Paravariyas, he is without end. He who knowing this meditates on the Ajitha, the greater than great, obtains what is greater than great, he conquers the worlds which are greater than great. 3. Added Hanvan Saunaka, having taught this Ajitha to Udara Sandilya, said, as long as they will know in your family this Ajitha, their life in this world will be greater than great. 4. And thus also will be their state in the other world. He who thus knows the Ajitha, and meditates on it thus, his life in this world will be greater than great, and also his state in the other world, in the other world. 10th Khanda. 1. When the Kurus had been destroyed by hail, stones 108, Ashasti-Kakrayana lived as a beggar with his virgin 109 wife at Ibhyagrama. 2. Seeing a chief eating beans, he begged of him. The chief said, I have no more, except those which are put away from me here. 3. Ashasti said, give me to eat of them. He gave him the beans, and said, there is something to drink also. Then said Ashasti, if I drank of it, I should have drunk what was left by another, and is therefore unclean. 4. The chief said, were not those beans also left over and therefore unclean? No, he replied. For I should not have lived, if I had not eaten them, but the drinking of water would be mere pleasure 110. 5. Having eaten himself, Ashasti gave the remaining beans to his wife. But she, having eaten before, took them and put them away. 6. Rising the next morning, Ashasti said to her, alas, if we could only get some food, we might gain a little wealth. The king here is going to offer a sacrifice, he should choose me for all the priestly offices. 7. His wife said to him, look, here are those beans of yours. Having eaten them, he went to the sacrifice which was being performed. 8. He went and sat down on the orchestra near the Udgatris, who were going to sing their hymns of praise. And he said to the Prastatri, the leader. 9. Prastatri, if you, without knowing 111 the deity which belongs to the Prastava, the hymns and of the Prastatri, are going to sing it, your head will fall off. 10. In the same manner he addressed the Udgatri, Udgatri, if you, without knowing the deity which belongs to the Ajitha, the hymns of the Udgatri, are going to sing it, your head will fall off. 11. In the same manner he addressed the Pratihartri, Pratihartri, if you, without knowing the deity which belongs to the Pratihara, the hymns of the Pratihartri, are going to sing it, your head will fall off. They stopped, and sat down in silence. 11th Khanda. 1. Then the sacrificer said to him, I should like to know who you are, sir. He replied, I am Ashasti-Kakrayana. 2. He said, I looked for you, sir, for all these sacrificial offices, but not finding you 112, I chose others. 3. But now, sir, take all the sacrificial offices. Ashasti said, very well, but let those, with my permission, perform the hymns of praise. Only as much wealth as you give to them, so much give to me also. The sacrificer assented. 4. Then the Prastatri approached him, saying, Sir, you said to me, Prastatri, if you, without knowing the deity which belongs to the Prastava, are going to sing it, your head will fall off, which then is that deity? 5. He said, breath, prana. For all these beings merge into breath alone, and from breath they arise. This is the deity belonging to the Prastava. If, without knowing that deity, you had sung forth your hymns, your head would have fallen off, after you had been warned by me. 6. Then the Udgatri approached him, saying, Sir, you said to me, Udgatri, if you, without knowing the deity which belongs to the Ujjatha, are going to sing it, your head will fall off, which then is that deity? 7. He said, the sun, Aditya. For all these beings praise the sun when it stands on high. This is the deity belonging to the Ujjatha. If, without knowing that deity, you had sung out your hymns, your head would have fallen off, after you had been warned by me. 8. Then the Pratihartri approached him, saying, Sir, you said to me, Pratihartri, if you, without knowing the deity belonging to the Pratihara, are going to sing it, your head will fall off, which then is that deity? 9. He said, food, Anna. For all these beings live when they partake of food. This is the deity belonging to the Pratihara. If, without knowing that deity, you had sung your hymns, your head would have fallen off, after you had been warned by me. 113. 12th Khanda. 1. Now follows the Ujjatha of the dogs. Vakadalbhya, or, as he was also called, Glava Maitreya, went out to repeat the Veda, in a quiet place. 2. A white dog appeared before him, and other dogs gathering round him, said to him, Sir, sing and get us food, we are hungry. 3. The white dog said to them, Come to me tomorrow morning. Vakadalbhya, or, as he was also called, Glava Maitreya, watched. 4. The dogs came on, holding together, each dog keeping the tail of the preceding dog in his mouth, as the priests do when they are going to sing praises with the Vahishpavamana hymn 114. After they had settled down, they began to say hi. 5. Om, let us eat. Om, let us drink. Om, may the divine Varuna, Pragapati, Savitri 115 bring us food. Lord of food, bring hither food, bring it, Om. 13th Khanda 116. 1. The syllable How 117 is this world, the earth, the syllable Hai 118 the air, the syllable Atha the moon, the syllable Iha the self, the syllable I 119 is Agni, fire. 2. The syllable U is the sun, the syllable E is the Nihava or invocation, the syllable Ahoy 120 is the Visv Devas, the syllable Hai is Pragapati, Svara 121, tone, is breath, prana, the syllable Ya is food, the syllable Vag 122 is Vorag. 3. The 13th Stoba syllable, viz. The indistinct syllable Hu, is the undefinable, the highest Brahman. 4. Speech yields the milk, which is the milk of speech itself to him who knows this Upanishad, secret doctrine, of the Samans in this wise. He becomes rich in food, and able to eat food. 123. Able to eat food. 2nd Prapathaka. 1st Khanda. 1. Meditation on the whole. 124 of the Saman is good, and people, when anything is good, say it is Saman, when it is not good, it is not Saman. 2. Thus they also say, he approached him with Saman, i.e. becomingly, and he approached him without Saman, i.e. unbecomingly. 3. And they also say, truly this is Saman for us, i.e. it is good for us, when it is good, and truly that is not Saman for us, i.e. it is not good for us, when it is not good. 4. If anyone knowing this meditates on the Saman as good, depend upon it all good qualities will approach quickly, they will become his own. 125. 2nd Khanda. 1. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman. 126 as the five worlds. The Hikra is, the earth, the Prastava, the fire, the Ajitha the sky, the Pratihara the sun, the Nidana heaven, so in an ascending line. 2. In a descending line, the Hikra is heaven, the Prastava the sun, the Ajitha the sky, the Pratihara the fire, the Nidana the earth. 3. The worlds in an ascending and in a descending line belong to him who knowing this meditates on the fivefold Saman as the worlds 127. Third Khanda. 1. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman as rain. The Hikra is wind, that brings the rain. The Prastava is, the cloud is come, the Ajitha is, it rains, the Pratihara, it flashes, it thunders. 2. The Nidana is, it stops. There is rain for him, and he brings rain for others who thus knowing meditates on the fivefold Saman as rain. Fourth Khanda. 1. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman in all waters. When the clouds gather, that is the Hikra. When it rains, that is the Prastava that which flows in the east 128, that is the Ajitha that which flows in the west 129, that is the Pratihara, the sea is the Nidana. 2. He does not die in water 130, nay, he is rich in water who knowing this meditates on the fivefold Saman as all waters. Fifth Khanda. 1. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman as the seasons. The Hikra is spring, the Prastava summer, harvest of Yava, and the Ajitha the rainy season, the Pratihara autumn, the Nidana winter. 2. The seasons belong to him, nay, he is always in season, successful, who knowing this meditates on the fivefold Saman as the seasons. Sixth Khanda. 1. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman in animals. The Hikra is goats, the Prastava sheep, the Ajitha cows, the Pratihara horses, the Nidana man. 2. Animals belong to him, nay, he is rich in animals who knowing this meditates on the fivefold Saman as animals. Seventh Khanda. 1. Let a man meditate on the fivefold Saman, which is greater than great, as the pranas, senses. The Hikra is smell 131, nose, the Prastava speech, tongue, the Ajitha sight, eye, the Pratihara hearing, ear, the Nidana mind. These are one greater than the other. 2. What is greater than great belongs to him, nay, he conquers the worlds which are greater than great, who knowing this meditates on the fivefold Saman, which is greater than great, as the pranas, senses. Eighth Khanda. 1. Next for the sevenfold Saman. Let a man meditate on the sevenfold Saman in speech. Whenever there is in speech the syllable hu 132, that is Hikra, pra is the Prastava, a is the adi, the first, i.e. om. 2. Ud is the Ajitha, pra the Pratihara, upa the Upadrava, ni the Nidana. 3. Speech yields the milk, which is the milk of speech itself, to him who knowing this meditates on the sevenfold Saman in speech. He becomes rich in food, and able to eat food. Ninth Khanda. 1. Let a man meditate on the sevenfold Saman as the sun. The sun is Saman, because he is always the same, Sama. He is Saman because he is the same, everybody thinking he looks towards me 133. 2. Let him know that all beings are dependent on him, the sun. What he is before his rising, that is the Hikra. On it animals are dependent. Therefore animals say hi, before sunrise, for they share the Hikra of that Saman, the sun. 3. What he is when first risen, that is the Prastava. On it men are dependent. Therefore men love praise, prastuti, and celebrity, for they share the Prastava of that Saman. 4. What he is at the time of the Sagava 134, that is the adi, the first, the om. On it birds are dependent. Therefore birds fly about in the sky without support, holding themselves, for they share the adi 135, the om, of that Saman. 5. What he is just at noon, that is the Ajitha. On it the Devas are dependent, because they are brilliant. Therefore they are the best of all the descendants of Prajapati, for they share the Ajitha of that Saman. 6. what he is after midday and before afternoon, that is the pratihara. On it all germs are dependent. Therefore these, having been conceived, pratihrita, do not fall, for they share the pratihara of that saman. 7. What he is after the afternoon and before sunset, that is the upadrava. On it the animals of the forest are dependent. Therefore, when they see a man, they run, upadravanti, to the forest as a safe hiding place, for they share the upadrava of that saman. 8. What he is when he first sets, that is the nidana. On it the fathers are dependent. Therefore they put them 136 down, nidadhati, for they share the nidana of that saman. Thus a man meditates on the sevenfold saman as the sun. 10th Khanda. 1. Next let a man meditate on the sevenfold saman which is uniform in itself 137 and leads beyond death. The word hikra has 3 syllables, the word prastava has 3 syllables, that is equal, sama. 2. The word adi, first, has 2 syllables, the word pratihara has 4 syllables. Taking 1 syllable from that over, that is equal, sama. 3. The word ujjatha has 3 syllables, the word upadrava has 4 syllables. With 3 and 3 syllables it should be equal. 1 syllable being left over, it becomes trisyllabic. Hence it is equal. 4. The word nidana has 3 syllables, therefore it is equal. These make 22 syllables. 5. With 21 syllables a man reaches the sun, and death, for the sun is the 21st 138 from here, with the 22nd he conquers what is beyond the sun, that is blessedness, that is freedom from grief. 6. He obtains here the victory over the sun, death, and there is a higher victory than the victory over the sun for him, who knowing this meditates on the sevenfold saman as uniform in itself, which leads beyond death, which leads beyond death. 11th Khanda 139. 1. The hikra is mind, the prastava speech, the ujjatha sight, the pratihara hearing, the nidana breath. That is the Gayatra saman, as interwoven in the 5, pranas 140. 2. He who thus knows this Gayatra interwoven in the pranas, keeps his senses, reaches the full life, he lives long 141, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. The rule of him who thus meditates on the Gayatra is, be not high-minded. 12th Khanda. 1. The hikra is, he rubs, the fire stick, the prastava, smoke rises, the ujjatha, it burns, the pratihara, there are glowing coals, the nidana, it goes down, the nidana, it is gone out. This is the Rathantara saman as interwoven in fire 142. 2. He who thus knows this Rathantara interwoven in fire, becomes radiant 143 and strong. He reaches the full life, he lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. The rule is, do not rinse the mouth or spit before the fire. 13th Khanda. 1, 2. Next follows the Vamadevya as interwoven in generation 144. 14th Khanda. 1. Rising, the sun is the hikra, risen, he is the prastava, at noon he is the ujjatha, in the afternoon he is the pratihara, setting, he is the nidana. That is the brihat saman as interwoven in the sun 145. 2. He who thus knows the brihat as interwoven in the sun, becomes refulgent 146 and strong, he reaches the full life, he lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, never complain of the heat of the sun. 15th Khanda. 1. The mists gather, that is the hikra, the cloud has risen, that is the prastava, it rains, that is the ujjatha, it flashes and thunders, that is the pratihara, it stops, that is the nidana. That is the Vairupa saman, as interwoven in Parganya, the god of rain. 2. He who thus knows the Vairupa as interwoven in Parganya, obtains all kinds of cattle, Virupa, he reaches the full life, he lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, never complain of the rain. 16th Khanda. 1. The Hikra is spring, the Prastava summer, the Ujjitha the rainy season, the Pratihara autumn, the Nidana winter. That is the Vairaga Saman, as interwoven in the seasons. 2. He who thus knows the Vairaga, as interwoven in the seasons, shines, Viragati, through children, cattle, and glory of countenance. He reaches the full life, he lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, never complain of the seasons. 17th Khanda. 1. The Hikra is the earth, the Prastava the sky, the Ujjitha heaven, the Pratihara the regions, the Nidana the sea. These are the Sakvari Samans, as interwoven in the worlds 147. 2. He who thus knows the Sakvaris, as interwoven in the worlds, becomes possessed of the worlds, he reaches the full life, he lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, never complain of the worlds. 18th Khanda. 1. The Hikra is goats, the Prastava sheep, the Ujjitha cows, the Pratihara horses, the Nidana man. These are the Revti Samans, as interwoven in animals. 2. He who thus knows these Revtis, as interwoven in animals, becomes rich in animals 148, he reaches the full life, he lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, never complain of animals. 19th Khanda. 1. The Hikra is hair, the Prastava skin, the Ujjitha flesh, the Pratihara bone, the Nidana marrow. That is the Yajnayanya Saman, as interwoven in the members of the body. 2. He who thus knows the Yajnayanya, as interwoven in the members of the body, becomes possessed of strong limbs, he is not crippled in any limb, he reaches the full life, he lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, do not eat marrow for a year, or, do not eat marrow at all. 20th Khanda. 1. The Hikra is fire, the Prastava air, the Ujjitha the sun, the Pratihara the stars, the Nidana the moon. That is the Ragana Saman, as interwoven in the deities. 2. He who thus knows the Ragana, as interwoven in the deities, obtains the same world, the same happiness, the same company as the gods, he reaches the full life, he lives long, becomes great with children and cattle, great by fame. His rule is, do not speak evil of the Brahmanas. 21st Khanda. 1. The Hikra is the threefold knowledge, the Prastava these three worlds, the Ujjitha Agni, fire, Vayu, air, and Aditya, sun, the Pratihara the stars, the birds, and the rays, the Nidana the serpents, Gandharvas, and fathers. That is the Saman, as interwoven in everything. 2. He who thus knows this Saman, as interwoven in everything, he becomes everything. 3. And thus it is said in the following verse, there are the fivefold three, the three kinds of sacrificial knowledge, the three worlds and in their fivefold form, i.e. as identified with the Hikra, the Prastava, and the other forms of the Saman. Greater than these there is nothing else besides. 4. He who knows this, knows everything. All regions offer him gifts. His rule is, let him meditate, on the Saman, knowing that he is everything, that he is everything 149. 22nd Khanda 150. 1. The Ujjitha, of which a poet said, I choose the deep-sounding note of the Saman as good for cattle, belongs to Agni. The indefinite note belongs to Prajapati, the definite note to Soma, the soft and smooth note to Vayu, the smooth and strong note to Indra, the heron-like note to Brihaspati, the dull note to Varuna. Let a man cultivate all of these, avoiding, however, that of Varuna. 2. Let a man sing 151, wishing to obtain by his song immortality for the Devas. May I obtain by my song oblations, svata, for the fathers, hope for men, fodder and water for animals, heaven for the sacrificer, food for myself, thus reflecting on these in his mind, let a man, Udgatri priest, sing praises. Without making mistakes in pronunciation, and 3. All vowels, svara, belong to Indra, all sibilants, Ushman, to Prajapati, all consonants, Sparsa, to Mrityu, death. If somebody should reprove him for his vowels, let him say, I went to Indra as my refuge, when pronouncing my vowels he will answer thee. 4. And if somebody should reprove him for his sibilants, let him say, I went to Prajapati as my refuge, he will smash thee. And if somebody should reprove him for his consonants, let him say, I went to Mrityu as my refuge, he will reduce thee to ashes. 5. All vowels are to be pronounced with voice, Gosha, and strength, Bala, so that the Udgatri may give strength to Indra. All sibilants are to be pronounced, neither as if swallowed, Agrasta, 152, nor as if thrown out, Nirasta, 153, but well opened 154, Vivrita, so that the Udgatri may give himself to Prajapati. All consonants are to be pronounced slowly, and without crowding them together 155, so that the Udgatri may withdraw himself from Mrityu. 23rd Khanda. 1. There are 3 branches of the law. Sacrifice, study, and charity are the first 156. 2. Austerity the second, and to dwell as a Brahmacharan in the house of a tutor, always mortifying the body in the house of a tutor, is the third. All these obtain the worlds of the blessed. But the Brahmasamstha alone, he who is firmly grounded in Brahman, obtains immortality. 3. Prajapati brooded on the worlds. From them, thus brooded on, the threefold knowledge, sacrifice, issued forth. He brooded on it, and from it, thus brooded on, issued the 3 syllables, Bu, Bhuva, Sva. 4. He brooded on them, and from them, thus brooded on, issued the Om. As all leaves are attached to a stalk, so is all speech, all words, attached to the Om, Brahman. Om is all this, Om is all this. 24th Khanda. 1. The teachers of Brahman, Veda, declare, as the Pratasavana, morning oblation, belongs to the Vasus, the Madhyandina Savana, noon libation, to the Rudras, the 3rd Savana, evening libation, to the Adithyas and the Visvdevas. 2. Where then is the world of the sacrificer? He who does not know this, how can he perform the sacrifice? He only who knows, should perform it 157. 3. Before the beginning of the Prataranuvaka, matin chant, the sacrificer, sitting down behind the household altar, Garhapesha, and looking towards the north, sings the Saman, addressed to the Vasus. 4. Open the door of the world, the earth, let us see thee, that we may rule, on earth. 5. Then he sacrifices, saying, Adoration to Agni, who dwells on the earth, who dwells in the world. Obtain that world for me, the sacrificer. That is the world for the sacrificer. 6. I, the sacrificer, shall go thither, when this life is over. Take this. He says, in offering the libation. Cast back the bolt. Having said this, he rises. For him the Vasus fulfill the morning oblation. 7. Before the beginning of the Madhyandina Savana, the noon oblation, the sacrificer, sitting down behind the Agnitriya altar, and looking towards the north, sings the Saman, addressed to the Rudras. 8. Open the door of the world, the sky, let us see thee, that we may rule wide, in the sky. 9. Then he sacrifices, saying, Adoration to Vayu, air, who dwells in the sky, who dwells in the world. Obtain that world for me, the sacrificer. That is the world for the sacrificer. 10. I, the sacrificer, shall go thither, when this life is over. Take this. Cast back the bolt. Having said this, he rises. For him the Rudras fulfill the noon oblation. 11. Before the beginning of the 3rd oblation, the sacrificer, sitting down behind the Ahavanya altar, and looking towards the north, sings the Saman, addressed to the Adithyas and Visvdevas. 12. Open the door of the world, the heaven, let us see thee, that we may rule supreme, in heaven. This is addressed to the Adithyas. 13. Next the Saman addressed to the Visvdevas, open the door of the world, heaven, let us see thee, that we may rule supreme, in heaven. 14. Then he sacrifices, saying, Adoration to the Edifiers and to the Visv-devas, who dwell in heaven, who dwell in the world. Obtain that world for me, the sacrificer. 15. That is the world for the sacrificer. I, the sacrificer, shall go thither, when this life is over. Take this. Cast back the bolt. Having said this, he rises. 16. For him the Edifiers and the Visv-devas fulfill the third oblation. He who knows this, knows the full measure of the sacrifice, he knows it. Third Prapathaka. First Khanda 158. 1. The sun is indeed the honey 159 of the Devas. The heaven is the cross-beam, from which, the sky, hangs as, a hive, and the bright vapors are the eggs of the bees 160. 2. The eastern rays of the sun are the honey cells in front. The Rik verses are the bees, the Rig Veda, sacrifice, is the flower, the water, of the sacrificial libations, is the nectar, of the flower. 3. Those very Rik verses then, as bees, brooded over the Rig Veda sacrifice, the flower, and from it, thus brooded on, sprang as its, nectar, essence, fame, glory of countenance, vigor, strength, and health 161. 4. That, essence, flowed forth and went towards the sun 162. And that forms what we call the red, Rohita, light of the rising sun. Second Khanda. 1. The southern rays of the sun are the honey cells on the right. The Yagas verses are the bees, the Yajurveda sacrifice is the flower, the water, of the sacrificial libations, is the nectar, of the flower. 2. Those very Yagas verses, as bees, brooded over the Yajurveda sacrifice, the flower. And from it, thus brooded on, sprang as its, nectar, essence, fame, glory of countenance, vigor, strength, and health. 3. That flowed forth and went towards the sun. And that forms what we call the white, Sukla, light of the sun. Third Khanda. 1. The western rays of the sun are the honey cells behind. The Saman verses are the bees, the Samaveda sacrifice is the flower, the water is the nectar. 2. Those very Saman verses, as bees, brooded over the Samaveda sacrifice. And from it, thus brooded on, sprang as its, nectar, essence, fame, glory of countenance, vigor, strength, and health. 3. That flowed forth and went towards the sun. And that forms what we call the dark, Krishna, light of the sun. Fourth Khanda. 1. The northern rays of the sun are the honey cells on the left. The hymns of the Atharvaras are the bees, the Itihasa Purana 163, the reading of the old stories, is the flower, the water is the nectar. 2. Those very hymns of the Atharvaras, as bees, brooded over the Itihasa Purana, and from it, thus brooded on, sprang as its, nectar, essence, fame, glory of countenance, vigor, strength, and health. 3. That flowed forth, and went towards the sun. And that forms what we call the extreme dark, Para-Krishnam, light of the sun. Fifth Khanda. 1. The upward rays of the sun are the honey cells above. The secret doctrines are the bees, Brahman, the Om, is the flower, the water is the nectar. 2. Those secret doctrines, as bees, brooded over Brahman, the Om, and from it, thus brooded on, sprang as its, nectar, essence, fame, glory of countenance, brightness, vigor, strength, and health. 3. That flowed forth, and went towards the sun. And that forms what seems to stir in the center of the sun. 4. These, the different colors in the sun, are the essences of the essences. For the Vedas are essences, the best things in the world. And of them, after they have assumed the form of sacrifice, these, the colors rising to the sun, are again the essences. They are the nectar of the nectar. For the Vedas are nectar, immortal, and of them these are the nectar. Sixth Khanda. 1. On the first of these nectars, the red light, which represents fame, glory of countenance, vigor, strength, health, the Vasus live, with Agni at their head. True, the Devas do not eat or drink, but they enjoy by seeing the nectar. 2. They enter into that, red, color, and they rise from that color 164. 3. He who thus knows this nectar, becomes one of the Vasus, with Agni at their head, he sees the nectar and rejoices. And he, too, having entered that color, rises again from that color. 4. So long as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west 165, so long does he follow the sovereign supremacy of the Vasus. 7th Khanda. 1. On the second of these nectars the Rudras live, with Indra at their head. True, the Devas do not eat or drink, but they enjoy by seeing the nectar. 2. They enter into that white color, and they rise from that color. 3. He who thus knows this nectar, becomes one of the Rudras, with Indra at their head, he sees the nectar and rejoices. And he, having entered that color, rises again from that color. 4. So long as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, twice as long does it rise in the south and set in the north, and so long does he follow the sovereign supremacy of the Rudras. 8th Khanda. 1. On the third of these nectars the Adithyas live, with Varuna at their head. True, the Devas do not eat or drink, but they enjoy by seeing the nectar. 2. They enter into that, dark, color, and they rise from that color. 3. He who thus knows this nectar, becomes one of the Adithyas, with Varuna at their head, he sees the nectar and rejoices. And he, having entered that color, rises again from that color. 4. So long as the sun rises in the south and sets in the north, twice as long does it rise in the west and set in the east, and so long does he follow the sovereign supremacy of the Adithyas. 9th Khanda. 1. On the fourth of these nectars the Maruts live, with Soma at their head. True, the Devas do not eat or drink, but they enjoy by seeing the nectar. 2. They enter in that, very dark, color, and they rise from that color. 3. He who thus knows this nectar, becomes one of the Maruts, with Soma at their head, he sees the nectar and rejoices. And he, having entered that color, rises again from that color. 4. So long as the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, twice as long does it rise in the north and set in the south, and so long does he follow the sovereign supremacy of the Maruts. 10th Khanda. 1. On the fifth of these nectars the Sathyas live, with Brahman at their head. True, the Devas do not eat or drink, but they enjoy by seeing the nectar. 2. They enter into that color, and they rise from that color. 3. He who thus knows this nectar, becomes one of the Sathyas, with Brahman at their head, he sees the nectar and rejoices. And he, having entered that color, rises again from that color. 4. So long as the sun rises in the north and sets in the south, twice as long does it rise above, and set below, and so long does he follow the sovereign power of the Sathyas 166. 11th Khanda. 1. When from thence he has risen upwards, he neither rises nor sets. He is alone, standing in the center. And on this there is this verse. 2. Yonder he neither rises nor sets at any time. If this is not true, ye gods, may I lose Brahman. 3. And indeed to him who thus knows this Brahma-Upanishad, the secret doctrine, of the Veda, the sun does not rise and does not set. For him there is day, once and for all 167. 4. This doctrine, beginning with 3, 1, 1, Brahman, M. Hiranyagarbha, told to Prajapati, Vorag, Prajapati to Manu, Manu to his offspring, Ikshvaku, and K. And the father told that doctrine of Brahman, N, to Talavakâra-Aranyaka. 5. A father may therefore tell that doctrine of Brahman to his eldest son 168, or to a worthy pupil. But no one should tell it to anybody else, even if he gave him the whole sea-girt earth, full of treasure, for this doctrine is worth more than that, yea, it is worth more. 12th Khanda. 1. The Gayatri 169, verse, is everything whatsoever here exists. Gayatri indeed is speech, for speech sings forth, Gayati, and protects, Triyati, everything that here exists. 2. That Gayatri is also the earth, for everything that here exists rests on the earth, and does not go beyond. 3. That earth again is the body in man, for in it the vital airs, pranas 170, which are everything, rest, and do not go beyond. 4. That body again in man is the heart within man, for in it the pranas, which are everything, rest, and do not go beyond. 5. That Gayatri has 4 feet 171 and is sixfold 172. And this is also declared by a Rig verse, Rig Veda X, 93. 6. Such is the greatness of it, of Brahman, under the disguise of Gayatri 173, greater than it is the person 174, Purusha. His feet are all things. The immortal with 3 feet is in heaven, i.e. in himself. 7. The Brahman which has been thus described, as immortal with 3 feet in heaven, and as Gayatri, is the same as the ether which is around us. 8. And the ether which is around us, is the same as the ether which is within us. And the ether which is within us. 9. That is the ether within the heart. That ether in the heart, as Brahman, is omnipresent and unchanging. He who knows this obtains omnipresent and unchangeable happiness. 13th Khanda 175. 1. For that heart there are 5 gates belonging to the devas, the senses. The eastern gate is the prana, up-breathing, that is the eye, that is Aditya, the sun. Let a man meditate on that as brightness, glory of countenance, and health. He who knows this, becomes bright and healthy. 2. The southern gate is the Vyana, back-breathing, that is the ear, that is the moon. Let a man meditate on that as happiness and fame. He who knows this, becomes happy and famous. 3. The western gate is the Apana, down-breathing, that is speech, that is Agni, fire. Let a man meditate on that as glory of countenance and health. He who knows this, becomes glorious and healthy. 4. The northern gate is the Samama, on-breathing, that is mind, that is Parganya, rain. Let a man meditate on that as celebrity and beauty. He who knows this, becomes celebrated and beautiful. 5. The upper gate is the Udana, out-breathing, that is air, that is ether. Let a man meditate on that as strength and greatness. He who knows this, becomes strong and great. 6. These are the 5 men of Brahman, the doorkeepers of the Svarga, heaven, world. He who knows these 5 men of Brahman, the doorkeepers of the Svarga world, in his family a strong son is born. He who thus knows these 5 men of Brahman, as the doorkeepers of the Svarga world, enters himself the Svarga world. 7. Now that light which shines above this heaven, higher than all, higher than everything, in the highest world, beyond which there are no other worlds, that is the same light which is within man. And of this we have this visible proof 176. 8. Namely, when we thus perceive by touch the warmth here in the body 177. And of it we have this audible proof, namely, when we thus, after stopping our ears, listen to what is like the rolling of a carriage, or the bellowing of an ox, or the sound of a burning fire 178, within the ears. Let a man meditate on this as the Brahman, which is seen and heard. He, who knows this, becomes conspicuous and celebrated, he becomes celebrated. 14th Khanda. 1. All this is Brahman, n. Let a man meditate on that, visible world, as beginning, ending, and breathing 179 in it, the Brahman. Now man is a creature of will. According to what his will is in this world, so will he be when he has departed this life. Let him therefore have this will and belief. 2. The intelligent, whose body is spirit, whose form is light, whose thoughts are true, whose nature is like ether, omnipresent and invisible, from whom all works, all desires, all sweet odors and tastes proceed. He who embraces all this, who never speaks, and is never surprised. 3. He is myself within the heart, smaller than a corn of rice, smaller than a corn of barley, smaller than a mustard seed, smaller than a canary seed or the kernel of a canary seed. He also is myself within the heart, greater than the earth, greater than the sky, greater than heaven, greater than all these worlds. 4. He from whom all works, all desires, all sweet odors and tastes proceed, who embraces all this, who never speaks and who is never surprised, he, myself within the heart, is that Brahman, N. When I shall have departed from hence, I shall obtain him, that self. He who has this faith 180 has no doubt, thus said Sandilya 181, yeah, thus he said. 15th Khanda 182. 1. The chest which has the sky for its circumference and the earth for its bottom, does not decay, for the quarters are its sides, and heaven its lid above. That chest is a treasury, and all things are within it. 2. Its eastern quarter is called Guhu, its southern Sahamana, its western Ragni, its northern Subhuta 183. The child of those quarters is Vayu, the air, and he who knows that the air is indeed the child of the quarters, never weeps for his sons. I know the wind to be the child of the quarters, may I never weep for my sons. 3. I turn to the imperishable chest with such and such and such 184. I turn to the prana, life, with such and such and such. I turn to Bu with such and such and such. I turn to Bhuva with such and such and such. I turn to Sva with such and such and such. 4. When I said, I turn to prana, then prana means all whatever exists hereto that I turn. 5. When I said, I turn to Bu, what I said is, I turn to the earth, the sky, and heaven. 6. When I said, I turn to Bhuva, what I said is, I turn to Agni, fire, Vayu, air, Aditya, sun. 7. When I said, I turn to Sva, what I said is, I turn to the Rig Veda, Yajurveda, and Samaveda. That is what I said, yeah, that is what I said. 16th Khanda 185. 1. Man is sacrifice. His first 24 years are the morning libation. The Gayatri has 24 syllables, the morning libation is offered with Gayatri hymns. The Vasus are connected with that part of the sacrifice. The pranas, the 5 senses, are the Vasus, for they make all this to abide, Vasayanti. 2. If anything ails him in that early age, let him say, Ye pranas, ye Vasus, extend this my morning libation unto the midday libation, that I, the sacrificer, may not perish in the midst of the pranas or Vasus. Thus he recovers from his illness, and becomes whole. 3. The next 44 years are the midday libation. The Trishtub has 44 syllables, the midday libation is offered with Trishtub hymns. The Rudras are connected with that part of it. The pranas are the Rudras, for they make all this to cry, Rodyanti. 4. If anything ails him in that second age, let him say, Ye pranas, ye Rudras, extend this my midday libation unto the third libation, that I, the sacrificer, may not perish in the midst of the pranas or Rudras. Thus he recovers from his illness, and becomes whole. 5. The next 48 years are the third libation. The Gagati has 48 syllables, the third libation is offered with Gagati hymns. The Adithyas are connected with that part of it. The pranas are the Adithyas, for they take up all this, Adidate. 6. If anything ails him in that third age, let him say, Ye pranas, ye Adithyas, extend this my third libation unto the full age, that I, the sacrificer, may not perish in the midst of the pranas or Adithyas. Thus he recovers from his illness, and becomes whole. 7. Mahadasa Aitareya, the son of Atara, who knew this, said, addressing a disease, Why dost thou afflict me, as I shall not die by it? He lived 116 years, i.e. 24 plus 44 plus 48. He, too, who knows this lives on to 116 years. 17th Khanda 186. 1. When a man, who is the sacrificer, hungers, thirsts, and abstains from pleasures, that is the Diksha, initiatory rite. 2. When a man eats, drinks, and enjoys pleasures, he does it with the Upasadas, the sacrificial days on which the sacrificer is allowed to partake of food. 3. When a man laughs, eats, and delights himself, he does it with the Stutasastras, hymns sung and recited at the sacrifices. 4. Penance, liberality, righteousness, kindness, truthfulness, these form his dakshinas, gifts bestowed on priests, and 5. Therefore when they say, there will be a birth, and, there has been a birth, words used at the Soma sacrifice, and really meaning, he will pour out the Soma juice, and he has poured out the Soma juice, that is his new birth. His death is the Avabritha ceremony, when the sacrificial vessels are carried away to be cleansed. 6. Gaurajarasa, after having communicated this, view of the sacrifice, to Krishna, the son of Devki 187, and he never thirsted again, after other knowledge, said, let a man, when his end approaches, take refuge with this triad 188, thou art the imperishable, thou art the unchangeable, thou art the edge of prana. On this subject there are 2 Rik verses, Rigveda 8, 6, 30. 7. Then they see, within themselves, the ever-present light of the old seed, of the world, the Sat, the highest, which is lighted in the brilliant, Brahman. Rigveda I, 50, 10. Perceiving above the darkness, of ignorance, the higher light, in the sun, as the higher light within the heart, the bright source, of light and life, among the gods, we have reached the highest light, yeah. The highest light 189. 18th Khanda 190. 1. Let a man meditate on mind as Brahman, n. This is said with reference to the body. Let a man meditate on the ether as Brahman, n. This is said with reference to the Devas. Thus both the meditation which has reference to the body, and the meditation which has reference to the Devas, has been taught. 2. That Brahman, mind, has 4 feet, quarters. Speech is 1 foot, breath is 1 foot, the eye is 1 foot, the car is 1 foot, so much with reference to the body. Then with reference to the gods, Agni, fire, is 1 foot, Vayu, air, is 1 foot, Aditya, sun, is 1 foot, the quarters are 1 foot. Thus both the worship which has reference to the body, and the worship which has reference to the Devas, has been taught. 3. Speech is indeed the 4th foot of Brahman. That foot shines with Agni, fire, as its light, and warms. He who knows this, shines and warms through his celebrity, fame, and glory of countenance. 4. Breath is indeed the 4th foot of Brahman. That foot shines with Vayu, air, as its light, and warms. He who knows this, shines and warms through his celebrity, fame, and glory of countenance. 5. The eye is indeed the 4th foot of Brahman. That foot shines with Aditya, sun, as its light, and warms. He who knows this, shines and warms through his celebrity, fame, and glory of countenance. 6. The ear is indeed the 4th foot of Brahman. That foot shines with the quarters as its light, and warms. He who knows this, shines and warms through his celebrity, fame, and glory of countenance. 19th Khanda. 1. Aditya, the sun 191, is Brahman, this is the doctrine, and this is the fuller account of it. In the beginning this was non-existent 192. It became existent, it grew. It turned into an egg 193. The egg lay for the time of a year. The egg broke open. The 2 halves were one of silver, the other of gold. 2. The silver one became this earth, the golden one the sky, the thick membrane, of the white, the mountains, the thin membrane, of the yoke, the mist with the clouds, the small veins the rivers, the fluid the sea. 3. And what was born from it, that was Aditya, the sun. When he was born shouts of hurrah arose, and all beings arose, and all things which they desired. Therefore whenever the sun rises and sets, shouts of hurrah arise, and all beings arise, and all things which they desire. 4. If anyone knowing this meditates on the sun as Brahman, pleasant shouts will approach him and will continue, they will continue. 4th Prapataka. 1st Khanda 194. 1. There lived once upon a time Ganasruddha-Patrayana, the great-grandson of Ganasruddha, who was a pious giver, bestowing much wealth upon the people, and always keeping open house. He built places of refuge everywhere, wishing that people should everywhere eat of his food. 2. Once in the night some hamsas, flamingos, flew over his house, and one flamingo said to another, "Hey, Balaksha, Balaksha, short-sighted friend. The light, glory, of Ganasruddha-Patrayana has spread like the sky. Do not go near, that it may not burn thee." 3. The other answered him, "How can you speak of him, being what he is, Mriganya, noble, as if he were like Rikva with the car 195. 4. The first replied, "How is it with this Rikva with the car of whom thou speakest?" The other answered, "As, in a game of dice, all the lower castes 196 belong to him who has conquered with the Krita caste, so whatever good deeds other people perform, belong to that Rikva. He who knows what he knows, he is thus spoken of by me." 5. Ganasruddha-Patrayana overheard this conversation, and as soon as he had risen in the morning, he said to his doorkeeper, "Kshatri, friend, dost thou speak of me, as if I were Rikva with the car?" He replied, "How is it with this Rikva, with the car?" 6. The king said, "As, in a game of dice, all the lower castes belong to him who has conquered with the Krita caste, so whatever good deeds other people perform, belong to that Rikva. He who knows what he knows, he is thus spoken of by me." 7. The doorkeeper went to look for Rikva, but returned saying, "I found him not." Then the king said, "Alas! Where a Brahmana should be searched for, in the solitude of the forest, there go for him." 8. The doorkeeper came to a man who was lying beneath a car and scratching his sores 197. He addressed him, and said, "Sir, are you Rikva with the car?" He answered, "Here I am." Then the doorkeeper returned, and said, "I have found him." 2nd Khanda. 1. Then Ganasruddha-Patrayana took 600 cows, a necklace, and a carriage with mules, went to Rikva and said, 2. Rikva, here are 600 cows, a necklace, and a carriage with mules, teach me the deity which you worship. 3. The other replied, "Phi, necklace and carriage be thine, O Sudra, together with the cows." Then Ganasruddha-Patrayana took again 1,000 cows, a necklace, a carriage with mules, and his own daughter, and went to him. 4. He said to him, "Rikva, there are 1,000 cows, a necklace, a carriage with mules, this wife, and this village in which thou dwellest. Sir, teach me." 5. He, opening her mouth 198, said, "You have brought these, cows and other presents, O Sudra, but only by that mouth did you make me speak. These are the Rikvaparna villages in the country of the Mahavrishas, Mahapunyas, where Rikva dwelt under him 199. And he said to him, 3rd Khanda. 1. Vayu, is indeed the end of all 200. For when fire goes out, it goes into air. When the sun goes down, it goes into air. When the moon goes down, it goes into air. 2. When water dries up, it goes into air. Air indeed consumes them all. So much with reference to the devas. 3. Now with reference to the body. Breath, prana, is indeed the end of all. When a man sleeps, speech goes into breath, so do sight, hearing, and mind. Breath indeed consumes them all. 4. These are the two ends, air among the devas, breath among the senses, prana. 5. Once while Saunika Kapila and Abhipadaran Kakshasini were being waited on at their meal, a religious student begged of them. They gave him nothing. 6. He said, One God, who is he, swallowed the four great ones 201, he, the guardian of the world. O Kappiya, mortals see him not, O Abhipradaran, though he dwells in many places. He to whom this food belongs, to him it has not been given. 202. 7. Saunaka Kappiya, pondering on that speech, went to the student and said, He is the self of the Devas, the creator of all beings, with golden tusks, the eater, not without intelligence. His greatness is said to be great indeed, because, without being eaten, he eats even what is not food. 203. Thus do we, O Brahmacharan, meditate on that being. Then he said, Give him food. 8. They gave him food. Now these 5, the eater Vayu, air, and his food, Agni, fire, Aditya, sun, Chandramas, moon, ap, water, and the other 5, the eater Prana, breath, and his food, speech, sight, hearing, mind, make 10. And that is the Krita, the highest. 204, caste, representing the 10, the eaters and the food. Therefore in all quarters those 10 are food, and, Krita, the highest caste. These are again the Vorag. 205, of 10 syllables, which eats the food. Through this all this becomes seen. He who knows this sees all this and becomes an eater of food, he becomes an eater of food. 4th Khanda. 206. 1. Satyakama, the son of Gabala, addressed his mother and said, I wish to become a Brahmacharan, religious student. Mother. Of what family am I? 2. She said to him, I do not know, my child, of what family thou art. In my youth, when I had to move about much as a servant, waiting on the guests in my father's house, I conceived thee. I do not know of what family thou art. I am Gabala by name, thou art Satyakama, Philaleiths. Say that thou art Satyakama Gabala. 3. He going to Gautama Haridrumata said to him, I wish to become a Brahmacharan with you, sir. May I come to you, sir? 4. He said to him, Of what family are you, my friend? He replied, I do not know, sir, of what family I am. I asked my mother, and she answered, In my youth when I had to move about much as a servant, I conceived thee. I do not know of what family thou art. I am Gabala by name, thou art Satyakama, I am therefore Satyakama Gabala, sir. 5. He said to him, No one but a true Brahmana would thus speak out. Go and fetch fuel, friend, I shall initiate you. You have not swerved from the truth. Having initiated him, he chose 400 lean and weak cows, and said, Tend these, friend. He drove them out and said to himself, I shall not return unless I bring back 1,000. He dwelt a number of years, in the forest, and when the cows had become 1,000. 5th Khanda. 1. The bull of the herd, meant for Vayu, said to him, Satyakama. He replied, Sir. The bull said, We have become 1,000, lead us to the house of the teacher. 2. And I will declare to you 1 foot of Brahman. Declare it, sir, he replied. He said to him, The eastern region is 1/4, the western region is 1/4, the southern region is 1/4, the northern region is 1/4. This is a foot of Brahman, consisting of the 4 quarters, and called Prakasavat, endowed with splendor. 3. He who knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Prakasavat, becomes endowed with splendor in this world. He conquers the resplendent worlds, whoever knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of the 4 quarters, by the name of Prakasavat. 6th Khanda. 1. Agni will declare to you another foot of Brahman. After these words of the bull, Satyakama, on the morrow, drove the cows, toward the house of the teacher. And when they came towards the evening, he lighted a fire, penned the cows, laid wood on the fire, and sat down behind the fire, looking to the east. 2. Then Agni, the fire, said to him, Satyakama. He replied, Sir. 3. Agni said, Friend, I will declare unto you 1 foot of Brahman. Declare it, sir, he replied. He said to him, The earth is 1/4, the sky is 1/4, the heaven is 1/4, the ocean is 1/4. This is a foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, and called Anantavat, endless. 4. He who knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Anantavat, becomes endless in this world. He conquers the endless worlds, whoever knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Anantavat. 7th Khanda. 1. A Hamsa, flamingo, meant for the sun, will declare to you another foot of Brahman. After these words of Agni, Satyakama, on the morrow, drove the cows onward. And when they came towards the evening, he lighted a fire, penned the cows, laid wood on the fire, and sat down behind the fire, looking toward the east. 2. Then a Hamsa flew near and said to him, Satyakama. He replied, Sir. 3. The Hamsa said, Friend, I will declare unto you 1 foot of Brahman. Declare it, sir, he replied. He said to him, Fire is 1/4, the sun is 1/4, the moon is 1/4, lightning is 1/4. This is a foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, and called Jayadishmat, full of light. 4. He who knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Jayadishmat, becomes full of light in this world. He conquers the worlds which are full of light, whoever knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Jayadishmat. 8th Khanda. 1. A diver bird, Madgu, meant for prana, will declare to you another foot of Brahman. After these words of the Hamsa, Satyakama, on the morrow, drove the cows onward. And when they came towards the evening, he lighted a fire, penned the cows, laid wood on the fire, and sat down behind the fire, looking toward the east. 2. Then a diver flew near and said to him, Satyakama. He replied, Sir. 3. The diver said, Friend, I will declare unto you 1 foot of Brahman. Declare it, sir, he replied. He said to him, Breath is 1/4, the eye is 1/4, the ear is 1/4, the mind is 1/4. This is a foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, and called Ayatanavat, having a home. He who knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Ayatanavat, becomes possessed of a home in this world. He conquers the worlds which offer a home, whoever knows this and meditates on the foot of Brahman, consisting of 4 quarters, by the name of Ayatanavat. 9th Khanda. 1. Thus he reached the house of his teacher. The teacher said to him, Satyakama. He replied, Sir. 2. The teacher said, Friend, you shine like one who knows Brahman. Who then has taught you 207? He replied, Not men. But you only, sir, I wish, should teach me 208. 3. For I have heard from men like you, sir, that only knowledge which is learnt from a teacher, Acharya, leads to real good. Then he taught him the same knowledge. Nothing was left out, nothing was left out. 10th Khanda 209. 1. Upakasala Kamalayana dwelt as a Brahmacharan, religious student, in the house of Satyakama Gabala. He tended his fires for 12 years. But the teacher, though he allowed other pupils, after they had learnt the sacred books, to depart to their own homes, did not allow Upakasala to depart. 2. Then his wife said to him, This student, who is quite exhausted, with austerities, has carefully tended your fires. Let not the fires themselves blame you, but teach him. The teacher, however, went away on a journey without having taught him. The student from sorrow was not able to eat. Then the wife of the teacher said to him, Student, eat. Why do you not eat? He said, There are many desires in this man here, which lose themselves in different directions. I am full of sorrows, and shall take no food. 4. Thereupon the fires said among themselves, This student, who is quite exhausted, has carefully tended us. Well, let us teach him. They said to him. 5. Breath is Brahman, Ka, pleasure, is Brahman, Ka, ether, is Brahman. He said, I understand that breath is Brahman, but I do not understand Ka or Ka 2:10. They said, what is Ka is Ka, what is Ka is Ka 2:11. They therefore taught him Brahman as breath, and as the ether, in the heart, 212. 11th Khanda. 1. After that the Garha-Pesha fire 213 taught him earth, fire, food, and the sun, these are my forms, or forms of Brahman. The person that is seen in the sun, I am he indeed 214. 2. He who knowing this meditates on him, destroys sin, obtains the world, of Agni Garha-Pesha, reaches his full age, and lives long, his descendants do not perish. We guard him in this world and in the other, whosoever knowing this meditates on him. 12th Khanda. 1. Then the Anvaharya fire 215 taught him, water, the quarters, the stars, the moon, these are my forms. The person that is seen in the moon, I am he indeed. 2. He who knowing this meditates on him, destroys sin, obtains the world, of Agni Anvaharya, reaches his full age, and lives long, his descendants do not perish. We guard him in this world and in the other, whosoever knowing this meditates on him. 13th Khanda. 1. Then the Ahavanya 216 fire taught him, breath, ether, heaven, and lightning, these are my forms. The person that is seen in the lightning, I am he indeed. 2. He who knowing this meditates on him, destroys sin, obtains the world, of Agni Ahavanya, reaches his full age, and lives long, his descendants do not perish. We guard him in this world and in the other, whosoever knowing this meditates on him. 14th Khanda. 1. Then they all said, Upakasala, this is our knowledge, our friend, and the knowledge of the self, but the teacher will tell you the way, to another life. 2. In time his teacher came back, and said to him, Upakasala. He answered, Sir. The teacher said, Friend, your face shines like that of one who knows Brahman. Who has taught you? Who should teach me, sir, he said. He denies, as it were. And he said, pointing, to the fires, are these fires other than fires? The teacher said, What, my friend, have these fires told you? 3. He answered, this, repeating some of what they had told him. The teacher said, My friend, they have taught you about the worlds, but I shall tell you this. And as water does not cling to a lotus leaf, so no evil deed clings to one who knows it. He said, Sir, tell it me. 15th Khanda. 1. He said, the person that is seen in the eye, that is the self. This is the immortal, the fearless, this is Brahman 2:17. Even though they drop melted butter or water on him, it runs away on both sides 2:18. 2. They call him Samyadvama, for all blessings, Vama, go towards him, Samyanti. All blessings go towards him who knows this. 3. He is also Vamani, for he leads, Nayati, all blessings, Vama. He leads all blessings who knows this. 4. He is also Bhamani, for he shines, body, in all worlds. He who knows this, shines in all worlds. 5. Now, if one who knows this, dies, whether people perform obsequies for him or no, he goes to light, Archis, 219, from light to day, from day to the light half of the moon. From the light half of the moon to the 6 months during which the sun goes to the north, from the months to the year, from the year to the sun, from the sun to the moon, from the moon to the lightning. There is a person not human. 6. He leads them to Brahman. This is the path of the Devas, the path that leads to Brahman. Those who proceed on that path, do not return to the life of man, they do not return. 16th Khanda 220. 1. Verily, he who purifies, Vayu, is the sacrifice, for he, the air, moving along purifies everything. Because moving along he purifies everything, therefore he is the sacrifice. Of that sacrifice there are 2 ways, by mind and by speech. 2. The Brahmin priest performs one of them in his mind 221, the Hatri, Advaryu, and Udgatri priests perform the other by words. When the Brahmin priest, after the Prataranovika ceremony has begun, but before the recitation of the Paridaniya hymn, has, to break his silence and, to speak. 3. He performs perfectly the one way only, that by words, but the other is injured. As a man walking on one foot, or a carriage going on one wheel, is injured, his sacrifice is injured, and with the injured sacrifice the sacrificer is injured, yes, having sacrificed, he becomes worse. 4. But when after the Prataranovika ceremony has begun, and before the recitation of the Paridaniya hymn, the Brahmin priest has not, to break his silence and, to speak, they perform both ways perfectly, and neither of them is injured. 5. As a man walking on two legs and a carriage going on two wheels gets on, so his sacrifice gets on, and with the successful sacrifice the sacrificer gets on, yes, having sacrificed, he becomes better. 17th Khanda. 1. Pragapati brooded over the worlds, and from them thus brooded on he squeezed out the essences, Agni, fire, from the earth, Vayu, air, from the sky, Aditya, the sun, from heaven. 2. He brooded over these three deities, and from them thus brooded on he squeezed out the essences, the Rik verses from Agni, the Yagas verses from Vayu, the Saman verses from Aditya. 3. He brooded over the threefold knowledge, the three Vedas, and from it thus brooded on he squeezed out the essences, the sacred interjection bus from the Rik verses, the sacred interjection bhuvas from the Yagas verses, the sacred interjection svar from the Saman verses. 4. If the sacrifice is injured from the Rigveda side, let him offer a libation in the Garhapesha fire, saying, Bu, Svaha. Thus does he bind together and heal, by means of the essence and the power of the Rik verses themselves, whatever break the Rik sacrifice may have suffered. 5. If the sacrifice is injured from the Yajurveda side, let him offer a libation in the Dakshina fire, saying, Bhuva, Svaha. Thus does he bind together and heal, by means of the essence and the power of the Yagas verses themselves, whatever break the Yagas sacrifice may have suffered. 6. If the sacrifice is injured by the Samaveda side, let him offer a libation in the Ahavanya fire, saying, Sva, Svaha. Thus does he bind together and heal, by means of the essence and the power of the Saman verses themselves, whatever break the Saman sacrifice may have suffered. 7. As one binds, softens, gold by means of Lavana 222, borax, and silver by means of gold, and tin by means of silver, and lead by means of tin, and iron, loha, by means of lead, and wood by means of iron, or also by means of leather. 8. Thus does one bind together and heal any break in the sacrifice by means of, the Vyaritis or sacrificial interjections which are, the essence and strength of the three worlds, of the deities, and of the threefold knowledge. That sacrifice is healed 223 in which there is a Brahmin priest who knows this. 9. That sacrifice is inclined towards the north, in the right way, in which there is a Brahmin priest who knows this. And with regard to such a Brahmin priest there is the following Gatha 224, wherever it falls back, thither the man 225 goes, viz. The Brahmin only, as one of the Ritvig priests. He saves the Kurus as a mare, viz. A Brahmin priest who knows this, saves the sacrifice, the sacrificer, and all the other priests. Therefore let a man make him who knows this his Brahmin priest, not one who does not know it, who does not know it. 5th Prapathaka. 1st Khanda. 1. He who knows the oldest and the best becomes himself the oldest and the best. Breath indeed is the oldest and the best. 2. He who knows the richest, becomes himself the richest. Speech indeed is the richest. 3. He who knows the firm rest, becomes himself firm in this world and in the next. The eye indeed is the firm rest. 4. He who knows success, his wishes succeed, both his divine and human wishes. The ear indeed is success. 5. He who knows the home, becomes a home of his people. The mind indeed is the home. 6. The five senses quarreled together. 226, who was the best, saying, I am better, I am better. 7. They went to their father Prajapati and said, Sir, who is the best of us? He replied, He by whose departure the body seems worse than worst, he is the best of you. 8. The tongue, speech, departed, and having been absent for a year, it came round and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, like mute people, not speaking, but breathing with the breath, seeing with the eye, hearing with the ear, thinking with the mind. Thus we lived. Then speech went back. 9. The eye, sight, departed, and having been absent for a year, it came round and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, like blind people, not seeing, but breathing with the breath, speaking with the tongue, hearing with the ear, thinking with the mind. Thus we lived. Then the eye went back. 10. The ear, hearing, departed, and having been absent for a year, it came round and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, like deaf people, not hearing, but breathing with the breath, speaking with the tongue, thinking with the mind. Thus we lived. Then the ear went back. 11. The mind departed, and having been absent for a year, it came round and said, How have you been able to live without me? They replied, like children whose mind is not yet formed, but breathing with the breath, speaking with the tongue, seeing with the eye, hearing with the ear. Thus we lived. Then the mind went back. 12. The breath, when on the point of departing, tore up the other senses, as a horse, going to start, might tear up the pegs to which he is tethered. 227. They came to him and said, Sir, be thou, our Lord, thou art the best among us. Do not depart from us. 13. Then the tongue said to him, If I am the richest, thou art the richest. The eye said to him, If I am the firm rest, thou art the firm rest. 228. 14. The ear said to him, If I am success, thou art success. The mind said to him, If I am the home, thou art the home. 15. And people do not call them, the tongues, the eyes, the ears, the minds, but the breaths, prana, the senses. For breath are all these. Second Khanda. 1. Breath said, What shall be my food? They answered, Whatever there is, even unto dogs and birds. Therefore this is food for Ana, the breather. His name is clearly Ana. 229. To him who knows this there is nothing that is not, proper, food. 2. He said, What shall be my dress? They answered, Water. Therefore wise people, when they are going to eat food, surround their food before and after with water. 230. He, prana, thus gains a dress, and is no longer naked. 231 foot. 3. Satyakama Gabala, after he had communicated this to Gusruti Vyagrapadia, said to him, If you were to tell this to a dry stick, branches would grow, and leaves spring from it. 4. If 232 a man wishes to reach greatness, let him perform the Diksha. 233, preparatory rite, on the day of the new moon, and then, on the night of the full moon, let him stir a mash of all kinds of herbs with curds and honey. And let him pour ghee on the fire, Avasathya-lakika, saying, Svaha to the oldest and the best. After that let him throw all that remains, of the ghee, 234 into the mash. 5. In the same manner let him pour ghee on the fire, saying, Svaha to the richest. After that let him throw all that remains together into the mash. In the same manner let him pour ghee on the fire, saying, Svaha to the firm rest. After that let him throw all that remains together into the mash. In the same manner let him pour ghee on the fire, saying, Svaha to success. After that let him throw all that remains together into the mash. 6. Then going forward and placing the mash in his hands, he recites, Thou, prana, art Ama. 235 by name, for all this together exists in thee. He is the oldest and best, the king, the sovereign. May he make me the oldest, the best, the king, the sovereign. May I be all this. 7. Then he eats with the following Rik verse at every foot, we choose that food here he swallows of the divine Savitri, prana, here he swallows the best and all supporting food here he swallows we meditate on the speed of Bhaga, Savitri. Prana, here he drinks all. 8. Having cleansed the vessel, whether it be a kamsa or a kamesa, he sits down behind the fire on a skin or on the bare ground, without speaking or making any other effort. If in his dream he sees a woman, let him know this to be a sign that his sacrifice has succeeded. 9. On this there is a sloka, if during sacrifices which are to fulfill certain wishes he sees in his dreams a woman, let him know success from this vision in a dream, from this vision in a dream. 3rd Khanda 236. 1. Svetâsvatara-upanishad went to an assembly 237 of the Panchalas. Pravahana-Gavali 238 said to him, Boy, has your father instructed you? Yes, sir, he replied. 2. Do you know to what place men go from here? No, sir, he replied. Do you know how they return again? No, sir, he replied. Do you know where the path of Devas and the path of the fathers diverge? No, sir, he replied. 3. Do you know why that world 239 never becomes full? No, sir, he replied. Do you know why in the 5th libation water is called man 240? No, sir, he replied. 4. Then why did you say, you had been instructed? How could anybody who did not know these things say that he had been instructed? Then the boy went back sorrowful to the place of his father, and said, Though you had not instructed me, sir, you said you had instructed me. 5. That fellow of Aranyaka asked me 5 questions, and I could not answer one of them. The father said, As you have told me these questions of his, I do not know any one of them 241. If I knew these questions, how should I not have told you 242? 6. Then Gautama went to the king's place, and when he had come to him, the king offered him proper respect. In the morning the king went out on his way to the assembly 243. The king said to him, Sir, Gautama, ask a boon of such things as men possess. He replied, Such things as men possess may remain with you. Tell me the speech which you addressed to the boy. 7. The king was perplexed and commanded him, saying, Stay with me some time. Then he said, As, to what, you have said to me, Gautama, this knowledge did not go to any Brahmana before you, and therefore this teaching belonged in all the worlds to the Kshatriya class alone. Then he began. 4th Khanda 244. 1. The altar, on which the sacrifice is supposed to be offered, is that world, heaven, O Gautama, its fuel is the sun itself, the smoke his rays, the light the day, the coals the moon, the sparks the stars. 2. On that altar the devas, or pranas, represented by Agni, and offer the Shraddha libation, consisting of water. From that oblation rises Soma, the king 245, the moon. 5th Khanda. 1. The altar is Parganya, the god of rain, O Gautama. Its fuel is the air itself, the smoke the cloud, the light the lightning, the coals. The thunderbolt, the sparks the thunderings 246. 2. On that altar the devas offer Soma, the king, the moon. From that oblation rises rain 247. 6th Khanda. 1. The altar is the earth, O Gautama, its fuel is the year itself, the smoke the ether, the light the night, the coals the quarters, the sparks the intermediate quarters. 2. On that altar the devas, pranas, offer rain. From that oblation rises food, corn, and 7th Khanda. 1. The altar is man, O Gautama, its fuel speech itself, the smoke the breath, the light the tongue, the coals the eye, the sparks the ear. 2. On that altar the devas, pranas, offer food. From that oblation rises seed. 8th Khanda. 1. The altar is woman, O Gautama 248. 2. On that altar the devas, pranas, offer seed, from that oblation rises the germ. Ninth Khanda. 1. For this reason is water in the fifth oblation called man. This germ, covered in the womb, having dwelt there 10 months, or more or less, is born. 2. When born, he lives whatever the length of his life may be. When he has departed, his friends carry him, as appointed, to the fire, of the funeral pile, from whence he came, from whence he sprang. 10th Khanda. Those who know this 249, even though they still be grihasthas, householders, and those who in the forest follow faith and austerities, the vanaprasthas. And of the parivragakas those who do not yet know the highest Brahman, go 250 to light, artis, from light to day, from day to the light half of the moon, from the light half of the moon to the 6 months when the sun goes to the north. From the 6 months when the sun goes to the north to the year, from the year to the sun, from the sun to the moon, from the moon to the lightning. There is a person not human 251. 2. He leads them to Brahman, the conditioned Brahman. This is the path of the Devas. 3. But they who living in a village practice, a life of sacrifices, works of public utility, and alms, they go to the smoke, from smoke to night, from night to the dark half of the moon. From the dark half of the moon to the 6 months when the sun goes to the south. But they do not reach the year. 4. From the months they go to the world of the fathers, from the world of the fathers to the ether, from the ether to the moon. That is Soma, the king. Here they are loved, eaten, by the Devas, yes, the Devas love, eat, them 252. 5. Having dwelt there, till their good works are consumed, they return again that way as they came 253, to the ether, from the ether to the air. Then the sacrificer, having become air, becomes smoke, having become smoke, he becomes mist. 6. Having become mist, he becomes a cloud, having become a cloud, he rains down. Then he is born as rice and corn, herbs and trees, sesamum, and beans. From thence the escape is beset with most difficulties. For whoever the persons may be that eat the food, and beget offspring, he henceforth becomes like unto them. 7. Those whose conduct has been good, will quickly attain some good birth, the birth of a Brahmana, or a Kshatriya, or a Vaishya. But those whose conduct has been evil, will quickly attain an evil birth, the birth of a dog, or a hog, or a Kandala. 8. On neither of these two ways those small creatures, flies, worms, and are continually returning, of whom it may be said, live and die. Theirs is a third place. Therefore that world never becomes full. 254, CFV, 3:2. Hence let a man take care to himself. 255. And thus it is said in the following sloka 256. 9. A man who steals gold, who drinks spirits, who dishonors his guru's bed, who kills a Brahman, these 4 fall, and as a 5th he who associates with them. 10. But he who thus knows the 5 fires is not defiled by sin even though he associates with them. He who knows this, is pure, clean, and obtains the world of the blessed, yea, he obtains the world of the blessed. 11th Khanda 257. 1. Prakanasala Apamanyava, Satyayagna Palushi, Indradhyamna Balavaya, Ganasarkarakshya, and Bhutala Asvatarasvi, these 5 great householders and great theologians came once together and held a discussion as to what is our self. And what is Brahman. 258. 2. They reflected and said, Sirs, there is that Talavakâra-upanishad, who knows at present that self, called Vaisvanara. Well, let us go to him. They went to him. 3. But he reflected, those great householders and great theologians will examine me, and I shall not be able to tell them all, therefore I shall recommend another teacher to them. 4. He said to them, Sirs, Asvapati-Kaikya knows at present that self, called Vaisvanara. Well, let us go to him. They went to him. 5. When they arrived, the king ordered proper presents to be made separately to each of them. And rising the next morning 259 he said, In my kingdom there is no thief, no miser, no drunkard, no man without an altar in his house, no ignorant person, no adulterer, much less an adulteress. I 260 am going to perform a sacrifice, sirs, and as much wealth as I give to each Ritvig priest, I shall give to you, sirs. Please to stay here. 6. They replied, every man ought to say for what purpose he comes. You know at present that Vaisvanara self, tell us that. 7. He said, tomorrow I shall give you an answer. Therefore on the next morning they approached him, carrying fuel in their hands, like students, and he, without first demanding any preparatory rites 261, said to them. 12th Khanda. 1. Upamanyava, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, heaven only, venerable king. He said, the self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Satagas, having good light. Therefore every kind of soma libation is seen in your house 262. 2. You eat food, and see your desire, a son, and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self, eats food, sees his desire, and has Vedic glory, arising from study and sacrifice, in his house. That, however, is but the head of the self, and thus your head would have fallen, in a discussion, if you had not come to me. 13th Khanda. 1. Then he said to Satyagna Palushi, O Prakanayogya, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, the sun only, venerable king. He said, the self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Visvarupa, multiform. Therefore much and manifold wealth is seen in your house. 2. There is a car with mules, full of slaves and jewels. You eat food and see your desire, and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self, eats food and sees his desire, and has Vedic glory in his house. That, however, is but the eye of the self, and you would have become blind, if you had not come to me. 14th Khanda. 1. Then he said to Indradyumna Balavaya, O Vyagrapadia, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, air only, venerable king. He said, the self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Prithigvardman, having various courses. Therefore offerings come to you in various ways, and rows of cars follow you in various ways. 2. You eat food and see your desire, and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self, eats food and sees his desire, and has Vedic glory in his house. That, however, is but the breath of the self, and your breath would have left you, if you had not come to me. 15th Khanda. 1. Then he said to Ganasarkarakshya, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, ether only, venerable king. He said, the self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Bahula, full. Therefore you are full of offspring and wealth. 2. You eat food and see your desire, and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self, eats food and sees his desire, and has Vedic glory in his house. That, however, is but the trunk of the self, and your trunk would have perished, if you had not come to me. 16th Khanda. 1. Then he said to Bhutala Asvatarasvi, O Vyagrapadia, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, water only, venerable king. He said, the self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Ray, wealth. Therefore are you wealthy and flourishing. 2. You eat food and see your desire, and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self, eats food and sees his desire, and has Vedic glory in his house. That, however, is but the bladder of the self, and your bladder would have burst, if you had not come to me. 17th Khanda. 1. Then he said to Talavakâra-upanishad, O Gautama, whom do you meditate on as the self? He replied, the earth only, venerable king. He said, the self which you meditate on is the Vaisvanara self, called Pratishta, firm rest. Therefore you stand firm with offspring and cattle. 2. You eat food and see your desire, and whoever thus meditates on that Vaisvanara self, eats food and sees his desire, and has Vedic glory in his house. That, however, are but the feet of the self, and your feet would have given way, if you had not come to me. 18th Khanda. 1. Then he said to them all, You eat your food, knowing that Vaisvanara self as if it were many. But he who worships the Vaisvanara self as a span long, and as 263 identical with himself, he eats food in all worlds, in all beings, in all selves. 2. Of that Vaisvanara self the head is Sutagas, having good light, the eye Visvarupa, multiform, the breath Prithigvartman, having various courses, the trunk Bahula, full, the bladder Ray, wealth, the feet the earth, the chest the altar. The hairs the grass on the altar, the heart the Garhapesha fire, the mind the Ambahariya fire, the mouth the Ahavanya fire. 19th Khanda. 1. Therefore 260 for the first food which a man may take, is in the place of Homa. And he who offers that first oblation, should offer it to Prana, upbreathing, saying Svaha. Then Prana, upbreathing, is satisfied. 2. If Prana is satisfied, the eye is satisfied, if the eye is satisfied, the sun is satisfied, if the sun is satisfied, heaven is satisfied, if heaven is satisfied, whatever is under heaven and under the sun is satisfied. And through their satisfaction he, the sacrificer or eater, himself is satisfied with offspring, cattle, health, brightness, and Vedic splendor. 20th Khanda. 1. And he who offers the second oblation, should offer it to Vyana, back-breathing, saying Svaha. Then Vyana is satisfied. 2. If Vyana is satisfied, the ear is satisfied, if the ear is satisfied, the moon is satisfied, if the moon is satisfied, the quarters are satisfied, if the quarters are satisfied, whatever is under the quarters and under the moon is satisfied. And through their satisfaction he, the sacrificer or eater, himself is satisfied with offspring, cattle, health, brightness, and Vedic splendor. 21st Khanda. 1. And he who offers the third oblation, should offer it to Apana, down-breathing, saying Svaha. Then Apana is satisfied. If Apana is satisfied, the tongue is satisfied, if the tongue is satisfied, Agni, fire, is satisfied, if Agni is satisfied, the earth is satisfied, if the earth is satisfied, whatever is under the earth and under fire is satisfied. 2. And through their satisfaction he, the sacrificer or eater, himself is satisfied with offspring, cattle, health, brightness, and Vedic splendor. 22nd Khanda. 1. And he who offers the fourth oblation, should offer it to Samama, on breathing, saying Svaha. Then Samama is satisfied. 2. If Samama is satisfied, the mind is satisfied, if the mind is satisfied, Parganya, god of rain, is satisfied, if Parganya is satisfied, lightning is satisfied, if lightning is satisfied, whatever is under Parganya and under lightning is satisfied. And through their satisfaction he, the sacrificer or cater, himself is satisfied with offspring, cattle, health, brightness, and Vedic splendor. 23rd Khanda. 1. And he who offers the fifth oblation, should offer it to Udana, outbreathing, saying Svaha. Then Udana is satisfied. 2. If Udana is satisfied, Vayu, air, is satisfied, if Vayu is satisfied, ether is satisfied, if ether is satisfied, whatever is under Vayu, and under the ether is satisfied. And through their satisfaction he, the sacrificer or eater, himself is satisfied with offspring, cattle, health, brightness, and Vedic splendor. 24th Khanda. 1. If, without knowing this, one offers an Agnihotra, it would be as if a man were to remove the live coals and pour his libation on dead ashes. 2. But he who offers this Agnihotra with a full knowledge of its true purport, he offers it, i.e. he eats food, 265 in all worlds, in all beings, in all selves. 3. As the soft fibers of the Ishikar reed, when thrown into the fire, are burnt, thus all his sins are burnt whoever offers this Agnihotra with a full knowledge of its true purport. 4. Even if he gives what is left of his food to a Kandala, it would be offered in his, the Kandala's, Vaisvanara self. And so it is said in this sloka, As hungry children here on earth sit, expectantly, round their mother, so do all beings sit round the Agnihotra, round the Agnihotra. 6th Prapathaka. 1st Khanda. 1. Hari, O.M. There lived once Svetaketu-Aranya, the grandson of Aruna. To him his father, Uddalaka, the son of Aruna, said, Svetaketu, go to school. For there is none belonging to our race, darling, who, not having studied, the Veda, is, as it were, a Brahmana by birth only. 2. Having begun his apprenticeship, with a teacher, when he was 12 years of age 266, Svetaketu returned to his father, when he was 24, having then studied all the Vedas, conceited, considering himself well-read, and stern. 3. His father said to him, Svetaketu, as you are so conceited, considering yourself so well-read, and so stern, my dear, have you ever asked for that instruction by which we hear what cannot be heard, by which we perceive what cannot be perceived, by which we know what cannot be known? 4. What is that instruction, sir? He asked. The father replied, My dear, as by one clod of clay all that is made of clay is known, the difference 267 being only a name, arising from speech, but the truth being that all is clay. 5. And as, my dear, by one nugget of gold 268 all that is made of gold is known, the difference being only a name, arising from speech, but the truth being that all is gold. 6. And as, my dear, by one pair of nail scissors all that is made of iron, Karshneyasam, is known, the difference being only a name, arising from speech, but the truth being that all is iron, thus, my dear, is that instruction. 7. The son said, Surely those venerable men, my teachers, did not know that. For if they had known it, why should they not have told it me? Do you, sir, therefore tell me that? Be it so, said the father. 2nd Khanda 269. 1. In the beginning, my dear, there was that only which is, Tao Nu, one only, without a second. Others say, in the beginning there was that only which is not, Tao Mu Nu, one only, without a second, and from that which is not, that which is was born. 2. But how could it be thus, my dear, the father continued. How could that which is, be born of that which is not? No, my dear, only that which is, was in the beginning, one only, without a second. 3. It thought 270, may I be many, may I grow forth. It sent forth fire 271. That fire 272 thought, may I be many, may I grow forth. It sent forth water 273. And therefore whenever anybody anywhere is hot and perspires, water is produced on him from fire alone. 4. Water thought, may I be many, may I grow forth. It sent forth earth 274, food. Therefore whenever it rains anywhere, most food is then produced. From water alone is eatable food produced. 3rd Khanda. 1. Of all living things there are indeed 3 origins only 275, that which springs from an egg, oviparous, that which springs from a living being, viviparous, and that which springs from a germ. 2. That being 276, i.e. that which had produced fire, water, and earth, thought, let me now enter those 3 beings 277, fire, water, earth, with this living self, Jiva Atma, 278, and let me then reveal, develop, names and forms. 3. Then that being having said, let me make each of these 3 tripartite, so that fire, water, and earth should each have itself for its principal ingredient. Besides an admixture of the other 2, entered into those 3 beings, Devata, with this living self only, and revealed names and forms. 4. He made each of these tripartite, and how these 3 beings become each of them tripartite, that learn from me now, my friend. 4th Khanda. 1. The red color of burning fire, Agni, is the color of fire, the white color of fire is the color of water, the black color of fire the color of earth. Thus vanishes what we call fire, as a mere variety, being a name, arising from speech. What is true, Satya, are the three colors, or forms. 2. The red color of the sun, Aditya, is the color of fire, the white of water, the black of earth. Thus vanishes what we call the sun, as a mere variety, being a name, arising from speech. What is true are the three colors. 3. The red color of the moon is the color of fire, the white of water, the black of earth. Thus vanishes what we call the moon, as a mere variety, being a name, arising from speech. What is true are the three colors. 4. The red color of the lightning is the color of fire, the white of water, the black of earth. Thus vanishes what we call the lightning, as a mere variety, being a name, arising from speech. What is true are the three colors. 5. Great householders and great theologians of olden times who knew this, have declared the same, saying, no one can henceforth mention to us anything which we have not heard, perceived, or known. 279. Out of these, three colors or forms, they knew all. 6. Whatever they thought looked red, they knew was the color of fire. Whatever they thought looked white, they knew was the color of water. Whatever they thought looked black, they knew was the color of earth. 7. Whatever they thought was altogether unknown, they knew was some combination of those three beings, Devata. Now learn from me, my friend, how those three beings, when they reach man, become each of them tripartite. 5th Khanda. 1. The earth, food, when eaten becomes threefold. Its grossest portion becomes feces, its middle portion flesh, its subtlest portion mind. 2. Water when drunk becomes threefold, its grossest portion becomes water, its middle portion blood, its subtlest portion breath. 3. Fire, i.e. in oil, butter, and, when eaten becomes threefold, its grossest portion becomes bone, its middle portion marrow, its subtlest portion speech. 280. 4. For truly, my child, mind comes of earth, breath of water, speech of fire. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 6th Khanda. 1. That which is the subtle portion of curds, when churned, rises upwards, and becomes butter. 2. In the same manner, my child, the subtle portion of earth, food, when eaten, rises upwards, and becomes mind. 3. That which is the subtle portion of water, when drunk, rises upwards, and becomes breath. 4. That which is the subtle portion of fire, when consumed, rises upwards, and becomes speech. 5. For mind, my child, comes of earth, breath of water, speech of fire. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 7th Khanda. 1. Man, Purusha, my son, consists of 16 parts. Abstain from food for 15 days, but drink as much water as you like, for breath comes from water, and will not be cut off, if you drink water. 2. Svetaketu abstained from food for 15 days. Then he came to his father and said, What shall I say? The father said, Repeat the Rik, Yagas, and Saman verses. He replied, They do not occur to me, sir. 3. The father said to him, As of a great lighted fire one coal only of the size of a firefly may be left, which would not burn much more than this, i.e. very little. Thus, my dear son, one part only of the 16 parts, of you, is left, and therefore with that one part you do not remember the Vedas. Go and eat. 4. Then wilt thou understand me. Then Svetaketu. 8. And afterwards approached his father. And whatever his father asked him, he knew it all by heart. Then his father said to him. 5. As of a great lighted fire one coal of the size of a firefly, if left, may be made to blaze up again by putting grass upon it, and will thus burn more than this. 6. Thus, my dear son, there was one part of the 16 parts left to you, and that, lighted up with food, burnt up, and by it you remember now the Vedas. After that, he understood what his father meant when he said, Mind, my son, comes from food, breath from water, speech from fire. He understood what he said, yeah, he understood it. 281. 8th Khanda. 1. Talavakâra-Aranyaka said to his son Svetaketu, "Learn from me the true nature of sleep, Svapna. When a man sleeps here, then, my dear son, he becomes united with the true." 282, he is gone to his own self. Therefore they say, Svapatai, he sleeps, because he is gone, Apata, to his own, Sva. 283. 2. As a bird when tied by a string flies first in every direction, and finding no rest anywhere, settles down at last on the very place where it is fastened, exactly in the same manner, my son, that mind, the Giva, or living self in the mind, c. 3. 2. After flying in every direction, and finding no rest anywhere, settles down on breath. 284. For indeed, my son, mind is fastened to breath. 3. Learn from me, my son, what are hunger and thirst. When a man is thus said to be hungry, water is carrying away, digests, what has been eaten by him. Therefore as they speak of a cow leader, Gonaya, a horse leader, Asvanaya, a man leader, Purushanaya, so they call water, which digests food and causes hunger, food leader, Asanaya. Thus, by food digested Enk. My son, know this offshoot, the body, to be brought forth, for this, body, could not be without a root, cause. 4. And where could its root be except in food, earth. 285. And in the same manner, my son, as food, earth, too is an offshoot, seek after its root, viz. Water. And as water too is an offshoot, seek after its root, viz. Fire. And as fire too is an offshoot, seek after its root, viz. The true. Yes, all these creatures, my son, have their root in the true, they dwell in the true, they rest in the true. 5. When a man is thus said to be thirsty, fire carries away what has been drunk by him. Therefore as they speak of a cow leader, Gonaya, of a horse leader, Asvanaya, of a man leader, Purushanaya, so they call fire Udanya, thirst, i.e. water leader. Thus, by water digested Enk. My son, know this offshoot, the body, to be brought forth, this, body, could not be without a root, cause. 6. And where could its root be except in water? As water is an offshoot, seek after its root, viz. Fire. As fire is an offshoot, seek after its root, viz. The true. Yes, all these creatures, O son, have their root in the true, they dwell in the true, they rest in the true. And how these three beings, Devata, fire, water, earth, O son, when they reach man, become each of them tripartite, has been said before, 6, 4, 7. When a man departs from hence, his speech 286 is merged in his mind in his breath in heat, fire, heat in the highest being. 7. Now that which is that subtle essence, the root of all, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 9th Khanda. 1. As the bees 287, my son, make honey by collecting the juices of distant trees, and reduce the juice into one form. 2. And as these juices have no discrimination, so that they might say, I am the juice of this tree or that, in the same manner, my son, all these creatures, when they have become merged in the true, either in deep sleep or in death, know not that they are merged in the true. 3. Whatever these creatures are here, whether a lion, or a wolf, or a boar, or a worm, or a midge, or a gnat, or a mosquito, that they become again and again. 4. Now that which is that subtle essence, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 10th Khanda 288. 1. These rivers, my son, run, the eastern, like the Ganga, toward the east, the western, like the Sindhu, toward the west. They go from sea to sea, i.e. the clouds lift up the water from the sea to the sky, and send it back as rain to the sea. They become indeed sea. And as those rivers, when they are in the sea, do not know, I am this or that river. 2. In the same manner, my son, all these creatures, when they have come back from the true, know not that they have come back from the true. Whatever these creatures are here, whether a lion, or a wolf, or a boar, or a worm, or a midge, or a gnat, or a mosquito, that they become again and again. 3. That which is that subtle essence, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 11th Khanda 289. 1. If someone were to strike at the root of this large tree here, it would bleed, but live. If he were to strike at its stem, it would bleed, but live. If he were to strike at its top, it would bleed, but live. Pervaded by the living self, that tree stands firm, drinking in its nourishment and rejoicing. 2. But if the life, the living self, leaves one of its branches, that branch withers. If it leaves a second, that branch withers. If it leaves a third, that branch withers. If it leaves the whole tree withers. 290. In exactly the same manner, my son, know this. Thus he spoke. 3. This body, indeed withers and dies when the living self has left it. The living self dies not. That which is that subtle essence, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 12th Khanda 291. 1. Fetch me from thence a fruit of the Nyagroda tree. Here is one, sir. Break it. It is broken, sir. What do you see there? These seeds, almost infinitesimal. Break one of them. It is broken, sir. What do you see there? Not anything, sir. 2. The father said, my son, that subtle essence which you do not perceive there, of that very essence this great Nyagroda tree exists. 3. Believe it, my son. That which is the subtle essence, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 13th Khanda 292. 1. Place this salt in water, and then wait on me in the morning. The son did as he was commanded. The father said to him, Bring me the salt, which you placed in the water last night. The son, having looked for it, found it not, for, of course, it was melted. 2. The father said, Taste it from the surface of the water. How is it? The son replied, It is salt. Taste it from the middle. How is it? The son replied, It is salt. Taste it from the bottom. How is it? The son replied, It is salt. The father said, Throw it away. 293 and then wait on me. He did so. But salt exists forever. Then the father said, Here also, in this body, forsooth, you do not perceive the true, sat, my son, but there indeed it is. 3. That which is the subtle essence, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 14th Khanda 294. 1. As one might lead a person with his eyes covered away from the Gandharas. 295, and leave him then in a place where there are no human beings. And as that person would turn towards the east, or the north, or the west, and shout, I have been brought here with my eyes covered, I have been left here with my eyes covered. 2. And as thereupon some one might loose his bandage and say to him, Go in that direction, it is Gandhara, go in that direction. And as thereupon, having been informed and being able to judge for himself, he would by asking his way from village to village arrive at last at Gandhara. In exactly the same manner does a man, who meets with a teacher to inform him, obtain the true knowledge. 296. For him there is only delay so long as he is not delivered from the body, then he will be perfect. 297. 3. That which is the subtle essence, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 15th Khanda. 298. 1. If a man is ill, his relatives assemble round him and ask, Dost thou know me? Dost thou know me? Now as long as his speech is not merged in his mind in breath, breath in heat, fire, heat in the highest being, Devata, he knows them. 2. But when his speech is merged in his mind in breath, breath in heat, fire, heat in the highest being, then he knows them not. That which is the subtle essence, in it all that exists has itself. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, O Svetaketu, art it. Please, sir, inform me still more, said the son. Be it so, my child, the father replied. 16th Khanda. 299. 1. My child, they bring a man hither whom they have taken by the hand, and they say, he has taken something, he has committed a theft. When he denies, they say, heat the hatchet for him. If he committed the theft, then he makes himself to be what he is not. Then the false-minded, having covered his true self by a falsehood, grasps the heated hatchet, he is burnt, and he is killed. 2. But if he did not commit the theft, then he makes himself to be what he is. Then the true-minded, having covered his true self by truth, grasps the heated hatchet, he is not burnt, and he is delivered. As that, truthful, man is not burnt, thus has all that exists itself in that. It is the true. It is the self, and thou, O Svetaketu, art it. He understood what he said, he understood it. 7th Prapathaka. 1st Khanda. 1. Narada approached Sanat Kumara and said, Teach me, sir. Sanat Kumara said to him, Please to tell me what you know, afterward I shall tell you what is beyond. 2. Narada said, I know the Rig Veda, sir, the Yagur Veda, the Samaveda, as the 4th the Atharvana, as the 5th the Itihasa Purana, the Bharata, the Veda of the Vedas, grammar, the Pitriya, the rules for the sacrifices for the ancestors. The Razi, the science of numbers, the Daiva, the science of portents, the Nidhi, the science of time, the Vakovakya, logic, the Ekayana, ethics, the Devavidya, etymology. The Brahmavidya, pronunciation, Siksha, ceremonial, Kulpa, prosody, Khandas, the Buddhavidya, the science of demons, the Kshatravidya, the science of weapons, the Nakshatravidya, astronomy. The Sarpa and Devaganavidya, the science of serpents or poisons, and the sciences of the genii, such as the making of perfumes, dancing, singing, playing, and other fine arts. 300. All this I know, sir. 3. But, sir, with all this I know the mantras only, the sacred books, I do not know the self. I have heard from men like you, that he who knows the self overcomes grief. I am in grief. Do, sir, help me over this grief of mine. Sanat Kumara said to him, Whatever you have read, is only a name. 4. A name is the Rig Veda, Yagur Veda, Samaveda, and as the 4th the Atharvana, as the 5th the Itihasa Purana, the Veda of the Vedas, the Pitriya, the Razi, the Daiva, the Nidhi, the Vakovakya, the Ekayana, the Devavidya, the Brahmavidya. The Buddhavidya, the Kshatravidya, the Nakshatravidya, the Sarpa and Devaganavidya. All these are a name only. Meditate on the name. 5. He who meditates on the name as Brahman 301 is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as the name reaches he who meditates on the name as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than a name? Yes, there is something better than a name. Sir, tell it me. Second Khanda. 1. Speech is better than a name. Speech makes us understand the Rig Veda, Yagur Veda, Samaveda, and as the fourth the Atharvana, as the fifth the Itihasa Purana, the Veda of the Vedas, the Pitriya, the Razi, the Daiva, the Nidhi, the Vakavakya, the Ekayana, the Devavidya, the Brahmavidya, the Kshatravidya, the Nakshatravidya, the Sarpa and Devaganavidya. Heaven, earth, air, ether, water, fire, gods, men, cattle, birds, herbs, trees, all beasts down to worms, midges, and ants, what is right and what is wrong, what is true and what is false, what is good and what is bad, what is pleasing and what is not pleasing. For if there were no speech, neither right nor wrong would be known. 302, neither the true nor the false, neither the good nor the bad, neither the pleasant or the unpleasant. Speech makes us understand all this. Meditate on speech. 2. He who meditates on speech as Brahman, is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as speech reaches he who meditates on speech as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than speech? Yes, there is something better than speech. Sir, tell it me. Third Khanda. 1. Mind, manas, is better than speech. For as the closed fist holds 2 amulaka or 2 kola or 2 aksha fruits, thus does mind hold speech and name. For if a man is minded in his mind to read the sacred hymns, he reads them. If he is minded in his mind to perform any actions, he performs them. If he is minded to wish for sons and cattle, he wishes for them. If he is minded to wish for this world and the other, he wishes for them. For mind is indeed the self. 303, mind is the world, mind is Brahman. Meditate on the mind. 2. He who meditates on the mind as Brahman, is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as the mind reaches he who meditates on the mind as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than mind? Yes, there is something better than mind. Sir, tell it me. Fourth Khanda. 1. Will 304, Sakalpa, is better than mind. For when a man wills, then he thinks in his mind, then he sends forth speech, and he sends it forth in a name. In a name the sacred hymns are contained, in the sacred hymns all sacrifices. 2. All these therefore, beginning with mind and ending in sacrifice, center in will, consist of will, abide in will. Heaven and earth willed, air and ether willed, water and fire willed. Through the will of heaven and earth and rain wills. Through the will of rain food wills, through the will of food the vital airs will, through the will of the vital airs the sacred hymns will, through the will of the sacred hymns the sacrifices will. Through the will of the sacrifices the world, as their reward, wills, through the will of the world everything wills. 305. This is will. Meditate on will. 3. He who meditates on will as Brahman, he, being himself safe, firm, and undistressed, obtains the safe, firm, and undistressed worlds which he has willed. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as will reaches he who meditates on will as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than will? Yes, there is something better than will. Sir, tell it me. Fifth Khanda. 1. Consideration, Kitta, 306 is better than will. For when a man considers, then he wills, then he thinks in his mind, then he sends forth speech, and he sends it forth in a name. In a name the sacred hymns are contained, in the sacred hymns all sacrifices. 2. All these, beginning with mind and ending in sacrifice, center in consideration, consist of consideration, abide in consideration. Therefore if a man is inconsiderate, even if he possesses much learning, people say of him, he is nothing, whatever he may know, for, if he were learned, he would not be so inconsiderate. But if a man is considerate, even though he knows but little, to him indeed do people listen gladly. Consideration is the center, consideration is the self, consideration is the support of all these. Meditate on consideration. 3. He who meditates on consideration as Brahman, he, being himself safe, firm, and undistressed, obtains the safe, firm, and undistressed worlds which he has considered. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as consideration reaches he who meditates on consideration as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than consideration? Yes, there is something better than consideration. Sir, tell it me. 6th Khanda. 1. Reflection, Dhyana, 307 is better than consideration. The earth reflects, as it were, and thus does the sky, the heaven, the water, the mountains, gods and men. Therefore those who among men obtain greatness here on earth, seem to have obtained a part of the object of reflection, because they show a certain repose of manner. Thus while small and vulgar people are always quarreling, abusive, and slandering, great men seem to have obtained a part of the reward of reflection. Meditate on reflection. 2. He who meditates on reflection as Brahman, is Lord and Master, as it were, as far as reflection reaches he who meditates on reflection as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than reflection? Yes, there is something better than reflection. Sir, tell it me. 7th Khanda. 1. Understanding, Vijnana, is better than reflection. Through understanding we understand the Rig Veda, the Yagur Veda, the Samaveda, and as the 4th the Atharvana, as the 5th the Itihasa Purana 308, the Veda of the Vedas, the Pitriya, the Razi, the Daiva, the Nidhi, the Vakavakya, the Ekayana. The Devavidya, the Brahmavidya, the Buddhavidya, the Kshatravidya, the Nakshatravidya, the Sarpa and Devaganavidya, heaven, earth, air, ether, water, fire, gods, men, cattle, birds, herbs, trees, all beasts down to worms, midges, and ants. What is right and what is wrong, what is true and what is false, what is good and what is bad, what is pleasing and what is not pleasing, food and savor, this world and that, all this we understand through understanding. Meditate on understanding. 2. He who meditates on understanding as Brahman, reaches the worlds where there is understanding and knowledge 309, he is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as understanding reaches he who meditates on understanding as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than understanding? Yes, there is something better than understanding. Sir, tell it me. 8th Khanda. 1. Power, Bala, is better than understanding. One powerful man shakes 100 men of understanding. If a man is powerful, he becomes a rising man. If he rises, he becomes a man who visits wise people. If he visits, he becomes a follower of wise people. If he follows them, he becomes a seeing, a hearing, a perceiving, a knowing, a doing, an understanding man. By power the earth stands firm, and the sky, and the heaven, and the mountains, gods and men, cattle, birds, herbs, trees, all beasts down to worms, midges, and ants, by power the world stands firm. Meditate on power. 2. He who meditates on power as Brahman, is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as power reaches he who meditates on power as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than power? Yes, there is something better than power. Sir, tell it me. 9th Khanda. 1. Food, Anna, is better than power. Therefore if a man abstain from food for 10 days, though he live, he would be unable to see, hear, perceive, think, act, and understand. But when he obtains food, he is able to see, hear, perceive, think, act, and understand. Meditate on food. 2. He who meditates on food as Brahman, obtains the worlds rich in food and drink. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as food reaches he who meditates on food as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than food? Yes, there is something better than food. Sir, tell it me. 10th Khanda. 1. Water, AP, is better than food. Therefore if there is not sufficient rain, the vital spirits fail from fear that there will be less food. But if there is sufficient rain, the vital spirits rejoice, because there will be much food. This water, on assuming different forms, becomes this earth, this sky, this heaven, the mountains, gods and men, cattle, birds, herbs and trees, all beasts down to worms, midges, and ants. Water indeed assumes all these forms. Meditate on water. 2. He who meditates on water as Brahman, obtains all wishes, he becomes satisfied, he is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as water reaches. He who meditates on water as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than water? Yes, there is something better than water. Sir, tell it me. 11th Khanda. 1. Fire, Tigas, is better than water. For fire united with air, warms the ether. Then people say, it is hot, it burns, it will rain. Thus does fire, after showing this sign, itself, first, create water. And thus again thunderclaps come with lightnings, flashing upwards and across the sky. Then people say, there is lightning and thunder, it will rain. Then also does fire, after showing this sign first, create water. Meditate on fire. 2. He who meditates on fire as Brahman, obtains, resplendent himself, resplendent worlds, full of light and free of darkness. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as fire reaches. He who meditates on fire as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than fire? Yes, there is something better than fire. Sir, tell it me. 12th Khanda. 1. Ether, or space, is better than fire. For in the ether exist both sun and moon, the lightning, stars, and fire, Agni. Through the ether we call, through the ether we hear, through the ether we answer. 310. In the ether or space we rejoice, when we are together, and rejoice not, when we are separated. In the ether everything is born, and towards the ether everything tends when it is born. 311. Meditate on ether. 2. He who meditates on ether as Brahman, obtains the worlds of ether and of light, which are free from pressure and pain, wide and spacious. 312. He is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as ether reaches. He who meditates on ether as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than ether? Yes, there is something better than ether. Sir, tell it me. 13th Khanda. 1. Memory. 313. Smara, is better than ether. Therefore where many are assembled together, if they have no memory, they would hear no one, they would not perceive, they would not understand. Through memory we know our sons, through memory our cattle. Meditate on memory. 2. He who meditates on memory as Brahman, is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as memory reaches. He who meditates on memory as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than memory? Yes, there is something better than memory. Sir, tell it me. 14th Khanda. 1. Hope, Asa, is better than memory. Fired by hope does memory read the sacred hymns, perform sacrifices, desire sons and cattle, desire this world and the other. Meditate on hope. 2. He who meditates on hope as Brahman, all his desires are fulfilled by hope, his prayers are not in vain, he is, as it were, Lord and Master as far as hope reaches. He who meditates on hope as Brahman. Sir, is there something better than hope? Yes, there is something better than hope. Sir, tell it me. 15th Khanda. 1. Spirit. 314. Prana, is better than hope. As the spokes of a wheel hold to the nave. 315, so does all this, beginning with names and ending in hope, hold to spirit. That spirit moves by the spirit, it gives spirit to the spirit. Father means spirit, mother is spirit, brother is spirit, sister is spirit, tutor is spirit, Brahmana is spirit. 2. For if one says anything unbecoming to a father, mother, brother, sister, tutor or Brahmana, then people say, shame on thee. Thou hast offended thy father, mother, brother, sister, tutor, or a Brahmana. 3. But, if after the spirit has departed from them, one shoves them together with a poker, and burns them to pieces, no one would say, Thou offendest thy father, mother, brother, sister, tutor, or a Brahmana. For, spirit then is all this. He who sees this, perceives this, and understands this, becomes an Ativadan. 316. If people say to such a man, Thou art an Ativadan, he may say, I am an Ativadan, he need not deny it. 16th Khanda. 317. 1. But in reality he is an Ativadan who declares the highest being to be the true, Satya, Tau Nu Tau Omega Nu. Sir, may I become an Ativadan by the true? But we must desire to know the true. Sir, I desire to know the true. 17th Khanda. 1. When one understands the true, then one declares the true. One who does not understand it, does not declare the true. 318. Only he who understands it, declares the true. This understanding, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 18th Khanda. 1. When one perceives, then one understands. One who does not perceive, does not understand. Only he who perceives, understands. This perception, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 19th Khanda. 1. When one believes, then one perceives. One who does not believe, does not perceive. Only he who believes, perceives. This belief, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 20th Khanda. 1. When one attends on a tutor, spiritual guide, then one believes. One who does not attend on a tutor, does not believe. Only he who attends, believes. This attention on a tutor, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 21st Khanda. 1. When one performs all sacred duties. 319, then one attends really on a tutor. One who does not perform his duties, does not really attend on a tutor. Only he who performs his duties, attends on his tutor. This performance of duties, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 22nd Khanda. 1. When one obtains bliss, in oneself, then one performs duties. One who does not obtain bliss, does not perform duties. Only he who obtains bliss, performs duties. This bliss, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 23rd Khanda. 1. The infinite, Bhuman, 320 is bliss. There is no bliss in anything finite. Infinity only is bliss. This infinity, however, we must desire to understand. Sir, I desire to understand it. 24th Khanda. 1. Where one sees nothing else, hears nothing else, understands nothing else, that is the infinite. Where one sees something else, hears something else, understands something else, that is the finite. The infinite is immortal, the finite is mortal. Sir, in what does the infinite rest? In its own greatness or not even in greatness. 321. 2. In the world they call cows and horses, elephants and gold, slaves, wives, fields and houses greatness. I do not mean this, thus he spoke. For in that case one being, the possessor, rests in something else, but the infinite cannot rest in something different from itself. 25th Khanda. 1. The infinite indeed is below, above, behind, before, right and left. It is indeed all this. Now follows the explanation of the infinite as the I am below, I am above, I am behind, before, right and left. I am all this. 2. Next follows the explanation of the infinite as the self is below, above, behind, before, right and left. Self is all this. He who sees, perceives, and understands this, loves the self, delights in the self, revels in the self, rejoices in the self. He becomes a Svarag, an autocrat or self-ruler, he is Lord and Master in all the worlds. But those who think differently from this, live in perishable worlds, and have other beings for their rulers. 26th Khanda. 1. To him who sees, perceives, and understands this 322, the spirit, prana, springs from the self, hope springs from the self, memory springs from the self. So do ether, fire, water, appearance and disappearance 323, food, power, understanding, reflection, consideration, will, mind, speech, names, sacred hymns, and sacrifices all this springs from the self. 2. There is this verse, he who sees this, does not see death, nor illness, nor pain, he who sees this, sees everything, and obtains everything everywhere. He is one, before creation, he becomes 3, fire, water, earth, he becomes 5, he becomes 7, he becomes 9, then again he is called the 11th, and 110 and 1023-24. When the intellectual element has been purified, the whole nature becomes purified. When the whole nature has been purified, the memory becomes firm. And when the memory, of the highest self, remains firm, then all the ties, which bind us to a belief in anything but the self, are loosened. The Venerable Sanat Kumara showed to Narada, after his faults had been rubbed out, the other side of darkness. They call Sanat Kumara Skanda, Skanda they call him. 8th Prapathaka. 1st Khanda 325. 1. Hari, O.M. There is this city of Brahman, the body, and in it the palace, the small lotus, of the heart, and in it that small ether. Now what exists within that small ether, that is to be sought for, that is to be understood. 2. And if they should say to him, now with regard to that city of Brahman, and the palace in it, i.e. the small lotus of the heart, and the small ether within the heart, what is there within it that deserves to be sought for, or that is to be understood? 3. Then he should say, as large as this ether, all space, is, so large is that ether within the heart. Both heaven and earth are contained within it, both fire and air, both sun and moon, both lightning and stars. And whatever there is of him, the self, here in the world, and whatever is not, i.e. whatever has been or will be, all that is contained within it 326. 4. And if they should say to him, if everything that exists is contained in that city of Brahman, all beings and all desires, whatever can be imagined or desired, then what is left of it, when old age reaches it and scatters it? Or when it falls to pieces? 5. Then he should say, by the old age of the body, that, the ether, or Brahman within it, does not age, by the death of the body, that, the ether, or Brahman within it, is not killed. That, the Brahman, is the true Brahma city, not the body 327. In it all desires are contained. It is the self, free from sin, free from old age, from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, which desires nothing but what it ought to desire, and imagines nothing but what it ought to imagine. Now as here on earth people follow as they are commanded, and depend on the object which they are attached to, be it a country or a piece of land. 6. And as here on earth, whatever has been acquired by exertion, perishes, so perishes whatever is acquired for the next world by sacrifices and other good actions performed on earth. Those who depart from hence without having discovered the self and those true desires, for them there is no freedom in all the worlds. But those who depart from hence, after having discovered the self and those true desires 328, for them there is freedom in all the worlds. 2nd Khanda. 1. Thus he who desires the world 329 of the fathers, by his mere will the fathers come to receive him, and having obtained the world of the fathers, he is happy. 2. And he who desires the world of the mothers, by his mere will the mothers come to receive him, and having obtained the world of the mothers, he is happy. 3. And he who desires the world of the brothers, by his mere will the brothers come to receive him, and having obtained the world of the brothers, he is happy. 4. And he who desires the world of the sisters, by his mere will the sisters come to receive him, and having obtained the world of the sisters, he is happy. 5. And he who desires the world of the friends, by his mirror will the friends come to receive him, and having obtained the world of the friends, he is happy. 6. And he who desires the world of perfumes and garlands, Gandhamalya, by his mirror will perfumes and garlands come to him, and having obtained the world of perfumes and garlands, he is happy. 7. And he who desires the world of food and drink, by his mirror will food and drink come to him, and having obtained the world of food and drink, he is happy. 8. And he who desires the world of song and music, by his mirror will song and music come to him, and having obtained the world of song and music, he is happy. 9. And he who desires the world of women, by his mirror will women come to receive him, and having obtained the world of women, he is happy. Whatever object he is attached to, whatever object he desires, by his mirror will it comes to him, and having obtained it, he is happy. Third Khanda. 1. These true desires, however, are hidden by what is false. Though the desires be true, they have a covering which is false. Thus, whoever belonging to us has departed this life, him we cannot gain back, so that we should see him with our eyes. 2. Those who belong to us, whether living or departed, and whatever else there is which we wish for and do not obtain, all that we find there, if we descend into our heart, where Brahman dwells, in the ether of the heart. There are all our true desires, but hidden by what is false. 330. As people who do not know the country, walk again and again over a gold treasure that has been hidden somewhere in the earth and do not discover it, thus do all these creatures day after day go into the Brahma world, they are merged in Brahman. While asleep, and yet do not discover it, because they are carried away by untruth, they do not come to themselves, i.e., they do not discover the true self in Brahman, dwelling in the heart. 3. That self abides in the heart. And this is the etymological explanation. The heart is called Hridayam, instead of Hridayam, i.e., he who is in the heart. He who knows this, that he is in the heart, goes day by day, when in Sushupti, deep sleep, into heaven, Svarga, i.e. into the Brahman of the heart. 4. Now that serene being 331 which, after having risen from out this earthly body, and having reached the highest light, self-knowledge, appears in its true form, that is the self, thus he spoke, when asked by his pupils. This is the immortal, the fearless, this is Brahman. And of that Brahman the name is the true, Satyam. 5. This name Satyam consists of 3 syllables, Satyayam 332. Sat signifies the immortal, T, the mortal, and with Yam he binds both. Because he binds both, the immortal and the mortal, therefore it is Yam. He who knows this goes day by day into heaven, Svarga. Fourth Khanda. 1. That self is a bank. 333, a boundary, so that these worlds may not be confounded. Day and night do not pass that bank, nor old age, death, and grief, neither good nor evil deeds. All evildoers turn back from it, for the world of Brahman is free from all evil. 2. Therefore he who has crossed that bank, if blind, ceases to be blind, if wounded, ceases to be wounded, if afflicted, ceases to be afflicted. Therefore when that bank has been crossed, night becomes day indeed, for the world of Brahman is lighted up once for all. 334. 3. And that world of Brahman belongs to those only who find it by abstinence. For them there is freedom in all the worlds. Fifth Khanda. 1. What people call sacrifice, yajna, that is really abstinence, brahmacharya. For he who knows, obtains that world of Brahman, which others obtain by sacrifice, by means of abstinence. What people call sacrifice, ishta, that is really abstinence, for by abstinence, having searched, ishtva, he obtains the self. 2. What people call sacrifice, satrayana, that is really abstinence, for by abstinence he obtains from the sat, the true, the safety, trana, of the self. What people call the vow of silence, mauna, that is really abstinence, for he who by abstinence has found out the self, meditates, manuta. 3. What people call fasting, anasakayana, that is really abstinence, for that self does not perish, non-assiety, which we find out by abstinence. What people call a hermit's life, aranyayana, that is really abstinence. Era 335 and Naya are two lakes in the world of Brahman, in the third heaven from hence. And there is the lake Aranyamedya, and the Asvatha tree, showering down Soma, and the city of Brahman, Hiranyagarbha, Aparajita 336, and the golden Prabhuvimita, the hall built by Prabhu, Brahman. Now that world of Brahman belongs to those who find the lakes Ara and Naya in the world of Brahman by means of abstinence, for them there is freedom in all the worlds. 337. Sixth Khanda. 1. Now those arteries of the heart consist of a brown substance, of a white, blue, yellow, and red substance, and so is the sun brown, white, blue, yellow, and red. 2. As a very long highway goes to two places, to one at the beginning, and to another at the end, so do the rays of the sun go to both worlds, to this one and to the other. They start from the sun, and enter into those arteries. They start from those arteries, and enter into the sun. 3. And when a man is asleep, reposing, and at perfect rest, so that he sees no dream. 338, then he has entered into those arteries. Then no evil touches him, for he has obtained the light of the sun. 4. And when a man falls ill, then those who sit round him say, "Do you know me? Do you know me?" As long as he has not departed from this body, he knows them. 5. But when he departs from this body, then he departs upwards by those very rays, towards the worlds which he has gained by merit, not by knowledge, or he goes out while meditating on Om 339, and thus securing an entrance into the Brahmaloka. And while his mind is failing, he is going to the sun. For the sun is the door of the world, of Brahman. Those who know, walk in, those who do not know, are shut out. There is this verse 340, there are 101 arteries of the heart. One of them penetrates the crown of the head, moving upwards by it a man reaches the immortal, the others serve for departing in different directions, in different directions. 341. Seventh Khanda 342. 1. Prajapati said, the self which is free from sin, free from old age, from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, which desires nothing but what it ought to desire, and imagines nothing but what it ought to imagine. That it is which we must search out, that it is which we must try to understand. He who has searched out that self and understands it, obtains all worlds and all desires. 2. The Devas, gods, and Asuras, demons, both heard these words, and said, well, let us search for that self by which, if one has searched it out, all worlds and all desires are obtained. Thus saying Indra went from the Devas, Virakana from the Asuras, and both, without having communicated with each other, approached Prajapati, holding fuel in their hands, as is the custom for pupils approaching their master. 3. They dwelt there as pupils for 32 years. Then Prajapati asked them, for what purpose have you both dwelt here? They replied, a saying of yours is being repeated, viz. The self which is free from sin, free from old age, from death and grief, from hunger and thirst, which desires nothing but what it ought to desire, and imagines nothing but what it ought to imagine, that it is which we must search out. That it is which we must try to understand. He who has searched out that self and understands it, obtains all worlds and all desires. Now we both have dwelt here because we wish for that self. Prajapati said to them, the person that is seen in the eye 343, that is the self. This is what I have said. This is the immortal, the fearless, this is Brahman. They asked, Sir, he who is perceived in the water, and he who is perceived in a mirror, who is he? He replied, he himself indeed is seen in all these 344. 8th Khanda. 1. Look at yourself in a pan of water, and whatever you do not understand of yourself. 345, come and tell me. They looked in the water pan. Then Prajapati said to them, what do you see? They said, we both see the self thus altogether, a picture even to the very hairs and nails. 2. Prajapati said to them, after you have adorned yourselves, have put on your best clothes and cleaned yourselves, look again into the water pan. They, after having adorned themselves, having put on their best clothes and cleaned themselves, looked into the water pan. Prajapati said, what do you see? 3. They said, just as we are, well adorned, with our best clothes and clean, thus we are both there, sir, well adorned, with our best clothes and clean. Prajapati said, that is the self, this is the immortal, the fearless, this is Brahman. Then both went away satisfied in their hearts. 4. And Prajapati, looking after them, said, they both go away without having perceived and without having known the self, and whoever of these 346, whether Devas or Asuras, will follow this doctrine, Upanishad, will perish. Now Virakana, satisfied in his heart, went to the Asuras and preached that doctrine to them, that the self, the body, alone is to be worshipped, that the self, the body, alone is to be served, and that he who worships the self and serves the self gains both worlds, this and the next. 5. Therefore they call even now a man who does not give alms here, who has no faith, and offers no sacrifices, an Asura, for this is the doctrine, Upanishad, of the Asuras. They deck out the body of the dead with perfumes, flowers, and fine raiment by way of ornament, and think they will thus conquer that world 347. 9th Khanda. 1. But Indra, before he had returned to the Devas, saw this difficulty. As this self, the shadow in the water, 348 is well adorned, when the body is well adorned, well dressed, when the body is well dressed, well cleaned, if the body is well cleaned, that self will also be blind, if the body is blind, lame. If the body is lame 349, crippled, if the body is crippled, and will perish in fact as soon as the body perishes. Therefore I see no good in this doctrine. 2. Taking fuel in his hand he came again as a pupil to Prajapati. Prajapati said to him, Maghavat, Indra, as you went away with Virakana, satisfied in your heart, for what purpose did you come back? He said, Sir, as this self, the shadow, is well adorned, when the body is well adorned, well dressed, when the body is well dressed, well cleaned, if the body is well cleaned, that self will also be blind, if the body is blind, lame. If the body is lame, crippled, if the body is crippled, and will perish in fact as soon as the body perishes. Therefore I see no good in this doctrine. 3. So it is indeed, Maghavat, replied Prajapati, but I shall explain him, the true self, further to you. Live with me another 32 years. He lived with him another 32 years, and then Prajapati said. 10th Khanda. 1. He who moves about happy in dreams, he is the self, this is the immortal, the fearless, this is Brahman. Then Indra went away satisfied in his heart. But before he had returned to the Devas, he saw this difficulty. Although it is true that that self is not blind, even if the body is blind, nor lame, if the body is lame, though it is true that that self is not rendered faulty by the faults of it, the body. 2. Nor struck when it, the body, is struck, nor lamed when it is lamed, yet it is as if they struck him, the self, in dreams, as if they chased him 350. He becomes even conscious, as it were, of pain, and sheds tears. Therefore I see no good in this. 3. Taking fuel in his hands, he went again as a pupil to Prajapati. Prajapati said to him, Maghavat, as you went away satisfied in your heart, for what purpose did you come back? He said, Sir, although it is true that that self is not blind even if the body is blind, nor lame, if the body is lame, though it is true that that self is not rendered faulty by the faults of it, the body. 4. Nor struck when it, the body, is struck, nor lamed when it is lamed, yet it is as if they struck him, the self, in dreams, as if they chased him. He becomes even conscious, as it were, of pain, and sheds tears. Therefore I see no good in this. So it is indeed, Maghavat, replied Prajapati, but I shall explain him, the true self, further to you. Live with me another 32 years. He lived with him another 32 years. Then Prajapati said. 11th Khanda. 1. When a man being asleep, reposing, and at perfect rest 351, sees no dreams, that is the self, this is the immortal, the fearless, this is Brahman. Then Indra went away satisfied in his heart. But before he had returned to the Devas, he saw this difficulty. In truth he thus does not know himself, his self, that he is I, nor does he know anything that exists. He is gone to utter annihilation. I see no good in this. 2. Taking fuel in his hand he went again as a pupil to Prajapati. Prajapati said to him, Maghavat, as you went away satisfied in your heart, for what purpose did you come back? He said, Sir, in that way he does not know himself, his self, that he is I, nor does he know anything that exists. He is gone to utter annihilation. I see no good in this. 3. So it is indeed, Maghavat, replied Prajapati. But I shall explain him, the true self, further to you, and nothing more than this 352. Live here other 5 years. He lived there other 5 years. This made in all 101 years, and therefore it is said that Indra Maghavat lived 101 years as a pupil with Prajapati. Prajapati said to him. 12th Khanda. 1. Maghavat, this body is mortal and always held by death. It is the abode of that self which is immortal and without body 353. When in the body, by thinking this body is I and I am this body, the self is held by pleasure and pain. So long as he is in the body, he cannot get free from pleasure and pain. But when he is free of the body, when he knows himself different from the body, then neither pleasure nor pain touches him 354. 2. The wind is without body, the cloud, lightning, and thunder are without body, without hands, feet, and Now as these, arising from this heavenly ether, space, appear in their own form, as soon as they have approached the highest light. 3. Thus does that serene being, arising from this body, appear in its own form, as soon as it has approached the highest light, the knowledge of self 355, he, in that state, is the highest person, Uttama Purusha. He moves about there laughing, or eating, playing, and rejoicing, in his mind, be it with women, carriages, or relatives, never minding that body into which he was born 356. Like as a horse attached to a cart, so is the spirit 357, prana, pragnatman, attached to this body. 4. Now where the sight has entered into the void, the open space, the black pupil of the eye, there is the person of the eye itself is the instrument of seeing. He who knows, let me smell this, he is the self, the nose is the instrument of smelling. He who knows, let me say this, he is the self, the tongue is the instrument of saying. He who knows, let me hear this, he is the self, the ear is the instrument of hearing. 5. He who knows, let me think this, he is the self, the mind is his divine eye 358. He, the self, seeing these pleasures, which to others are hidden like a buried treasure of gold, through his divine eye, i.e. the mind, rejoices. The Devas who are in the world of Brahman meditate on that self, as taught by Prajapati to Indra, and by Indra to the Devas. Therefore all worlds belong to them, and all desires. He who knows that self and understands it, obtains all worlds and all desires. Thus said Prajapati, thus said Prajapati. 13th Khanda 359. 1. From the dark, the Brahman of the heart, I come to the nebulous, the world of Brahman, from the nebulous to the dark, shaking off all evil, as a horse shakes his hairs, and as the moon frees herself from the mouth of Rahu 360. Having shaken off the body, I obtain, self-made and satisfied, the uncreated world of Brahman, I obtain it. 14th Khanda. 1. He who is called Ether 361, Akasa, is the revealer of all forms and names. That within which these forms and names are contained is the Brahman, the immortal, the self. I come to the hall of Prajapati, to the house, I am the glorious among Brahmins, glorious among princes, glorious among men. 362. I obtain that glory, I am glorious among the glorious. May I never go to the white, toothless, yet devouring, white abode. 363, may I never go to it. 15th Khanda. 1. Brahma, Hiranyagarbha or Paramesvara, told this to Prajapati, Kasyapa, Prajapati to Manu, his son, Manu to mankind. He who has learnt the Veda from a family of teachers, according to the sacred rule, in the leisure time left from the duties to be performed for the Guru, who, after receiving his discharge, has settled in his own house, keeping up the memory of what he has learnt by repeating it regularly in some sacred spot, who has begotten virtuous sons, and concentrated all his senses on the self, never giving pain to any creature, except at the tirthas. 364, sacrifices, and he who behaves thus all his life, reaches the world of Brahman, and does not return, he does not return. Talavakara or Kena-Upanishad. 1st Khanda. 1. The pupil asks, at whose wish does the mind sent forth proceed on its errand? At whose command does the first breath go forth? At whose wish do we utter this speech? What god directs the eye, or the ear? 2. The teacher replies, it is the ear of the ear, the mind of the mind, the speech of speech, the breath of breath, and the eye of the eye. When freed from the senses, the wise, on departing from this world, become immortal. 365. 3. The eye does not go thither, nor speech, nor mind. We do not know, we do not understand, how anyone can teach it. 4. It is different from the known, it is also above the unknown, thus we have heard from those of old, who taught us this. 366. 5. That which is not expressed by speech and by which speech is expressed, that alone know as Brahman, not that which people here adore. 6. That which does not think by mind, and by which, they say, mind is thought. 367, that alone know as Brahman, not that which people here adore. 7. That which does not see by the eye, and by which one sees, the work of, the eyes, that alone know as Brahman, not that which people here adore. 8. That which does not hear by the ear, and by which the ear is heard, that alone know as Brahman, not that which people here adore. 9. That which does not breathe by breath, and by which breath is drawn, that alone know as Brahman, not that which people here adore. 2nd Khanda. 1. The teacher says, if thou thinkest I know it well, then thou knowest surely but little. What is that form of Brahman known, it may be, to thee? 368. 2. The pupil says, I do not think I know it well, nor do I know that I do not know it. He among us who knows this, he knows it, nor does he know that he does not know it. 369. 3. He by whom it, Brahman, is not thought, by him it is thought. He by whom it is thought, knows it not. It is not understood by those who understand it, it is understood by those who do not understand it. 4. It is thought to be known, as if, by awakening, and, then, we obtain immortality indeed. By the self we obtain strength, by knowledge we obtain immortality. 5. If a man know this here, that is the true end of life, if he does not know this here, then there is great destruction, new births. The wise who have thought on all things, and recognized the self in them, become immortal, when they have departed from this world. 3rd Khanda. 1. Brahman obtained the victory for the Devas. The Devas became elated by the victory of Brahman, and they thought, this victory is ours only, this greatness is ours only. 2. Brahman perceived this and appeared to them. But they did not know it, and said, what sprite, Yiksha or Yakshya, is this? 3. They said to Agni, fire, O Gadavidas, find out what sprite this is. Yes, he said. 4. He ran toward it, and Brahman said to him, who are you? He replied, I am Agni, I am Gadavidas. 5. Brahman said, what power is in you? Agni replied, I could burn all whatever there is on earth. 6. Brahman put a straw before him, saying, "Burn this." He went towards it with all his might, but he could not burn it. Then he returned thence and said, "I could not find out what sprite this is." 7. Then they said to Vayu, O Vayu, find out what sprite this is." "Yes," he said. 8. He ran toward it, and Brahman said to him, "Who are you?" He replied, "I am Vayu, I am Madarispan." 9. Brahman said, "What power is in you?" Vayu replied, "I could take up all whatever there is on earth." 10. Brahman put a straw before him, saying, "Take it up." He went towards it with all his might, but he could not take it up. Then he returned thence and said, "I could not find out what sprite this is." 11. Then they said to Indra, "O Magavan, find out what sprite this is." He went towards it, but it disappeared from before him. 12. Then in the same space, ether, he came towards a woman, highly adorned. It was Uma, the daughter of Himavat 370. He said to her, "Who is that sprite?" 4th Khanda. 1. She replied, "It is Brahman. It is through the victory of Brahman that you have thus become great." After that he knew that it was Brahman. 2. Therefore these devas, viz. Agni, Vayu, and Indra, are, as it were, above the other gods, for they touched it, the Brahman, nearest 371. 3. And therefore Indra is, as it were, above the other gods, for he touched it nearest, he first knew it. 4. This is the teaching of Brahman, with regard to the gods. Mythological it is that which now flashes forth in the lightning, and now vanishes again. 5. And this is the teaching of Brahman, with regard to the body. Psychological it is that which seems to move as mind, and by it imagination remembers again and again. 372. 6. That Brahman is called Tidvana. 373, by the name of Tidvana it is to be meditated on. All beings have a desire for him who knows this. 7. The teacher, as you have asked me to tell you the Upanishad has now been told you. We have told you the Brahmi-Upanishad. 8. The feet on which that Upanishad stands are penance, restraint, sacrifice. The Vedas are all its limbs. 374, the true is its abode. 9. He who knows this Upanishad, and has shaken off all evil, stands in the endless, unconquerable 375 world of heaven, in the world of heaven. Aitareya-âranyaka. 1st Aranyaka. 1st Adhyaya. 1st Khanda. 1. Now follows the Mahavrata ceremony. 2. After having killed Vritra, Indra became great. When he became great, then there was the Mahavrata, the great work. This is why the Mahavrata ceremony is called Mahavrata. 3. Some people say, let the priest make 2 recitations with the offering of the Ajya, ghee, on that day, but the right thing is 376. 4. He who desires prosperity should use the hymn, Pravo Devayagne, RV 3, 13, 1. 5. He who desires increase should use the hymn, Viso Adathim, RV 8, 74, 1. 6. The people, Visa, indeed are increased 377, and therefore he, the sacrificer, becomes increased. 7. But, some say, there is the word Adathim, in that hymn, which means a guest or stranger, asking for food. Let him not therefore take that hymn. Verily, the Utti, stranger, is able 378 to go begging. 8. No, he said, let him take that hymn. 9. For he who follows the good road and obtains distinction, he is an Utti, guest, 379. 10. They do not consider him who is not so, worthy to be, called, an Utti, guest. 11. Therefore let him by all means take that hymn. 12. If he takes that hymn, let him place the, second, tristic, Aganma Vritrahantamam, we came near to the victorious, first. 13. For people worship the whole year, performing the Gavamayana sacrifice, wishing for this day, the last but one, they do come near. 14. The next following 3 tristics begin with an Anushtubh 380. Now Brahman is Gayatri, speech is Anushtubh. He thus joins speech with Brahman. 15. He who desires glory should use the hymn, Abhati Agnis Samitha Gananam, RVV 1:1. 16. He who desires offspring in cattle should use the hymn, Hodaganishta Katana, RV 2:5:1. First Adhyaya. Second Khanda. 1. He who desires proper food 381 should use the hymn, Agnim Naro Diditibhai, RV 7:1:1, 382. 2. Verily, Agni, fire, is the eater of food. In the other, recitations accompanying the offerings of Agia, where Agni is likewise mentioned, the worshippers come more slowly near to Agni, because the name of Agni does not stand at the beginning of the hymn. But here a worshipper obtains proper food at once, he strikes down evil at once. 3. Through the words, occurring in the second foot of the first verse, Hastakyuti-ganayanta, they cause the birth of Agni by moving their arms, the hymn becomes endowed with the word, birth. Verily, the sacrificer is born from this day of the sacrifice, and therefore the hymn is endowed with the word, birth. 4. There are 4 metrical feet in the Trishtubh verses of this hymn. Verily, cattle have 4 feet, therefore they serve for the gaining of cattle. 5. There are 3 metrical feet in the Vorag verses of this hymn. Verily, 3 are these threefold worlds. Therefore they serve for the conquest of the worlds. 6. These, the Trishtubh and Vorag verses of the hymn, form 2 meters, which form a support, Pratishta. Verily, man is supported by 2 feet, cattle by 4 feet. Therefore this hymn places the sacrificer who stands on 2 feet among cattle which stand on 4. 7. By saying them straight on there are 25 verses in this hymn. Man also consists of 25. There are 10 fingers on his hands, 10 toes on his feet, 2 legs, 2 arms, and the trunk, Atman, the 25th. He adorns that trunk, the 25th, by this hymn. 8. And then this day, of the sacrifice, consists of 25, and the stoma hymn of that day consists of 25 383 verses, it becomes the same through the same. Therefore these 2, the day and the hymn, are 25 384. 9. These 25 verses, by repeating the first thrice and the last thrice, become 30 less 1. This is a Vorag, verse, consisting of 30 syllables, 2 small by 1. Into the small heart, the vital spirits are placed, into the small stomach food is placed 385, therefore this Vorag, small by 1, serves for the obtainment of those desires. 10. He who knows this, obtains those desires. 11. The verses, contained in the hymn Agnim Naro Diditibhai, become the Brihadi 386 meter and the Vorag meter, they become, the perfection which belongs to that day, the Mahavrata. Then they also become Anushtubh 387, for the offerings of Agia, ghee, dwell in Anushtubhs 388. First Adhyaya. Third Khanda 389. 1. Some say, let him take a Gayatri hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Gayatri is brightness and glory of countenance, and thus the sacrificer becomes bright and glorious. 2. Others say, let him take a Ushni hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Ushni is life, and thus the sacrificer has a long life. Others say, let him take an Anushtubh hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Anushtubh is valor, and it serves for obtaining valor. Others say, let him take a Brihadi hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Brihadi is fortune, and thus the sacrificer becomes fortunate. Others say, let him take a Pakti hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Pakti is food, and thus the sacrificer becomes rich in food. Others say, let him take a Trishtubh hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, Trishtubh is strength, and thus the sacrificer becomes strong. Others say, let him take a Gagati hymn for the Prayuga. Verily, cattle is Gagati-like, and thus the sacrificer becomes rich in cattle. But we say, let him take a Gayatri hymn only. Verily, Gayatri is Brahman, and that day, the Mahavrata, is, for the attainment of, Brahman. Thus he obtains Brahman by means of Brahman. 4. And it must be a Gayatri hymn by Madhukandhas. 5. For Madhukandhas is called Madhukandhas, because he wishes, Khandati, for honey, Madhu, for the rishis. 6. Now food verily is honey, all desires are honey, and thus if he recites the hymn of Madhukandhas, it serves for the attainment of all desires. 7. He who knows this, obtains all desires. This, Gayatri Prayuga, according to the one day, Ekaha, ceremonial 390, is perfect in form 391. On that day, the Mahavrata, much is done now and then which has to be hidden 392, and has to be atoned for why recitation of hymns. Atonement, Santi, is rest, the one-day sacrifice. Therefore at the end of the year, on the last day but one of the sacrifice that lasts a whole year, the sacrificers rest on this atonement as their rest. 8. He who knows this rests firm, and they also for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites this hymn. 1st Adhyaya. 4th Khanda 393. 1, RV. I, 2, 1-3. Vyave yahi darsatim soma aram krita, approach, O Vayu, conspicuous, these somas have been made ready. Because the word ready occurs in these verses, therefore is this day, of the sacrifice, ready, and auspicious, for the sacrificer and for the gods. 2. Yes, this day is ready, and auspicious, to him who knows this, or for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites. 3, RV. I, 2, 4-6. Indra Vayu ime sutta, ayatam upa nishkritam, Indra and Vayu, these somas are prepared, come hither towards what has been prepared. By nishkrita, prepared, he means what has been well prepared, Samskrita. 4. Indra and Vayu go to what has been prepared by him who knows this, or for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites. 5, RV. I, 2, 7. Mitram huv putadaksham, dhyam gratakam siddhanta, I call Mitra of holy strength. He and Varuna, they fulfill the prayer accompanied with clarified butter. Verily, speech is the prayer accompanied with clarified butter. 6. Speech is given to him who knows this, or for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites. 7, RV. I, 3, 1. Asvina yagvarisha, O Asvana, eat, the sacrificial offerings. Verily, the sacrificial offerings are food, and this serves for the acquirement of food. 8, RV. I, 3, 3. Ayatam Rudravartani, come hither, ye Rudravartani. 9. The Asvana go to the sacrifice of him who knows this, or for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites. 10, RV. I, 3, 4-6. Indra yahi kitrabano, Indra yahi dayashita, Indra yahi tudagana, come hither, Indra, of bright splendor, come hither, Indra, called by prayer, come hither, Indra, quickly. Thus he recites, come hither, come hither. 11. Indra comes to the sacrifice of him who knows this, or for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites. 12, RV. I, 3, 7. Omasas Karshanadrito Visk Devasa A Gata, Visk Devas, protectors, supporters of men, come hither. 13. Verily, the Visk Devas come to the call of him who knows this, or for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites. 14, RV. I, 3, 7. Dasvamso Dasasha Sudam, come ye givers to the libation of the giver. By Dasasha he means Dadusha, i.e. to the libation of every one that gives. 15. The gods fulfill his wish, with whatever wish he recites this verse. 16. The wish of him, who knows this, or for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites. 17, RV. I, 3, 10. Pavaka na Sarasvati Yagnam Vashta Dayavasu, may the holy Sarasvati accept our sacrifice, rich in prayer. Speech is meant by rich in prayer. 18. Speech is given to him who knows this, or for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites. 19. And when he says, may she accept our sacrifice, what he means is, may she carry off our sacrifice. 20. If these verses are recited straight on, they are 21. Man also consists of 21. There are 10 fingers on his hands, 10 toes on his feet, and the trunk the 21st. He adorns that trunk, the 21st, by this hymn 394. 21. By repeating the first and the last verses thrice, they become 25. The trunk is the 25th, and Pragapati is the 25th. There are 10 fingers on his hands, 10 toes on his feet, 2 legs, 2 arms, and the trunk the 25th. He adorns that trunk, the 25th, by this hymn. Now this day consists of 25, and the stoma hymn of that day consists of 25, it becomes the same through the same. Therefore these two, the day and the hymn, are 25, 25. Second Adhyaya. First Khanda 395. 1. The two trikas, RV8, 68, 1-3, Aitareya-Aranyaka, and RV8, 2, 1-3, item Vaso Suttam Anda, form the first, Pradipad, and the second, Anakara, of the Marivatiya hymn. 2. Both, as belonging to the one-day ceremonial 396, are perfect in form. On that day much is done now and then which has to be hidden, and has to be atoned for. Atonement is rest, the one-day sacrifice. Therefore at the end of the year the sacrificers rest on this atonement as their rest. He who knows this rests firm, and they also for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites this hymn 397. 3. In the second verse of, the Pragatha 398, Indra Nadiya ed Ihi, Pyare su tira sakabir yi ta Akthina, RV8, 53, 5, 6, there occurs the word Akthina, reciters of hymns 399. Verily, this day, the Mahavrata, is an Uktha, hymn, and as endowed with an Uktha, the form of this day is perfect. 4. In the first verse, of another Pragatha, the word Vira, strong, occurs, RV. I, 43, and as endowed with the word Vira, strong, the form of this day is perfect. 5. In the second verse, of another Pragatha, the word Savirium, strength, occurs, RVI. 41, and as endowed with the word Savirya, strength, the form of this day is perfect. 6. In the first verse, of another Pragatha, the word Ukthyam, to be hymned, occurs, RV. I, 45. Verily, this day is an Uktha, and as endowed with an Uktha, the form of this day is perfect. 7. In the Daya, verse Agnir Nita, RV3, 204, the word Vritraha, killer of Vritra, occurs. The killing of Vritra is a form, character, of Indra, this day, the Mahavrata, belongs to Indra, and this is the perfect form of that day. 8. In the Daya, verse Tvam Soma Kritubi Sukratarbu, RV. I, 91, 2, the word Vrisha 400, powerful, occurs. Powerful is a form, character, of Indra, this day belongs to Indra, and this is the perfect form of that day. 9. In the Daya, verse Pinvandi Appa, RV. I, 64, 6, the word Vajanam, endowed with food, occurs. Endowed with food is a form, character, of Indra, this day belongs to Indra, and this is the perfect form of that day. 10. In the same verse the word Stanayantam, thundering, occurs. Endowed with thundering is a form, character, of Indra, this day belongs to Indra, and this is the perfect form of that day. 11. In the Pragatha, Prava Indreya Brihate, RV 8, 89, 3, the word Brihad occurs. Verily, Brihad is Mahat, great, and as endowed with Mahat, great, the form of this day, Mahavrata, is perfect. 12. In the Pragatha, Brihad Indreya Gayata, RV 8, 89, 1, the word Brihad occurs. Verily, Brihad is Mahat, great, and as endowed with Mahat, the form of this day is perfect. 13. In the Pragatha, Naki Sadeso Ratham Peri Asa Na Riramad, RV 7, 32, 10, the words Periasa, he moved round, and Na Riramad, he did not enjoy, occur, and as endowed with the words Periasta and Ranti the form of this day is perfect. 401. He recites all these Pragathas, in order to obtain all the days of the sacrifice, all the Ukthas 402, all the Prishthas 403, all the Sastras 404, all the Prayugas 405, and all the Savannas, libations. Second Adhyaya. Second Khanda 406. 1. He recites the hymn, Asat Sumi Garita Sabhavega, RVX, 27, 1, and in it the word, Satyadvritam, the destroyer of truth. Verily, that day is truth, and as endowed with the word Satya, truth, the form of this day is perfect. 407. 2. That hymn is composed by Vasukra. Verily, Vasukra is Brahman, and that day is Brahman. Thus he obtains Brahman by means of Brahman. 408. 3. Here they say, why then is that Meritpatiya, hymn completed by the hymn of Vasukra? Surely because no other rishi but Vasukra brought out a Meritpatiya hymn, or divided it properly. 409. Therefore that Meritpatiya hymn is completed by the hymn of Vasukra. 4. That hymn, Asat Sumi, is not definitely addressed to any deity, and is therefore supposed to be addressed to Pragapati. Verily, Pragapati is indefinite, and therefore the hymn serves to win Pragapati. 5. Once in the hymn, RV X, 27, 22, he defines Indra, Indreya Sunvat, therefore it does not fall off from its form, as connected with Indra. 6. He recites the hymn, RV 6, 17, 1, Piba Somamabhiyam Yugra Targa. 7. In the verse Urvam Gavyam Mahi Granana Indra the word Mahi, great, occurs. Endowed with the word Mahat, the form of this day is perfect. 8. That hymn is composed by Bharadvaja, and Bharadvaja was he who knew most, who lived longest, and performed the greatest austerities among the rishis, and by this hymn he drove away evil. Therefore if he recites the hymn of Bharadvaja, then, after having driven away evil, he becomes learned, long-lived, and full of austerities. 9. He recites the hymn Kaya Subha Savayasa Sanila, RV I, 165, 1. 10. In the verse A Sasate Prati Haryanti Uktha, RV I, 165, 4, the word Uktha occurs. Verily, that day, the Mahavrata, is Uktha, hymn. Endowed with the word Uktha, the form of this day becomes perfect. 11. That hymn is called Kaya-sabhya. 410. Verily, that hymn, which is called Kaya-sabhya, is mutual understanding and it is lasting. By means of it Indra, Agastya, and the Maruts came to a mutual understanding. Therefore, if he recites the Kaya-sabhya hymn, it serves for mutual understanding. 12. The same hymn is also long life. Therefore, if the sacrificer is dear to the Hatri, let him recite the Kaya-sabhya hymn for him. 13. He recites the hymn Maruthvan Indra Vrishabo Ranaya, RV 3, 47, 1. 14. In it the words Indra Vrishaba, powerful, occur. Verily, powerful is a form of Indra. 411, this day belongs to Indra, and this is the perfect form of that day. 15. That hymn is composed by Visvamitra. Verily, Visvamitra was the friend, Mitra, of all, Visva. 16. Everybody is the friend of him who knows this, and for whom a Hatri priest who knows this, recites this hymn. 17. The next hymn, Ganeshtha-yugra Sahasraya, RV. I. 73, 1, forms a Nivadana 412, and, according to the one-day, a Katha, ceremonial, is perfect in form. On that day much is done now and then which has to be hidden, and has to be atoned for, by recitation of hymns. Atonement is rest, the one-day sacrifice. Therefore at the end of the year, on the last day but one of the sacrifice that lasts a whole year, the sacrificers rest on this atonement as their rest. He who knows this rests firm, and they also for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites this hymn 413. 18, these, if recited straight on, are 97 verses. The 90 are 3 vorag, each consisting of 30, and then the 7 verses which are over. Whatever is the praise of the 7, is the praise of 90 also. 19. By repeating the first and last verses 3 times each, they become 101 verses. 20. There are 5 fingers, of 4 joints each, 2 pits, in the elbow and the arm, the eye, the shoulder blade, this makes 25. The other 3 parts have likewise 25 each 414. That makes 100, and the trunk is the 101st. 21, 100 is life, health, strength, brightness. The sacrificer as the 101st rests in life, health, strength, and brightness. 22, these verses become Trishtub 415, for the noonday libation consists of Trishtub verses. Second Adhyaya. Third Khanda 416. 1. They say, what is the meaning of Prika, swing? Verily, he is the swing, who blows, the wind. He indeed goes forward, pra plus ikate, in these worlds, and that is why the swing is called Prika. 2. Some say, that there should be one plank, because the wind blows in one way, and it should be like the wind. 3. That is not to be regarded. 4. Some say, there should be 3 planks, because there are these 3 threefold worlds, and it should be like them. 5. That is not to be regarded. 6. Let there be 2, for these 2 worlds, the earth and heaven, are seen as if most real, while the ether, space, between the 2 is the sky, antariksh. Therefore let there be 2 planks. 7. Let them be made of adumbra wood. Verily, the adumbra tree is sap and eatable food, and thus it serves to obtain sap and eatable food. 8. Let them be elevated in the middle, between the earth and the crossbeam. Food, if placed in the middle, delights man, and thus he places the sacrificer in the middle of eatable food. 9. There are 2 kinds of rope, twisted towards the right and twisted towards the left. The right ropes serve for some animals, the left ropes for others. If there are both kinds of rope, they serve for the attainment of both kinds of cattle. 10. Let them be made of darba, kusa grass, for among plants darba is free from evil, therefore they should be made of darba grass. Second Adhyaya. Fourth Khanda. 1. Some say, let the swing be 1 L, aratni, above the ground, for by that measure verily the Svarga worlds are measured. That is not to be regarded. 2. Others say, let it be 1 span, pradisa, for by that measure verily the vital airs were measured. That is not to be regarded 417. 3. Let it be 1 fist, mushti, for by that measure verily all eatable food is made, and by that measure all eatable food is taken, therefore let it be 1 fist above the ground. 4. They say, let him mount the swing from east to west, like he who shines, for the sun mounts these worlds from east to west. That is not to be regarded. 5. Others say, let him mount the swing sideways, for people mount a horse sideways 418, thinking that thus they will obtain all desires. That is not to be regarded. 6. They say, let him mount the swing 419 from behind, for people mount a ship from behind, and this swing is a ship in which to go to heaven. Therefore let him mount it from behind. 7. Let him touch the swing with his chin, kabuka. The parrot, sukha, thus mounts a tree, and he is of all birds the one who eats most food. Therefore let him touch it with his chin. 8. Let him mount the swing with his arms 420. The hawk swoops thus on birds and on trees, and he is of all birds the strongest. Therefore let him mount with his arms. 9. Let him not withdraw 1 foot, the right or left, from the earth, for fear that he may lose his hold. 10. The Hatri mounts the swing, the Udgatri the seat made of Adumbra wood. The swing is masculine, the seat feminine, and they form a union. Thus he makes a union at the beginning of the Uktha in order to get offspring. He who knows this, gets offspring in cattle. 12. Next the swing is food, the seat fortune. Thus he mounts and obtains food and fortune. 13. The Hotrakas, the Prasastri, Brahmanakamsan, Potri, Neshtri, Agnadra, and the Kavaka, together with the Brahman sit down on cushions made of grass, reeds, leaves, and 14. Plants and trees, after they have grown up, bear fruit. Thus if the priests mount on that day all together, on their seats, they mount on solid and fluid as their proper food. Therefore this serves for the attainment of solid as proper food 421. 15. Some say, let him descend after saying Vashat 422. That is not to be regarded. For, verily, that respect is not shown which is shown to one who does not see it 423. 16. Others say, let him descend after he has taken the food in his hand. That is not to be regarded. For, verily, that respect is not shown which is shown to one after he has approached quite close. 17. Let him descend after he has seen the food. For, verily, that is real respect which is shown to one when he sees it. Only after having actually seen the food, that is brought to the sacrifice, let him descend from the swing. 18. Let him descend turning towards the east, for in the east the seed of the god springs up 424. Therefore let him rise turning towards the east, turning towards the east. 3rd Adhyaya. 1st Khanda. 1. Let him begin this day 425 with singing hymn, thus they say. 2. Verily, the sound hymn is Brahman, that day also is Brahman. He who knows this, obtains Brahman even by Brahman. 3. As he begins with the sound hymn, surely that masculine sound of him and the feminine rik, the verse, make a couple. Thus he makes a couple at the beginning of the hymn in order to get offspring 426. He who knows this, gets cattle and offspring. 4. Or, as he begins with the sound hymn, surely like a wooden spade, so the sound hymn serves to dig up Brahman, the sap of the Veda. And as a man wishes to dig up any, even the hardest soil, with a spade, thus he digs up Brahman. 5. He who knows this digs up, by means of the sound hymn, everything he may desire. 6. If he begins with the sound hymn, that sound is the holding apart of divine and human speech. Therefore, he who begins, after having uttered the sound hymn, holds apart divine and human speech 427. 3rd Adhyaya. 2nd Khanda. 1. And here they ask, what is the beginning of this day? Let him say, mind and speech 428. 2. All desires dwell in the one, mind, the other yields all desires. 3. All desires dwell in the mind, for with the mind he conceives all desires. 4. All desires come to him who knows this. 5. Speech yields all desires, for with speech he declares all his desires. 6. Speech yields all desires to him who knows this. 7. Here they say, let him not begin this day with a rik, a yagas, or a saman verse, divine speech, for it is said, he should not start with a rik, a yagas, or a saman 429. 8. Therefore, let him say these Vyaritas, sacred interjections, first. 9. These interjections bus, bhuvas, svar are the 3 Vedas, bus the Rig Veda, bhuvas the Yagur Veda, svar the Samaveda. Therefore, by intercalating these, he does not begin simply with a rik, yagas, or saman verse, he does not start with a rik, yagas, or saman verse. Third Adhyaya. Third Khanda. 1. He begins with Tad, this, the first word of the first hymn, Tad id Asa. Verily this is food, and thus he obtains food. 2. Prajapati indeed uttered this as the first word, consisting of one or two syllables, viz. Tata and Tata, or Tat, 430. And thus does a child, as soon as he begins to speak, utter the word, consisting of one or two syllables, viz. Tata and Tata, or Tat. With this very word, consisting of Tat or Tata, he begins. 3. This has been said by a rishi, RVX, 71, 1, 431. 4. O Brihaspati, the first point of speech, for this is the first and highest point of speech. 5. That which you have uttered, making it a name, for names are made by speech. 6. That name, which was the best and without a flaw, for this is the best and without a flaw. 7. That which was hidden by their love, is made manifest, for this was hidden in the body, viz. Those deities, which enter the body, Agni as voice, entering the mouth, and that was manifest among the gods in heaven. This is what was intended by the verse. Third Adhyaya. Fourth Khanda 432. 1. He begins with, that indeed was the oldest in the worlds 433, for that, the Brahman, is verily the oldest in the worlds. 2. Whence was born the fierce one, endowed with brilliant force. For from it was born the fierce one, who is endowed with brilliant force. 3. When born he at once destroys the enemies, for he at once when born struck down the evil one. 4. He after whom all friends rejoice. Verily all friends are the creatures, and they rejoice after him, saying, He has risen 434. 5. Growing by strength, the Almighty 435, for he, the Son, does grow by strength, the Almighty. 6. He, as enemy, causes fear to the slave, for everything is afraid of him. 7. Taking the breathing and the not breathing, this means the living and the lifeless. 8. Whatever has been offered at feasts came to thee. This means everything is in thy power. 9. All turn their thought also on thee 436, this means all these beings, all minds, all thoughts also turn to thee. 10. When these two become three protectors, i.e. when these two united beget offspring. 11. He who knows this, gets offspring in cattle. 12. Join what is sweeter than sweet, offspring, with the sweet, the parents. For the couple, father and mother, is sweet, the offspring is sweet, and he thus joins the offspring with the couple. 13. And this, the son, when married, being very sweet, conquered through the sweet, i.e. the couple is sweet, the offspring is sweet, and thus through the couple he conquers offspring 437. 14. This is declared by a rishi 438, because he, Prajapati, raised his body, the hymn Tad id Asa or the Veda in general, in the body, of the sacrificer, therefore that Nishkavalya hymn is praised, i.e. this body, consisting of the Veda, in that corporeal form, of the sacrificer. 15. Then let this body indeed be the medicine of that body, i.e., this body, consisting of the Veda, of that corporeal form, of the sacrificer. 16. Of this, the first foot of RVX, 120, 1, the 8 syllables are Gayatri, the 11 syllables are Trishtubh, the 12 syllables are Gagati, the 10 syllables are Vorag. The Vorag, consisting of 10 syllables, rests in these 3 meters 439. 17. The word Purusha, consisting of 3 syllables, that indeed goes into the Vorag 440. 18. Verily, these are all meters, these, Gayatri, Trishtubh, Gagati, having the Vorag as the 4th. In this manner this day is complete in all meters to him who knows this. Third Adhyaya. Fifth Khanda. 1. He extends these verses by interpolating the sound 441. Verily, the sound is Purusha, man. Therefore every man when he speaks, sounds loud, as it were. 2. At the end of each foot of the first verse of the hymn Tad Id Asa, he inserts 1 foot of the second verse of hymn RV 8, 69, Nadam Vao Datanam, and K. Thus the verse is to be recited as follows. Tad Id Asa Bhuvaneshu Gayeshtham Pu. Nadam Vao Datanam. Yado Gagna Yugrastveshan Rimno Ru. Nadam Yuvavatinam. Satyo Gagnano Ni Renati Satran. Padim Vo Agnanam. Anu Yam Visv Mad Antayoma Show. Dinuna Mishudyasi. In Nadam Vao Datanam, RV 8, 69, 2, Odati 442 are the waters in heaven, for they water all this, and they are the waters in the mouth, for they water all good food. 3. In Nadam Yuvavatinam, RV 8, 69, 2, Yuvati are the waters in the sky, for they seem to inundate, and they are the waters of perspiration, for they seem to run continually. 4. In Padim Vo Agnanam, RV 8, 69, 2, Agnya are the waters which spring from the smoke of fire, and they are the waters which spring from the organ. 5. In Denunam Ishudyasi, RV 8, 69, 2, the Denu, cows, are the waters, for they delight all this. And Ishudyasi means, thou art food. 6. He extends a Trishtub and an Anushtub 443. Trishtub is the man, Anushtub the wife, and they make a couple. Therefore does a man, after having found a wife, consider himself a more perfect man. 7. These verses, by repeating the first 3 times, become 25. The trunk is the 25th, and Pragapati is the 25th 444. There are 10 fingers on his hands, 10 toes on his feet, 2 legs, 2 arms, and the trunk the 25th. He adorns that trunk as the 25th. Now this day consists of 25, and the stoma hymn of that day consists of 25, it becomes the same through the same. Therefore the 2, the day and the hymn, are 25. 3rd Adhyaya. 6th Khanda. This is an exact repetition of the 3rd Khanda. According to the commentator, the 3rd Khanda was intended for the glory of the first word Tad, while the 6th is intended for the glory of the whole hymn. 3rd Adhyaya. 7th Khanda. 1. He begins with the hymn, Tad Id Asa, Bhuvaneshu Gayeshtham, RVX, 120. Verily, Gayeshtha, the oldest, is Mahat, great. Endowed with Mahat the form of this day is perfect. 2. Then follows the hymn, Tam Su Te Kirtam Magavan Mahitva, RVX, 54, with the auspicious word Mahitva. 3. Then follows the hymn, Bhaya Id Vavrad Viryaya, RV6, 30, with the auspicious word Virya. 4. Then follows the hymn, Nrinam Utvain Ritamam Gobar Ukthai, RV. I, 51, 4, with the auspicious word Uktha. 5. He extends the first 2 padas, which are too small, by 1 syllable, RVX, 120, 1a, and RV8, 69, 2a, 445. Into the small heart the vital spirits are placed, into the small stomach food is placed. It serves for the attainment of these desires. He who knows this, obtains these desires. 6. The 2 feet, each consisting of 10 syllables, RV. X, 120, 1a, b, serve for the gaining of both kinds of food 446, of what has feet, animal food, and what has no feet, vegetable food. 7. They come to be of 18 syllables each. Of those which are 10, 9 are the pranas, openings of the body, 447, the 10th is the vital self. This is the perfection of the vital self, 8 syllables remain in each. He who knows them, obtains whatever he desires. 3rd Adhyaya. 8th Khanda. 1. He extends, these verses, by, interpolating, the sound 448. Verily, breath, prana, is sound. Therefore every breath when it sounds loud, as it were. 2. The verse, 8, 69, 2, Nadam Vao Datanam, and K. Is by its syllables and Ushni 449, by its feet and Anushtub 450. Ushni is life, Anushtub, speech. He thus places life and speech in him, the sacrificer. 3. By repeating the first verse 3 times, they become 25. The trunk is the 25th, and Pragapati is the 25th. There are 10 fingers on his hands, 10 toes on his feet, 2 legs, 2 arms, and the trunk the 25th. He adorns that trunk as the 25th. Now this day consists of 25, and the stoma hymn of that day consists of 25, it becomes the same through the same. Therefore the two, the day and the hymn, are 25. This is the 25th with regard to the body. 4. Next, with regard to the deities, the eye, the ear, the mind, speech, and breath, these 5 deities, powers, have entered into that person, Purusha, and that person entered into the 5 deities. He is wholly pervaded there with his limbs to the very hairs and nails. Therefore all beings to the very insects are born as pervaded, by the deities or senses, 451. 5. This has been declared by a rishi, RVX, 4, 8. 6. 1,000-fold are these 15 hymns, for 5 arise from 10,452. 7. As large as heaven and earth, so large is it, verily, the self, Givatman, is as large as heaven and earth. 8. 1,000-fold are the 1,000 powers 453. By saying this the poet pleases the hymns, the senses, and magnifies them. 9. As far as Brahman reaches, so far reaches speech, wherever there is Brahman, there is a word, and wherever there is a word, there is Brahman, this was intended. 10. The first of the hymns among all those hymns has 9 verses. Verily, there are 9 pranas, openings, and it serves for their benefit. 11. Then follows a hymn of 6 verses. Verily, the seasons are 6, and it serves to obtain them. 12. Then follows a hymn of 5 verses. Verily, the Pakti consists of 5 feet. Verily, Pakti is food, and it serves for the gaining of proper food. 13. Then follows a tristic. 3 are these threefold worlds, and it serves to conquer them. 14. These verses become Brihadis 454, that meter being immortal, leading to the world of the Devas. That body of verses is the trunk, of the bird represented by the whole sastra, and thus it is. He who knows this comes by this way, by making the verses the trunk of the bird, near to the immortal self, to the immortal self 455. 4th Adhyaya. 1st Khanda. 1. Next comes the Sudadoas 456 verse. Sudadoas is breath, and thereby he joins all joints with breath. 2. Next follow the neck verses. They recite them as Ushni, according to their meter 457. 3. Next comes, again, the Sudadoas verse. Sudadoas is breath, and thereby he joins all joints with breath. 4. Next follows the head. That is in Gayatri verses. The Gayatri is the beginning of all meters 458, the head the first of all members. It is in Arkavat verses, RV. I, 7, 1-9, 459. Arka is Agni. They are 9 verses. The head consists of 9 pieces. He recites the 10th verse, and that is the skin and the hairs on the head. It serves for reciting 1 verse more than the 9 verses contained in the stoma 460. These form the Trivrit stoma and the Gayatri meter, and whatever there exists, all this is produced after the production of this stoma and this meter. Therefore the recitation of these head hymns serves for production. 5. He who knows this, gets offspring and cattle. 6. Next comes the Sudadoas verse. Verily, Sudadoas is breath, and thereby he joins all joints with breath. 7. Next follow the vertebrae 461, of the bird. These verses are Vorag, shining. Therefore man says to man, thou shinest above us, or to a stiff and proud man, thou carriest thy neck stiff. Or because the vertebrae of the neck run close together, they are taken to be the best food. For Vorag is food, and food is strength. 8. Next comes the Suddhadoa's verse. Suddhadoas is breath, and thereby he joins all joints with breath. 4th Adhyaya. 2nd Khanda. 1. Next follows the right wing. It is this world, the earth, it is this Agni, it is speech, it is the Rathantra 462, it is Vasishtha, it is 100. These are the 6 powers, of the right wing, 463. The Sampata hymn, RV. 420, serves indeed for obtaining desires and for firmness. The Pakti verse, RV. 81, serves for proper food. 2. Next comes the Suddhadoa's verse. Suddhadoas is breath, thereby he joins all joints with breath. 3. Next follows the left wing. It is that world, heaven, it is that sun, it is mind, it is the Brihat, it is 100. These are the 6 powers, of the left wing. The Sampata hymn, RV 423, serves indeed for obtaining desires and for firmness. The Pakti verse, RV. 81:1, serves for proper food. 4. These two, the right and the left wings, are deficient and excessive 464. The Brihat, the left wing, is man, the Rathantra, the right wing, is woman. The excess belongs to the man, the deficiency to the woman. Therefore they are deficient and excessive. 5. Now the left wing of a bird is verily by 1 feather better, therefore the left wing is larger by 1 verse. 6. Next comes the Suddhadoa's verse. Suddhadoas is breath, and thereby he joins all joints with breath. 7. Next follows the tail. They are 21 Vipada verses. For there are 21 backward feathers in a bird. 8. Then the Ekavimsa is the support of all stomas, and the tail the support of all birds 465. 9. He recites a 22nd verse. This is made the form of 2 supports. Therefore all birds support themselves on their tail, and having supported themselves on their tail, they fly up. For the tail is a support. 10. He, the bird and the hymn, is supported by 2 decades which are Vorag. The man, the sacrificer, is supported by the 2 Dvipadas, the 21st and 22nd. That which forms the bird serves for the attainment of all desires, that which forms the man, serves for his happiness, glory, proper food, and honor. 11. Next comes a Suddhadoa's verse, then a Daya, then a Suddhadoa's verse. The Suddhadoas is a man, the Daya a woman, therefore he recites the Daya as embraced on both sides by the Suddhadoas. Therefore does the seed of both, when it is effused, obtain oneness, and this with regard to the woman only. Hence birth takes place in and from the woman. Therefore he recites that Daya in that place. 466. 4th Adhyaya. 3rd Khanda. 1. He recites the 80 tristics of Gayatris 467. Verily, the 80 Gayatri tristics are this world, earth. Whatever there is in this world of glory, greatness, wives, food, and honor, may I obtain it, may I win it, may it be mine. 2. Next comes the Suddhadoa's verse. Suddhadoa's verily is breath. He joins this world with breath. 3. He recites the 80 tristics of Brihadis. Verily, the 80 Brihadi tristics are the world of the sky. Whatever there is in the world of the sky of glory, greatness, wives, food, and honor, may I obtain it, may I win it, may it be mine. 4. Next comes the Suddhadoa's verse. Suddhadoa's verily is breath. He joins the world of the sky with breath. 5. He recites the 80 tristics of Ashni. Verily, the 80 Ashni tristics are that world, the heaven. Whatever there is in that world of glory, greatness, wives, food, and honor, also the divine being of the Devas, Brahman, may I obtain it, may I win it, may it be mine. 6. Next comes the Suddhadoa's verse. Suddhadoa's verily is the breath. He joins that world with breath, yeah, with breath. 5th Adhyaya. First Khanda. 1. He recites the Vesa hymn 468, wishing, may everything be in my power. 2. Its verses, are 21 469, for 21 are the parts, the lungs, spleen, and in the belly. 3. Then the Ekavimsa is verily the support of all stomas, and the belly the support of all food. 4. They consist of different meters. Verily, the intestines are confused, some small, some large. 5. He recites them with the prana 470, according to the meter 471, and according to rule 472. Verily, the intestines are according to rule, as it were, some shorter, some longer. 6. Next comes the Suddhadoa's verse. Suddhadoa's verily is breath. He joins the joints, with breath. 7. After having recited that verse 12 times he leaves it off there. These pranas are verily 12-fold, 7 in the head, 2 on the breast, 3 below. In these 12 places the pranas are contained, there they are perfect. Therefore he leaves it off there 473. 8. The hymn Indragni Yuvam Su Na, RV. 8:40, forms the two thighs, of the bird, belonging to Indra and Agni, the two supports with broad bones. 9. These verses consist of 6 feet, so that they may stand firm. Man stands firm on 2 feet, animals on 4. He thus places man, the sacrificer, standing on 2 feet, among 4-footed cattle. 10. The second verse has 7 feet, and he makes it into a Gayatri and an Ashtub. Gayatri is Brahman, an Ashtub is speech. And he thus puts together speech with Brahman. 11. He recites a Trishtub at the end. Trishtub is strength, and thus does he come round animals by strength. Therefore animals come near where there is strength, of command, and they come to be roused and to rise up, they obey the commands of a strong shepherd. 5th Adhyaya. Second Khanda. 1. When he recites the Nishkavalya hymn addressed to Indra, RV. X. 50, Pravo Maha, he inserts a Nivid 474, between the 4th and 5th verses. Thus he clearly places strength in himself, in the sastra, in the bird, in himself. 2. They are Trishtubs and Gagadis. 3. There they say, why does he insert a Nivid among mixed Trishtubs and Gagadis 475? But surely 1 meter would never support the Nivid of this day, nor fill it, therefore he inserts the Nivid among mixed Trishtubs and Gagadis. 4. Let him know that this day has 3 Nivids, the Vesa hymn is a Nivid, the Valakilyas 476 are a Nivid, and the Nivid itself is a Nivid. Thus let him know that day as having 3 Nivids. 5. Then follow the hymns Vain Na Va, RV. X. 29, and Yo Gata Eva, RV 2, 12. In the 4th verse of the former hymn occur the words and Samasya yet Asan Manisha, and they serve for the winning of proper food. 6. Then comes an insertion. As many Trishtub and Gagadi verses 477, taken from the 10 mandalas and addressed to Indra, as they insert, between the 2 above-mentioned hymns, after changing them into Brihadis. So many years do they live beyond the usual age of 100 years. By this insertion age is obtained. 7. After that he recites the Sagganiya hymn, wishing that cattle may always come to his offspring. 8. Then he recites the Tarkshya hymn 478. Tarkshya is verily welfare, and the hymn leads to welfare. Thus, by reciting the hymn, he fares well 479. 9. Then he recites the Ekapada, Indro Visvam 6 Ragati, wishing, may I be everything at once, and may I thus finish the whole work of meters 480. 10. In reciting the hymn Indram Visva Avivradan, RV. 11. He intertwines the first 7 verses by intertwining their feet 481. There are 7 pranas, openings, in the head, and he thus places 7 pranas in the head. The 8th verse, half verse, he does not intertwine 482. The 8th is speech, and he thinks, may my speech never be intertwined with the other pranas. Speech therefore, though dwelling in the same abode as the other pranas, is not intertwined with them. 11. He recites the Vorag verses 483. Verily, Vorag verses are food, and they thus serve for the gaining of food. 12. He ends with the hymn of Vasishtha 484, wishing, may I be Vasishtha. 13. But let him end with the 5th verse, Isha stomo maha ugraya vahe, which, possessing the word mahat, is auspicious. 14. In the 2nd foot of the 5th verse the word duri occurs. Verily, du, the place where the horse is fastened to the car, is the end of the car. This day also is the end of the sacrifice which lasts a whole year, 485. Thus the verse is fit for the day. 15. In the 3rd foot the word arka is auspicious. 16. The last foot is, make our glory high as heaven over heaven. Thus wherever Brahmanic speech is uttered, there his glory will be, when he who knows this finishes with that verse. Therefore let a man who knows this, finish, the Nishkavalya, with that verse. 5th Adhyaya. 3rd Khanda 486. 1. Tat Savitar Vriname, RVV, 82, 1-3, and Adya no Deva Savitar, RV. V, 82, 4-6, are the beginning, Pratipad, and the next step, Anakara, of the Vaisvadeva hymn, taken from the Ekaha ceremonial and therefore proper 487. 2. On that day 488 much is done now and then which has to be hidden, and has to be atoned for. Atonement is rest, the one-day sacrifice. Therefore at the end of the year the sacrificers, rest on this atonement as their rest. He who knows this rests firm, and they also for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites this hymn. 3. Then, follows, the hymn addressed to Savitri, Tad Devasya Savitar Variam Mahat, RV 4, 53. Verily, Mahat, great, in this foot, is the end 489. This day too is the end. Thus the verse is fit for the day. 4. The hymn Katara Purva Katara Pareo, RV. I, 185, addressed to Dayavaprathivai, is one in which many verses have the same ending. Verily, this day also, the Mahavrata, is one in which many receive the same reward 490. Thus it is fit for the day. 5. The hymn Anasvo Gado Anabasaraktya, RV 4, 36, is addressed to the Rabus. 6. In the 1st verse the word tri, kakra, occurs, and trivat 491 is verily the end. This day also is the end of the sacrifice. Thus the verse is fit for the day. 7. The hymn Asya Vamasya Palatasia Hodu, RV. I, 164, addressed to the Visvadevas, is multiform. This day also is multiform 492. Thus the verse is fit for the day. 8. He recites the end of it, beginning with Gora Mamaya, RV. I, 164, 41. 9. The hymn A no Bhadra Kratavo Yenta Visvada, RV. I, 89, addressed to the Visvadevas, forms the Nivadana, taken from the Ekaha ceremonial, and therefore proper. 10. On that day much is done now and then which has to be hidden, and has to be atoned for. Atonement is rest, the one-day sacrifice. Therefore at the end of the year the sacrificers rest on this atonement as their rest. He who knows this rests firm, and they also for whom a Khatri priest who knows this, recites this hymn. 11. The hymn Vaisvanaraya Dashanam Ridavrid, RV 3, 2, forms the beginning of the Agnimaruta. Dashana, thought, is verily the end, this day also is the end. Thus it is fit for the day. 12. The hymn Prayagyavo Maruto Bragadrashtheya, RVV, 55, addressed to the Maruts, is one in which many verses have the same ending. Verily, this day also is one in which many receive the same reward. Thus it is fit for the day 493. 13. He recites the verse Gadavides son of Amma Somam, RV. I. 99, 1, addressed to Gadavidas, before the next following him. That verse addressed to Gadavidas is verily welfare, and leads to welfare. Thus, by reciting it, he fares well. 494. 14. The hymn Imam Stomam Arhate Gadavides, RV. I. 94, addressed to Gadavidas, is one in which many verses have the same ending. Verily, this day also, the Mahavrata, is one in which many receive the same reward. Thus it is fit for the day, it is fit for the day. Second Aranyaka. First Adhyaya. First Khanda. With the second Aranyaka the Upanishad begins. It comprises the second and third Aranyaka, and may be said to consist of 3 divisions, or 3 Upanishads. Their general title is Bhavrika-upanishad, sometimes Maitâreya-Upanishad, while the Upanishad generally known as Aitareya-Upanishad comprises the 4th, 5th, and 6th Adhyayas only of the second Aranyaka. The character of the 3 component portions of the Upanishad can best be described in Sakara's own words, Ar. 3, 1, I, Intrad. Page 306, there are 3 classes of men who want to acquire knowledge. The highest consists of those who have turned away from the world, whose minds are fixed on one subject and collected, and who yearn to be free at once. For these a knowledge of Brahman is intended, as taught in the 8. Ar. 2, 4-6. The middle class are those who wish to become free gradually by attaining to the world of Hiranyagarbha. For them the knowledge and worship of prana, breath and life, is intended, as explained in the 8. Ar. 2, 1-3. The lowest class consists of those who do not care either for immediate or gradual freedom, but who desire nothing but offspring, cattle, and for these the meditative worship of the Samhita is intended, as explained in the 3rd Aranyaka. They cling too strongly to the letter of the sacred text to be able to surrender it for a knowledge either of prana, life, or of Brahman. The connection between the Upanishad or rather the 3 Upanishads and the 1st Aranyaka seems at first sight very slight. Still we soon perceive that it would be impossible to understand the 1st Upanishad, without a previous knowledge of the Mahavrata ceremony as described in the 1st Aranyaka. On this point too there are some pertinent remarks in Sakara's commentary on the Aranyaka 2, 1, 2. Our first duty, he says, consists in performing sacrifices, such as are described in the first portion of the Veda, the Samhitas, Brahmanas, and, to a certain extent, in the Aranyaka also. Afterwards arises a desire for knowledge, which cannot be satisfied except a man has first attained complete concentration of thought, ekagrata. In order to acquire that concentration, the performance of certain upasanas or meditations is enjoined, such as we find described in our Upanishad, viz. In Ar. 2, IV. This meditation or, as it is sometimes translated, worship is of 2 kinds, either Brahmopasana or Pratikopasana. Brahmopasana or meditation on Brahman consists in thinking of him as distinguished by certain qualities. Pratikopasana or meditation on symbols consists in looking upon certain worldly objects as if they were Brahman, in order thus to withdraw the mind from the too powerful influence of external objects. These objects, thus lifted up into symbols of Brahman, are of 2 kinds, either connected with sacrifice or not. In our Upanishad we have to deal with the former class only, viz. with certain portions of the Mahavrata, as described in the 1st Aranyaka. In order that the mind may not be entirely absorbed by the sacrifice, it is lifted up during the performance from the consideration of these sacrificial objects to a meditation on higher objects, leading up at last to Brahman as prana or life. This meditation is to be performed by the priests, and while they may meditate on a hymn or on a single word of it as meaning something else, such as the sun, the earth, or the sky, but not vice versa. And if in one Saka, as in that of the Aitareans, for instance, a certain hymn has been symbolically explained, the same explanation may be adopted by another Saka also, such as that of the Kaushitakins. It is not necessary, however, that every part of the sacrifice should be accompanied by meditation, but it is left optional to the priest in what particular meditation he wishes to engage. Nor is even the time of the sacrifice the only right time for him to engage in these meditations. 1. This is the path, this sacrifice, and this Brahman. This is the true 495. 2. Let no man swerve from it, let no man transgress it. 3. For the old sages did not transgress it, and those who did transgress became lost. 4. This has been declared by a rishi, RV 8, 101, 14, 3, classes of people transgressed, others settled down round about the venerable Agni, fire. The great sun stood in the midst of the worlds, the blowing Vayu, air, entered the hearts, the dawns, or the ends of the earth. 5. When he says, 3 classes of people transgressed, the 3 classes of people who transgressed are what we see here, on earth, born again, as birds, trees, herbs, and serpents 496. 6. When he says, others settled down round about the venerable, he means those who now sit down to worship Agni, fire. 7. When he says, the great stood in the midst of the worlds, the great one in the midst of the world is meant for this edifier, the sun. 8. When he says, the blowing entered the hearts, he means that Vayu, the air, the purifier, entered all the corners of the earth 497. First Adhyaya. Second Khanda. 1. People say, Uktha, Uktha, hymns, hymns. Without knowing what Uktha, hymn 498, means. The hymn is truly, to be considered as, the earth, for from it all whatsoever exists arises. 2. The object of its praise is Agni, fire, and the 80 verses, of the hymn, are food, for by means of food one obtains everything. 3. The hymn is truly the sky, for the birds fly along the sky, and men drive following the sky. The object of its praise is Vayu, air, and the 80 verses, of the hymn, are food, for by means of food one obtains everything. 4. The hymn is truly the heaven, for from its gift, rain, all whatsoever exists arises. The object of its praise is Edifier, the sun, and the 80 verses are food, for by means of food one obtains everything. 5. So much with reference to the gods, mythological, now with reference to man, physiological. 6. The hymn is truly man. He is great, he is Pragapati. Let him think, I am the hymn. 7. The hymn is his mouth, as before in the case of the earth. 8. The object of its praise is speech, and the 80 verses, of the hymn, are food, for by means of food he obtains everything. 9. The hymn is the nostrils, as before in the case of the sky. 10. The object of its praise is breath, and the 80 verses, of the hymn, are food, for by means of food he obtains everything. 11. The slight bent, at the root, of the nose is, as it were, the place of the brilliant, Edifier, the sun. 12. The hymn is the forehead, as before in the case of heaven. The object of its praise is the eye, and the 80 verses, of the hymn, are food, for by means of food he obtains everything. 13. The 80 verses, of the hymn, are alike food with reference to the gods as well as with reference to man. For all these beings breathe and live by means of food indeed. By food, given in alms, and he conquers this world, by food, given in sacrifice, he conquers the other. Therefore the 80 verses, of the hymn, are alike food, with reference to the gods as well as with reference to man. 14. All this that is food, and all this that consumes food, is only the earth, for from the earth arises all whatever there is. 115, and all that goes hence, dies on earth, heaven consumes it all. And all that goes thence, returns from heaven to a new life, the earth consumes it all. 16. that earth is thus both food and consumer. He also, the true worshipper who meditates on himself as being the Uktha, is both consumer and consumed, subject and object 499. No one possesses that which he does not eat, or the things which do not eat him 500. First Adhyaya. Third Khanda. 1. Next follows the origin of seed. The seed of Prajapati are the Devas, gods. The seed of the Devas is rain. The seed of rain are herbs. The seed of herbs is food. The seed of food is seed. The seed of seed are creatures. The seed of creatures is the heart. The seed of the heart is the mind. The seed of the mind is speech, Veda. The seed of speech is action, sacrifice. The action done, in a former state, is this man, the abode of Brahman. 2. He, man, consists of food, Ira, and because he consists of food, Iramaya, he consists of gold, Hiramaya 501. He who knows this becomes golden in the other world, and is seen as golden, as the sun, for the benefit of all beings. First Adhyaya. Fourth Khanda. 1. Brahman, in the shape of prana, breath, entered into that man by the tips of his feet, and because Brahman entered, Prapadyata, into that man by the tips of his feet, therefore people call them the tips of the feet, Prapada. But hoofs and claws in other animals. 2. Then Brahman crept up higher, and therefore they were called 502 the thighs, you are you. 3. Then he said, grasp wide, and that was called the belly, Udara. 4. Then he said, make room for me, and that was called the chest, Uras. 5. The Sarkarakshiyas meditate on the belly as Brahman, the Arunis on the heart 503. Both, these places, are Brahman indeed 504. 6. But Brahman crept upwards and came to the head, and because he came to the head, therefore the head is called head 505. 7. Then these delights alighted in the head, sight, hearing, mind, speech, breath. 8. Delights alight on him who thus knows, why the head is called head. 9. These, 5 delights or senses, strove together, saying, I am the Uktha, him, I am the Uktha 506. Well, they said, let us all go out from this body, then on whose departure this body shall fall, he shall be the Uktha among us 507. 10. Speech went out, yet the body without speaking remained, eating and drinking. Sight went out, yet the body without seeing remained, eating and drinking. Hearing went out, yet the body without hearing remained, eating and drinking. Mind went out, yet the body, as if blinking, remained, eating and drinking. Breath went out, then when breath was gone out, the body fell. 11. It was decayed, and because people said, it decayed, therefore it was called body, Sarira. That is the reason of its name. 12. If a man knows this, then the evil enemy who hates him decays, or the evil enemy who hates him is defeated. 13. They strove again, saying, I am the Uktha, I am the Uktha. Well, they said, let us enter that body again, then on whose entrance this body shall rise again, he shall be the Uktha among us. 14. Speech entered, but the body lay still. Sight entered, but the body lay still. Hearing entered, but the body lay still. Mind entered, but the body lay still. Breath entered, and when breath had entered, the body rose, and it became the Uktha. 15. Therefore breath alone is the Uktha. 16. Let people know that breath is the Uktha indeed. 17. The Devas, the other senses, said to breath, Thou art the Uktha, thou art all this, we are thine, thou art ours. 18. This has also been said by a rishi, RV. 8, 92, 32 Thou art ours, we are thine. First Adhyaya. Fifth Khanda. Then the Devas carried him, the breath, forth, and being carried forth, he was stretched out, and when people said, he was stretched out, then it was in the morning. When they said, he is gone to rest, then it was in the evening. Day, therefore, is the breathing up, night the breathing down. 508. 2. Speech is Agni, sight that Aditya, sun, mind the moon, hearing the dis, quarters. This is the Brihadâranyaka. 509, the union of the deities as sent forth. These deities, Agni, and K, are thus in the body, but their phenomenal appearance yonder is among the deities. This was intended. 3. And Hiranyadvita also, who knew this, and who by his knowledge had become Hiranyagarbha or the universal spirit, said, whatever they do not give to me, they do not possess themselves. I know the Brihadâranyaka, the union of the deities, as entered into the body. 510. This is it. 4. To him who knows this all creatures, without being constrained, offer gifts. 5. That breath is, to be called, Satya, the true, for Sat is breath, Ti is food, Yam is the sun. 511. This is threefold, and threefold the eye also may be called, it being white, dark, and the pupil. He who knows why true is true, why Satya is Satya, even if he should speak falsely, yet what he says is true. First Adhyaya. Sixth Khanda. 1. Speech is his, the breaths, rope, the names the knots. 512. Thus by his speech as by a rope, and by his names as by knots, all this is bound. For all this are names indeed, and with speech he calls everything. 2. People carry him who knows this, as if they were bound by a rope. 3. Of the body of the breath thus meditated on, the Ushni verse forms the hairs, the Gayatri the skin, the Trishtubh the flesh, the Anushtubh the muscles, the Gagati the bone, the Pakti the marrow, the Brihadi the breath. 513, prana. He is covered with the verses, khandas, meters. Because he is thus covered with verses, therefore they call them khandas, coverings, meters. 4. If a man knows the reason why khandas are called khandas, the verses cover him in whatever place he likes against any evil deed. 5. This is said by a rishi, RV. I, 164, 13. 6. I saw, the breath, as a guardian, never tiring, coming and going on his ways, the arteries. That breath, in the body, being identified with the sun among the devas, illuminating the principal and intermediate quarters of the sky, is returning constantly in the midst of the worlds. He says, I saw a guardian, because he, the breath, is a guardian, for he guards everything. 7. He says, never tiring, because the breath never rests. 8. He says, coming and going on his ways, because the breath comes and goes on his ways. 9. He says, illuminating the principal and intermediate, because he illuminates these only, the principal and intermediate quarters of the sky. 10. He says, he is returning constantly in the midst of the worlds, because he returns indeed constantly in the midst of the worlds. 11. And then, there is another verse, RV. I, 55, 81, they are covered like caves by those who make them. 12. For all this is covered indeed by breath. 13. This ether is supported by breath as Brihadi, and as this ether is supported by breath as Brihadi, so one should know that all things, not excepting ants, are supported by breath as Brihadi. First Adhyaya. Seventh Khanda. 1. Next follow the powers of that person. 514. 2. By his speech earth and fire were created. Herbs are produced on the earth, and Agni, fire, makes them ripe and sweet. Take this, thus saying do earth and fire serve their parent, speech. 3. As far as the earth reaches, as far as fire reaches, so far does his world extend, and as long as the world of the earth and fire does not decay, so long does his world not decay who thus knows this power of speech. 4. By breath, in the nose, the sky and the air were created. People follow the sky, and hear along the sky, while the air carries along pure scent. Thus do sky and air serve their parent, the breath. As far as the sky reaches, as far as the air reaches, so far does his world extend, and as long as the world of the sky and the air does not decay, so long does his world not decay who thus knows this power of breath. 5. By his eye heaven and the sun were created. Heaven gives him rain and food, while the sun causes his light to shine. Thus do the heaven and the sun serve their parent, the eye. As far as heaven reaches and as far as the sun reaches, so far does his world extend, and as long as the world of heaven and the sun does not decay, so long does his world not decay who thus knows the power of the eye. 6. By his ear the quarters and the moon were created. From all the quarters they come to him, and from all the quarters he hears, while the moon produces for him the bright and the dark halves for the sake of sacrificial work. Thus do the quarters and the moon serve their parent, the ear. As far as the quarters reach and as far as the moon reaches, so far does his world extend, and as long as the world of the quarters and the moon does not decay, so long does his world not decay who thus knows the power of the ear. 7. By his mind the water and Varana were created. Water yields to him faith, being used for sacred acts, Varana keeps his offspring within the law. Thus do water and Varana serve their parent, the mind. As far as water reaches and as far as Varana reaches, so far does his world extend, and as long as the world of water and Varana does not decay, so long does his world not decay who thus knows the power of the mind. 1st Adhyaya. 8th Khanda 515. 1. Was it water really? Was it water? Yes, all this was water indeed. This, water, was the root, cause, that, the world, was the shoot, effect. He, the person, is the father, they, earth, fire, and are the sons. Whatever there is belonging to the son, belongs to the father, whatever there is belonging to the father, belongs to the son. This was intended 516. 2. Mahadasa Aitareya, who knew this, said, I know myself, reaching, as far as the gods, and I know the gods, reaching, as far as me. For these gods receive their gifts from hence, and are supported from hence. 3. This is the mountain 517, viz. Eye, ear, mind, speech, and breath. They call it the mountain of Brahman. 4. He who knows this, throws down the evil enemy who hates him, the evil enemy who hates him is defeated. 5. He, the prana, identified with Brahman, is the life, the breath. He is being, while the Givatman remains, and not being, when the Givatman departs. 6. The Devas, speech, and worshipped him, prana, as buddhi or being, and thus they became great beings. And therefore even now a man who sleeps, breathes like Burbhu. 7. The Asuras worshipped him as abhuti or not being, and thus they were defeated. 8. He who knows this, becomes great by himself, while the evil enemy who hates him, is defeated. 9. He, the breath, is death, when he departs, and immortality, while he abides. 10. And this has been said by a rishi, R.V. I. 164, 38. 11. Downwards and upwards he, the wind of the breath, goes, held by food. For this up-breathing, being held back by the down-breathing, does not move forward, and leave the body altogether. 12. The immortal dwells with the mortal. For through him, the breath, all this dwells together, the bodies being clearly mortal, but this being, the breath, being immortal. 13. These two, body and breath, go forever in different directions, the breath moving the senses of the body supporting the senses of the breath, the former going upwards to another world, the body dying and remaining on earth. They increase the one, the body, but they do not increase the other, i.e. they increase these bodies, by food, but this being, breath, is immortal. 14. He who knows this becomes immortal in that world, having become united with Hiranyagarbha, and is seen as immortal, in the sun, by all beings, by all beings. 2nd Adhyaya. 518 First Khanda. 1. He, the sun, who shines, honored this world, the body of the worshipper, by entering into it, in the form of man 519, the worshipper who meditates on breath. For he who shines, the sun, is the same as the breath. He honored this body of the worshipper during 100 years, therefore there are 100 years in the life of a man. Because he honored him during 100 years, therefore there are the poets of the first mandala of the Rig Veda, called the Satarkan, having honor for 100 years. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, the Satarkan poets 520. 2. He, breath, placed himself in the midst of all whatsoever exists. Because he placed himself in the midst of all whatsoever exists, therefore there are the poets of the second to the 9th mandala of the Rig Veda, called the Madhyamas. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, the Madhyama poets. 3. He as up-breathing is the swallower, Gritsa, as down-breathing he is delight, Mada. Because as up-breathing he is swallower, Gritsa, and as down-breathing delight, Mada, therefore there is the poet of the second mandala of the Rig Veda, called Gritsamada. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Gritsamada. 4. Of him, breath, all this whatsoever was a friend. Because of him all, Visvam, this whatsoever was a friend, Maitram, therefore there is the poet of the third mandala of the Rig Veda, called Visvamitra. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Visvamitra. 5. The Devas, speech, and said to him, the breath, he is to be loved by all of us. Because the Devas said of him, that he was to be loved, Vama, by all of them, therefore there is the poet of the fourth mandala of the Rig Veda, called Vamadeva. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Vamadeva. 6. He, breath, guarded all this whatsoever from evil. Because he guarded, Atrayata, all this whatsoever from evil, therefore there are the poets of the fifth mandala of the Rig Veda, called Aitareya. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Aitareya. 2nd Adhyaya. 2nd Khanda. 1. He, breath, is likewise a Bibradvaga, bringer of offspring. Offspring is Vaga, and he, breath, supports offspring. Because he supports it, therefore there is the poet of the sixth mandala of the Rig Veda, called Bharadvaga. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Bharadvaga. 2. The Devas, speech, and said to him, he it is who chiefly causes us to dwell on earth. Because the Devas said of him, that he chiefly caused them to dwell on earth, therefore there is the poet of the seventh mandala of the Rig Veda, called Vasishtha. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Vasishtha 521. 3. He, breath, went forth towards 522 all this whatsoever. Because he went forth toward all this whatsoever, therefore there are the poets of the eighth mandala of the Rig Veda, called the Pragathas. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, the Pragathas. 4. He, breath, purified all this whatsoever. Because he purified all this whatsoever, therefore there are the hymns and also the poets 523 of the ninth mandala of the Rig Veda, called the Pavamanis. Therefore people called him who is really prana, breath, the Pavamanis. 5. He, breath, said, let me be everything whatsoever, small, Kshudra, and great, Mahat, and this became the Kshudra Suktas and Mahasuktas. Therefore there were the hymns and also the poets of the 10th mandala of the Rig Veda, called the Kshudra Suktas and Mahasuktas. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, the Kshudra Suktas and Mahasuktas. 6. He, breath, said once, you have said what is well said, Suakta, indeed. This became a Sukta, hymn. Therefore there was the Sukta. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Sukta 524. 7. He, breath, is a Rik, verse, for he did honor 525 to all beings, by entering into them. Because he did honor to all beings, therefore there was the Rik verse. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Rik. 8. He, breath, is an Ardharka, half-verse, for he did honor to all places, Arda, 526. Because he did honor to all places, therefore there was the Ardharka. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, Ardharka. 9. He, breath, is a pada, word, 527, for he got into all these beings. Because he got, padi, into all these beings, therefore there was the pada, word. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, pada. 10. He, breath, is an akshara, syllable, for he pours out, ksharati, gifts to all these beings, and without him no one can pour out, adaksharati, gifts. Therefore there was the akshara, syllable. Therefore people call him who is really prana, breath, akshara 528. 11. Thus all these Rik verses, all Vedas, all sounds 529 are one word, viz. Prana, breath. Let him know that prana is all Rik verses. Second Adhyaya. Third Khanda. 1. While Visvamitra was going to repeat the hymns of this day, the Mahavrata, Indra sat down near him 530. Visvamitra, guessing that Indra wanted food, said to him, this, the verses of the hymn, is food, and repeated the 1,000 Brihadi verses 531. By means of this he went to the delightful home of Indra, Svarga. 2. Indra said to him, Rishi, thou hast come to my delightful home. Rishi, repeat a second hymn 532. Visvamitra, guessing that Indra wanted food, said to him, this, the verses of the hymn, is food, and repeated the 1,000 Brihadi verses. By means of this he went to the delightful home of Indra, Svarga. 3. Indra said to him, Rishi, thou hast come to my delightful home. Rishi, repeat a third hymn. Visvamitra, guessing that Indra wanted food, said to him, this, the verses of the hymn, is food, and repeated the 1,000 Brihadi verses. By means of this he went to the delightful home of Indra, Svarga. 4. Indra said to him, Rishi, thou hast come to my delightful home. I grant thee a boon. Visvamitra said, may I know thee? Indra said, I am prana, breath, O Rishi, thou art prana, all things are prana. For it is prana who shines as the sun, and I here pervade all regions under that form. This food of mine, the hymn, is my friend and my support, Dakshina. This is the food prepared by Visvamitra. I am verily he who shines, the sun. Second Adhyaya. Fourth Khanda. 1. This then becomes perfect as 1,000 of Brihadi verses. Its consonants 533 form its body, its voice 534, vowels, the soul 535, its sibilants 536 the air of the breath. 2. He who knew this became Vasishtha, he took this name from thence 537. 3. Indra verily declared this to Visvamitra, and Indra verily declared this to Bharadvaja. Therefore Indra is invoked by him as a friend 538. 4. This becomes perfect as 1,000 of Brihadi verses 539, and of that hymn perfect with 1,000 Brihad verses, there are 36,000 syllables 540. So many are also the thousands of days of 100 years, 36,000. With the consonants they fill the nights, with the vowels the days. 5. This becomes perfect as 1,000 of Brihadi verses. He who knows this, after this 1,000 of Brihadis thus accomplished, becomes full of knowledge, full of the gods, full of Brahman, full of the immortal, and then goes also to the gods. 6. What I am, the worshipper, that is he, son. What he is, that am I. 7. This has been said by a rishi, RV. I, 115, 1. The sun is the self of all that moves and rests. 8. Let him look to that, let him look to that. Third Adhyaya. 541 First Khanda. 1. He who knows himself as the five-fold him, Uktha, the emblem of prana, breath, from whence all this springs 542, he is clever. These five are the earth, air, ether, water, and fire, Jyotis. This is the self, the five-fold Uktha. For from him all this springs, and into him it enters again, at the dissolution of the world. He who knows this, becomes the refuge of his friends. 2. And to him who knows the food, object, and the feeder, subject, in that Uktha, a strong son is born, and food is never wanting. Water and earth are food, for all food consists of these two. Fire and air are the feeder, for by means of them 543 man eats all food. Ether is the bowl, for all this is poured into the ether. He who knows this, becomes the bowl or support of his friends. 3. To him who knows the food and the feeder in that Uktha, a strong son is born, and food is never wanting. Herbs and trees are food, animals the feeder, for animals eat herbs and trees. 4. Of them again those who have teeth above and below, shaped after the likeness of man, are feeders, the other animals are food. Therefore these overcome the other animals, for the eater is over the food. 5. He who knows this is over his friends. 3rd Adhyaya. 2nd Khanda 544. 1. He who knows the gradual development of the self in him, the man conceived as the Uktha, obtains himself more development. 2. There are herbs and trees and all that is animated, and he knows the self gradually developing in them. For in herbs and trees sap only is seen 545, but thought, Chitta, in animated beings. Among animated beings again the self develops gradually, for in some sap, blood, is seen, as well as thought, but in others thought is not seen. 4. And in man again the self develops gradually, for he is most endowed with knowledge. He says what he has known, he sees what he has known 546. He knows what is to happen tomorrow, he knows heaven and hell. By means of the mortal he desires the immortal, thus is he endowed. 5. With regard to the other animals hunger and thirst only are a kind of understanding. But they do not say what they have known, nor do they see what they have known. They do not know what is to happen tomorrow, nor heaven and hell. They go so far and no further, for they are born according to their knowledge, in a former life. 3rd Adhyaya. 3rd Khanda. 1. That man, conceived as Uktha, is the sea, rising beyond the whole world 547. Whatever he reaches, he wishes to go beyond 548. If he reaches the sky, he wishes to go beyond. 2. If he should reach that, heavenly, world, he would wish to go beyond. 3. That man is fivefold. The heat in him is fire. The apertures, of the senses, are ether, blood, mucus, and seed are water, the body is earth, breath is air. 4. That air is fivefold, viz. Up-breathing, down-breathing, back-breathing, out-breathing, on-breathing. The other powers, devatas, viz. Sight, hearing, mind, and speech, are comprised under up-breathing and down-breathing. For when breath departs, they also depart with it. 5. That man, conceived as Uktha, is the sacrifice, which is a succession now of speech and now of thought. That sacrifice is fivefold, viz. The Agnihotra, the new and full moon sacrifices, the 4-monthly sacrifices, the animal sacrifice, the Soma sacrifice. The Soma sacrifice is the most perfect of sacrifices, for in it these 5 kinds of ceremonies are seen, the first which precedes the libations, the Diksha, and then 3 libations, and what follows, the Avabritha, and is the 5th. 3rd Adhyaya. 4th Khanda. 1. He who knows one sacrifice above another, one day above another, one deity above the others, he is clever. Now this great Uktha, the Nishkavalya-sastra, is the sacrifice above another, the day above another, the deity above others 549. 2. This Uktha is fivefold. With regard to its being performed as a stoma, chorus, it is Trivrit, Pankadesa, Saptadesa, Ekavimsa, and Pankavimsa. With regard to its being performed as a saman, song, it is Gayatra, Rathantra, Brihat, Bhadra, and Ragana. With regard to meter, it is Gayatri, Ushni, Brihadi, Trishtubh, and Vipada. And the explanation, given before in the Aranyaka, is that it is the head, the right wing, the left wing, the tail, and the body of the bird 550. In each hymn. This is the first round. He then sings the 3 middle verses in each hymn. This is the second round. He lastly sings the last 3 verses in each hymn. This is the third round. This song is called Ajeti. The Pankadesa stoma is formed out of one sukta only, consisting of 3 verses. In the first round he sings the first verse 3 times, the second and third once. In the second round he sings the middle verse 3 times, in the third round he sings the last verse 3 times. This song is called Vishtudhi. The Saptadesa stoma is formed in the same manner, only that in the first round he sings the first verse 3 times, in the second the middle verse 3 times, in the third round the middle and last verses 3 times. This song is called Dasa Sapta. The Ekavimsa stoma is formed in the same manner, only that in the first round he sings the last verse once, in the second the first verse once, in the third the middle verse once, while the other verses are each repeated 3 times. This song is called Saptasaptini. The Pankavimsa stoma is formed in the same manner, only that in the first round he sings the first verse 3 times, the second 4 times, the last once. In the second round the first once, the second 3 times, the third 4 times, in the third round the first 5 times, the second once, the last 3 times. Or he sings in the third round the first verse 4 times, the second twice, the last 3 times. Sayana in his commentary on the 8. A.R. takes the Trivrit stoma to be formed out of 3 hymns, each consisting of 3 verses, while he says that the other stomas are formed out of 1 hymn only. B. and R. S.V. Trivrit state that this stoma consists of verses 1, 4, 7, 2, 5, 8, and 3, 6, 9 of the Rigveda hymn 9, 11, but, according to Sayana, the stoma consists, 1, of the first verses of the 3 suktas, Upasmai Gayata, Devijitadia, and Pavamanasia at the beginning of the Samaveda-Atararkika, 2, of the second. 3, of the third verses of the same 3 hymns. Mahidhara, YV. X, 9, takes the same view, though the Mizas seem to have left out the description of the second Pariyaya, while Sayana in his commentary to the Tandya-Brahmana seems to support the opinion of B and R. There is an omission, however, in the printed text of the commentary, which makes it difficult to see the exact meaning of Sayana. The Pankadesa stoma is well described by Sayana, Tandya Br 2, 4. Taking the Sukta Agna A Yahi, Attararkika I, 1, for equals RV 6, 16, 10-12, he shows the stoma to consist of, 1, verse 1 by 3, 2, 3, 2, verse 1, 2 by 3, 3, 3, verse 1, 2, 3 by 3. The 5 samans are explained by the commentator. The Gayatra is formed out of the Rik, 3, 62, 10, Tat Savitar Varenium. The Rathantra is formed out of the Rik, 7, 32, 22, Ubhi Tva Sura Nanuma. The Brihad is formed out of the Rik, 6, 46, 1, Tvam Id Di Havame. The Bhadra is formed out of the Rik, X, 57, 1, Ima Nu Kam. The Ragana is formed out of the Rik, 7, 27, 1, Indram Naro Nemadita. The meters require no explanation. In identifying certain portions of the Nishkavalya hymn with a bird, the head of the bird corresponds to the hymns Indram Id Gathina, and the right wing to the hymns Abhitvajura, and the left wing to the hymns Tvam Id Di, and the tail to the hymns Ima Nu Kam, and the body to the hymns Tad Id Asa, and all this was explained in the first Aranyaka. 3. He performs the Prastava in 5 ways, he performs the Ujjatha in 5 ways, he performs the Pratihara in 5 ways, he performs the Upadrava in 5 ways, he performs the Nidana in 5 ways 551. All this together forms 1000 stobas, or musical syllables 552. 4. Thus also are the Rik verses, contained in the Nishkavalya, recited, by the Khatri, in 5 orders. What precedes the 80 trikas, that is one order, then follow the 3 sets of 80 trikas each, and what comes after is the 5th order. 553. 5. This, the hymns of this sastra, as a whole, if properly counted with the stoba syllables, comes to 1000, of Brihadi verses. That, 1000, is the whole, and 10 is called the whole. For number is such, measured by 10. 10 tens are 100, 10 hundreds are 1000, and that is the whole. These are the 3 meters, the tens, pervading everything. And this food also, the 3 sets of hymns being represented as food, is threefold: eating, drinking, and chewing. He obtains that food by those 3 numbers, 10, 100, and 1000, or by the 3 sets of 80 trikas. 3rd Adhyaya. 5th Khanda. 1. This, Nishkavalya Sastra, becomes perfect as 1000 of Brihadi verses. 2. Some teachers, belonging to a different Saka, recognize 1000 of different meters, not of Brihadis only. They say, is another 1000, 1000 of other verses, good? Let us say it is good. 3. Some say, 1000 of Trishtub verses, others 1000 of Gagadi verses, others 1000 of Anushtub verses. 4. This has been said by a rishi, RV. X, 124, 9. 5. Poets through their understanding discovered Indra dancing in Anushtub. This is meant to say, they discovered, and meditated, in speech, called Anushtub, at that time, when they worshipped the Uktha, the prana, breath, connected with Indra. 6. He, who takes the recited verses as Anushtubs, is able to become celebrated and of good report. 7. No. He says, rather is such a man liable to die before his time. For that self, consisting of Anushtubs, is incomplete. For if a man confines himself to speech, not to breath, then driven by his mind, he does not succeed with speech. 554. 8. Let him work towards the Brihadi, for the Brihadi, breath, is the complete self. 9. That self, Givatman, is surrounded on all sides by members. And as that self is on all sides surrounded by members, the Brihadi also is on all sides surrounded by meters. 555. 10. For the self, in the heart, is the middle of these members, and the Brihadi is the middle of the meters. 11. He is able to become celebrated and of good report, but, the other, able to die before his time, thus he said. For the Brihadi is the complete self, therefore let him work towards the Brihadi, let him reckon the Sastra recitation as 1000 Brihadis. 3rd Adhyaya. 6th Khanda. 1. This, Nishkavalya Sastra, becomes perfect as 1000 of Brihadi verses. In this 1000 of Brihadis there are 1125 Anushtubs. For the smaller is contained in the larger. 2. This has been said by a rishi, RV. 8, 76, 12. 3. A speech of 8 feet, because there are 8 feet of 4 syllables each in the Anushtub. 4. Of 9 corners, because the Brihadi becomes 9-cornered, having 9 feet of 4 syllables each. 5. Touching the truth, because speech, Anushtub, is truth, touched by the verse, Brihadi, 556. 6. He, the Khatri, makes the body out of Indra. For out of this 1000 of Brihadi verses turned into Anushtubs, and therefore out of prana as connected with Indra 557, and out of the Brihadi, which is prana, he makes speech, that is Anushtub, as a body. 558. 7. This Mahaduktha is the highest development of speech, and it is 5-fold, viz. Measured, not measured, music, true, and untrue. 8. A Rik verse, a Gatha 559, a Kumbhya 560 are measured, metrical. A Yagas line, an invocation, and general remarks 561, these are not measured, they are in prose. A saman, or any portion, parvan, of it, is music. Om is true, na is untrue. 9. What is true, Om, is the flower and fruit of speech. He is able to become celebrated and of good report, for he speaks the true, Om, the flower and fruit of speech. 10. Now the untrue is the root 562 of speech, and as a tree whose root is exposed dries up and perishes, thus a man who says what is untrue exposes his root, dries up and perishes. Therefore one should not say what is untrue, but guard oneself from it. 11. That syllable Om, yes, goes forward, to the first cause of the world, and is empty. Therefore if a man says Om, yes, to everything, then that, which he gives away, is wanting to him here 563. If he says Om, yes, to everything, then he would empty himself, and would not be capable of any enjoyments. 12. That syllable na, no, is full for oneself 564. If a man says no to everything, then his reputation would become evil, and that would ruin him even here. 13. Therefore let a man give at the proper time only, not at the wrong time. Thus he unites the true and the untrue, and from the union of those two he grows, and becomes greater and greater. 14. He who knows this speech of which this, the Mahaduktha, is a development, he is clever. A is the whole of speech, and manifested through different kinds of contact, mutes, and of wind, sibilants, it becomes manifold and different. 15. Speech if uttered in a whisper is breath, if spoken aloud, it is body. Therefore, if whispered, it is almost hidden, for what is incorporeal is almost hidden, and breath is incorporeal. But if spoken aloud, it is body, and therefore it is perceptible, for body is perceptible. 3rd Adhyaya. 7th Khanda. 1. This, Nishkavalya-sastra, becomes perfect as 1,000 of Brihadis. It is glory, the glorious Brahman, not the absolute Brahman, it is Indra. Indra is the Lord of all beings. He who thus knows Indra as the Lord of all beings, departs from this world by loosening the bonds of life 565, so said Mahadasa Aitareya. Having departed he becomes Indra, or Hiranyagarbha, and shines in those worlds 566. 2. And with regard to this they say, if a man obtains the other world in this form, by meditating on the prana, breath, which is the uktha, the hymn of the Mahavrata, then in what form does he obtain this world 567? 3. Here the blood of the woman is a form of Agni, fire, therefore no one should despise it. And the seed of the man is a form of Adithyr, sun, therefore no one should despise it. This self, the woman, gives herself, skin, blood, and flesh, to that self, fat, bone, and marrow, and that self, man, gives his self, fat, bone, and marrow, to this self, skin, blood, and flesh. Thus 568 these two grow together. In this form, belonging to the woman and to fire, he goes to that world, belonging to the man and the sun, and in that form, belonging to man and the sun, he goes to this world, belonging to the woman and to fire 569. 3rd Adhyaya. 8th Khanda. 1. Here, with regard to obtaining Hiranyagarbha, there are these slokas. 2. The fivefold body into which the indestructible, prana, breath, enters, that body which the harnessed horses, the senses, draw about, that body where the true of the true, the highest Brahman, follows after. In that body, of the worshipper, all gods 570 become one. 3. That body into which goes the indestructible, the breath, which we have joined, in meditation, proceeding from the indestructible, the highest Brahman, that body which the harnessed horses, the senses, draw about. That body where the true of the true follows after, in that body all gods become one. 4. After separating themselves from the yes and no of language, and of all that is hard and cruel, poets have discovered, what they sought for, dependent on names they rejoiced in what had been revealed 571. 5. That in which the poets rejoiced, the revealed nature of prana, breath, in it the gods exist all joined together. Having driven away evil by means of that Brahman, which is hidden in prana, the enlightened man goes to the Svarga world, becomes one with Hiranyagarbha 572, the universal spirit. 6. No one wishing to describe him, prana, breath, by speech, describes him by calling him woman, neither woman nor man, or man, all such names applying only to the material body, and not to prana or breath. 7. Brahman, as hidden beneath prana, is called the A, and the I, ego, is gone there. The worshipper should know that he is Uktha and Prana. 8. This becomes perfect as 1,000 of Brihadi verses, and of that hymn, perfect with 1,000 Brihad verses, there are 36,000 syllables. So many are also the thousands of days of human life 573. By means of the syllable of life, the A, alone, which is contained in that 1,000 of hymns, does a man obtain the day of life, the Mahavrata day, which completes the number of the days in the Gavamayana, sacrifice. And by means of the day of life, he obtains the syllable of life. 9. Now there is a chariot of the god, Prana, destroying all desires, for the worlds of Indra, the moon, the earth, all of which lie below the place of Hiranyagarbha. Its front part, the point of the two shafts of the carriage where the yoke is fastened, is speech, its wheels the cars, the horses the eyes, the driver the mind. Prana, breath, mounts that chariot, and on it, i.e. by means of meditating on prana, he reaches Hiranyagarbha. 10. This has been said by a rishi, RVX, 39:12. 11. Come hither on that which is quicker than mind, and, RV. 8, 73:2. Come hither on that which is quicker than the twinkling of an eye, the twinkling of an eye 574. 4th Adhyaya. 1st Khanda. With this Adhyaya begins the real Upanishad, best known under the name of the Aitareya-Upanishad, and often separately edited, commented on, and translated. If treated separately, what we call the 4th Adhyaya of the 2nd Aranyaka, becomes the 1st Adhyaya of the Upanishad, sometimes also, by counting all Adhyaya from the beginning of the Aitareya-Aranyaka, the 9th. The divisions adopted by Sayana, who explains the Upanishad as part of the Aranyaka, and by Sakara, who explains it independently, vary, though Sayana states that he follows in his commentary on the Upanishad the earlier commentary of Sakara. I have given the divisions adopted by Sayana, and have marked those of Sakara by figures in parentheses, placed at the end of each paragraph. The difference between this Upanishad and the three preceding Adhyayas is easily perceived. Hitherto the answer to the question, whence this world, had been, from prana, prana meaning breath and life, which was looked upon for a time as a sufficient explanation of all that is. From a psychological point of view this prana is the conscious self, Pragnatman. In a more mythological form it appears as Hiranyagarbha, the golden germ, sometimes even as Indra. It is one of the chief objects of the Pranavidya, or life knowledge, to show that the living principle in us is the same as the living principle in the sun, and that by a recognition of their identity and of the true nature of prana, the devotee, or he who has rightly meditated on prana during his life, enters after death into the world of Hiranyagarbha. This is well expressed in the Kaushitaki-Upanishad 3:2, where Indra says to Pratardana, I am prana, meditate on me as the conscious self, Pragnatman, as life, as immortality. Life is prana, prana is life. Immortality is prana, prana is immortality. By prana he obtains immortality in the other world, by knowledge, prajna, true conception. Prana is consciousness, prajna, consciousness is prana. This, however, though it may have satisfied the mind of the Brahmins for a time, was not a final solution. That final solution of the problem not simply of life, but of existence, is given in the Upanishad which teaches that Atman, the self, and not prana, life, is the last and only cause of everything. In some places this doctrine is laid down in all its simplicity. Our true self, it is said, has its true being in the highest self only. In other passages, however, and nearly in the whole of this Upanishad, this simple doctrine is mixed up with much that is mythological, fanciful, and absurd, arthavada, as the commentators call it, but as it might often be more truly called Anarthavada, and it is only towards the end that the identity of the self-conscious self with the highest self or Brahman is clearly enunciated. Adoration to the highest self. Hari, Om. 1. Verily, in the beginning 575 all this was self, one only, there was nothing else blinking 576 whatsoever. 2. He thought, shall I send forth worlds? 1. He sent forth these worlds. 3. Ambas, water, Mariki, light, Mara, mortal, and AP, water. 4. That Ambas, water, is above the heaven, and it is heaven, the support. The Marikis, the lights, are the sky. The Mara, mortal, is the earth, and the waters under the earth are the AP world 577. 2. 5. He thought, there are these worlds, shall I send forth guardians of the worlds? He then formed the Purusha, the person, 578, taking him forth from the water 579. 3. 6. He brooded on him 580, and when that person had thus been brooded on, a mouth burst forth 581 like an egg. From the mouth proceeded speech, from speech Agni, fire, 582. Nostrils burst forth. From the nostrils proceeded scent, prana, 583, from scent Vayu, air. Eyes burst forth. From the eyes proceeded sight, from sight Aditya, sun. Ears burst forth. From the ears proceeded hearing, from hearing the quarters of the world. Skin burst forth. From the skin proceeded hairs, sense of touch, from the hairs shrubs and trees. The heart burst forth. From the heart proceeded mind, from mind Chandramas, moon. The navel burst forth. From the navel proceeded the apana, the down-breathing, 584, from apana death. The generative organ burst forth. From the organ proceeded seed, from seed water. 4. Fourth Adhyaya. Second Khanda. 1. Those deities, Devata, Agni and the rest, after they had been sent forth, fell into this great ocean 585. Then he, the self, besieged him, the person, with hunger and thirst. 2. The deities then, tormented by hunger and thirst, spoke to him, the self, allow us a place in which we may rest and eat food 586. 1. He led a cow towards them, the deities. They said, this is not enough. He led a horse towards them. They said, this is not enough. 2. He led man 587 towards them. Then they said, well done 588, indeed. Therefore man is well done. 3. He said to them, enter, each according to his place. 3. 4. Then Agni, fire, having become speech, entered the mouth. Vayu, air, having become scent, entered the nostrils. Aditya, sun, having become sight, entered the eyes. The regions, having become hearing, entered the ears. The shrubs and trees, having become hairs, entered the skin. Chandramas, the moon, having become mind, entered the heart. Death, having become down-breathing, entered the navel. The waters, having become seed, entered the generative organ. 4. 5. Then hunger and thirst spoke to him, the self, allow us a place. He said to them, I assign you to those very deities there, I make you co-partners with them. Therefore to whatever deity an oblation is offered, hunger and thirst are co-partners in it. 5. Fourth Adhyaya. Third Khanda. 1. He thought, there are these worlds and the guardians of the worlds. Let me send forth food for them. 1. He brooded over the water 589. From the water thus brooded on, matter 590, Murthy, was born. And that matter which was born, that verily was food 591. 2. 2. When this food, the object matter, had thus been sent forth, it wished to flee 592, crying and turning away. He, the subject, tried to grasp it by speech. He could not grasp it by speech. If he had grasped it by speech, man would be satisfied by naming food. 3. He tried to grasp it by scent, breath. He could not grasp it by scent. If he had grasped it by scent, man would be satisfied by smelling food. 4. He tried to grasp it by the eye. He could not grasp it by the eye. If he had grasped it by the eye, man would be satisfied by seeing food. 5. He tried to grasp it by the ear. He could not grasp it by the ear. If he had grasped it by the ear, man would be satisfied by hearing food. 6. He tried to grasp it by the skin. He could not grasp it by the skin. If he had grasped it by the skin, man would be satisfied by touching food. 7. He tried to grasp it by the mind. He could not grasp it by the mind. If he had grasped it by the mind, man would be satisfied by thinking food. 8. He tried to grasp it by the generative organ. He could not grasp it by the organ. If he had grasped it by the organ, man would be satisfied by sending forth food. 9. He tried to grasp it by the down-breathing, the breath which helps to swallow food through the mouth and to carry it off through the rectum, the pavindriya. He got it. 3. Thus it is Vayu, the getter 593, who lays hold of food, and the Vayu is verily Anayu, he who gives life or who lives by food. 10. 4. He thought, how can all this be without me? 5. And then he thought, by what way shall I get there? 594. 6. And then he thought, if speech names, if scent smells, if the eye sees, if the ear hears, if the skin feels, if the mind thinks, if the off-breathing digests, if the organ sends forth, then what am I? 11. 7. Then opening the suture of the skull, he got in by that door. 8. That door is called the Vidridi, tearing asunder, the Nindana, the place of bliss. 9. There are 3 dwelling places for him, 3 dreams. This dwelling place, the eye, this dwelling place, the throat, this dwelling place, the heart, 595. 12. 10. When born, when the highest self had entered the body, he looked through all things, in order to see whether anything wished to proclaim here another, self. He saw this person only, himself, as the widely spread Brahman. I saw it, thus he said 596, 13. Therefore he was idam dra, seeing this. 11. Being Idamdra by name, they call him Indra mysteriously. For the Devas love mystery, they love mystery. 14. 5th Adhyaya. 1st Khanda. 1. Let the women who are with child move away. 597. 2. Verily, from the beginning he, the self, is in man as a germ, which is called seed. 3. This seed, which is strength gathered from all the limbs of the body, he, the man, bears as self in his self, body. When he commits the seed to the woman, then he, the father, causes it to be born. That is his first birth. 1. 4. That seed becomes the self of the woman, as if one of her own limbs. Therefore it does not injure her. 5. She nourishes his, her husband's, self, the son, within her. 2. She who nourishes, is to be nourished. 6. The woman bears the germ. He, the father, elevates the child even before the birth, and immediately after. 598. 7. When he thus elevates the child both before and after his birth, he really elevates his own self. 8. For the continuation of these worlds, men. For thus are these worlds continued. 9. This is his second birth. 3. 10. He, the son, being his self, is then placed in his stead for the performance of all good works. 11. But his other self, the father, having done all he has to do, and having reached the full measure of his life, departs. 12. And departing from hence he is born again. That is his third birth. 13. And this has been declared by a rishi, RV. 4, 27, 1, 4. 14. While dwelling in the womb, I discovered all the births of these devas. 100 iron strongholds kept me, but I escaped quickly down like a falcon. 15. Vamadeva, lying in the womb, has thus declared this. 5. And having this knowledge he stepped forth, after this dissolution of the body, and having obtained all his desires in that heavenly world, became immortal, he became immortal. 6. Sixth Adhyaya. First Khanda. 1. Let the women go back to their place. 2. Who is he whom 599 we meditate on as the self? Which 600 is the self? 3. That by which we see, form, that by which we hear, sound, that by which we perceive smells, that by which we utter speech, that by which we distinguish sweet and not sweet, 1, and what comes from the heart and the mind, namely, perception. Command, understanding, knowledge, wisdom, seeing, holding, thinking, considering, readiness, or suffering, remembering, conceiving, willing, breathing, loving, desiring. 4. No, all these are various names only of knowledge, the true self. 2. 5. And that self, consisting of knowledge, is Brahman, M. 601, it is Indra, it is Prajapati 602. All these devas, these 5 great elements, earth, air, ether, water, fire, these and those which are, as it were, small and mixed 603, and seeds of this kind and that kind, born from eggs, born from the womb. Born from heat, born from germs 604, horses, cows, men, elephants, and whatsoever breathes, whether walking or flying, and what is immovable all that is led, produced, by knowledge, the self. 6. It rests on knowledge, the self. The world is led, produced, by knowledge, the self. Knowledge is its cause 605. 7. Knowledge is Brahman. 3. 8. He, Vamadeva, having by this conscious self stepped forth from this world, and having obtained all desires in that heavenly world, became immortal, he became immortal. Thus it is, OM, 4. 7th Adhyaya. 606 First Khanda. 1. My speech rests in the mind, my mind rests in speech 607. Appear to me, thou, the highest self. You, speech and mind, are the 2 pins 608, that hold the wheels, of the Veda. May what I have learnt not forsake me 609. I join day and night with what I have learnt 610. I shall speak of the real, I shall speak the true. May this protect me, may this protect the teacher. May it protect me, may it protect the teacher, the teacher. 3rd Aranyaka. First Adhyaya. First Khanda. 1. Next follows the Upanishad of the Samhita 611. 2. The former half is the earth, the latter half the heaven, their union the air 612, thus says Mandukya. Their union is the ether, thus did Moksha teach it. 3. That air is not considered 613 independent 614, therefore I do not agree with his, Manduka's, son. 4. Verily, the two are the same, therefore air is considered independent, thus says Agastya. For it is the same, whether they say air or ether 615. 5. So far with reference to deities, mythologically. Now with reference to the body, physiologically. 6. The former half is speech, the latter half is mind, their union breath, prana, thus says Suravira 6:16 Mandukya. 7. But his eldest son said, the former half is mind, the latter half speech. For we first conceive with the mind indeed 617, and then we utter with speech. Therefore the former half is indeed mind, the latter half speech, but their union is really breath. 8. Verily, it is the same with both, the father, Mandukya, and the sun 618. 9. This, meditation as here described, joins 619 with mind, speech, and breath, is, like, a chariot drawn by 2 horses and 1 horse between them, Prashtivahana. 10. And he who thus knows this union, becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Svarga. He lives his full age. 11. Now all this comes from the Mandakyas. First Adhyaya. Second Khanda. 1. Next comes the meditation as taught by Sakalya. 2. The first half is the earth, the second half heaven, they're uniting the rain, the uniters Parganya 620. 3. And so it is when he, Parganya, reigns thus strongly, without ceasing, day and night 621. 4. Then they say also, in ordinary language, heaven and earth have come together. 5. So much with regard to the deities, now with regard to the body. 6. Every man is indeed like an egg 622. There are 2 halves 623, of him, thus they say, this half is the earth, that half heaven. And there between them is the ether, the space of the mouth, like the ether between heaven and earth. In this ether there, in the mouth, the breath is fixed, as in that other ether the air is fixed. And as there are those 3 luminaries, in heaven, there are these 3 luminaries in man. 7. As there is that sun in heaven, there is this eye in the head. As there is that lightning in the sky, there is this heart in the body, as there is that fire on earth, there is this seed in the member. 8. Having thus represented the self, body, as the whole world, Sakalya said, this half is the earth, that half heaven. 9. He who thus knows this union, becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Svarga. He lives his full age. First Adhyaya. Third Khanda 624. 1. Next come the reciters of the Nirbhuga 625. 2. Nirbhuga abides on earth, Pratrina in heaven, the Abhayamantarina in the sky. 3. Now, if anyone should chide him who recites the Nirbhuga, let him answer, thou art fallen from the 2 lower places 626. If anyone should chide him who recites the Pratrina, let him answer, thou art fallen from the 2 higher places 627. But he who recites the Abhayamantarina, there is no chiding him. 4. For when he turns out the sandhi, the union of words, that is the form of Nirbhuga 628. And when he pronounces 2 syllables pure, without modification, that is the form of Pratrina 629. This comes first 630. By the Abhayamantra, what is between the 2, both are fulfilled, both the sandhi and the pada. 5. Let him who wishes for proper food say the Nirbhuga, let him who wishes for Svarga, say the Pratrina, let him who wishes for both say the Abhayamantarina. 6. Now if another man, an enemy, should chide him who says the Nirbhuga, let him say to him, thou hast offended the earth, the deity, the earth, the deity, will strike thee. If another man should chide him who says the Pratrina, let him say to him, thou hast offended heaven, the deity, heaven, the deity, will strike thee. If another man should chide him who says the Abhayamantarina, let him say to him, thou hast offended the sky, the deity, the deity, will strike thee. 7. And whatever the reciter shall say to one who speaks to him or does not speak to him, depend upon it, it will come to pass. 8. But to a Brahmana let him not say anything except what is auspicious. 9. Only he may curse a Brahmana in excessive wealth 631. 10. Nay, not even in excessive wealth should he curse a Brahmana, but he should say, I bow before Brahmanas, thus says Suravira Mandukya. First Adhyaya. Fourth Khanda. 1. Next follow the imprecations 632. 2. Let him know that breath 633 is the beam, on which the whole house of the body rests. 3. If any one, a Brahmana or another man, should chide him, who by meditation has become that breath as beam 634, then, if he thinks himself strong, he says, I grasp the breath, the beam, well. Thou dost not prevail against me who have grasped the breath as the beam. Let him say to him, breath, the beam, will forsake thee. 4. But if he thinks himself not strong, let him say to him, thou couldst not grasp him who wishes to grasp the breath as the beam. Breath, the beam, will forsake thee. 5. And whatever the reciter shall say to one who speaks to him or does not speak to him, depend upon it, it will come to pass. But to a Brahmana let him not say anything except what is auspicious. Only he may curse a Brahmana in excessive wealth. Nay, not even in excessive wealth should he curse a Brahmana, but he should say, I bow before Brahmanas, thus says Suravira Mandukya. 1st Adhyaya. 5th Khanda. 1. Now those who repeat the Nirbhuga say. 2. The former half 635 is the first syllable, the latter half the second syllable, and the space between the first and second halves is the Samhita, union. 3. He who thus knows this Samhita, union, becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Svarga. He lives his full age. 4. Now Hrasva Mandukya says, we reciters of Nirbhuga say, yes, the former half is the first syllable, and the latter half the second syllable. But the Samhita is the space between the first and second halves in so far as by it one turns out the union, Sandhi, and knows what is the accent and what is not 636, and distinguishes what is the mora and what is not. 5. He who thus knows this Samhita, union, becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Svarga. He lives his full age. 6. Now his middle son, the child of his mother Pratabodhi 637, says, one pronounces these two syllables letter by letter, without entirely separating them, and without entirely uniting them 638. Then that mora between the first and second halves, which indicates the union, that is the saman, evenness, sliding. I therefore hold saman only to be the Samhita, union. 7. This has also been declared by a rishi, RV 2, 23, 16. 8. O Brihaspati, they know nothing higher than saman. 9. He who thus knows this Samhita, union, becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Svarga. He lives his full age. 1st Adhyaya. 6th Khanda. 1. Charukshya 639 said, the Samhita, union, is formed by means of the Brihat and Rathantara 640 samans. 2. Verily, the Rathantara saman is speech, the Brihat saman is breath. By both, by speech and breath, the Samhita is formed 641. 3. For this Upanishad, for acquiring from his teacher the knowledge of this Samhita of speech and breath, Charukshya guards, his teachers, cows a whole year. For it alone Charukshya guards the cows a whole year. 5. This has also been declared by a rishi, RVX, 181, 1, and RVX, 181, 2. 6. Vasishtha carried hither the Rathantara, Bharadvaja brought hither the Brihat of Agni. 7. He who thus knows this Samhita, union, becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Svarga. He lives his full age. 8. Kauntaravya said, speech is united with breath, breath with the blowing air with the Visvadevas with the heavenly world with Brahman. That Samhita is called the gradual Samhita. 9. He who knows this gradual Samhita, union, becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Svarga, in exactly the same manner as this Samhita, i.e. gradually. 10. If that worshipper, whether for his own sake or for that of another, recites the Samhita, let him know when he is going to recite, that this Samhita went up to heaven, and that it will be even so with those who by knowing it become devas. May it always be so. 11. He who thus knows this Samhita, union, becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Svarga. He lives his full age. 12. Pankalakanda said, the Samhita, union, composition, is speech. 13. Verily, by speech the Vedas, by speech the meters are composed. Friends unite through speech, all beings unite through speech, therefore speech is everything here. 642. 14. With regard to this, view of speech being more than breath, it should be borne in mind that when we thus repeat, the Veda, or speak, breath is, absorbed, in speech, speech swallows breath. And when we are silent or sleep, speech is, absorbed, in breath, breath swallows speech. The two swallow each other. Verily, speech is the mother, breath the son. 15. This has been declared also by a rishi, RVX, 114, 4. 16. There is one bird, as wind, he has entered the sky, as breath or living soul, he saw this whole world. With my ripe mind I saw him close to me, in the heart, the mother, licks or, absorbs him, breath, and he absorbs the mother, speech. 17. He who thus knows this Samhita, union, becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Svarga. He lives his full age. 18. Next follows the Prajapati Samhita. 19. The former half is the wife, the latter half the man, the result of their union the son, the act of their union the begetting, that Samhita is a deity, indestructible. 20. For a deity, indestructible, is all this whatever there is, father, mother, son, and begetting. 21. This has also been declared by a rishi, RV. I, 189, 10. 22. A deity is mother, is father, is son. 23. He who thus knows this Samhita, union, becomes united with offspring, cattle, fame, glory of countenance, and the world of Svarga. He lives his full age. Second Adhyaya. 643 First Khanda. 1. Stavira Sakalya said that breath is the beam. 644, and as the other beams rest on the house beam, thus the eye, the ear, the mind, the speech, the senses, the body, the whole self rests on this 645 breath. 2. Of that self the breathing is like the sibilants, the bones like the mutes, the marrow like the vowels, and the fourth part, flesh, blood, and the rest, like the semivowels. 646 So said Hrasva Mandukya. 3. To us it was said to be a triad only. 647. 4. Of that triad, viz. bones, marrow, and joints, there are 360 parts, on this side, the right, and 360 on that side, the left. They make 720 together, and 720 648 are the days and nights of the year. Thus that self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech is like unto the days. 5. He who thus knows this self, which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech, as like unto the days, obtains union, likeness, or nearness with the days, has sons and cattle, and lives his full age. Second Adhyaya. Second Khanda. 1. Next comes Kauntharavya. 2. There are 360 syllables, vowels, 360 sibilants, consonants, 360, groups. 3. What we called syllables are the days, what we called sibilants are the nights, what we called groups are the junctions of days and nights. So far with regard to the gods, the days. 4. Now with regard to the body. The syllables which we explained mythologically, are physiologically the bones, the sibilants which we explained mythologically, are physiologically the marrow. 5. Marrow is the real breath, life, for marrow is seed, and without breath, life, seed is not sown. Or when it is sown without breath, life, it will decay, it will not grow. 6. The groups which we explained mythologically, are physiologically the joints. 7. Of that triad, viz. bones, marrow, and joints, there are 540 parts, on this side, the right, and 540 on that side, the left. They make 1080 together, and 1080 are the rays of the sun. They make the Brihadi verses and the day, of the Mahabharata, 649. 8. Thus that self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech is like unto the syllables. 9. He who knows this self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech, as like unto syllables, obtains union, likeness, or nearness with the syllables, has sons and cattle, and lives his full age. Second Adhyaya. Third Khanda. 1. Bhadva 650 says, there are 4 persons, to be meditated on and worshipped. 2. The person of the body, the person of the meters, the person of the Veda, and the great person. 3. What we call the person of the body is this corporeal self. Its essence is the incorporeal conscious self. 4. What we call the person of the meters is this collection of letters, the Veda. Its essence is the vowel A. 5. What we call the person of the Veda is, the mind, by which we know the Vedas, the Rig Veda, Yagur Veda, and Samaveda. Its essence is Brahman 651, m. 6. Therefore let one choose a Brahman priest who is full of Brahman, the Veda, and is able to see any flaw in the sacrifice. 7. What we call the great person is the year, which causes some beings to fall together, and causes others to grow up. Its essence is yonder sun. 8. One should know that the incorporeal conscious self and yonder sun are both one and the same. Therefore the sun appears to every man singly, and differently. 9. This has also been declared by a rishi, R.V. I. 115, 1. 10. The bright face of the gods arose, the eye of Maitra, Varuna, and Agni, it filled heaven and earth and the sky, the sun is the self of all that rests and moves. 11. This I think to be the regular Samhita as conceived by me, thus said Bhadva. 12. For the Bhavrikas consider him, the self, in the great hymn, Mahadukta, the Advaryas in the sacrificial fire, the Khandogyas in the Mahabharata ceremony. Him they see in this earth, in heaven, in the air, in the ether, in the water, in herbs, in trees, in the moon, in the stars, in all beings. Him alone they call Brahman. 13. That self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech is like unto the year. 14. He who recites to another that self which consists of sight, hearing, meter, mind, and speech, and is like unto the year. Second Adhyaya. Fourth Khanda. 1. To him the Vedas yield no more milk, he has no luck in what he has learnt, from his guru, he does not know the path of virtue. 2. This has also been declared by a rishi, RVX, 71, 6. 3. He who has forsaken the friend, the Veda, that knows his friends, in his speech there is no luck. Though he hears in vain, for he does not know the path of virtue. 4. Here it is clearly said that he has no luck in what he has learnt, and that he does not know the path of virtue. 5. Therefore let no one who knows this, lay the sacrificial fire, belonging to the Mahabharata, for another, let him not sing the samans of the Mahabharata for another, let him not recite the sastras of that day for another. 6. However, let him willingly do this for a father or for an Acharyya, for that is done really for himself. 7. We have said that the incorporeal conscious self and the sun are 1,652. When these two become separated 653, the sun is seen as if it were the moon 654, no rays spring from it, the sky is red like madder. The patient cannot retain the wind, his head smells bad like a raven's nest. Let him know then that his self, in the body, is gone, and that he will not live very long. 655. 8. Then whatever he thinks he has to do, let him do it, and let him recite the following hymns, Yad Antayak Ka Durek, RV 9, 67, 21-27, Adit Pratnasia Ritasa, RV 8, 6, 30, Yatra Brahma Pavamana, RV 9, 113, 6-11, Udivayam Tamasas Pari, RV I, 50, 10. 9. Next, when the sun is seen pierced, and seems like the nave of a cart wheel, when he sees his own shadow pierced, let him know then that it is so, as stated before, i.e. that he is going to die soon. 10. Next, when he sees himself in a mirror or in the water with a crooked head, or without a head 656, or when his pupils are seen inverted 657 or not straight, let him know then that it is so. 11. Next, let him cover his eyes and watch, then threads are seen as if falling together 658. But if he does not see them, let him know then that it is so. 12. Next, let him cover his ears and listen, and there will be a sound as if of a burning fire or of a carriage 659. But if he does not hear it, let him know then that it is so. 13. Next, when fire looks blue like the neck of a peacock 660, or when he sees lightning in a cloudless sky, or no lightning in a clouded sky, or when he sees as it were bright rays in a dark cloud, let him know then that it is so. 14. Next, when he sees the ground as if it were burning, let him know that it is so. 15. These are the visible signs, from 7 to 14. 16. Next come the dreams 661. 17. If he sees a black man with black teeth, and that man kills him, or a boar kills him. A monkey jumps on 662 him, the wind carries him along quickly, having swallowed gold he spits it out 663, he eats honey, he chews stalks, he carries a red lotus, he drives with asses and boars. Wearing a wreath of red flowers, naladas, he drives a black cow with a black calf, facing the south 664. 18. If a man sees any one of these dreams, let him fast, and cook a pot of milk, sacrifice it, accompanying each oblation with a verse of the Ratri hymn, RV X 12:7, and then, after having fed the Brahmanas, with other food, prepared at his house, eat himself the rest of the oblation. 19. Let him know that the person within all beings, not heard here 665, not reached, not thought, not subdued, not seen, not understood, not classed, but hearing, thinking, seeing, classing, sounding, understanding, knowing, is his self. Second Adhyaya. 5th Khanda 666. 1. Now next the Upanishad of the whole speech. True, all these are Upanishads of the whole speech, but this they call so, chiefly. 2. The mute consonants represent the earth, the sibilants the sky, the vowels heaven. The mute consonants represent Agni, fire, the sibilants air, the vowels the sun. The mute consonants represent the Rig Veda, the sibilants the Yagur Veda, the vowels the Samaveda. The mute consonants represent the eye, the sibilants the ear, the vowels the mind. The mute consonants represent the up-breathing, the sibilants the down-breathing, the vowels the back-breathing. 3. Next comes this divine lute, the human body, made by the gods. The lute made by man is an imitation of it. 4. As there is a head of this, so there is a head of that, lute, made by man. As there is a stomach of this, so there is the cavity 667, in the board, of that. As there is a tongue of this, so there is a tongue 668 in that. As there are fingers of this, so there are strings of that 669. As there are vowels of this, so there are tones of that. As there are consonants of this, so there are touches of that. As this is endowed with sound and firmly strung, so that is endowed with sound and firmly strung. As this is covered with a hairy skin, so that is covered with a hairy skin. 5. Verily, in former times they covered a lute with a hairy skin. 6. He who knows this lute made by the Devas, and meditates on it, is willingly listened to, his glory fills the earth, and wherever they speak Aryan languages, there they know him. 7. Next follows the verse, called Vigrasa, the essence of speech. When a man reciting or speaking in an assembly does not please, let him say this verse. 8. May the queen of all speech, who is covered, as it were, by the lips, surrounded by teeth, as if by spears, who is a thunderbolt, help me to speak well. This is the Vigrasa, the essence of speech. 2nd Adhyaya. 6th Khanda. 1. Next Krishna Harita 670 confided this Brahmana 671 concerning speech to him, his pupil. 2. Pragapati, the year, after having sent forth all creatures, burst. He put himself together again by means of Khandas, Vedas. Because he put himself together again by means of Khandas, therefore, the text of the Veda, is called Samhita, put together. 3. Of that Samhita the letter N is the strength, the letter Sh the breath and self, Atman. 4. He who knows the Rik verses and the letters N and Sh for every Samhita, he knows the Samhita with strength and breath. Let him know that this is the life of the Samhita. 5. If the pupil asks, shall I say it with the letter N or without it? Let the teacher say, with the letter N. And if he asks, shall I say it with the letter Sh or without it? Let the teacher say, with the letter Sh. 672. 6. Prasva Mandukya said, if we here recite the verses according to the Samhita, attending to the necessary changes of N and S into N and Sh 673, and if we say the Adhyaya of Mandukya, 8. Ar. 3, 1, then the letters N and Sh, strength and breath, have by this been obtained for us. 7. Stavira Sakalya said, if we recite the verses according to the Samhita, and if we say the Adhyaya of Mandukya, then the letters N and Sh have by this been obtained for us. 8. Here the Rishis, the Kavashyas 674, knowing this, said, why should we repeat, the Veda, why should we sacrifice? We offer as a sacrifice breath in speech, or speech in breath. What is the beginning, of one, that is the end, of the other, 9. Let no one tell these Samhitas, 8. Ar. 3, 1 3, 2, to one who is not a resident pupil, who has not been with his teacher at least 1 year, and who is not himself to become an instructor 675. Thus say the teachers, thus say the teachers. And then rest in another place finishing it. 11. And in the place where he reads this, he should not read anything else, though he may read this, the Mahavrata, where he has read something else. 12. No one should bathe and become a Snataka 676 who does not read this. Even if he has read many other things, he should not become a Snataka if he has not read this. 13. Nor should he forget it, and even if he should forget anything else, he should not forget this. 14. No, he should never forget this. 15. If he does not forget this, it will be enough for himself, or for acquiring a knowledge of the self. 16. It is enough, let him know this to be true. 17. Let him who knows this not communicate, nor dine, nor amuse himself with anyone who does not know it. Then follow some more rules as to the reading of the Veda in general. 18. When the old water that stood round the roots of trees is dried up, after about the month of Pausha, January to February 677, he should not read. Nor, at any time, in the morning or in the afternoon, when the shadows meet, he should begin at sunrise so soon as the shadows divide, and end in the evening before they fall together. Nor should he read 678 when a cloud has risen. And when there is an unseasonable rain, after the months of Shravana and Bhadrapada, August and September 679, he should stop his Vedic reading for 3 nights. Nor should he at that time tell stories, not even during the night, nor should he glory in his knowledge. 19. This, the Veda thus learnt and studied, is the name of that great being. And he who thus knows the name of that great being, he becomes Brahman, he becomes Brahman. KaushItaki-Upanishad. 1st Adhyaya. 1. Kitra Gayani 680, forsooth, wishing to perform a sacrifice, chose Aruni, Uddalaka 681, to be his chief priest. But Aruni sent his son, Svetaketu, and said, perform the sacrifice for him. When Svetaketu 682 had arrived, Kitra asked him, son of Gautama 683, is there a hidden place in the world where you are able to place me, or is it the other way, and are you going to place me in the world to which it, that other way, leads 684? He answered and said, I do not know this. But, let me ask the master. Having approached his father, he asked, Thus has Kitra asked me, how shall I answer? Aruni said, I also do not know this. Only after having learnt the proper portion of the Veda in Kitra's own dwelling, shall we obtain what others give us, knowledge. Come, we will both go. Having said this he took fuel in his hand, like a pupil, and approached Chitragayani, saying, May I come near to you? He replied, You are worthy of Brahman 685, O Gautama, because you were not led away by pride. Come hither, I shall make you know clearly. 2. And Kitra said, All who depart from this world, or this body, go to the moon 686. In the former, the bright half, the moon delights in their spirits. In the other, the dark half, the moon sends them on to be born again 687. Verily, the moon is the door of the Svarga world, the heavenly world. Now, if a man objects to the moon, if one is not satisfied with life there, the moon sets him free 688. But if a man does not object, then the moon sends him down as rain upon this earth. And according to his deeds and according to his knowledge he is born again here as a worm, or as an insect, or as a fish, or as a bird, or as a lion, or as a boar, or as a serpent 689, or as a tiger, or as a man. Or as something else in different places 690. When he has thus returned to the earth, someone, a sage, asks, Who art thou? And he should answer, From the wise moon, who orders the season 691, when it is born consisting of 15 parts, from the moon who is the home of our ancestors, the seed was brought. This seed, even me, they, the gods mentioned in the Pankagnavidya 692, gathered up in an active man, and through an active man they brought me to a mother. Then I, growing up to be born, a being living by months, whether 12 or 13, was together with my father, who also lived by years of 12 or 13 months, that I might either know it, the true Brahman, or not know it. Therefore, O ye season 693, grant that I may attain immortality, knowledge of Brahman. By this my true saying, by this my toil, beginning with the dwelling in the moon and ending with my birth on earth, I am, like, a season, and the child of the seasons. Who art thou? The sage asks again. I am thou, he replies. Then he sets him free 694, to proceed onward. He, at the time of death, having reached the path of the gods, comes to the world of Agni, fire, to the world of Vayu, air, to the world of Varuna, to the world of Indra, to the world of Pragapati, Vorag. To the world of Brahman, Hiranyagarbha. In that world there is the lake Era 695, the moments called Yeshtiha 696, the river Vigara, ageless, the tree Ilya 697, the city Salajaya, the palace Aparajita, unconquerable, the doorkeepers Indra and Pragapati, the hall of Brahman. Called Vibhu 698, built by Vibhu, egoism, the throne Vikakshana, buddhi, perception, the couch Amitagas, endless splendor, and the beloved Manasi, mind, and her image Kakshishi, I, who, as if taking flowers, are weaving the worlds. And the Apsaras, the Ambas, Sriti, sacred scriptures, and Ambayavis, buddhi, understanding, and the rivers Ambayas, leading to the knowledge of Brahman. To this world he who knows this, who knows the Parayakavidya, approaches. Brahman says to him, Run towards him, servants, with such worship as is due to myself. He has reached the river Vigara, ageless, he will never age. 4. Then 500 Apsaras go towards him, 100 with garlands in their hands, 100 with ointments in their hands, 100 with perfumes in their hands, 100 with garments in their hands, 100 with fruit 699 in their hands. They adorn him with an adornment worthy of Brahman, and when thus adorned with the adornment of Brahman, the knower of Brahman moves towards Brahman, neutral. 700 he comes to the lake Era, and he crosses it by the mind, while those who come to it without knowing the truth 701, are drowned. He comes to the moments called Yeshtiha, they flee from him. He comes to the river Vigara, and crosses it by the mind alone, and there shakes off his good and evil deeds. His beloved relatives obtain the good, his unbeloved relatives the evil he has done. And as a man, driving in a chariot, might look at the two wheels, without being touched by them, thus he will look at day and night, thus at good and evil deeds, and at all pairs, at all correlative things, such as light and darkness, heat and cold, and being freed from good and freed from evil, he, the knower of Brahman, neutral, moves towards Brahman. 5. He approaches the tree Ilya, and the odor of Brahman reaches him. He approaches the city Salajaya, and the flavor of Brahman reaches him. He approaches the palace Aparajita, and the splendor of Brahman reaches him. He approaches the doorkeepers Indra and Pragapati, and they run away from him. He approaches the hall Vibhu, and the glory of Brahman reaches him, he thinks, I am Brahman. He approaches the throne Vikakshana. The Saman verses, Brihad and Rathantra, are the eastern feet of that throne 702. The Saman verses, Sayada and Nadasa, its western feet, the Saman verses, Virupa and Vairaga, its sides lengthways, south and north, the Saman verses, Sakvara and Revata, its sides crossways, east and west. That throne is prajna, knowledge, for by knowledge, self-knowledge, he sees clearly. He approaches the couch Amitagas. That is prana, speech. The past and the future are its eastern feet, prosperity and earth its western feet. The Saman verses, Brihad and Rathantra, are the two sides lengthways of the couch, south and north, the Saman verses, Bhadra and Yagnayanya, are its cross sides at the head and feet, east and west. The Rik and Saman are the long sheets 703, east and west, the Yagas the cross sheets, south and north, the moonbeam the cushion, the Ujjitha the white coverlet, prosperity the pillow 704. On this couch sits Brahman, and he who knows this, who knows himself one with Brahman sitting on the couch, mounts it first with 1 foot only. Then Brahman says to him, Who art thou? And he shall answer. 6. I am, like, a season, and the child of the seasons, sprung from the womb of endless space, from the light, from the luminous Brahman. The light, the origin of the year, which is the past, which is the present, which is all living things, and all elements, is the Self 705. Thou art the Self. What thou art, that am you. Brahman says to him, Who am I? He shall answer, that which is, the true, Satyam. Brahman asks, What is the true? He says to him, What is different from the gods and from the senses, prana, that is Sat, but the gods and the senses are Tyam. Therefore by that name Satya, true, is called all this whatever there is. All this thou art. 7. This is also declared by a verse, this great Rishi, whose belly is the Yagas, the head the Saman, the form the Rik, is to be known as being imperishable, as being Brahman. Brahman says to him, How dost thou obtain my male names? He should answer, by breath, prana. Brahman asks, How my female names? He should answer, by speech, vak. Brahman asks, How my neuter names? He should answer, by mind, manas. How smells? By the nose. How forms? By the eye. How sounds? By the ear. How flavors of food? By the tongue. How actions? By the hands. How pleasures and pain? By the body. How joy, delight, and offspring? By the organ. How journeyings? By the feet. How thoughts, and what is to be known and desired? By knowledge, prajna, alone. Brahman says to him, Water indeed is this my world 706, the whole Brahman world, and it is thine. Whatever victory, whatever might belongs to Brahman, that victory and that might he obtains who knows this, who knows this 707. Second Adhyaya. 1. Prana, breath, 708 is Brahman, thus says Kaushitaki. Of this prana, which is Brahman, the mind, manas, is the messenger, speech the housekeeper, the eye the guard, the ear the informant. He who knows mind as the messenger of prana, which is Brahman, becomes possessed of the messenger. He who knows speech as the housekeeper, becomes possessed of the housekeeper. He who knows the eye as the guard, becomes possessed of the guard. He who knows the ear as the informant, becomes possessed of the informant. Now to that prana, which is Brahman, all these deities, mind, speech, eye, ear, bring an offering, though he asks not for it, and thus to him who knows this all creatures bring an offering, though he asks not for it. For him who knows this, there is this Upanishad, secret vow, beg not. As a man who has begged through a village and got nothing sits down and says, I shall never eat anything given by those people, and as then those who formerly refused impress him, to accept their alms, thus is the rule for him who begs not. But the charitable will press him and say, let us give to thee. 2. Prana, breath, is Brahman, thus says Paijya. And in that prana, which is Brahman, the eye stands firm behind speech, the ear stands firm behind the eye, the mind stands firm behind the car, and the spirit stands firm behind the mind. 709. To that prana, which is Brahman, all these deities bring an offering, though he asks not for it, and thus to him who knows this, all creatures bring an offering, though he asks not for it. For him who knows this, there is this Upanishad, secret vow, beg not. As a man who has begged through a village and got nothing sits down and says, I shall never eat anything given by those people, and as then those who formerly refused impress him, to accept their alms, thus is the rule for him who begs not. But the charitable will press him and say, let us give to thee. 3. Now follows the attainment of the highest treasure, Sil. Prana, spirit. 710. If a man meditates on that highest treasure, let him on a full moon or a new moon, or in the bright fortnight, under an auspicious nakshatra, at one of these proper times, bending his right knee, offer oblations of ghee with a ladle, shrova. After having placed the fire, swept the ground. 711, strewn the sacred grass, and sprinkled water. Let him say, the deity called speech is the attainer, may it attain this for me from him, who possesses and can bestow what I wish for. Svaha to it. The deity called prana, breath, is the attainer, may it attain this for me from him. Svaha to it. The deity called the eye is the attainer, may it attain this for me from him. Svaha to it. The deity called the car is the attainer, may it attain this for me from him. Svaha to it. The deity called mind, manas, is the attainer of it, may it attain this for me from him. Svaha to it. The deity called prajna, knowledge, is the attainer of it, may it attain this for me from him. Svaha to it. Then having inhaled the smell of the smoke, and having rubbed his limbs with the ointment of ghee, walking on in silence, let him declare his wish, or let him send a messenger. He will surely obtain his wish. 4. Now follows the daiva smara, the desire to be accomplished by the gods. If a man desires to become dear. 712 to any man or woman, or to any men or women, then at one of the forementioned proper times he offers, in exactly the same manner, as before, oblations of ghee, saying, I offer thy speech in myself. I, this one here. 713, Svaha. I offer thy ear in myself. I, this one here, Svaha. I offer thy mind in myself. I, this one here, Svaha. I offer thy prajna, knowledge, in myself. I, this one here, Svaha. Then having inhaled the smell of the smoke, and having rubbed his limbs with the ointment of ghee, walking on in silence, let him try to come in contact or let him stand speaking in the wind, so that the wind may carry his words to the person by whom he desires to be loved. Surely he becomes dear, and they think of him. 5. Now follows the restraint, Samyamana, instituted by Pratardana, the son of Daivodesa. They call it the inner Agnihotra. So long as a man speaks, he cannot breathe, he offers all the while his prana, breath, in his speech. And so long as a man breathes, he cannot speak, he offers all the while his speech in his breath. These two endless and immortal oblations he offers always, whether waking or sleeping. Whatever other oblations there are, those, e.g. of the ordinary Agnihotra, consisting of milk and other things, they have an end, for they consist of works, which, like all works, have an end. The ancients, knowing this, the best Agnihotra, did not offer the ordinary Agnihotra. 6. Uktha 7:14 is Brahman, thus said Sushka-Brigra. Let him meditate on it, the Uktha, as the same with the Rik, and all beings will praise him as the best. Let him meditate on it as the same with the Yagas, and all beings will join before him as the best. Let him meditate on it as the same with the Saman, and all beings will bow before him as the best. 7:15. Let him meditate on it as the same with might, let him meditate on it as the same with glory, let him meditate on it as the same with splendor. For as the bow is among weapons the mightiest, the most glorious, the most splendid, thus is he who knows this among all beings the mightiest, the most glorious, the most splendid. The Advaryu conceives the fire of the altar, which is used for the sacrifice, to be himself. In it he, the Advaryu, weaves the Yagas portion of the sacrifice. And in the Yagas portion the Hotri weaves the Rik portion of the sacrifice. And in the Rik portion the Udgatri weaves the Saman portion of the sacrifice. He, the Advaryu or Prana, is the self of the threefold knowledge, he indeed is the self of it, of Prana. He who knows this is the self of it, becomes Prana. 716. 7. Next follow the three kinds of meditation of the all-conquering, Sarvajit, Kaushitaki. The all-conquering Kaushitaki adores the sun when rising, having put on the sacrificial cord. 7:17, having brought water, and having thrice sprinkled the water cup, saying, Thou art the deliverer, deliver me from sin. In the same manner he adores the sun when in the zenith, saying, Thou art the highest deliverer, deliver me highly from sin. In the same manner he adores the sun when setting, saying, Thou art the full deliverer, deliver me fully from sin. Thus he fully removes whatever sin he committed by day and by night. And in the same manner he who knows this, likewise adores the sun, and fully removes whatever sin he committed by day and by night. 8. Then, secondly, let him worship every month, in the year, at the time of the new moon, the moon as it is seen in the west in the same manner, as before described with regard to the sun. Or let him send forth his speech toward the moon with 2 green blades of grass, saying, O thou who art mistress of immortal joy, through that gentle heart of mine which abides in the moon, may I never weep for misfortune concerning my children. The children of him, who thus adores the moon, do not indeed die before him. Thus it is with a man to whom a son is already born. Now for one to whom no son is born as yet. He mutters the 3 Rik verses. Increase, O Soma. May vigor come to thee, RV. I, 91, 16, 9, 31, 4. May milk, may food go to thee, RV. I, 91, 18, that ray which the edifiers gladden. Having muttered these 3 Rik verses, he says, Do not increase by our breath, prana, by our offspring, by our cattle, he who hates us and whom we hate, increase by his breath, by his offspring, by his cattle. Thus I turn the turn of the god, I return the turn of edifier. 7:18. After these words, having raised the right arm, toward Soma, he lets it go again. 719. 9. Then, thirdly, let him worship on the day of the full moon the moon as it is seen in the east in the same manner, saying, Thou art Soma, the king, the wise, the 5-mouthed, the lord of creatures. The Brahmana is one of thy mouths. With that mouth thou eatest the kings, Kshatriyas, make me an eater of food by that mouth. The king is one of thy mouths, with that mouth thou eatest the people, Vaishyas, make me an eater of food by that mouth. The hawk is one of thy mouths. With that mouth thou eatest the birds, make me an eater of food by that mouth. Fire is one of thy mouths, with that mouth thou eatest this world, make me an eater of food by that mouth. In thee there is the 5th mouth. With that mouth thou eatest all beings, make me an eater of food by that mouth. Do not decrease by our life, by our offspring, by our cattle, he who hates us and whom we hate, decrease by his life, by his offspring, by his cattle. Thus I turn the turn of the god, I return the turn of a Dithier. After these words, having raised the right arm, he lets it go again. 10. Next, having addressed these prayers to Soma, when being with his wife, let him stroke her heart, saying, O fair one, who hast obtained immortal joy by that which has entered thy heart through Prajapati. Mayest thou never fall into sorrow about thy children 720. Her children then do not die before her. 11. Next, if a man has been absent and returns home, let him smell, kiss, his son's head, saying, Thou springest from every limb, thou art born from the heart, thou, my son, art myself indeed, live thou 100 harvests. He gives him his name, saying, Be thou a stone, be thou an axe, be thou solid 721 gold, thou, my son, art light indeed, live thou 100 harvests. He pronounces his name. Then he embraces him, saying, As Prajapati, the Lord of creatures, embraced his creatures for their welfare, thus I embrace thee, pronouncing his name. Then he mutters into his right ear, saying, O thou, quick Magavan, give to him, RV. 3, 36, 10,722. O Indra, bestow the best wishes, RV 2, 21, 6, thus he whispers into his left ear. Let him then thrice smell, kiss, his head, saying, Do not cut off, the line of our race, do not suffer. Live 100 harvests of life. I kiss thy head, O son, with thy name. He then thrice makes a lowing sound over his head, saying, I low over thee with the lowing sound of cows. 12. Next follows the Daiva Paramara 723, the dying around of the gods, the absorption of the two classes of gods, mentioned before, into prana or Brahman. This Brahman shines forth indeed when the fire burns, and it dies when it burns not. Its splendor goes to the sun alone, the life, prana, the moving principle, to the air. This Brahman shines forth indeed when the sun is seen, and it dies when it is not seen. Its splendor goes to the moon alone, the life, prana, to the air. This Brahman shines forth indeed when the moon is seen, and it dies when it is not seen. Its splendor goes to the lightning alone, its life, prana, to the air. This Brahman shines forth indeed when the lightning flashes, and it dies when it flashes not. Its splendor goes to the air, and the life, prana, to the air. Thus all these deities, i.e. fire, sun, moon, lightning, having entered the air, though dead, do not vanish, and out of the very air they rise again. So much with reference to the deities, mythological. Now then with reference to the body, physiological. 13. This Brahman shines forth indeed when one speaks with speech, and it dies when one does not speak. His splendor goes to the eye alone, the life, prana, to breath, prana. This Brahman shines forth indeed when one sees with the eye, and it dies when one does not see. Its splendor goes to the ear alone, the life, prana, to breath, prana. This Brahman shines forth indeed when one hears with the ear, and it dies when one does not hear. Its splendor goes to the mind alone, the life, prana, to breath, prana. This Brahman shines forth indeed when one thinks with the mind, and it dies when one does not think. Its splendor goes to the breath, prana, alone, and the life, prana, to breath, prana. Thus all these deities, the senses, and having entered breath or life, prana, alone, though dead, do not vanish, and out of very breath, prana, they rise again. And if two mountains, the southern and northern, were to move forward trying to crush him who knows this, they would not crush him. But those who hate him and those whom he hates, they die around him. 14. Next follows the Nisriya Sadhana 724, the accepting of the preeminence of prana, breath or life, by the other gods. The deities, speech, eye, ear, mind, contending with each for who was the best, went out of this body, and the body lay without breathing, withered, like a log of wood. Then speech went into it, but speaking by speech, it lay still. Then the eye went into it, but speaking by speech, and seeing by the eye, it lay still. Then the ear went into it, but speaking by speech, seeing by the eye, hearing by the car, it lay still. Then mind went into it, but speaking by speech, seeing by the eye, hearing by the ear, thinking by the mind, it lay still. Then breath, prana, life, went into it, and thence it rose at once. All these deities, having recognized the preeminence in prana, and having comprehended prana alone as the conscious self, Pragnatman, 725, went out of this body with all these, 5 different kinds of prana. And resting in the air, knowing that prana had entered the air, and merged in the ether, akasa, they went to heaven. And in the same manner he who knows this, having recognized the preeminence in prana, and having comprehended prana alone as the conscious self, Pragnatman, goes out of this body with all these, does no longer believe in this body. And resting in the air, and merged in the ether, he goes to heaven, he goes to where those gods, speech, and are. And having reached this he, who knows this, becomes immortal with that immortality which those gods enjoy. 15. Next follows the father's tradition to the son, and thus they explain it 726. The father, when going to depart, calls his son, after having strewn the house with fresh grass, and having laid the sacrificial fire, and having placed near it a pot of water with a jug, full of rice, himself covered with a new cloth, and dressed in white. He places himself above his son, touching his organs with his own organs, or he may deliver the tradition to him while he sits before him. Then he delivers it to him. The father says, "Let me place my speech in thee." The son says, "I take thy speech in me." The father says, "Let me place my scent, prana, in thee." The son says, "I take thy scent in me." The father says, "Let me place my eye in thee." The son says, "I take thy eye in me." The father says, "Let me place my ear in thee." The son says, "I take thy ear in me." The father says, "Let me place my tastes of food in thee." The son says, "I take thy tastes of food in me." The father says, "Let me place my actions in thee." The son says, "I take thy actions in me." The father says, "Let me place my pleasure and pain in thee." The son says, "I take thy pleasure and pain in me." The father says, "Let me place happiness, joy, and offspring in thee." The son says, "I take thy happiness, joy, and offspring in me." The father says, "Let me place my walking in thee." The son says, "I take thy walking in me." 727. The father says, "Let me place my mind in thee." The son says, "I take thy mind in me." The father says, "Let me place my knowledge, prajna, in thee." The son says, "I take thy knowledge in me." But if the father is very ill, he may say shortly, "Let me place my spirits, pranas, in thee," and the son, "I take thy spirits in me." Then the son walks round his father keeping his right side towards him, and goes away. The father calls after him, "May fame, glory of countenance, and honor always follow thee." Then the other looks back over his left shoulder, covering himself with his hand or the hem of his garment, saying, "Obtain the heavenly worlds, svarga, and all desires." If the father recovers, let him be under the authority of his son, or let him wander about, as an ascetic. But if he departs, then let them dispatch him, as he ought to be dispatched, as he ought to be dispatched. 728. Third Adhyaya. 1. Pratardana, forsooth, the son of Divodesa, king of Kasi, came by means of fighting in strength to the beloved abode of Indra. Indra said to him, "Pratardana, let me give you a boon to choose." And Pratardana answered, "Do you yourself choose that boon for me which you deem most beneficial for a man." Indra said to him, "No one who chooses, chooses for another. Choose thyself." Then Pratardana replied, "Then that boon to choose is no boon for me." Then, however, Indra did not swerve from the truth, for Indra is truth. Indra said to him, "Know me only. That is what I deem most beneficial for man, that he should know me. I slew the three-headed son of Tvashtri, I delivered the Aranmukas, the devotees, to the wolves, Salavrika. Breaking many treaties, I killed the people of Prahlada in heaven, the people of Puloma in the sky, the people of Kalakanga on earth 729. And not one hair of me was harmed there. And he who knows me thus, by no deed of his is his life harmed, not by the murder of his mother, not by the murder of his father, not by theft, not by the killing of a Brahman. If he is going to commit a sin, the bloom 730 does not depart from his face. 2. Indra said, I am prana, meditate on me as the conscious self, pragnatman, as life, as immortality. Life is prana, prana is life. Immortality is prana, prana is immortality. As long as prana dwells in this body, so long surely there is life. By prana he obtains immortality in the other world, by knowledge true conception. He who meditates on me as life and immortality, gains his full life in this world, and obtains in the Svarga world immortality and indestructibility. Pratardana said, some maintain here, that the pranas become one, for, otherwise, no one could at the same time make known a name by speech, see a form with the eye, hear a sound with the car, think a thought with the mind. After having become one, the pranas perceive all these together, one by one. While speech speaks, all pranas speak after it. While the eye sees, all pranas see after it. While the car hears, all pranas hear after it. While the mind thinks, all pranas think after it. While the prana breathes, all pranas breathe after it. Thus it is indeed, said Indra, but nevertheless there is a preeminence among the pranas 731. 3. Man lives deprived of speech, for we see dumb people. Man lives deprived of sight, for we see blind people. Man lives deprived of hearing, for we see deaf people. Man lives deprived of mind, for we see infants. Man lives deprived of his arms, deprived of his legs, for we see it thus. But prana alone is the conscious self, pragnatman, and having laid hold of this body, it makes it rise up. Therefore it is said, let man worship it alone as Uktha 732. What is prana? That is prajna, self-consciousness. What is prajna? Self-consciousness. That is prana, for together they, prajna and prana, live in this body, and together they go out of it. Of that, this is the evidence, this is the understanding. When a man, being thus asleep, sees no dream whatever, he becomes one with that prana alone 733. Then speech goes to him, when he is absorbed in prana, with all names, the eye with all forms, the ear with all sounds, the mind with all thoughts. And when he awakes, then, as from a burning fire sparks proceed in all directions, thus from that self the pranas, speech, and proceed, each towards its place, from the pranas the gods, Agni, and from the gods the worlds. Of this is the proof, this is the understanding. When a man is thus sick, going to die, falling into weakness and faintness, they say, his thought has departed, he hears not, he sees not, he speaks not, he thinks not. Then he becomes one with that prana alone. Then speech goes to him, who is absorbed in prana, with all names, the eye with all forms, the ear with all sounds, the mind with all thoughts. And when he departs from this body, he departs together with all these 734. For, speech gives up to him, who is absorbed in prana, all names, so that by speech he obtains all names. The nose gives up to him all odors, so that by scent he obtains all odors. The eye gives up to him all forms, so that by the eye he obtains all forms. The ear gives up to him all sounds, so that by the ear he obtains all sounds. The mind gives up to him all thoughts, so that by the mind he obtains all thoughts. This is the complete absorption in prana. And what is prana is prajna, self-consciousness, what is prajna, self-consciousness, is prana. For together do these two live in the body, and together do they depart. Now we shall explain how all things become one in that prajna, self-consciousness. 5. Speech is one portion taken out 735 of prajna, self-conscious knowledge, the word is its object, placed outside. The nose is one portion taken out of it, the odor is its object, placed outside. The eye is one portion taken out of it, the form is its object, placed outside. The ear is one portion taken out of it, the sound is its object, placed outside. The tongue is one portion taken out of it, the taste of food is its object, placed outside. The two hands are one portion taken out of it, their action is their object, placed outside. The body is one portion taken out of it, its pleasure and pain are its object, placed outside. The organ is one portion taken out of it, happiness, joy, and offspring are its object, placed outside. The 2 feet are one portion taken out of it, movements are their object, placed outside. Mind is one portion taken out of it, thoughts and desires are its object, placed outside. 6. Having by prajna, self-conscious knowledge, taken possession of speech, he obtains by speech all words. Having by prajna taken possession of the nose, he obtains all odors. Having by prajna taken possession of the eye, he obtains all forms. Having by prajna taken possession of the ear, he obtains all sounds. Having by prajna taken possession of the tongue, he obtains all tastes of food. Having by prajna taken possession of the 2 hands, he obtains all actions. Having by prajna taken possession of the body, he obtains pleasure and pain. Having by prajna taken possession of the organ, he obtains happiness, joy, and offspring. Having by prajna taken possession of the 2 feet, he obtains all movements. Having by prajna taken possession of mind, he obtains all thoughts. 7. For without prajna, self-consciousness, speech does not make known, to the self, any word. 736. My mind was absent, he says, I did not perceive that word. Without prajna the nose does not make known any odor. My mind was absent, he says, I did not perceive that odor. Without prajna the eye does not make known any form. My mind was absent, he says, I did not perceive that form. Without prajna the ear does not make known any sound. My mind was absent, he says, I did not perceive that sound. Without prajna the tongue does not make known any taste. My mind was absent, he says, I did not perceive that taste. Without prajna the 2 hands do not make known any act. Our mind was absent, they say, we did not perceive any act. Without prajna the body does not make known pleasure or pain. My mind was absent, he says, I did not perceive that pleasure or pain. Without prajna the organ does not make known happiness, joy, or offspring. My mind was absent, he says, I did not perceive that happiness, joy, or offspring. Without prajna, the 2 feet do not make known any movement. Our mind was absent, they say, we did not perceive that movement. Without prajna no thought succeeds, nothing can be known that is to be known. 8. Let no man try to find out what speech is, let him know the speaker. Let no man try to find out what odor is, let him know him who smells. Let no man try to find out what form is, let him know the seer. Let no man try to find out what sound is, let him know the hearer. Let no man try to find out the tastes of food, let him know the knower of tastes. Let no man try to find out what action is, let him know the agent. Let no man try to find out what pleasure and pain are, let him know the knower of pleasure and pain. Let no man try to find out what happiness, joy, and offspring are, let him know the knower of happiness, joy, and offspring. Let no man try to find out what movement is, let him know the mover. Let no man try to find out what mind is, let him know the thinker. These 10 objects, what is spoken, smelled, seen, and have reference to prajna, self-consciousness, the 10 subjects, speech, the senses, mind, have reference to objects. If there were no objects, there would be no subjects, and if there were no subjects, there would be no objects. For on either side alone nothing could be achieved. But that, the self of prajna, consciousness, and prana, life, is not many, but one. For as in a car the circumference of a wheel is placed on the spokes, and the spokes on the nave, thus are these objects, circumference, placed on the subjects, spokes, and the subjects on the prana. And that prana, breath, the living and breathing power, indeed is the self of prajna, the self-conscious self, blessed, imperishable, immortal. He does not increase by a good action, nor decrease by a bad action. For he, the self of prana and prajna, makes him, whom he wishes to lead up from these worlds, do a good deed, and the same makes him, whom he wishes to lead down from these worlds, do a bad deed. 737. And he is the guardian of the world, he is the king of the world, he is the lord of the universe, and he is my, Indra's, self, thus let it be known, thus let it be known. Fourth Adhyaya. 1. There was formerly Gargya Balaki 738, famous as a man of great reading, for it was said of him that he lived among the Yuzanaras, among the Sattvat-Matsyas, the Kuru Pankalas, the Kasividehas 739. Having gone to Agadasatru, the king of Kasi, he said to him, "Shall I tell you Brahman?" Agadasatru said to him, "We give 1,000 cows, for that speech of yours, for verily all people run away, saying, Ganaka, the king of Mithila, is our father, patron." 2. The second paragraph forms a kind of table of contents for the discussion which is to follow. 3. Balaki said, "The person that is in the sun, on him I meditate, as Brahman." Agadasatru said to him, "No, no. Do not challenge me, to a disputation, on this 740. I meditate on him who is called great, clad in white raiment. 741, the supreme, the head of all beings. Whoso meditates on him thus, becomes supreme, and the head of all beings. 4. Balaki said, "The person that is in the moon, on him I meditate." Agadasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as Soma, the king, the self, source, of all food. Whoso meditates on him thus, becomes the self, source, of all food." 5. Balaki said, "The person that is in the lightning, on him I meditate." Agadasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the self in light. Whoso meditates on him thus, becomes the self in light." 6. Balaki said, "The person that is in the thunder, on him I meditate." Agadasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the self of sound. 742. Whoso meditates on him thus, becomes the self of sound." 7. Balaki said, "The person that is in the ether, on him I meditate." Agadasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the full, quiescent Brahman. Whoso meditates on him thus, is filled with offspring and cattle. Neither he himself nor his offspring dies before the time." 8. Balaki said, "The person that is in the air, on him I meditate." Agadasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as Indra Vaikuntha, as the unconquerable army. Whoso meditates on him thus, becomes victorious, unconquerable, conquering his enemies." 9. Balaki said, "The person that is in the fire, on him I meditate." Agadasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as powerful. Whoso meditates on him thus, becomes powerful among others. 743. 10. Balaki said, "The person that is in the water, on him I meditate." Agadasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the self of the name. Whoso meditates on him thus, becomes the self of the name." So far with regard to deities, mythological, now with regard to the body, physiological. 11. Balaki said, "The person that is in the mirror, on him I meditate." Agadasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the likeness. Whoso meditates on him thus, to him a son is born in his family who is his likeness, not one who is not his likeness." 12. Balaki said, "The person that is in the echo, on him I meditate." Agadasatru said to him, "Do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the second, who never goes away. Whoso meditates on him thus, he gets a second from his second, his wife, he becomes doubled 744. Balaki said, the sound that follows a man, on that I meditate. Ajatasattu said to him, do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as life. Whoso meditates on him thus, neither he himself nor his offspring will faint before the time. 14. Balaki said, the person that is in the shadow, on him I meditate. Ajatasattu said to him, do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as death. Whoso meditates on him thus, neither he himself nor his offspring will die before the time. 15. Balaki said, the person that is embodied, on him I meditate. Ajatasattu said to him, do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as Lord of creatures. Whose meditates on him thus, is multiplied in offspring in cattle. 16. Balaki said, the self which is conscious, prajna, and by whom he who sleeps here, walks about in sleep, on him I meditate. Ajatasattu said to him, do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as Yama the king. Whoso meditates on him thus, everything is subdued for his excellencies. 17. Balaki said, the person that is in the right eye, on him I meditate. Ajatasattu said to him, do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the self of the name, as the self of fire, as the self of splendor. Whoso meditates on him thus, he becomes the self of these. 18. Balaki said the person that is in the left eye, on him I meditate. Ajatasattu said to him, do not challenge me on this. I meditate on him as the self of the true, as the self of lightning, as the self of light. Whoso meditates on him thus, he becomes the self of these. 19. After this Balaki became silent. Ajatasattu said to him, thus far only, do you know, O Balaki? Thus far only, replied Balaki. Then Ajatasattu said to him, vainly did you challenge me, saying, shall I tell you Brahman? O Balaki, he who is the maker of those persons, whom you mentioned, he of whom all this is the work, he alone is to be known. Thereupon Balaki came, carrying fuel in his hand, saying, may I come to you as a pupil? Ajatasattu said to him, I deem it improper that a kshatriya should initiate a brahmana. Come, I shall make you know clearly. Then taking him by the hand, he went forth. And the two together came to a person who was asleep. And Ajatasattu called him, saying, thou great one, clad in white raiment, Soma, King 745. But he remained lying. Then he pushed him with a stick, and he rose at once. Then said Ajatasattu to him, Balaki, where did this person here sleep? Where was he? Whence came he thus back? Balaki did not know. 20. And Ajatasattu said to him, where this person here slept, where he was, whence he thus came back, is this, the arteries of the heart called Hita extend from the heart of the person towards the surrounding body. Small as a hair divided 1,000 times, they stand full of a thin fluid of various colors, white, black, yellow, red. In these the person is when sleeping he sees no dream. Then he becomes one with that prana alone. Then speech goes to him with all names, the eye with all forms, the car with all sounds, the mind with all thoughts. And when he awakes, then, as from a burning fire, sparks proceed in all directions, thus from that self the pranas, speech, and proceed, each towards its place, from the pranas the gods, from the gods the worlds. And as a razor might be fitted in a razor case, or as fire in the fireplace, the Arani on the altar, even thus this conscious self enters the self of the body, considers the body as himself, to the very hairs and nails. And the other selves, such as speech, and follow that self, as his people follow the master of the house. And as the master feeds with his people, nay, as his people feed on the master, thus does this conscious self feed with the other selves, as a master with his people, and the other selves follow him, as his people follow the master. So long as Indra did not understand that self, the Asuras conquered him. When he understood it, he conquered the Asuras and obtained the preeminence among all gods, sovereignty, supremacy. And thus also he who knows this obtains preeminence among all beings, sovereignty, supremacy, he who knows this. Vagasaneyi-Samhitâ-Upanishad, sometimes called Isa-Vasya or Isa-Upanishad. 1. All this, whatsoever moves on earth, is to be hidden in the Lord, the Self. When thou hast surrendered all this, then thou mayest enjoy. Do not covet the wealth of any man. 2. Though a man may wish to live 100 years, performing works, it will be thus with him, but not in any other way, work will thus not cling to a man. 3. There are the worlds of the Asuras 746 covered with blind darkness. Those who have destroyed their self, who perform works, without having arrived at a knowledge of the true self, go after death to those worlds. 4. That one, the self, though never stirring, is swifter than thought. The devas, senses, never reached it, it walked 747 before them. Though standing still, it overtakes the others who are running. Matarisvan, the wind, the moving spirit, bestows powers 748 on it. 5. It stirs and it stirs not, it is far, and likewise near 749. It is inside of all this, and it is outside of all this. 6. And he who beholds all beings in the self, and the self in all beings, he never turns away from it 750. 7. When to a man who understands, the self has become all things, what sorrow, what trouble can there be to him who once beheld that unity? 8. He 751, the self, encircled all, bright, incorporeal, scatheless, without muscles, pure, untouched by evil, a seer, wise, omnipresent, self-existent, he disposed all things rightly for eternal years. 9. All who worship what is not real knowledge, good works, enter into blind darkness, those who delight in real knowledge, enter, as it were, into greater darkness. 10. One thing, they say, is obtained from real knowledge. Another, they say, from what is not knowledge. Thus we have heard from the wise who taught us this 752. 11. He who knows at the same time both knowledge and not knowledge, overcomes death through not knowledge, and obtains immortality through knowledge. 12. All who worship what is not the true cause, enter into blind darkness, those who delight in the true cause, enter, as it were, into greater darkness. 13. One thing, they say, is obtained from knowledge of the cause. Another, they say, from knowledge of what is not the cause. Thus we have heard from the wise who taught us this. 14. He who knows at the same time both the cause and the destruction, the perishable body, overcomes death by destruction, the perishable body, and obtains immortality through knowledge of the true cause. 15. The door of the true is covered with a golden disc 753. Open that, O Pushun, that we may see the nature of the true 754. 16. O Pushun, only seer, Yama, judge, Surya, sun, son of Prajapati, spread thy rays and gather them. The light which is thy fairest form, I see it. I am what he is, viz. The person in the sun, 755. 17. Breath 756 to air, and to the immortal. Then this my body ends in ashes. O.M. Mind, remember. Remember thy deeds. Mind, remember. Remember thy deeds 757. 18. Agni, lead us on to wealth, beatitude, by a good path, thou, O God, who knowest all things. Keep far from us crooked evil, and we shall offer thee the fullest praise. R.V. I. 189, 1. This Upanishad, though apparently simple and intelligible, is in reality one of the most difficult to understand properly. Coming at the end of the Vagasaneyi-Samhita, in which the sacrifices and the hymns to be used by the officiating priests have been described, it begins by declaring that all has to be surrendered to the Lord. The name Lord, is peculiar, as having a far more personal coloring than Atman, self, or Brahman, the usual names given by the Upanishads to what is the object of the highest knowledge. Next follows a permission to continue the performance of sacrifices, provided that all desires have been surrendered. And here occurs our first difficulty, which has perplexed ancient as well as modern commentators. I shall try, first of all, to justify my own translation. I hold that the Upanishad wishes to teach the uselessness by themselves of all good works, whether we call them sacrificial, legal, or moral, and yet, at the same time, to recognize, if not the necessity, at least the harmlessness of good works. Provided they are performed without any selfish motives, without any desire of reward, but simply as a preparation for higher knowledge, as a means, in fact, of subduing all passions, and producing that serenity of mind without which man is incapable of receiving the highest knowledge. From that point of view the Upanishad may well say, let a man wish to live here his appointed time, let him even perform all works. If only he knows that all must be surrendered to the Lord, then the work done by him will not cling to him. It will not work on and produce effect after effect, nor will it involve him in a succession of new births in which to enjoy the reward of his works, but it will leave him free to enjoy the blessings of the highest knowledge. It will have served as a preparation for that higher knowledge which the Upanishad imparts, and which secures freedom from further births. The expression, na karma lipiate nair, seems to me to admit of this one explanation only, viz. that work done does not cling to man, provided he has acquired the highest knowledge. Similar expressions occur again and again. Lip was, no doubt, used originally of evil deeds which became, as it were, ingrained in man. But afterwards of all work, even of good work, if done with a desire of reward. The doctrine of the Upanishads is throughout that orthodoxy and sacrifice can procure a limited beatitude only, and that they are a hindrance to real salvation, which can be obtained by knowledge alone. In our passage therefore we can recognize one meaning only, viz. that work does not cling to man or stain him, if only he knows, i.e. if he has been enlightened by the Upanishad. Sakara, in his commentary on the Vedanta Sutras 3, 4, 7, 13. 14, takes the same view of this passage. The opponent of Brihadâranyaka, in this case, Gemini himself, maintains that karma, work, is indispensable to knowledge, and among other arguments, he says, 3, 4, 7, that it is so, niyamat, because it is so laid down by the law. The passage here referred to is, according to Sakara, our very verse, which, he thinks, should be translated as follows, let a man wish to live 100 years here, in this body, performing works. Thus will an evil deed not cling to thee, while thou art a man, there is no other way but this by which to escape the influence of works. In answer to this, Brihadâranyaka says, first of all, 3, 4, 13, that this rule may refer to all men in general, and not to one who knows. Or, 3, 4, 14, if it refers to a man who knows, that then the permission to perform works is only intended to exalt the value of knowledge, the meaning being that even to a man who performs sacrifices all his life, work does not cling. If only he knows. Such being the power of knowledge. The same Sakara, however, who here sees quite clearly that this verse refers to a man who knows, explains it in the Upanishad as referring to a man who does not know, Aitareya-âranyaka. It would then mean, let such a one, while performing works here on earth, wish to live 100 years. In this manner there is no other way for him but this, the performance of sacrifices, so that an evil deed should not be ingrained, or so that he should not be stained by such a deed. The first and second verses of the Upanishad would thus represent the two paths of life, that of knowledge and that of works. And the following verses would explain the rewards assigned to each. Mahidhara, in his commentary on the Vagasaneyi-Samhitâ, steers at first a middle course. He would translate, let one who performs the Agnihotra and other sacrifices, without any desire of reward, wish to live here 100 years. If thou do so, there will be salvation for thee, not otherwise. There are many roads that lead to heaven, but one only leading to salvation, namely, performance of good works, without any desire of reward, which produces a pure heart. Work thus done, merely as a preparation for salvation, does not cling to man, i.e. it produces a pure heart, but does not entail any further consequences. So far he agrees with Yavada's explanation 758. He allows, however, another explanation also, so that the second line would convey the meaning: if a man lives thus, performing good works, then there is no other way by which an evil deed should not be ingrained, i.e. in order to escape the power of sin, he must all his life perform sacred acts. Next follows a description of the lot of those who, immersed in works, have not arrived at the highest knowledge, and have not recovered their true self in the highest self, or Brahman. That Brahman, though the name is not used here, is then described, and salvation is promised to the man who beholds all things in the self and the self in all things. The verses 9 to 14 are again full of difficulty, not so much in themselves as in their relation to the general system of thought which prevails in the Upanishads, and forms the foundation of the Vedanta philosophy. The commentators vary considerably in their interpretations. Sakara explains avidya, not knowledge, by good works, particularly sacrifice, performed with a hope of reward. Vidya, or knowledge, by a knowledge of the gods, but not, as yet, of the highest Brahman. The former is generally supposed to lead the sacrificer to the Pitraloka, the world of the fathers, from whence he returns to a series of new births. The latter to the Devaloka, the world of the gods, from whence he may either proceed to Brahman, or enter upon a new round of existences. The question then arises, how in our passage the former could be said to lead to blind darkness, the latter to still greater darkness. But for that statement, I have no doubt that all the commentators would, as usual, have taken vidya for the knowledge of the highest Brahman, and avidya for orthodox belief in the gods and good works. The former securing immortality in the sense of freedom from new births, while the reward of the latter is blessedness in heaven for a limited period, but without freedom from new births. This antithesis between vidya and avidya seems to me so firmly established that I cannot bring myself to surrender it here. Though this Upanishad has its own very peculiar character, yet its object is, after all, to impart a knowledge of the highest self, and not to inculcate merely a difference between faith in the ordinary gods and good works. It was distinctly said before, ver. 3, that those who have destroyed their self, i.e. who perform works only, and have not arrived at a knowledge of the true self, go to the worlds of the Asuras, which are covered with blind darkness. If then the same blind darkness is said in verse 9 to be the lot of those who worship not knowledge, this can only mean those who have not discovered the true self, but are satisfied with the performance of good works. And if those who perform good works are opposed to others who delight in true knowledge, that knowledge can be the knowledge of the true self only. The difficulty therefore which has perplexed Sakara is this: how, while the orthodox believer is said to enter into blind darkness, the true disciple, who has acquired a knowledge of the true self, could be said to enter into still greater darkness. While Sakara in this case seems hardly to have caught the drift of the Upanishad, Yavada and Mahidhara propose an explanation which is far more satisfactory. They perceive that the chief stress must be laid on the words Abhayam Saha, both together, in verses 11 and 14. The doctrine of certain Vedanta philosophers was that works, though they cannot by themselves lead to salvation, are useful as a preparation for the highest knowledge. And that those who imagine that they can attain the highest knowledge without such previous preparation, are utterly mistaken. From this point of view therefore the author of the Upanishad might well say that those who give themselves to what is not knowledge, i.e. to sacrificial and other good works, enter into darkness, but that those who delight altogether in knowledge, despising the previous discipline of works, deceive themselves and enter into still greater darkness. Then follows the next verse, simply stating that, according to the teaching of wise people, the reward of knowledge is one thing, the reward of ignorance, i.e. trust in sacrifice, another. Here Mahidhara is right again by assigning the Pitraloka, the world of the fathers, as the reward of the ignorant. The Devaloka, the world of the gods, as the reward of the enlightened, provided that from the world of the gods they pass on to the knowledge of the highest self or Brahman. The third verse contains the strongest confirmation of Mahidhara's view. Here it is laid down distinctly that he only who knows both together, both what is called ignorance and what is called knowledge, can be saved, because by good works he overcomes death, here explained by natural works. And by knowledge he obtains the immortal, here explained by oneness with the gods, the last step that leads on to oneness with Brahman. Yuvata, who takes the same view of these verses, explains at once, and even more boldly than Mahidhara 759, Vidya, or knowledge, by Brahmavijnana, knowledge of Brahman, which by itself, and if not preceded by works, leads to even greater darkness than what is called ignorance, i.e., sacrifice and orthodoxy without knowledge. The three corresponding verses, treating of Samhuti and Asamhuti instead of Vidya and Avidya, stand first in the Vagasaneyi-Samhita. They must necessarily be explained in accordance with our explanation of the former verses, i.e. Samhuti must correspond to Vidya, it must be meant for the true cause, i.e. for Brahman, while Asamhuti must correspond with Avidya, as a name of what is not real, but phenomenal only and perishable. Mahidhara thinks that these verses refer to the Bauddhas, which can hardly be admitted, unless we take Buddhist in a very general sense. Yuvata puts the Lokayatas in their place 760. It is curious also to observe that Mahidhara, following Yuvata, explains Asamhuti at first by the denial of the resurrection of the body, while he takes Samhuti rightly for Brahman. I have chiefly followed Yuvata's commentary, except in his first explanation of Asamhuti, Resurrection 761. In what follows Yuvata explains Samhuti rightly by the only cause of the origin of the whole world, i.e. Brahman 762, while he takes Vinasa, destruction, as a name of the perishable body 763. Sakara sees much more in these three verses than Yuvata. He takes Asamhuti as a name of Prakriti, the undeveloped cause, Samhuti as a name of the phenomenal Brahman or Hiranyagarbha. From a worship of the latter a man obtains supernatural powers, from devotion to the former, absorption in Prakriti. Mahidhara also takes a similar view, and he allows, like Sakara, another reading, viz. Samhutim avinasam ka, and avinasena mridium turtva. In this case the sense would be, he who knows the worship both of the developed and the undeveloped, overcomes death, i.e. such evil as sin, passion, and through worship of the undeveloped, while he obtains through worship of the developed, i.e. of Hiranyagarbha, immortality, absorption in Prakriti. All these forced explanations to which the commentators have recourse, arise from the shifting views held by various authorities with regard to the value of works. Our Upanishad seems to me to propound the doctrine that works, though in themselves useless, or even mischievous, if performed with a view to any present or future rewards, are necessary as a preparatory discipline. This is or was for a long time the orthodox view. Each man was required to pass through the ashramas, or stages of student and householder, before he was admitted to the freedom of a sannyasin. As on a ladder, no step was to be skipped. Those who attempted to do so, were considered to have broken the old law, and in some respects they may indeed be looked upon as the true precursors of the Buddhists. Nevertheless the opposite doctrine, that a man whose mind had become enlightened, might at once drop the fetters of the law, without performing all the tedious duties of student and householder, had strong supporters too among orthodox philosophers. Cases of such rapid conversion occur in the ancient traditions, and Badarayana himself was obliged to admit the possibility of freedom and salvation without works, though maintaining the superiority of the usual course, which led on gradually from works to enlightenment and salvation 764. It was from an unwillingness to assent to the decided teaching of the Isa-Upanishad that Sakara attempted to explain Vidya, knowledge, in a limited sense, as knowledge of the gods, and not yet knowledge of Brahman. He would not admit that knowledge without works could lead to darkness, and even to greater darkness than works without knowledge. Our Upanishad seems to have dreaded libertinism, knowledge without works, more even than ritualism, works without knowledge, and its true object was to show that orthodoxy and sacrifice, though useless in themselves, must always form the preparation for higher enlightenment. How misleading Sakara's explanation may prove, we can see from the translation of this Upanishad by Rammohun Roy. He followed Sakara implicitly, and this is the sense which he drew from the text. 49. Those observers of religious rites that perform only the worship of the sacred fire, and oblations to sages, to ancestors, to men, and to other creatures, without regarding the worship of celestial gods, shall enter into the dark region, and those practicers of religious ceremonies who habitually worship the celestial gods only, disregarding the worship of the sacred fire, and oblations to sages, to ancestors, to men, and to other creatures, shall enter into a region still darker than the former. 10. It is said that adoration of the celestial gods produces one consequence, and that the performance of the worship of sacred fire, and oblations to sages, to ancestors, to men, and to other creatures, produce another. Thus have we heard from learned men, who have distinctly explained the subject to us. 11. Of those observers of ceremonies whosoever, knowing that adoration of celestial gods, as well as the worship of the sacred fire, and oblation to sages, to ancestors, to men, and to other creatures, should be observed alike by the same individual, performs them both, will, by means of the latter, surmount the obstacles presented by natural temptations, and will attain the state of the celestial gods through the practice of the former. 12. Those observers of religious rites who worship Prakriti alone, Prakriti or nature, who, though insensible, influenced by the Supreme Spirit, operates throughout the universe, shall enter into the dark region, and those practicers of religious ceremonies that are devoted to worship solely the prior operating sensitive particle, allegorically called Brahma, shall enter into a region much more dark than the former. 13. It is said that one consequence may be attained by the worship of Brahma, and another by the adoration of Prakriti. Thus have we heard from learned men, who have distinctly explained the subject to us. The end.